Sang Yun was once nothing more than a frail ordinary person, abandoned at the lowest rung of society in the era of the apocalypse. It was a place where the strong dominated and the weak barely scraped by. Unable to awaken his powers, he suffered contempt and oppression, tasting all the bitterness of a despairing life. Until his parents passed away, Sang Yun was plunged into despair, living bleak days with no exit. But on that day when he was beaten to the brink of death by a cruel individual, his fate changed. At that very moment, the Tower of Trials chose him as its climber. From a downtrodden weakling, Sang Yun began a journey, frantically striving to find strength. There was no longer any pity or hesitation. He began to walk the path of a death summoner where only battle existed, an endless craving for blood and domination. 7 years ago, on the day the fated catastrophe struck, an innocent young girl suddenly looked up, sensing that something was wrong. A terrible catastrophe, a dungeon collapse, had occurred. Screams echoed amidst the sight of monsters pouring out and destroying everything. That terrible incident caused countless people to suffer. "Help me!" a desperate young Sang Yun cried out amidst the chaotic fleeing crowd, and in that tragedy Sang Yun's parents also passed away. On that day Sang Yun lost everything in an instant. Enduring pain as if spitting blood, he swore to himself that he would become a hunter who would tear apart monsters and eliminate them all. And 7 years later, on this very day at the Catastrophe Memorial Park, Sang Yun was expelled from the Hunter Training Center. "Damn it!" He violently struck the ground in a fit of rage. "A hunter, you say, right?" the man said in a sarcastic tone, and gravely called out the name of trainee Han Sang Yun. "To be frank, you no longer need to come to the training center." At those cold words, Sang Yun unconsciously and blankly echoed back. What are you suddenly talking about?" Sang Yun stammered in confusion, trying to find a reason. "For what reason am I being expelled?" "Listen up, awakened individuals must complete their training course in a dedicated training hall for several months," the muscular training instructor explained, crossing his arms. "And as you know, they usually debut as hunters after that. But you," he looked at Sang Yun with a stern gaze, "you have far exceeded that time already. It's been 7 years already," he emphasized each word. "Since it's come to this, I'll be frank," he coldly declared that Sang Yun's talent was worse than trash. "And if we keep you here any longer," he finished cruelly, "our training center's reputation will also suffer." Whispers from the other trainees could be heard behind him. "That guy really has amazing persistence, seeing him work out every morning, but unfortunately, what's unfortunate about it, it's really foolish not to know his place. But can someone really work out for 7 years and not gain a single stat point?" Sang Yun crushed the can in his hand in a fit of rage, venting his frustration. "Besides unlocking unique characteristics and gaining skills, how else?" Sang Yun trembled with fury. "How can my stats not increase at all? How?" Amidst his jumbled thoughts, a clear voice suddenly broke through. "How did Daddy pass away?" "I know," a small girl in a helmet brightly raised her hand. I know, I remember." Hearing those words, Sang Yun listened quietly as memories flooded back. The girl proudly declared, "When the monsters attacked, Daddy saved people until his last moment and then passed away." Her mother gently stroked her daughter's head. "Yes, my dear. Then what should we do if we encounter difficulties in life later on?" the girl quickly answered. "We have to be strong and we mustn't give up." The girl finished her sentence with conviction, and her words inadvertently planted a seed of hope in Sang Yun's despairing heart. Her mother hugged her daughter, saying, "My daughter is truly strong." The warm moment between the mother and daughter made Sang Yun's heart ache faintly. Suddenly, Sang Yun bowed to them. The mother, surprised, asked, "Who are you?" Without any explanation, Sang Yun turned and started running, while the mother and daughter stared at him in bewilderment. "Yes, how did I endure this for the past 7 years?" Sang Yun said to himself as he ran. Tears streamed down his cheeks. He gritted his teeth. "I can't stop here." Mustering all his strength, he shouted to himself, "I won't give up." Under heavy rain, the downpour began as if washing away his despair. Sang Yun returned to the training center. He headed straight for the familiar door of the director's office. The director coldly said, "Go back," but Sang Yun pleaded, "Director, just one more time." He bowed his head, drenched in the rain, his voice cracked. "Please help me take the hunter exam one more time. I can't give up like this." The director sighed, bored and annoyed. Suddenly, his face contorted in rage. He burst out, "You damn brat, why don't you understand?" Sang Yun was startled by his sudden change in demeanor. He grabbed Sang Yun by the collar. You're here because you regret the money you wasted, aren't you?" "Fine, you brat, wouldn't refunding half your tuition be enough?" Sang Yun stammered. "The problem isn't the money," Sang Yun cried out in despair. "Nonsense," the director roared, delivering a massive punch to Sang Yun's face. The punch was so powerful it sent Sang Yun flying backward, and he fell into a pile of trash cans. The director sneered maliciously. "What do you mean no, you damn failure?" He spat out a final insult, looking at Sang Yun sprawled on the ground. Sang Yun painfully propped himself up, trying to rise from the puddle of dirty rainwater. That year he burst into tears from humiliation and helplessness. If only I had unique characteristics too. No, even if I had just a little talent." As tears mixed with rainwater, a blue notification window suddenly appeared before his eyes. "The Tower of Trials praises your iron will." Sang Yun froze. "Praises? Who? What is this?" He panicked as an unknown suction force pulled him into the puddle of rainwater. The puddle seemed to have transformed into a spatial portal. At that moment a scream echoed from somewhere. "Help me!" "Unbelievable, this damn brat." The director rushed forward, intending to inflict violence on Sang Yun once more, but when he arrived, all he saw was an empty puddle of rainwater. He looked around in bewilderment, muttering in confusion, "How dare you do?" seeing Sang Yun's hat left in his hand. He couldn't understand what was happening at all. What the? He angrily threw the hat to the ground, muttering irritably, "Damn it, what a troublesome brat." Meanwhile, Sang Yun was free-falling through an endless blue expanse of water. He struggled desperately, and a suffocating sensation washed over him. Oh no! Suddenly, a brilliant golden flash surged from below, forcefully pulling Sang Yun upwards. He found himself floating in a strange space, and a notification window appeared. The Tower of Trials has selected all suitable candidates from Earth. Sang Yun, flustered, asked himself, the Tower of Trials, could a second catastrophe be happening? Another notification window appeared in quick succession. Please select a difficulty. Sang Yun stared at the screen and heard the next notification. You will receive rewards proportional to the chosen difficulty. Sang Yun bit his lip, thinking, I don't know what's happening. But before him were three options: easy, normal, hard. Instinctively he understood. With eyes shining with determination, Sang Yun reached out his hand. I must seize this opportunity. As soon as he made his selection, a beam of purple light enveloped him. Two new notification windows appeared. We hope you achieve satisfying results at the end of your suffering, and you will soon enter the first floor of the Tower of Trials. Sang Yun was still bewildered by the sudden change. As his body began to disappear, the final notification appeared. All challengers' stats and abnormal statuses are recovered. You are entering the first floor of the Tower of Trials. The trial will begin soon. Prepare yourself, challenger. When Sang Yun opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a cliff overlooking a vast sandy region spread out under dazzling sunlight. He stood up and gazed in wonder at the unfamiliar landscape before him. This is a desert. Another notification window appeared. A weapon will be immediately provided. Following this, a sword began to materialize from particles of light. The sword was thrust into the sand right in front of Sang Yun, and he stepped back in surprise. Two notification windows appeared, clearly explaining the task before him. The theme of this trial is survival, and the rewards upon completing the trial are as follows. Unlock unique characteristic. Unique characteristic. Sang Yun was stunned. His heart pounded in his chest. Memories of 7 years of grueling training suddenly came to mind. I'm about to get what I've worked so hard for over the past 7 years, he thought to himself with a mix of skepticism and hope. A unique characteristic as a reward? This is truly insane. Sang Yun gritted his teeth and clenched his hands tight. His eyes burned with unprecedented resolve. He shifted his gaze towards the sword. First, I need to grab the sword. As soon as Sang Yun took a few steps, the ground suddenly shook violently, making him stumble. He turned around in alarm and shouted, What the? The introductory trial begins. A notification window appeared as he gasped in surprise. Tower of Trials selected difficulty. A sand golem appeared right in front of Sang Yun. Sand began to clump together, then formed into a colossal monster with glowing eyes. Sang Yun staggered backward in horror. This is crazy. Survive from the sand golem for the designated time. Time remaining, 9 minutes 58 seconds. The golem swung its massive arm. Damn it, Sang Yun sprinted frantically. The pressure from the golem's massive blow sent Sang Yun flying. He gasped after the impact. Sang Yun looked up, startled by a newly appeared cold notification. The penalty for failing the trial is death. Sang Yun screamed in terror, desperately dodging another of the golem's attacks. He ran panting, thinking despairingly, can I really escape this sand golem by just running away? He soon realized a harsh truth. It looks slow, but, due to its sheer size, it's actually faster. He felt his stamina rapidly draining. With my current stamina, it's impossible to keep running for 9 minutes. He glanced at the countdown timer. 9 minutes and 11 seconds remained. He gripped the sword's hilt tightly, realizing the only path. The world has given me a sword and told me to survive. Anyone would know what to do. One option is to die trying to escape, and the other is to die fighting, Sang Yun cried out, turning to face the monster. Staring at the towering golem, a moment of despair washed over him again. Damn it, how can I defeat that? The voices of those who had mocked him echoed in his mind once more. What's unfortunate about it? It's really foolish not to know his place. Damn it, Sang Yun gritted his teeth. Helplessness and fury surged within him. A hallucination appeared. A giant poised to crush him whispered, You are nothing in this world. Will I really meet a miserable death trying to escape? He snarled at himself. No, with all his strength, Sang Yun dodged the golem's earth-shattering punch, standing upright again. The knowledge he had accumulated over the past 7 years became clearer than ever. I've tried to become a hunter for 7 years. When it comes to theory, I can confidently say I know more than most hunters in the actual field. Continuously running won't give me the answer. I need to find another way to survive at least. Sang Yun's gaze focused on the glowing red core in the golem's chest. Monsters like golems stop moving if their core is destroyed, but cores are usually located in hard-to-reach places. Sang Yun muttered, dodging the golem's attacks. A thought flashed through his mind. In that case, he turned and charged towards a massive sand dune. He pushed off the sand, powering his legs. I'll make it easier to reach. Sang Yun ran up the sand dune, then leapt towards the charging golem, shouting. He swung his sword, embedding its tip into the monster's arm, and used the golem's arm like a ramp. Sang Yun began to scramble up its body. The monster roared violently, trying to shake him off. Even amidst the dense sandstorm, Sang Yun clung on tenaciously, continuing his ascent. As he neared his goal, he murmured to himself, Now I can reach it now. With burning eyes, he gritted his teeth and poured all his strength into it. There, Sang Yun roared, swinging his sword towards the glowing red core. The blade struck the core with a deafening crash. He put his whole weight into burying the sword deep. A small crack appeared on the core's surface, surprising Sang Yun. Ha! The golem roared in pain, flinging Sang Yun away. He muttered, it's tougher than I thought. Sweat poured down him like rain. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. He clung tightly to an protruding part of the golem's body. If I can attack one more time while the golem is preparing. As the pain from his wounds and exhaustion washed over him, he screamed in agony. Ha! I knew it. The mocking words from the past echoed like a curse in his mind once more. You are nothing. What's unfortunate about it? You're just a fool who doesn't know his place. His hands were already covered in blood, but he tightened his grip on the sword's hilt even harder. Sang Yun stood still as if to chase away the voices in his head, and shouted, Shut up, you damn bastards. He squeezed out every last ounce of his remaining strength and plunged his sword into the crack in the core. A powerful stream of red energy burst forth from within the core. The light in the golem's eyes faded. As the core shattered, a notification window appeared. You have destroyed the sand golem's core. Time remaining, 7 minutes 8 seconds. You have completed the introductory trial. Sang Yun collapsed with the falling fragments of the golem. He sank to his knees, covered in blood and sand. He panted and asked himself, Did I do it? He looked down at his injured body, still in disbelief, and muttered, I killed the sand golem, me. A painful yet satisfied smile spread across his lips. Even though it was a difficult win, congratulations, you have passed the first floor of the Tower of Trials. In the middle of the vast desert, Sang Yun whispered to himself, I survived. Immediately, a series of reward notification windows appeared. You have obtained unique characteristic unlocking as a clear reward. You have obtained 1,000 points as a clear reward. You have obtained the E-grade fast recovery skill as an additional clear reward. You have obtained 500 points as an additional clear reward. Sang Yun's eyes widened, and he froze as he saw the flood of unexpected rewards. He leaned on his sword, pulled his injured body up, and muttered, staring at the notification windows floating before him, I can't believe it. Bitter memories rushed back. He had put in so much effort over the past 7 years, but the only answer to all that effort had been contempt and ridicule. Ray of light enveloped Sang Yun. The most important notification window appeared. You have unlocked a unique characteristic. You have been granted the unique characteristic Necromancy. Hope surged in his heart. I can become a hunter too, however. Sang Yun gritted his teeth and his eyes sharpened. All of this is only possible if I survive. Suddenly, he felt something strange. Black mist with flowing red energy began to gather where the sand golem had disappeared. Sang Yun was perplexed. What is this? He clutched his injured arm and carefully observed. Black mist was rising from where the sand golem had died. As he reached out his hand towards the mist, another notification window appeared. Your unique characteristic, Necromancy F, has been activated. Would you like to absorb the sand golem's soul? He gazed at the mist, his mind cluttered with confusing questions. Soul absorb, is this black mist my unique characteristic? The black mist extended tendrils towards Sang Yun as if tempting him. He made his decision and exclaimed, Ah! A crimson energy flow wrapped around his body, and Sang Yun screamed in pain and surprise. A moment later, the mist vanished, leaving 2 notifications. You have absorbed the sand golem's soul. Your proficiency has increased by 7. Sang Yun looked at his hands with a confused expression, trying to understand what had just happened. Suddenly, a brilliant red energy orb burst from his chest. He gasped in surprise. Sang Yun felt a strange connection to the orb. Number of souls 15. Sang Yun realized that he could feel souls. Does absorbing souls mean I can store them? He closed his eyes and focused on this new sensation. If I use it like this, you can permanently increase stats with absorbed souls. Your strength has increased by 3. Your stamina has increased by 2. A red aura enveloped Sang Yun, infusing him with unprecedented power. He clearly felt the change. I can feel it. It's like energy is overflowing in my body, he shouted in extreme excitement. My stats really increased. Memories of 7 years of wasted training resurfaced. I hadn't been able to raise a single stat point for the past 7 years. Finally, I can permanently increase my stats. A detailed information window about his skill appeared. Unique characteristic, Necromancy F, proficiency 7, basic effect. Absorb the souls of the deceased and use them at will. Additional effect, permanently increase stats. The increase amount is proportional to the grade and quality of the soul used. Additional effect, can store and use souls. The number of storable souls increases proportionally to your grade. Sang Yun, covered in blood but full of hope, gave a wild smile. With this skill I can become a hunter when I return. Just then a blue spatial gate opened before him. Please move to the waiting room. Sang Yun stared at the gate in silence, hesitating for a moment. He sighed, accepting his fate. It seems I have no other choice but to go right now. He walked forward. The gate sucked him in. Sang Yun was flung out of the gate, landing face down on a cold stone floor. He lay there, panting in pain. Damn it, my injuries are worse than I thought. A soft green beam of light enveloped his body, healing all his wounds. He got up in surprise, seeing his body completely healed. All my wounds are healed. Does the body automatically heal after a trial? He stretched out on the floor, deep in thought. Forget it. How can such a large room only have 1 bed? Sang Yun laid his tired body on the only bed in the room. He lay on his back, staring at the empty ceiling, his mind filled with questions. What should I do now? Can I really escape this tower? Why did this tower call me here in the first place? Suddenly, a notification window appeared, startling him. The following 5 commands are available. Info, shop, community, inventory, challenge. He shot up, glaring at the screen, and said, activate commands with the next 5 commands. Sang Yun mumbled. 5 commands. He patted his cheeks to clear his head and said firmly, Alright, let's focus on surviving first. Sang Yun took a deep breath and said, challenge. Time remaining until 2nd floor challenge minutes. You cannot select a challenge yet. Please wait a moment. He sat on the bed, accepting the reality. Of course, I knew there would be another challenge like this. He tried another command. Community, entered hard difficulty community. A chat window full of other people's confused messages appeared. Can anyone explain what's happening? Damn it, is this the second catastrophe? My stats and skills have returned to what they were before awakening. What should I do? Others were in similar situations. Sang Yun realized, this is what they mean by community. He narrowed his eyes and analyzed the situation. Everyone in the chat room is confused, and it seems like non-hunters have been dragged in here too. Suddenly the chat window flickered. Sang Yun was startled. Admin 30 has entered the chat room. Admin 30 has disabled chat. He stood up in surprise and worry. Admin, a new message appeared from the admin. Admin 30 has entered. 30. We would like to share important information with those who have cleared the introductory trial. Sang Yun sat upright on the bed, concentrating. Important information. I don't know how to go back, but I need to remember all this information. Focus. The admin continued. 30. We will guide you on how to use the points you obtained from the introductory trial. 30. Points are used as currency in the Tower of Trials, most commonly in the shop. 30. You can also give or receive points from others using the community. 30. In the Tower of Trials, you cannot get a single drop of water without points. 30. Points can only be obtained through challenges. The last message froze Sang Yun. Points can only be obtained through challenges. He realized the harshness of this place. This means I have to do everything I can to get used to the tower's rules. Not being able to get water without points means I have to constantly participate in and clear challenges to earn points. 30. That's all for now. Admin 30 has exited. Chat has been enabled. Sang Yun clutched his head in frustration. I thought I could become a hunter if I just went back. He looked down at his longsword. Lost in thought, there's not much I can do with just a longsword. Selected shop, and Sang Yun purchased a wooden shield and some dried food. He reasoned that while all hunters had lost many stats when they entered the tower, the skills they had previously learned would be easily relearned. He stood up, fully armed with his sword and shield, and said with determined eyes, So I must not forget that I am not on the same starting line as them. If I don't train, there will be no way to catch up to them. After several hours of non-stop training, he collapsed on the floor exhausted. A green light enveloped his body, healing all his injuries and restoring his stamina. He stood up, stretched, and said, feeling refreshed, perfect. Thanks to the healing effect of the waiting room, I can train easily. I can easily train for the next challenge, he sighed, but the mental fatigue remained. His stomach rumbled. What about hunger? Inventory. A screen appeared before him. The inventory window displayed the items he had just purchased. He took out a piece of jerky and began to chew it. After buying a few things, I only have 40 points left. If I hadn't received additional rewards, a shield would have been a pipe dream. A countdown clock appeared. Time remaining until second floor challenge, 17 seconds. He realized that time was passing much faster than he thought. He looked at the community window. The originally chaotic chat room had become quite quiet as the time to clear the second floor approached. He stood alone in the spacious room, feeling anxiety creep in. Will I be able to survive again? He quickly shook off the doubt and hardened his gaze. No, I will survive. Time remaining until second floor challenge. 10 seconds. The clock began to count down the final few seconds. The clock counted down the final few seconds. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Time remaining until second floor challenge, 0. A choice appeared before his eyes. Do you accept the second floor challenge? Sang Yun did not hesitate. The floor beneath his feet transformed into a water gate, sucking him into another space. He free fell into a lush forest. 2 notification windows appeared. You have entered the second floor of the Tower of Trials. Tower of Trials selected difficulty, hard. Sang Yun landed lightly on the ground. He looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings and muttered, a forest this time. A new mission was quickly given. The theme of this trial is assassination. Assassinate the orc chieftain within the time limit. Images of a brutal orc army flashed through his mind. Sang Yun exclaimed, Orc chieftain? He quickly found a high cliff to survey the situation. From above, a massive and crowded orc camp unfolded before his eyes. Sang Yun froze at the scale of the enemy, and cold sweat streamed down his temples. Orc tribe. He observed the orcs patrolling the camp. His brain quickly analyzed the situation. In that case, he gritted his teeth, unable to believe this insane mission. Go into that orc-infested place and defeat the chieftain? He continued to observe the massive, fully armed orc guards. They appeared extremely strong and alert. Hidden in the bushes, Sang Yun utilized all the knowledge he had gained over the past 7 years. Usually, if there are guards in an orc tribe in a dungeon, then you could say there are hunters. It's very difficult to say you can defeat orc hunters. But the problem is there are too many orcs. He assessed the threat. To defeat all these orcs, at least an E-grade hunter party would be needed to avoid death. He was well aware of how disadvantaged he was. His eyes blurred and helplessness washed over him. What should I do? This is truly despairing, he said. I should retreat for now and plan to come back later, and started to withdraw, but suddenly a thought flashed through his mind, stopping him. As a daring plan formed, a light gleamed in his eyes. There's a way. A way to complete this challenge. Sang Yun took out a torch and used the system function to create firewood. He muttered, Okay, I can make enough firewood. The flames illuminated his determined face. Now he used the system panel and fire to create something. A cunning smile spread across Sang Yun's lips. Oh, this works. Orcs might seem like lazy pigs, but they're quite a diligent species. He recalled an important piece of information. Hiding behind a tree, he continued to watch them. Hunters always go hunting in the morning. They'll come back when the sun begins to set, so I have plenty of time. The only way to complete this challenge, given the maximum difficulty and numerical disadvantage, was to use fire. Sang Yun's eyes gleamed, reflecting the sparks of his plan. He observed the orc guards leaving their posts. According to the Hunter Association, orc guards don't always stand guard. They return to the village to eat or rest. He found a flaw in their defense system. Sang Yun sprang into action. He threw the prepared torches across the entire orc village, creating a blazing inferno. The orcs in the village panicked at the sudden conflagration. They screamed and ran around in confusion. Sang Yun observed the ring of fire he had created from a distance, thinking to himself that if he blocked the village with fire, he wouldn't have to worry about encountering the orc hunters returning from their hunt. He continued to watch the orc laborers running around frantically. Before that happened, I need to kill at least 2 orc laborers. He secretly followed a group of orcs fleeing to the river. As one orc laborer bent down to drink water, it sensed something amiss and warily looked around. Immediately, Sang Yun sprang from his hiding spot in the water and stabbed the orc in the throat. The orc could only let out a painful scream, and the familiar crimson skull screen began to emanate from the orc's corpse. Unique characteristic Necromancy F has been activated. Would you like to absorb the orc's soul? Sang Yun, enveloped in dark energy, gave a satisfied smile. He whispered, "Yes, this is what I've been waiting for. You have absorbed the orc's soul. Proficiency has increased by 9. He felt the new power flowing through his body. A low, powerful voice echoed from behind him. Sang Yun turned around and faced a massive orc twice the size of the others. A guard. Sang Yun immediately recognized the threat. A guard. The guard let out a fierce roar and swung its weapon with terrifying force. Sang Yun barely managed to block it with his shield. He was pushed back by the guard's strength. Sang Yun gritted his teeth and shouted in his mind, "Absorb." Using stored souls permanently increases stats. As Sang Yun gathered his strength to push back the attack, a blue light enveloped him. The orc seemed bewildered by this sudden change. Strength has increased by 4, agility has increased by 2. Sang Yun's eyes shone brightly as he felt the new power. After a brief but intense struggle, Sang Yun defeated the guard. He panted, "Acting recklessly will be dangerous. Fast recovery skill has been reactivated. Using stored souls permanently increases stats. Stamina has increased by 4, he said. Oh, this guard even boosts my stamina. Strength has increased by 2, agility has increased by 3. Sang Yun clenched his fist. Good, if things continue like this, the risk of fighting the guards will be greatly reduced. Sang Yun returned to the burning village entrance, preparing for the next stage of his plan. Calculated in his head. 3 laborers, 1 guard, and 1 old chieftain. That's 5 in total. His ultimate target, the chieftain, was desperately directing the remaining orcs. As long as I'm careful with the guards, I shouldn't have any trouble dealing with the chieftain. The old chieftain, protected by loyal guards, was trying to put out the fire. Sang Yun launched his attack. Thanks to absorbing the guard, the laborers posed no threat at all. He easily defeated them, and blood splattered as he cleared a path toward his main objective. He plunged into the midst of the chaotic battle. Sang Yun confronted the chieftain and his bodyguard head-on. He struggled to block the bodyguard's attacks. In the inferno, the old chieftain began to flee, leaving the bodyguard alone. Sang Yun realized that the bodyguard had been separated from the chieftain and seemed to have given up on protecting him. He knew this was his chance. Then that bodyguard is the last obstacle. He charged forward, letting out a powerful shout and pouring all his strength into his attack. His sword pierced the bodyguard's body. The old chieftain could only let out a desperate scream as he was engulfed by the flames and disappeared. Sang Yun stood over the bodyguard's corpse, gazing at the victorious flames. The chieftain summoned a pillar of fire. Sang Yun gasped and cried out in horror. A massive blaze erupted from the chieftain's staff, engulfing Sang Yun. He screamed in extreme pain. "Ah!" The orc chieftain let out an enraged roar, but Sang Yun stood firm within the flames, refusing to fall. The chieftain's eyes widened aghast, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Sang Yun gritted his teeth, enduring the burning pain. A notification appeared. Achievement: 1 who endured the pain of fire has been achieved. Fire resistance F skill has been created. With eyes burning with hatred, Sang Yun snarled, "You're dead." The chieftain, terrified, launched another fire attack, but it was too late. Sang Yun charged through the flames and swung his sword at the chieftain. The chieftain stumbled backward with a painful scream, both his arms severed. Realizing the disadvantage, the chieftain began to flee towards the largest tent in the camp. Sang Yun calmly observed, with no intention of letting his prey escape. The old chieftain trudged with difficulty across the desolate, ash-covered ground. Sang Yun stood there, a blue light emanating from the sword in his hand, ready to finish him off. As Sang Yun entered, he saw the chieftain on his knees, covering 2 young orcs who were crying. One child clung to his leg, trembling and watching the scene unfold. Sang Yun paused. A thought flashed through his mind. "So you cherish your family too?" He was silent, his face shadowed. Memories of the fated day flooded back. His parents' last words echoed in his mind. "Sang Yun, run. You'll survive." Suddenly, one of the young orcs picked up a dagger, its eyes red with hatred, and snarled. Sang Yun said coldly, "How foolish, seriously. Even if I become a ghost, I will." His vow echoed once more. "I will cut off the bloodline of you monsters." He ended his vow with a cruel act. A notification window appeared. "Congratulations. You have completed the second floor of the Tower of Trials. He looked down at the broken shield in his hand. This shield is no longer usable. It saved my life though. He closed the notification windows. That was really close this time. He opened the community window and was horrified by what he read. Half of them died. That's truly brutal. He narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on the last two messages. Kim Si-hoon wrote, "Look, he killed half of them." Han Seo-jin informed, "I found out how to return to Earth with my question ticket." Hope reignited in Sang-yoon's heart. There's a way to return to Earth. People began to share the information they had gained. Info. One of the 5 commands available in the Tower of Trials. Info. Please write your question. Your question has been sent. The administrator will send a reply. You will receive a question ticket each time you enter a new floor, Sang-yoon realized. Can use my question ticket there. People began to consolidate the most important information. Temporary return stones are being sold, allowing a few days return to Earth after clearing the 5th floor. And after the 7th floor, a large-scale system expansion will occur and permanent return items will be sold. Sang-yoon looked up and clenched his fists. With my current abilities and skills, if I return to Earth, I can become an A-rank hunter. He looked at his Necromancy skill panel. Unique characteristic, Necromancy F, proficiency 65. Basic effect, absorb the souls of the deceased and use them at will. Additional effect, permanently increase stats. The increase amount is proportional to the grade and quality of the soul used. Additional effect, you can store and use souls. The number of storable souls increases proportionally to your grade. He nodded, filled with longing. If I return to Earth with this ability, it will be an absolutely overpowered ability. I want to return to Earth. He tried to maintain his composure. I've only just completed the 2nd floor. The 8th floor is still a long way off. Let's think positively. My stats were originally insignificant, but now they're average and heading towards 20. He looked at his status panel. Status, Han Sang-yoon, Strength 18, Stamina 15, Agility 14, Magic 7, Unique characteristic, Necromancy F skills, Fast Recovery E, Fire Resistance F, Pain Resistance D. He decided to take off his torn clothes first. I have 5 souls that I risked my life to get. I need to absorb them all first. A powerful stream of crimson energy enveloped Sang-yoon's body. His stats skyrocketed. Status, Han Sang-yoon, Strength 27, Stamina 25, Agility 28, Magic 13, Unique characteristic, Necromancy F skills, Fast Recovery E, Fire Resistance F, Pain Resistance D. He felt an unprecedented surge of power. It's like energy is overflowing in my body. He threw a punch into the air and a powerful shockwave ripped across the ceiling. He laughed madly. Is this what they mean by transcending human limits? He lunged forward at incredible speed. Oh, he suddenly shouted, unable to control the sudden surge of power. Ah, he crashed into the wall, causing a small explosion. He lay on the floor, bleeding from his nose, laughing weakly. Ha, the sudden growth has made my physical spacing go crazy. He opened the shop. Purchased Dried Old Tree Shield D, 2,100 points deducted. Dried Old Tree Shield D, a shield made by a dark wizard from a dried old tree. When stamina decreases, an enhancement effect is activated. He said using the reward items from the previous trial would be perfect. Black Steel Dagger E, reaction speed 5, attack speed 10. A dagger made of black steel infused with dark magic. Assassin's Cloak D, all senses -10. If agility stat is below 50, applied stat increases by 5. Magic effect, movement speed increases for 1 minute. Cooldown is 24 hours. Sang-yoon equipped all his newly acquired items. He sighed, I need to get used to all my items and stats before the next challenge. He firmly vowed to become so strong that no one could ever approach him. A spatial gate opened, signaling the start of the next challenge. You have entered the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials. Tower of Trials selected difficulty. Hard. The theme of this trial is a duel. Sang-yoon looked around the new space. He found himself standing in a huge cave. A cave. The Shadow Guardian will enter in 10 seconds. This notification startled Sang-yoon. Time remaining until Shadow Guardian enters, 5 seconds. He took a stance, thinking it could come from any direction, just like the sand golem. Get ready. 3 seconds, 1 second. The Shadow Guardian enters. A shadow separated from Sang-yoon's own shadow, forming an enemy identical to him. Sang-yoon immediately realized the enemy's nature. The shadow attacked and Sang-yoon barely managed to block it. He gritted his teeth, facing an opponent identical to himself. Defeat the Shadow Guardian. The twin Sang-yoon and his doppelganger rushed at each other, engaging in a fierce battle. They lunged at each other. The clash of swords sparked in the dark cave, taking advantage of a momentary opening. The doppelganger grazed Sang-yoon's back, leaving a deep wound. Fast recovery skill activated. Sang-yoon thought in horror. If I hadn't moved, my spine would have been severed. He retreated and observed the doppelganger's stance, realizing something. Wait, that stance is... Sang-yoon glared at his opponent. Terrible hypothesis formed in his mind. Is that bastard copying my skills? He gritted his teeth. I'll have to find out by fighting. They rushed at each other again. Identical swordsmanship techniques unfolded. The doppelganger suddenly snarled and the wounds on its body began to heal. Sang-yoon was startled. The doppelganger snarled and its body was enveloped in a black aura. He let out a hollow laugh. It seems it can use recovery skills too. The doppelganger attacked again, and its attacks became increasingly powerful and precise. Sang-yoon retreated. I see, this monster is copying me. He dodged the doppelganger's lethal attack. A thought flashed through his mind. In that case, I can use the weaknesses in my swordsmanship to defeat it. Sang Yun began to use complex and deliberate swordsmanship movements. Leading the doppelganger to imitate him, he thought to himself, perfect. Just like this, he suddenly changed his attack, aiming for the intentional opening he had created. Sang Yun was startled. Wait, what's that? The doppelganger didn't fall for the trap. It even counterattacked more powerfully, and he was flung backward by the unexpected attack. He gritted his teeth. It's not a coincidence. Has it gotten stronger in such a short time? The doppelganger snarled defiantly, and a blue light enveloped Sang Yun. Assassin's Cloak de-intrinsic effect activated. Movement speed 15. He realized that time was running out. I can't drag this out any longer. I need to finish this within 1 minute, time remaining, 0.09 seconds. The doppelganger also sensed the urgency and snarled. Sang Yun charged at maximum speed, his cloak flapping. He unleashed a decisive attack. The two swords clashed, locked in fierce combat. Sang Yun sweated profusely, panting. It worked. He slashed its shoulder. The doppelganger screamed and unexpectedly swung its dagger, slicing off Sang Yun's arm. Sang Yun, surprised by the attack, gritted his teeth with a pained expression. He screamed in pain and retreated, panting and telling himself, "It's not over yet. I have to focus." Suddenly, the doppelganger twisted unnaturally and stopped in its tracks. It didn't move. Sang Yun watched. Even if it has insane recovery abilities, it will take some time to recover. Now is the chance to kill it. He looked down at the only remaining dagger. But what should I do without a sword? Movement speed increased by 15. 0 minutes and 11 seconds remaining. Time was running out. He looked at the shield in his hand. Yes, it might be crazy. It's better to die trying than to die in vain. He charged with all his might. He swung the shield like a weapon. The doppelganger only screamed in surprise. Grr. Sang Yun used his speed to close the distance quickly and attacked in quick succession. The doppelganger tried to attack with its twisted arm. Sang Yun gritted his teeth and put all his strength into the shield. He pushed the doppelganger back but didn't let go. He roared, pressing the doppelganger until it couldn't resist. The doppelganger began to twist horribly under Sang Yun's attacks. Sang Yun raised his bloodied shield high. He snarled, "Die." He brought the shield down with all his might. Congratulations. You have passed the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials. You have entered the 4th floor waiting room. All status effects and injuries have been healed. A green beam of light enveloped his body, healing him. He looked at his completely recovered hands. He touched the wall, feeling its solidity. He punched the wall to test his newfound strength. The wall cracked like a giant spiderweb. He grinned widely. Guess I'm fully recovered. Number of souls 1-5. This is the doppelganger's soul, obtained by clearing the 3rd floor trial. He looked at the dark soul orb floating in his hand. The density of its soul is incomparable to other monsters. As soon as he absorbed the soul, a series of notifications appeared. Unique characteristic Necromancy's proficiency has reached 100. Unique characteristic Necromancy's grade has increased by 1 level. Necromancy E. Unique characteristic Necromancy E proficiency 0. Basic effect. Absorb the souls of the deceased and use them at will. Additional effect. Permanently increase stats. The increase amount is proportional to the grade and quality of the soul used. Additional effect. You can store and use souls. The number of storable souls increases proportionally to your grade. Additional effect. When absorbing the soul of the deceased, you can randomly acquire one of the awakened skills the soul possessed with equal probability. Sang Yun froze. I can absorb their skills? Additional effect. When absorbing the soul of the deceased, you can randomly acquire one of the awakened skills the soul possessed with equal probability. He realized he had obtained the fast recovery skill after facing death. Skills were not easily obtained. He let out a self-satisfied laugh. I never imagined I'd get such an overpowered characteristic. Of course, this characteristic has a random element. Well, I'll have to test how lucky I am. You have entered the community. Difficulty hard. Community 4th floor 8801508. He browsed the bulletin board as the 3rd waiting room now felt familiar. He noticed a heated discussion. Information about the next trial. Kim Si-hoon. The 4th floor trial seems to be a unified trial. Oh Cheon-sok. What's a unified trial? Is there anything special about it? Kim Si-hoon. It seems everyone is going through the same trial, Sang Yun mumbled. A unified trial. He concluded that he would have to work as a team. Kim Si-hoon. I might be overthinking this, but I figured out that the theme of this trial is competition. Competition between hunters only means slaughter. A terrible realization dawned on Sang Yun. He might have to kill others in this trial. Sang Yun's grim thoughts were interrupted. You have been teamed with other challengers. The 4th floor trial begins now. Time remaining 1 day. Joint trial clear condition. Defeat the Goblin King within the remaining time. A gigantic castle gate appeared before him. Penalty for trial failure. Death. A green beam of light enveloped Sang Yun, preparing to teleport him to the arena. He appeared with 2 other people. One was a burly man with a massive greatsword, and the other was a woman holding a staff. All 3 stood within a complex magic circle. Sang Yun was surprised. He reluctantly looked at his 2 teammates, feeling a slight awkwardness. This is really awkward. I've only dealt with monsters until now. The woman with the staff spoke first. Now that we're a team, how about we introduce ourselves? She confidently introduced herself. My name is Lee Hai-yin, and I specialize in team support, and I was once an E-rank hunter. She looked at Sang Yun, evaluating him. Hunter? Well, our hunter might not be bad either, the burly man growled. I am Lee Sung-gyun. I was a hunter specializing in close combat and I was once a D-rank hunter. Sang Yun thought to himself, why is he acting like that? He was D-rank, he must have been quite a high-ranking individual. He turned to introduce himself. Nice to meet you. I am Han Sang Yun. I also specialize in close combat outside, that is, he continued. I wasn't a hunter, but I hope to become one. Sang Yun was immediately scoffed at. What, you were a hunter trainee? Sang Yun thought coldly. Just don't get in my way, Sang Yun said arrogantly. I'm confident I can fulfill my role, Sang Yun replied. Of course, Sang Yun warned. Let me warn you in advance, if I decide you are a detriment to the team, you will be eliminated. The shadow of past contempt resurfaced in his mind. He thought bitterly, yes, I'm used to this. I had forgotten. Sang Yun ordered, this rookie will stand in the back and deal with the weak mobs. Meanwhile, Hai Yan assessed in her mind, I don't like him, but he seems to have the skill to prove his words aren't just bravado. The three stood before the castle gate. Sang Yun told himself, in the Tower of Trials only skill matters. The theme of the trial is a 3vs3 competition. Cooperate with your teammates to complete the trial before other teams. The castle gate opens now. The heavy gate slowly opened. A swarm of ferocious goblins burst out from the darkness. Sang Yun charged forward swinging his greatsword. He desperately fended them off, snarling, damn it, how are these goblins moving so coordinated? And he yelled at Sang Yun, what are you doing, you damned rookie? Come and fight. Sang Yun stood calmly even after knocking down a goblin. It infuriated Sang Yun even more. He didn't even care what was happening. Unbelievable, really. Hai Yan was casting a spell when Sang Yun interrupted. Shut up, hurry up and heal me, she replied, fending off the goblins. I've already used all my support magic. Sang Yun approached her. Hunter Lee Hai Yan, he seems to need some help. Excuse me for a moment. Hai Yan was surprised by his actions. What? Wait, Sang Yun brushed past her. She screamed and said, Han Sang Yun, if you break formation, who will cover my back? She looked behind her, completely unaware of what was happening. What? The battlefield was covered in goblin corpses. Hai Yan froze at the sight. Seeing Sang Yun single-handedly wipe out all the monsters, she said in disbelief, unbelievable. Goblins attacked. Meanwhile, Sang Yun struggled to block the goblins' attacks. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. More elite goblins began to appear. One swung a spiked mace and Sang Yun barely managed to raise his arm to block it but was sent flying backward. Another goblin jumped and swung its knife at the off-balance Sang Yun. He desperately cursed. Damn it, he screamed in regret and anger. If only there wasn't a damned rookie on the team. Just as the blade was about to strike, a black shadow charged in. It blocked the attack. Sang Yun's eyes widened in surprise. The goblins screamed as they were torn apart by Sang Yun's lightning-fast swordsmanship. Sang Yun stammered. Rookie. Sang Yun turned coldly and said, Mr. Lee Sung-gyun, please step back. Sang Yun flushed with shock and bewilderment, remaining silent. Sang Yun glanced at him and said in a deadpan voice, right now you're just a damn burden. Sang Yun charged into the midst of the goblin horde. His sword danced a dance of death. Achievement Goblin Hunter achieved. He became a whirlwind of destruction on the battlefield. Sang Yun's jaw dropped as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing as the last goblin fell. A dark aura began to gather around Sang Yun. He stood among the souls waiting to be absorbed, thinking to himself, they probably can't see my unique characteristic. Sword energy, can I absorb it at will? Using stored souls permanently increases stats. Strength has increased by 3, agility has increased by 4, stamina has increased by 2, endurance has increased by 7. One of the goblin archer's skills is absorbed. Sang Yun was surprised. Archer's sight skill F proficiency. Partial effect. Overall vision is expanded, making it easier to see approaching enemies. He thought about his vision. His field of vision suddenly expanded, allowing him to see the battlefield clearly. He realized, oh, so this is what it feels like to have expanded vision. He smiled confidently. This is amazing, and he returned to his teammates. They were looking at him with completely different eyes. Sang Yun smiled awkwardly. I guess I was lucky, challenger. You fought weak goblins, but you did well. Both of them were speechless. Sang Yun pulled down his hood, taking command. From now on I will lead and give instructions. I think it will be better for the team's efficiency. Sang Yun's blue eyes were cold and sharp. He stared directly at his speechless teammate, exerting invisible pressure. Is there a problem? Sang Yun gritted his teeth, veins throbbing at his temples, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. He was clearly very angry and frustrated, but he couldn't say anything. In the end, Sang Yun gave in. He reluctantly replied, all right, what else is there to do? Sang Yun ignored his sarcastic remark and continued to give orders. From now on, Mr. Lee Sung-gyun, please focus only on protecting Hunter Lee Hai Yan. Sang Yun turned to Hai Yan and said in a gentle voice, Ms. Lee Hai Yan, please continue doing what you did before. Support us from the rear. Hai Yan immediately nodded. She gave a reliable smile. Yes, understood, Sang Yun concluded. Then please cooperate until the end, Sang Yun declared firmly. Then we will continue with the exploration. Immediately, Hai Yan raised her staff and a green beam of light enveloped her as she prepared a spell. At the same time, a notification panel appeared in Sang Yun's mind as he began to absorb souls from the dead bodies around him. All goblin souls are absorbed. A new wave of power swept through his body and proficiency increased by 11. He continued to advance, clearing more goblins, and notifications kept appearing. Proficiency increased by 12. The remaining time was 1437. After entering deep into the ruins for a while, the team stopped. Sang Yun pondered. Goblins usually appear periodically, but it's strangely quiet now. Suddenly, thanks to his newly acquired skill, Sang Yun's vision caught something strange. He became vigilant. He immediately charged forward, startling his two teammates. Sang Yun and Hai Yan hurried after him, not knowing what was happening. Sang Yun sharply asked, Damn it, what's going on? Before them was a dried-up fountain, but above it were very recent traces of battle and scattered goblin corpses, Sang Yun said. It seems other challengers have passed through here before us, Sang Yun said in disbelief. Unbelievable. How can they be so fast? Hai Yin agreed. Sang Yun knelt down and touched the bloody stains on a goblin corpse. He felt the lingering warmth and said, it's still warm. If we hurry, we can catch up to them. Sang Yun stood up, his voice turning serious and urgent. If another team gets to the boss before us, we won't get the rewards needed to complete the challenge. Then we'll all die. Sang Yun's eyes gleamed with determination. We'd better hurry. As soon as he finished speaking, another swarm of goblins burst out from somewhere. Their cruel screams echoed all around. This time, Sang Yun didn't hesitate. He wielded his shield and sword and charged alone into the horde of monsters. He perfectly fulfilled his role. Suddenly an unfamiliar shadow descended from above, and the two daggers in his hands glinted lethally. The goblin below could only let out a shriek. Gagged, the unfamiliar man landed softly on the ground. His face was contorted with disgust. Constantly killing these goblins is starting to make me sick. This is the last group, right? He said, charging into the goblin horde, his body moving like the wind, leaving only the monster's screams in his wake. He leaped into the air, spun around, and delivered a precise strike, instantly dispatching the remaining goblins. His eyes glowed with a red flash, and as he landed, he contemptuously spat out a single word, idiots. The battle was over in an instant. He stood amidst pools of goblin blood and torn bodies. Behind him, two teammates approached. One looked like a tank, the other a mage. Both spoke in admiration simultaneously. Well done. He turned around. With a face full of irritation and fatigue, he scowled. Damn it, I did all the hunting myself. Then he snarled at the tank. Jinhu, are you enjoying me carrying you like this? Jinhu was startled and hastily waved his hands, stammering. No, Hung Nim. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Never mind, go open the boss room door, he added. Let's finish this quickly and go back. Jinhu replied yes, grinning and dashing toward the door. Yes, Hung Nim, I'll open it right away. But as he drew closer, Jinhu's smile vanished, his face turned pale, and he mumbled in fear, damn it. Just then, a blue system notification window suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Conditions met. All Challenger team members will enter the Goblin King's Spiral Tower. The boss battle will begin when only one of the two teams remains. Sang Yun froze as he read the ominous text from afar. No one can leave the current location. Sang Yun's team looked up in extreme confusion. Gigantic red transparent cube descended from the sky, enveloping the entire area and trapping both teams inside. He stared bewildered at the enclosed space, muttering, what the hell is this? His team's mage pointed forward in terror. Senior, they're over there. He sighed and cursed softly. Ha, damn it, this is really going to be a pain now. He stepped forward without hesitation, blocking his teammates, and declared firmly, I'll handle them alone. Sang Yun turned to Hai Yin and said in a calm, calculating voice, Ms. Li Hai Yin, just apply the agility buff on me. Focus all other buffs on Mr. Han Sung Gyun. Hai Yin listened quietly, her eyes gleaming with worry. She looked directly at Sang Yun and said in a sincere voice, I know you're strong because I've seen it with my own eyes, but human hunters can be much more terrifying than monsters. Her voice echoed with the image of three menacing enemies that had appeared. Their eyes glowed in the darkness. Sang Yun nodded slightly, his eyes unwavering and resolute. Understood. I'll let you know if the situation becomes dangerous, he continued. Then I'll rely on your support. Hai Yin took a deep breath and focused her magic on her staff. She replied firmly, Understood. A green beam of light enveloped Sang Yun. Simultaneously, a notification window appeared. Agility has increased by 2. Agility enhancement effect lasts for 10 minutes. Sang Yun felt the surging power and thought to himself, I've confirmed that I'm stronger than an average hunter, and I've killed over 30 goblins here. From the opposite side, he commanded his teammates, his face full of vigilance. He's coming, get ready. Sang Yun gripped his weapon tightly, his blue eyes flashing with determination. With my current self I can do it. Sang Yun immediately unleashed his speed, charging forward like an arrow. The ground beneath his feet cracked from the propulsion. He watched Sang Yun's incredible speed, startled and sweating coldly. He hadn't expected his opponent to be so fast, and he urgently shouted, Jinhu, use your shield with all your might. Right now? Jinhu was frightened but instantly obeyed. Yes, Jinhu snarled, focusing all his energy on his shield. Open the shield. A massive golden pyramid-shaped wall of light appeared, blocking the entire team. Sang Yun was already in midair, his sword raised high. His entire body was enveloped in dark energy, ready to deliver a destructive blow. Clang, an earth-shattering crash echoed as Sang Yun's sword struck directly at the apex of the shield of light. With a blinding explosion, the shield shattered into countless fragments. Whoa, all three of his team members were thrown backward by the immense shockwave of the attack. Sang Yun landed softly on the ground, having completely breached the opponent's defenses and charged right into the middle of their formation. Immediately, a chaotic battle ensued. Sang Yun single-handedly confronted two of the enemy's main damage dealers. Blue and white sword lines clashed, constantly sparking. From a distance, Sang Yun and Hai Yin watched, jaws agape in horror. They couldn't believe the sight unfolding before their eyes. He gritted his teeth, groaning, one arm numb after the impact. Sang Yun moved like a ghost between the two enemies, his sword and small shield perfectly blocking and counterattacking every strike. He attacked, thinking in confusion, something strange. Even though my swordsmanship is much more skilled, he's blocking my attacks in a really odd way. Sang Yun's eyes suddenly glowed a deep blue, and he decided internally, I'll have to use more force. Sang Yun gently parried his attack, throwing him off balance, and seizing the opportunity, Sang Yun delivered his final blow. His sword blade was enveloped in blue energy, and he snarled, this is the end. Clang! Sang Yun's sword blade perfectly blocked his attack. He froze for a moment, unable to believe the sight before his eyes. Sang Yun's blue eyes were unwavering and resolute, and he observed every subtle movement of his opponent with extreme concentration. He gritted his teeth, and a terrible realization flashed through his mind. It's his eyes, he can see my sword lines. Realizing he had been seen through, he immediately retreated, attempting to create distance. Suddenly a red flash erupted from the small shield in Sang Yun's hand. He was startled, and his vision was completely enveloped in red light. He mumbled in dismay, "Damn it, my vision!" Taking advantage of his opponent's blinded moment, Sang Yun charged, and the sword in his hand shone, piercing through him. He could only let out a painful scream and fell into a pool of blood. He gritted his teeth and spat out a final curse, "You damn bastard." Damn it! As the last enemy fell, a system notification window appeared. "Congratulations, you have completed the special mission. Additional rewards for the 4th floor challenge will be given. Combat has ended." Sang Yun's team stood amidst the corpses of the opposing team. The atmosphere was eerily silent. Hai Yin stared intently at Sang Yun, watching blood drip from his clenched hand. She narrowed her eyes, realizing something was strange, and thought to herself, "Is he trembling?" Hai Yin approached carefully, a hint of concern in her voice. "Excuse me, are you okay?" Sang Yun turned back, his face covered in blood and dirt, and replied softly, "Yes, I'm fine." Hai Yin analyzed internally. Perhaps he's in shock after killing someone for the first time. "I thought he was a strong and cold person." Sang Yun turned away from the bodies and faced his two teammates, asking, "I'm thinking of proceeding directly to the boss battle now, is that okay?" Hai Yin nodded. "I'm fine." Sang Yun, still in shock, replied, "I'm fine too." The boss room door opened, and the Goblin King appeared with a ferocious roar. Sang Yun charged without hesitation, the sword in his hand emitting a lethal flash. He took down the boss with a single blow. Goblin King challenge objective defeated. Sang Yun stood, blood dripping from his sword, as the massive boss's corpse crumbled behind him. He stammered, his face pale with horror. "He's a monster." The final notification window appeared. "Congratulations, you have completed the 4th floor of the Tower of Trials. All stats increased by 4 as a clear reward. You have obtained the Instant Acceleration D skill as an additional clear reward." Moving to the waiting room, Sang Yun quickly said, "I'll go first," and without looking back he hurried into the portal. Sang Yun turned to Hai Yin and said, "Ms. Li Hai Yin, I hope you returned safely." Hai Yin hesitated, replying, She looked at Sang Yun and said in a sincere voice, "It might be unnecessary for me to say this, but you only did what had to be done." Images of the dead players flashed through her mind. Hai Yin continued in a firm voice, "It was something someone had to do, and if Mr. Sang Yun couldn't have done it, I would have." Sang Yun was surprised by her words. He let out a relieved smile. "Thank you for thinking that way." As Sang Yun turned, Hai Yin raised her hand as if to say something, and when he looked back she had a puzzled expression. An unexpected notification window appeared before Sang Yun's eyes. "Challenger Li Hai Yin has sent a friend request." He stared at the screen in silence. Hai Yin sighed, looking a little regretful. "The 4th floor challenge was completed thanks to you, but it's a bit regrettable that I didn't receive any rewards." She looked directly into Sang Yun's eyes and suggested, "If you ever return to Earth later, please look for Li Hai Yin of the Silver Guild." Sang Yun watched Hai Yin's retreating back as she entered the portal, his blue eyes showing a complex light. A moment later, he was the only one left in the empty waiting room. The 2 portals also slowly vanished into thin air. He sat amidst the dark souls of the corpses floating around. He told himself, "Now I'm alone. I have to make a decision." His eyes turned to the soul slowly emerging from Leon's corpse. "An important decision lies before me. Should I absorb human souls?" He remembered when he first realized he could do this. He had been putting it off because he knew that once he crossed that line there would be no turning back. As the temptation of power surged, a crazed smile spread across his face. He clenched his fist and finally made his decision. "I've decided." The dark souls from the corpses were immediately sucked into him. They screamed as they were absorbed. Sang Yun's blue eyes gleamed with resolve. "I need to become stronger, but I won't do it by killing people. But if the situation demands it, I will." His dream of becoming a hunter had ignited other inherent desires. The Tower of Trials had given him an opportunity, and he would seize it. "I want to keep advancing in the Tower of Trials." He resolutely walked into the portal to the next floor. "You have entered the 5th floor waiting room." A notification window suddenly appeared. "System expansion. Unified Trials, a system ranking all challengers has been created," he said in surprise. "Challenger ranking. Please enter your nickname." He crossed his arms and fell into thought, mumbling vaguely as he quickly made a decision. "This will do." Nickname changed from Han Sang Yun to Hunter. The leaderboard appeared and he read it, wondering, "Oh, that's really neat. Am I on the leaderboard too?" He widened his eyes in astonishment as he saw his results. 16th place, Hunter A, and detailed information. "Oh," he exclaimed. "My rank is much higher than I thought." Challengers within the top 50 will be called Pioneers. Challengers called Pioneers will receive benefits on the 8th floor. If you maintain Pioneer status until the 8th floor, you will receive a privilege. An aura, he wondered. An aura? What kind of skill would that be? He waved his hand, deciding not to think about it anymore. I'll just find out when I get there. Please select the souls you wish to absorb." Number of souls held for 15. Player Leon, Player Li Jinhu, Player Li Sung-gyun, Goblin King. Sang Yun chose to absorb everything and dark energy swirled around him. "Your stats have permanently increased using stored souls." He clenched his fist, feeling power surge through his body. Now I truly feel like I've transcended human limits. He opened the system shop, purchased returning stone F, 2,100 points deducted. Returning stone F allows you to return to where you came from for 3 days. It would be best to keep the stone with me. To check if he could take equipment with him, he activated the stone. You have used the returning stone. You are now returning to Earth. Sang-Yun mentally screamed that he was going back to Earth. Image 160 was superimposed and he was sucked into a spatial vortex. Challenger Han Sang-Yun's will to return has been confirmed. Consuming 1 returning stone, you are now returning to Earth. Image of Sang-Yun being sucked into a portal, the portal closing behind him. Challenger Han Sang-Yun has returned to his residence. In 3 days you will return to the Tower of Trials. The screen changed to a small, tidy room. Sang-Yun was lying on a thin mat on the floor. Morning sunlight streamed through the window. He slowly sat up, still a bit sleepy and groggy. His gaze stopped at the notes plastered all over the wall detailing dungeon rules and strategies. He mumbled, "I really came back." He sat on the bed, quietly surveying the familiar room. He lay back on the bed and said in a satisfied voice, "First I need to sleep," compared to the bed in the waiting room. This was heaven. A moment later he groaned and woke up. He grimaced at the unpleasant smell and sat up abruptly. "This smell is unbearable. I should go take a shower." He looked in the mirror and exclaimed in surprise, "Ha!" As he stood up, he inadvertently kicked a hard object on the floor. He bent down and cried out in surprise, picking up a sword and a small shield. A cunning yet excited smile spread across his lips. He had brought them just in case, and he thought that bringing items from the tower to Earth had actually worked. Then other challengers can also bring items to Earth. His eyes sharpened. I need to hurry. He imagined a future where more and more people would start returning to Earth, and with an overflow of items, hunter equipment prices would plummet. He thought, looking at the precious equipment in his hands, I need to sell them as quickly as possible. The problem was that only those with a hunter license could sell items. His gaze drifted to a memo on the wall, detailing 7 rules within a dungeon. He picked up his phone and thought, originally, I was planning to apply for and take the hunter exam when I returned to Earth next time. He scrolled through his phone, his expression turning serious. Things are going to be busier than I thought. He recalled the muscular man who used to train him, Baekryun Hunter Training Center Director Wang. At that moment in his office, the man turned at the ringing of his phone. "Hello, this is Baekryun Hunter Training Center Director Wang." A low, slightly gruff voice, Director Wang's voice, was heard. Sang-Yun calmly replied, "It's me, Han Sang-Yun. Do you still remember me, Director Wang?" Director Wang leaned back in his chair and replied in a contemptuous tone, "Of course I remember you. If you want to request a refund for your tuition, you can do it online," Sang-Yun said firmly. "I don't need a tuition refund." Director Wang was surprised for a moment. He straightened up and asked suspiciously, "Really? Don't change your mind later." Sang-Yun was confident. "Won't change my mind, but I have a favor to ask." Director Wang sighed. If you want to use the Baekryun Training Center more." "No," Sang-Yun cut straight to the chase. "Please help me apply for the hunter exam." Director Wang was speechless at the unexpected request. He said in a firm voice, "Have you forgotten your overall ability test result? F grade, the lowest grade." Sang-Yun calmly replied, "I know," Director Wang continued. "You don't even have a unique characteristic or skills. So if you ask me," Sang-Yun cut him off. "So even if I pay the tuition, you can't help me, Director." Director Wang paused at Sang-Yun's tone. He chuckled softly and changed his tone. "Well, if you pay, I have no intention of refusing." A confident smile spread across Sang-Yun's lips. "Then it's agreed. Please help me apply for the hunter exam today." After the call, Sang-Yun emerged from the shower. Still steaming, he let out a light sigh. Phew. He dried his hair and looked at his reflection in the steamed mirror. He was surprised to see his body. Firm, rugged muscles were clearly visible. He mumbled, "My body has changed quite a lot." He shook off his surprise and got dressed. "This isn't the time for this. The hunter exam is scheduled, so I should go." As soon as he opened his apartment door, he encountered his neighbor. He thought to himself, the lady next door. He quietly watched her retreating figure. "The normal life I always yearned for, just seeing a neighbor pass by was so good." He greeted her. "Hello." She turned around, slightly surprised. She looked him up and down and thought, the man next door looks like an old person trying to become a hunter." She politely replied, "Oh, hello." Sang-Yun nodded lightly and then said, "See you later." And he left while she entered the password on her apartment door. The lady next door looked at Sang-Yun's retreating figure and thought in surprise. But was he originally that tall? The screen shifted to Sang-Yun standing by the roadside trying to hail a taxi. He kept waving, but no one stopped. He mumbled, "It's really hard to catch a taxi today." He paused for a moment, frowning slightly. Suddenly he bent down and dashed off at incredible speed, leaving a faint trail on the pavement. A joyful smile spread across his lips. Running training might be a good way to get around too. He leaped into the air and soared over tall buildings. "I'll be there soon." Before long, the tall building of the Hunter Association came into view. As he entered the lobby, Director Wang and another man in a suit were waiting. The two men looked at him with scrutinizing eyes, and the atmosphere was filled with tension. Sang-Yun smiled and greeted them. "Long time no see, Director Wang." Director Wang replied with a sarcastic smile. Not that long, is it?" Sang-Yun explained. "I've been through some strange things recently, so it feels like a long time." Director Wang frowned. "Strange things?" Sang-Yun replied vaguely. "Something like that." The man in the suit stepped forward and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Investigator Kim In-Hu. I will be in charge of grading this hunter exam, Investigator Kim solemnly explained. As you know, in this hunter exam, Mr. Han Sang-yoon is exempt from the written and interview portions, with Director Wong serving as the observer. Do you have any questions about the exam procedure? Sang-yoon confidently replied, I'm familiar with the exam procedure. Excellent, then let's begin the exam right away, said Investigator Kim. Please follow me. Sang-yoon followed him, sword in hand. From the spectator stands, Director Wong ordered Investigator Kim. Investigator Kim, as I told you, please make sure he fails as quickly as possible. Investigator Kim confidently replied, Don't worry. I've prepared the most difficult opponent for a swordsman. Director Wong spoke into the microphone. Mr. Han Sang-yoon, if you're ready, please select the exam difficulty. You can choose from levels 1 to 10. Sang-yoon's eyes became resolute and sharp. He recalled the past. In previous exams he always chose level 1 and always lost to goblins. Images of his pathetic defeats flashed through his mind. He looked at his clenched hands and thought, because I was too weak. He raised his head and said in a firm voice, I will choose. Director Wong scoffed, thinking to himself, HMPH, of course he'll choose level 1. But Sang-yoon clearly declared, I will choose level 10. Director Wong froze, cold sweat trickling down his temples. He stammered, What? Sang-yoon smirked slightly. Director Wong gritted his teeth and mumbled, Crazy bastard. A mechanical voice echoed, The exam begins. Hunt the Phoenix. A colossal firebird appeared from the magic circle. Its cry resonated throughout the arena. Sang-yoon immediately felt an invisible pressure. Your movement has been reduced by 25 due to the predator's roar ability. He felt his sword tremble. From the spectator stands, Director Wong wore a wicked smile. He thought to himself, This brat can't possibly pass the exam, but just in case I tampered with his weapon. He gritted his teeth, his face twisted malevolently. I'll show you very cruelly what the price is for overstepping your bounds. Below the arena, the firebird spread its flaming wings wide. Its entire body was a colossal living torch, emanating immense heat. The monster let out an earth-shattering roar and swooped down, its fiery sharp talons aimed at Sang-yoon. Sang-yoon raised his head, his hair fluttering in the hot air. But his blue eyes shone with astonishing calmness, devoid of any trace of fear. A sudden flashback crossed Director Wong's mind. He remembered seeing his name on the final list of those who passed the hunter qualification exam. He rejoiced with his colleagues, raising a toast. When I first became a hunter, I thought I was the best, but the gap between me and my colleagues grew wider and wider, and eventually I couldn't keep up with them. So I gave up. An image of him being left alone flashed through his mind. In a world of hunters born with talent, talent was everything. I accepted reality and stopped trying. Humans give up when they hit an insurmountable wall. He excused his weakness. It's not just me. Everyone does that. Returning to reality, he watched Sang-yoon facing the Phoenix, projecting his own failures onto him. So, Han Sang-yoon, you give up too. Just then, Sang-yoon raised his sword and blocked the Phoenix's attack. Clang, a deafening crash resonated. Shattered, the sword shattered into pieces. Sang-yoon was surprised. No matter how low-grade a weapon, it shouldn't break like this. He looked up at the spectator stands and a spark of realization flashed in his eyes. Could it be? Director Wong leaned on the railing wearing an arrogant and cunning smile. He sneered to himself, what can he do with his bare hands? Hee. The Phoenix didn't give Sang-yoon time to think and opened its mouth, firing a colossal fireball. Sang-yoon smirked slightly. Better than I thought. This situation is perfect for testing the skill I obtained from the 4th floor trial. He whispered the skill's name, instant acceleration. A blue aura enveloped his body. Whoosh. He vanished just before the fireball hit, easily dodging the attack. He ran up the arena wall at incredible speed and then leaped towards the Phoenix. He mumbled in midair, a satisfied smile on his face. Oh, it's much better than the Assassin's Cloak's movement speed buff. Crash! The Phoenix let out an enraged roar, condensing an orb of energy in its mouth. Sang-yoon rushed like a meteor, holding the hilt of his broken sword in his hand. He put all his strength into burying the sword hilt deep into the Phoenix's head. Swoosh! The sword hilt was deeply embedded in the monster's skull. Blood and flames spurted. Sang-yoon landed softly on the ground as expected. The blade was too short. He picked up a large fragment from the arena floor. Hup! He yowled loudly, turned and threw the fragment like a disc. Thwack! The fragment accurately hit the Phoenix's head, knocking it down in one hit. Cough! The force of the throw was so strong that the shockwave shattered the protective glass in the spectator stands. Ah! Director Wong screamed in extreme terror. No, damn it, what is this guy? The Phoenix's corpse turned to ash. A mechanical voice echoed, The exam has ended. Congratulations. Sang-yoon stood in the middle of the arena, dusting off his hands, and waved casually at the dumbfounded Director Wong. Oh, are you still okay? I didn't expect it to fly that far. Haha. Director Wong stood frozen and speechless. Sang-yoon gave a meaningful smile. At the association reception desk, a female employee handed Sang-yoon a hunter card with a smiling face. Congratulations on becoming a hunter. Sang-yoon received the card. Thank you. The female employee added, Now that you are registered with the Hunter Association, you are an official hunter. Sang-yoon asked for confirmation. Can I now sell dungeon items too? The female employee nodded. Yes. At the same time, elsewhere, Director Wong slammed his hand on the table, trembling with rage and helplessness. In Director Wong's office, Investigator Kim sat opposite him and said in a cold, suspicious voice, Could you please explain what happened? The director shouted excitedly. I clearly told you to make him fail within 10 seconds, not to pass him. Director Wong sneered mockingly. Investigator Kim adjusted his tie, trying to maintain his composure. I did my best, as you requested, Director. I set it up so that Mr. Han Sang-yoon could not possibly pass with his abilities, Director Wong said irritably. Couldn't you have lowered the grade a little? Investigator Kim answered firmly. How could I lower it any further? He defeated a monster that would at least be classified as a D-rank hunter within 10 seconds. If I classified him as D-rank, the association would be swamped with complaints about Mr. Han Sang-yoon. Sang-yoon suddenly opened the door and interrupted the argument. He held up his hunter card and said, I've received my hunter license. Director Wong gritted his teeth and forced out, Congratulations, Han Sang-yoon. Sang-yoon looked at the two men with a tense expression, then smiled meaningfully and asked, You don't look well, did something happen? Director Wong let out a fake laugh. Ha ha ha, congratulations, Mr. Han Sang-yoon. No, I should call you Hunter Han Sang-yoon now, Sang-yoon replied. It just occurred to me. He turned around and looked out the window. Director Wong, Manhwa, your rank was C before you retired, wasn't it? Director Wong was silent, then growled, What exactly are you trying to say? Sang-yoon turned around, his eyes sharp. Do you remember calling me a loser last time? He looked directly at Director Wong and said, Honestly, I think you're the real loser, Director. A vein throbbed on Director Wong's forehead and his eyes were bloodshot with rage. You damn brat, Director Wong growled and lunged, swinging his fist at Sang-yoon. Investigator Kim exclaimed in surprise, Calm down. Sang-yoon easily caught Director Wong's fist. He thought to himself, as expected, the provocation worked. He smoothly dodged the other punch. Sang-yoon ducked and delivered a powerful swing to Director Wong's body. Director Wong whiffed, screaming in pain. Cold blue eyes. This is self-defense and this is retribution. Slap. He slapped him with tremendous force. Director Wong's cheek swelled and blood foamed from the corner of his mouth. He muttered in confusion, How can a C-rank have such power? The scene shifted to outside the association building at night. Investigator Kim asked Sang-yoon, Do you want to discuss becoming an exclusive hunter for the association? Sang-yoon replied, Yes, Investigator Kim explained. The minimum monthly salary is 1 million won, and if you want more, we can negotiate. This is an offer that won't disadvantage you. Sang-yoon looked at the business card, slightly surprised. 1 million won, quite high. Investigator Kim smiled. That's because I saw Hunter Han Sang-yoon's potential, Sang-yoon suddenly said. Director, honestly, I think you manipulated the exam difficulty. Investigator Kim was startled and speechless. Sang-yoon said, Well, I won't make a big deal out of it, but I can't sign a contract with someone I can't trust, and tossed the business card back. 2 days later, television news and newspapers were filled with information about the strange phenomenon of hunters being summoned to the Tower of Trials. Sang-yoon stood in his room and said, Now everyone knows about the Tower of Trials. He picked up his phone and a small jewelry box, chuckling softly. Haha, I sold my equipment for quite a bit and I used the 3 days very efficiently. He looked at the clock on his phone. Now, time is almost up. A system notification window appeared. You will return to the Tower of Trials soon, he said. Good, and purple light enveloped Sang-yoon. Time is up. Returning to the Tower of Trials, he whispered with anticipation. Finally, I can feel the joy of growing again. As the light of teleportation enveloped his body, Sang-yoon's face was filled with anticipation and a mad smile. He whispered, It's going to be busy when I get back. The purple energy flow swirled violently, and he felt a little dizzy as he passed through space. He opened his eyes and found himself standing on a high balcony, looking down at the familiar waiting room of the tower. I'm back in the tower. Sang-yoon sat in the waiting room. Next to him was a jewelry box and a stone he had brought from Earth. He thought contentedly, As expected, I can freely use items both in the tower and on Earth. He said, Let's put these in my inventory. A notification window appeared, confirming that the jewelry box and stone were safely stored. He stood up and did some nimble warm-up exercises. His body was as flexible as a leopard. He stretched and smiled confidently. Time to warm up and head for the 5th floor trial. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared before his eyes. Achievement First Returnee has been obtained. Skill Eyes of Truth A has been created. Sang-yoon froze. His eyes suddenly glowed with a mysterious purple light. A giant mysterious purple eye appeared in his mind along with new skill information. Skill Eyes of Truth A Proficiency None. Effect. Use magic power to see the detailed information of all things and discern the truth in a person's words, he muttered in surprise. Looking at the notification window, not only the details of items and people, but I can even tell if someone is lying. A bright smile spread across his face. This is truly amazing, haha, an unexpected stroke of luck. He opened the system shop and quickly shopped. Purchased Thunderclap Sword C grade. 5,500 points deducted. Purchased Enigmatic Hunter Shield D grade. 3,800 points deducted. Sang-yoon equipped his new weapons. He looked stronger and more prepared than ever. It's expensive, but the additional effect of this sword is really good. He read the effect description. When attacking an opponent, there is a 10 chance to inflict paralysis. He thought confidently, This will definitely help. He stood before the trial gate. Trial, would you like to challenge the 5th floor trial? All right, it's time now. Should I go? He said, then plunged into the energy vortex without hesitation. As he entered, a notification window appeared. Entered the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. Tower of Trials selected difficulty, hard. The theme of this trial is hunting, time remaining 1 day. Clear condition, defeat the werewolf chieftain of Wolf Canyon. Failure condition, challenger dies or time expires. Trial reward, werewolf headband C. Penalty for failure, death. Sang-yoon appeared in an eerie desolate canyon under the snowy moonlight. He drew his thunderclap sword and warily looked around. Werewolves. From atop the cliff a pack of wolves with coal-red eyes appeared, surrounding him. Uru, the wolves snarled and rushed at him simultaneously. They attacked him from all sides. Sang Yun moved like a ghost and blue sword lines flashed like lightning, brutally tearing the wolves apart. Roar! He delivered a thunderous kick, sending one wolf flying off the cliff. He was surprised to see the wolf die so easily and thought, what, too weak? His face suddenly turned serious. An uneasy feeling crept in from the too easy battle. A regular wolf trembled and retreated, whimpering in fear at the gigantic white shadows appearing from the darkness. One of the monsters charged at incredible speed. Its white fur was stained with blood. Sang Yun was startled. He was now surrounded by 3 gigantic werewolves several times his size, with burning eyes and razor-sharp fangs. He raised his shield and braced himself for a deadly battle. A savage, excited smile spread across Sang Yun's lips. He whispered, "Yes, this is what the tower's trials are all about." The werewolves snarled and attacked simultaneously. Sang Yun danced among the monsters, dodging and counter-attacking with lightning-fast sword strikes. He thought, now things are getting interesting. He questioned himself if he was losing his mind as he fought. Realizing he was enjoying this battle, he swung his blade in an arc, creating a deadly blue streak that tore through the werewolves' bodies. System notification windows kept appearing. Hunter Dagger Skill E proficiency has reached 100. Hunter Dagger skill grade has increased to E. Fast recovery skill grade has increased to D, he exclaimed. Oh, thought that the Hunter Dagger skill he had obtained on the 3rd floor was evolving. I'll need a new swordsmanship skill. He continued deeper into the canyon, luring more werewolves to follow him. He turned with an arrogant smile and provoked them. Yeah, keep attacking. Soon a battlefield littered with werewolf corpses appeared. Sang Yun stood there absorbing their souls. He looked at the thunderclap sword, slightly disappointed. This is the end of the 3rd hunt. The sword's paralysis effect isn't activating as often as I thought. Notifications appeared in quick succession. Absorbed the soul of a ferocious wolf. Proficiency has increased by 16. He looked at the notification window and said contentedly, "Good, my necromancy skill proficiency is rising well. If I keep this up, I'll be able to evolve my unique characteristic." He continued walking. I seem to be getting closer to the center of Wolf Canyon. He suddenly sensed something strange and stopped. He was horrified to see a path covered in werewolf corpses. What is this? Did a territorial dispute break out? He crouched down and examined one of the corpses. No, the wound seemed to be from a sword. He also saw sharp sword marks on the cliff. These traces, he activated his Eyes of Truth skill. His eyes glowed purple. An analysis window appeared. Traces of aura D traces created by a very true aura. Leaves clean marks on the wall. He stood amidst the corpses and muttered, "Aura, is that a skill? There's so much I don't know. This is making me a bit uneasy." He suddenly sensed a powerful energy source nearby. "It's close by," he said. Then sprinted at full speed. He plunged into a deep crevice in the ground. He ran swiftly through a dark tunnel. Here it is. He stopped before the entrance to a huge cave. Suddenly a colossal shadow burst out of the cave and crashed violently against the cliff. Sang Yun froze, speechless. A notification window appeared. Clear condition met. Werewolf killed. Cause of death being analyzed. He looked at the werewolf's corpse. Trial objective killed. Analysis complete. Intruder. An interdimensional intruder has been found in the challenger's trial. Trial objective has been modified. Defeat the interdimensional intruder. Sang Yun stared in horror at the gigantic armored knight. Intruders, are they beings from other dimensions? Does the Tower of Trials exist in other dimensions too? He stared intently at the new enemy. Cold sweat trickled down his temples. He thought in confusion, what on earth is going on? The colossal knight spoke with a contemptuous voice from inside his helmet. Oh, you were still alive, just a pathetic challenger from a barbaric dimension. Is that why you're the master of this trial? He pointed his greatsword at Sang Yun and spoke in a threatening voice. Why aren't you saying anything, barbarian? Are you paralyzed by the fear of death? Sang Yun took a stance, gripping his thunderclap sword tightly. He gritted his teeth and judged, this guy is no ordinary opponent. The system notification window reiterated his new mission. Defeat the interdimensional intruder. Sang Yun glanced at the werewolf's corpse. I never thought another challenger would snatch my trial objective. He secretly sighed in relief. Still, it's a relief that the trial failed notification didn't appear. The knight lost his patience. HMPH, too scared to even reply. Then I'll attack. Dark purple energy began to emanate from his body. Sang Yun's eyes widened and he became vigilant, sensing the tremendous energy flow. It's coming. Whoosh, the knight disappeared, leaving only a purple streak in his path. He charged at incredible speed. As he ran, he shattered the surrounding rocks. Sang Yun quickly counterattacked, kicking a dead werewolf and throwing it at the enemy. The werewolf flew at him at tremendous speed. He swung his purple energy sword in an arc, splitting the werewolf in two. He swung another purple energy sword, but Sang Yun dodged again. He slid past the sword and appeared right beside the knight's flank. Gotcha! Clang! Sang Yun plunged his thunderclap sword into the knight's side armor with all his might. He froze. What? He cried out in disbelief. I tried to cleave the armor in two. His sword merely grazed past, unable to penetrate. Suddenly the knight grabbed Sang Yun's sword blade and his greatsword glowed with a deadly purple light. Yes, got you. Boom! A massive purple energy explosion erupted from the greatsword, striking Sang Yun's shield with immense force. The shield shattered into pieces and Sang Yun was sent flying backward by the tremendous destructive power. Crash! He slammed hard against the cliff and extreme pain spread throughout his body. Damn it, he groaned, blood gushing from his mouth and wounds. He clutched his injured arm, trying to get back up. What? The knight stood there panting and looked down at his injured arm, sneering unpleasantly. Oh, I didn't expect you to block my aura. It would have been less troublesome if it had been completely severed. Ha ha ha, Sang Yun growled. What do you mean invasion? What, I've never heard of such a thing, the knight scoffed. This barbarian doesn't know about tier invasion, he muttered irritably. Damn it, Sang Yun looked around, and despair began to wash over him. Why is this happening in my trial? The colossal knight growled, his greatsword blazing with dark purple energy. Don't resent it. The Tower of Trials is that kind of place. I will end this here, so don't prolong it any further. Sang Yun, still severely injured, hastily cried out. Wait. The knight stopped and looked back at him with a curious expression. Sang Yun barely managed to stand, his voice weak but urgent. Could you tell me what tier invasion is? The knight was silent for a moment, as if considering his request. Sang Yun spoke quietly, almost to himself. I guess it doesn't matter if I tell you. You're going to die anyway, the knight explained. From the 8th floor, there's a system expansion called tier invasion. An image of a tier invasion ticket appeared in Sang Yun's mind. If you purchase an invasion ticket from the shop, you can intervene in another person's trial. As he described invading Sang Yun's trial, he seemed amused. Sang Yun continued to ask, and since you called this dimension barbaric, did you come from another world? The knight scoffed. Where do you think I came from? Sang Yun lowered his head and muttered. Never mind. Suddenly, Sang Yun's eyes glowed with a mysterious purple light. He whispered the skill name, Eyes of Truth. A notification window appeared. Skill Eyes of Truth activated. Target is speaking the truth, Sang Yun confirmed internally. He's not lying. The knight sensed something was wrong and growled. What you're doing irritates me. How dare you try to measure me? Sang Yun raised his head, a provocative smirk on his lips, his purple eyes gleaming defiantly. Oh well, what are you going to do about it? The knight was enraged. What? A mere barbarian dares to? Sang Yun turned and in an enigmatic voice said, Since I've gotten the information I need, let me tell you something interesting. The knight froze. Sang Yun looked down at his bloody arm and explained, The pain in my arm is quite bearable thanks to my pain-resistant skill. In other words, I'm not clutching it because of the pain. He slowly released his injured arm, and as soon as he let go, a green beam of light healed his wound in an instant. Fast recovery skill activated. My fast recovery skill will automatically heal it. The knight was speechless. Sang Yun explained with a complacent smile, I had to pretend to be helpless to get information. The knight regained his composure. So you're a healing-type swordsman, but if that's the extent of your power, the fact that you will die won't change. Sang Yun stood amidst the shattered debris, his sword floating before him. He asked himself what he should do. He clenched his fist and red energy enveloped it. All my power will continue to increase. All monster souls you possessed have been used. Your stats have permanently increased. Strength has increased by 2. A blue pillar of light surrounded Sang Yun and his stats surged. Agility 3, Stamina 3, Magic 5, Endurance 7. The knight cried out in astonishment. Your healing ability also has an enhancement characteristic. Other skills also activated. Assassin's Cloak D's unique effect activated. Movement speed 15, time remaining 0 minutes 59 seconds. Sang Yun assumed an attacking stance, his entire body burning with a blue light, instant acceleration. The knight stared in disbelief. Impossible, how can a 5th floor challenger have so many skills? Whoosh! Sang Yun charged at invisible speed, leaving an energy vortex in his wake. Sang Yun rushed at the knight, and a frenzied storm of swordsmanship erupted between the two. Blue and purple sword lines clashed incessantly, creating sharp metallic sounds. The knight growled irritably. Damn it, my stat limit is too severe on the 5th floor. He was pushed back by Sang Yun's continuous attacks. Damn it, annoying barbarian. Suddenly his greatsword blazed with purple light. Sang Yun was vigilant. Aura. The knight unleashed a colossal crescent-shaped aura energy wave. It cut through the air and rushed at Sang Yun. Sang Yun barely dodged the attack, but he could still feel the heat and pressure. He thought to himself, if I'm hit by a high-grade aura skill, it would be dangerous, but since my stats are better, I can avoid a fatal blow. The real problem is that armor. It's high-grade equipment that I can't destroy with my current abilities. But he thought that if he kept attacking the same part of the armor it would work. Suddenly, a lightning-like yellow flash erupted from the knight's body, and he groaned. He looked down at his convulsing body. What is this? Thunderclap Sword D. When attacking a target, there is a 10 chance to inflict paralysis. A triumphant smile spread across Sang Yun's lips. That's it. Seizing the golden opportunity, Sang Yun charged. He put all his strength into his sword and the knight fell heavily to the ground. Blood gushed from his mouth and he screamed in pain. He had worried that the armor might have resistance to paralysis, but thankfully he thought his gamble had paid off. The knight struggled to move. Due to the side effect of the thunderclap sword, a thin layer of frost began to form on his armor. He panted and muttered bitterly, in a normal situation I would have won. How can a 5th floor challenger have so many skills? Sang Yun approached in a cold voice. You too were careless because you put too much faith in your armor and high-grade skills. He raised his sword, preparing for the finishing blow. Let's end this now, the knight cried out in terror. Wait, I can give you the answers you want, Sang Yun replied coldly with no emotion in his blue eyes. I don't need them. The knight let out a final curse. Damn barbarian. Sang Yun swung his sword and blood splattered. The knight fell, his heavy armor clanging against the ground. Sang Yun stood there quietly looking at the corpse. He thought he was becoming increasingly desensitized to killing, but if he felt uncomfortable every time he killed someone, that would be an even bigger problem. Congratulations, you have completed the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. The knight's corpse began to melt into purple particles of light. Sang Yun suddenly realized something. He acted in a hurry. Absorb. The dark soul was sucked from the corpse into him. You have absorbed Challenger Kate's soul. Proficiency has increased by 15. Sang Yun wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, I barely managed to absorb the soul. Do beings from other dimensions disappear when they die? He stood alone, but why hadn't the reward notification appeared? A system notification window appeared. The difficulty of this trial is unbalanced compared to the rewards. All rewards will be adjusted. Sang Yun was startled. You have obtained the 3-cut skill. You have obtained 7,500 points as a clear reward. You have obtained an additional 3,500 points. He was astonished. Oh, the werewolf headband grade reward was replaced by an A- grade skill. A satisfied smile spread across Sang Yun's face. Considering how much the original difficulty of this trial changed, it shows how powerful that invading knight was. But to get an A- grade skill, that's truly amazing. Ha ha ha. A system notification window appeared and Sang Yun was teleported. Entering the 6th floor waiting room. All injuries and abnormal statuses have been recovered. Challenger Han Sang Yun's information has been registered on the leaderboard. He appeared in the familiar waiting room feeling his body completely recovered. He said inventory. He sat down, deep in thought. I never imagined dimensional invasion existed. I can't let my guard down in the Tower of Trials. He sighed. I wanted to save my question tickets until the 8th floor. A notification window appeared. Please write what you want to ask. The administrator will answer your question. Number of question tickets held 5. He operated the panel. I need to ask exactly what tier invasion is and if I can get a warning when an invasion occurs. He sent the question. This should do it. Your question has been sent. Immediately, a new notification appeared. A reply has arrived. Sang Yun was startled. Already? He read the reply. Tier invasion is a system that allows you to infiltrate another challenger's trial, which is possible when it is within the top 10 floors. However, you cannot intervene in special trials such as unified trials. Since this is a system you obtain on the 8th floor, you cannot use it yet. He clicked on the second part of the answer regarding receiving a warning. He thought of it as a disturber of tower climbing. But a red error message appeared. You cannot receive information about the current floor, since only the first part of your question was answered. Your question ticket will not be consumed. He was surprised. What? Question tickets aren't omnipotent. He let out a sigh of relief. But it's a good thing the ticket wasn't consumed. He stood up. Let's use the cool items I got on Earth. Inventory. A jewelry box and broken shield fragments appeared. He activated the jewelry box. You have restored the enigmatic hunter's shield using a Kraken's magic tower restoration box. The broken shield has been completely restored. You have used all charges of the Kraken's magic tower restoration box. He exclaimed, Oh, this box performs better than I thought. He used another item. You have used a purification stone. Purple energy enveloped him. I thought the purification stone was a waste of money. He felt refreshed and clean. But now that I've used it, it's not a waste at all. He looked at the panel. Time remaining until 6th floor trial 112. Since there's still time, should I check the trial leaderboard and community bulletin board? He opened the trial account leaderboard. A notification window appeared. 5th floor leaderboard. 1st Kim Sung-hoon, 2nd Maber, 3rd Hang, 4th Hae-suna, 5th Oh Cheon, A, 6th Princess Sudi B. He was startled. What? He stared at 3rd place, nickname Hang. I'm 3rd. What? I've climbed a lot from 16th place. He rubbed his chin, thinking, am I getting close enough to keep receiving pioneer benefits? Well, I'll have to see what I get when I reach the 8th floor. He opened the community bulletin board. Entered community. Difficulty. Hard. A heated debate appeared. Selling psychic resistance skill. It will be a great help for killing and plundering. He read the comments and the current conversation. Damn it, stop looking for murder-related achievements. You bastards are monsters, not human. Shut up. You bastards, why are you so noisy when you haven't even cleared your own trial if you cleared the 4th floor? You must have killed someone. So why are you pretending to be innocent? The murder achievement is the most efficient. Are you stupid? The word chaos popped into his head. Just as he said, this place is truly chaotic and disorderly. What on earth is happening? He thought about the psychic resistance skill. The psychic resistance skill is being sold. Run away now. It's like a double-edged sword. The effect of negating psychological shock is attractive, but if you keep using the skill to eliminate psychological pain, there will never be a problem. Sang Yun's eyes widened in horror as he read a new post on the community bulletin board. Everyone, do you know that the bastard who gave information about the 4th floor changed his nickname to Princess Sudi? He continued to read the comments below. An anonymous user wrote in a venomous tone, even though it's just a competition between hunters, aren't they practically telling him to kill him? Another replied, he's the challenger who ruined the atmosphere of the 4th floor waiting room, isn't he? It seems like he deliberately tried to instigate competition in everyone. Sang Yun's face darkened and a cold flash flickered in his blue eyes. He mumbled as if realizing something. No way, is it that again this time? He turned away from the bulletin board and said Princess Sudi. I'll remember that name for now. A notification window appeared before him. Would you like to challenge the 6th floor trial? Sang Yun accepted and information about the next ordeal poured out. Would you like to challenge the 6th floor trial? Difficulty hard. Trial objective conquest. Time limit 50 minutes. Clearance condition. Conquer one of the surrounding tiles within the time limit. Failure condition. Challenger dies or time expires. Trial reward, random selection box B, penalty for failure, death. He was teleported to a new location, and the surrounding scenery changed. He found himself standing on water, gazing at the vast ocean before his eyes. The ocean this time. Your team member allocation is complete. Cooperate with your team members to complete the trial. Other teleportation portals appeared nearby, but no one emerged. Sang-Yoon mumbled, "Wait just a moment." He stared at the empty portal. "Why aren't my team members coming out? Are they perhaps sleeping?" Suddenly a spear darted out of the portal, flying straight at him. With incredibly quick reflexes, Sang-Yoon raised his sword and blocked the attack. A figure leaped out of the portal, attacking Sang-Yoon furiously. The attacker was a young man with disheveled hair and fierce eyes who looked startled when his attack was blocked. "Huh?" He lost his balance and slipped on the water. Sang-Yoon glared at the man who had attacked him, his voice cold and filled with rage. "Unbelievable. How dare you attack your own teammate? What in the world are you doing?" The young man stumbled to his feet and cursed. "Ah, damn it, if you look at the community board, you'd know what's going on." Sang-Yoon's blue eyes narrowed coldly. He realized everything. "So killing is the easiest way to get achievements?" he asked with contempt. "So killing your teammates is fine as long as you can gain power?" The young man laughed wildly. This damn bastard is acting like a hypocrite again. Look around before you pretend to be righteous." He recalled the chaotic scenes inside the tower, where players willingly betrayed their teammates. "Oh wait, don't do this, we're teammates, it's not my fault, blame the tower." Another player screamed maniacally when betrayed. "Die quickly and get the achievement. Ha ha ha, traitor." The young man looked at Sang-Yoon with a wicked smile. "Save me, ha ha, do you get it now?" he snarled, calling Sang-Yoon a hypocrite. Swoosh, the blade moved with lightning speed. The young man looked down at the fatal wound on his chest. Elsewhere, a monotonous voice was heard. "In times like these we must unite." Some others shook hands, so glad to meet someone of like mind. Such a terrible betrayal. They should have been more careful. One player stabbed his teammate whom he had just shaken hands with to death. "Surprised to be stabbed," the attacker said with a wicked smile. "You know, you should have been more careful." HMPH. The betrayer looked at the victim with bloodshot eyes. "If you mindlessly shake my hand, how do you expect to wield a sword?" He pulled the sword out of the victim's body. A notification window appeared. Achievement, Filthy Murderer has been attained. Endurance has increased by 1. Sang-Yoon faced the person who had just killed their teammate and said coldly, "Honestly, you wanted the achievement too, didn't you?" He turned his back. "So stop your hypocritical act." The killer looked at Sang-Yoon, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. A blind spot. He rushed forward, swinging his sword at Sang-Yoon, shouting, "Die!" Sang-Yoon's blue eyes were unwavering and resolute. He anticipated the attack. He easily evaded the strike and sliced the attacker's flank with a lightning-fast sword line. The attacker was sent flying backward, spitting blood from his mouth. He groaned in disbelief. Damn it, how can he move like that?" A notification window appeared before Sang-Yoon. Achievement, Betrayer has been attained. Strength has increased by 1. Sang-Yoon looked at the corpse and muttered coldly, "Weak." He stood in the middle of the battlefield, lost in thought. Special trials, unified trials. These words sound grand, but this trial is nothing more than an event for me. Especially a wonderful event where I can increase the proficiency of my unique characteristic, and with luck, I might even gain a skill. His eyes became resolute. "I won't intentionally kill other challengers, but I won't show mercy to those who attack me." Elsewhere in the arena, another player was creating a massive dome of water. Iron Dome. The water dome grew increasingly large and sturdy. The player laughed complacently. "Ha ha ha, this trial was made for people like me. You know how to use water magic, don't you?" Suddenly he was startled. Sang-Yoon charged with incredible speed, and Sang-Yoon appeared. He leaped into the air and attacked. The other player cried out in terror, "Who's that crazy bastard?" Sang-Yoon rushed forward and delivered a powerful kick to the water dome. The shockwave spread fiercely. The other player scoffed. "Ha ha ha, this is a bulletproof iron dome, you idiot." Sang-Yoon easily shattered the dome and directly struck the other player's face. He was sent flying, spinning dozens of times in the air. He fell to the ground, his face bloody. Sang-Yoon stood over his corpse and mumbled, "It was a little cruel, but if I do this." 2 other players saw the scene and fled in terror. "Is that bastard a cheat? I need to go somewhere else. He's a monster." Sang-Yoon stood alone on the central tile, thinking to himself, "I can instill fear in other challengers. Honestly, I want to gain achievements, but I don't want to commit unnecessary murder." A notification window appeared. Tile conquest in progress. Conquest will stop if a team member from another team enters the tile. Prevent enemies from conquering your tile. Time remaining 9 minutes 59 seconds. Sang-Yoon sat down. "I just need to hold out for 10 minutes on this tile." He analyzed the situation. High-ranking challengers who didn't use return stones on the 5th floor must have challenged the 6th floor immediately after finishing their trials. So the challengers around me are mostly low-ranked, which is why it feels so easy. He thought the 6th floor trial had made him think a lot. Distrust of others, the reality of low-ranked challengers, the bleakness of the Tower of Trials. He coldly concluded, "But misguided pity is true hypocrisy. Even if I forgive the challengers who attacked me and chase them to another tile, someone will still die." A new notification window appeared. "Someone has entered your tile, therefore conquest has been halted." Sang-Yoon was surprised. A team of 4 well-armed players was approaching him. The blonde leader scoffed. "Ha ha ha, look at his face. He seems to be wondering why there are 4 of us when this is a 2-person team challenge." Sang-Yoon replied coldly, "It's too obvious when I see you guys," he scoffed. 4 thugs formed a killing team to get achievements. The leader laughed loudly. "Yes, you noticed, as you said," he snarled. His face became malicious. "Die, you damn bastard." All four rushed at Sang Yun simultaneously. Sang Yun charged towards them without hesitation. One black-haired player from the opposing team suddenly activated a skill. Purple energy orb formed between his hands. Synchronization. Sang Yun was startled as a purple energy flow enveloped him. Due to the synchronization unique characteristic, Kim Jin-hoon's pain is shared with Han Sang-yun. Sang Yun screamed in pain as another player stabbed him in the chest with a knife. The pain was immediately transferred to his body. He felt a burning pain in his arm. Pain resistance skill activated. All pain types reduced by 15. The massive bearkin took the opportunity and rushed to attack. He slammed an enormous amount of seawater at Sang Yun with his shield. Sang Yun was drenched in seawater. Seawater. An unfavorable notification window appeared. You have touched the trial water. Strength decreased by 10, agility decreased by 10, stamina decreased by 10, penalty duration 2 minutes 59 seconds. He gritted his teeth. Touching the water has such a penalty? The entire opposing team rushed at him from all directions. He thought to himself, this is the worst case scenario. A wicked smile spread across Sang Yun's face and his eyes burned. If I were a normal challenger, he would have been. He dodged the attacks of two enemies. He looked directly at one of them and said, your plan to eliminate my weapon and reduce my stats was good, but you made one fatal mistake. He grabbed the surprised enemy by the neck. Sang Yun snarled, and that mistake was choosing the wrong opponent. He slammed his head to the ground, causing an explosion that shook the arena. The entire opposing team froze in shock at his power. Achievement: one-hit killer attained. Skill: Scorn for the weak F acquired. Sang Yun stood over the enemy's corpse and cursed, damn it. Skill: Scorn for the weak F proficiency, none. Effect: if the opponent's abilities do not surpass any of the user's abilities, strength increases in proportion to the difference in abilities. The bearkin snarled, die, you damn bastard. All opponents' stats are currently lower than yours. Scorn for the weak skill activated. Strength increased by 1. The bearkin delivered a powerful blow, but Sang Yun dodged it. He easily counterattacked and kicked the bearkin, sending it flying backward. The bearkin staggered from Sang Yun's kick, letting out a pained groan. Sang Yun gave no chance for a counterattack and delivered another brutal kick to the fallen bearkin's leg. A cold smile flickered on Sang Yun's lips, and 2 notification windows appeared. Achievement: Brutal Killer attained. Dexterity increased by 1. The bearkin collapsed into a pool of blood and lost its life. The 2 remaining enemies froze at the sight. The blonde leader gritted his teeth, cold sweat trickling down his temples. He mumbled in rage, Sang Yun slowly straightened his body, his shadow stretching long across the ground, blocking the light and exerting invisible pressure on the 2 remaining enemies. The mage, terrified, turned to the leader and said in a trembling voice, what should we do now, or should we attack together? The leader quickly sliced the mage's leg, immobilizing him. The mage's eyes suddenly popped and he screamed maniacally as he inflicted another self-injury. The pain was immediately transferred to Sang Yun, forcing him to his knees. He fell to the ground on one knee, gritting his teeth, enduring the bone-chilling pain. As he said, we only share pain, not damage. Thankfully, Sang Yun thought to himself. But the problem is, this pain will limit my movements. The mage, his face contorted in pain, screamed maniacally, you damn bastard, are you even human? He continued to madly stab his teammate with a knife, torturing Sang Yun from afar. He cried out in terror, don't come near me, you damn bastard. Stop. He grabbed the mage like a shield, his face contorted in extreme fear. If you dare come near, I'll dismember this guy. Sang Yun slowly stood up, his whole body trembling from the constantly surging pain. Thankfully, thanks to my pain-resistant skill, I'm not completely immobilized, he told himself. But facing him in this state will be too difficult. A determined glint flashed in his eyes, and he gritted his teeth. It seems this is the only way left. I need to quickly kill the guy using synchronization. Without hesitation, Sang Yun shot past the leader like an arrow. The mage barely managed to see a charging shadow before everything went dark forever. Sang Yun fell to his knees, feeling intense pain throughout his body after killing his target. The last wave of pain from the mage transferred, knocking him to the ground. The leader thought this was his golden opportunity. This is my only chance. He charged with all his speed, a sword in his hand, flying straight at the weakened Sang Yun. Just as his sharp blade was about to sever Sang Yun's neck, he did the impossible. He blocked it with his bare hands. Blood burst from his palm. Sang Yun raised his head, staring directly at his enemy with sharp eyes. The feeling of being decapitated was quite intense. You really want to try it too, don't you? The leader's face was pale and his smile contorted into despair. He cursed to himself, damn it, I'm finished. Sang Yun swung the enemy's dagger, slicing him cleanly. A wicked smile spread across Sang Yun's face and his eyes shone with a deadly blue light. With a final strike, Sang Yun finished off the last enemy. The blonde leader's head flew into the air and damn it, was his last curse. The enemy's blood splattered on his face, but Sang Yun's blue eyes remained unwavering. Immediately, 2 notification windows appeared. You have achieved the Cold-Blooded Tower Climber achievement. You have acquired 1500 points. Soon after, the trial time officially ended. Time limit exceeded. You have conquered 1 tile. Elsewhere in the arena, other survivors cheered. One person shouted, we're alive, we did it. Another, who had been embracing a comrade, irritably pushed them away. Hey, stop it, that's disgusting. Was there someone at first who encouraged many people to focus on murder to gain achievements? Ultimately, the final victors were those who kept their teams together. Of course, there were a few exceptions. Sang Yun, trembling with his bloodied body, glanced at a lone survivor, muttering to himself, it's not my fault, those damn bastards were just too weak to survive. Watching his madness and despair, a thought suddenly crossed Sang Yun's mind. Do I look like a monster like that to others? Suddenly, a series of system notifications appeared, signaling the complete end of the trial. Congratulations, you have passed the 6th floor of the Tower of Trials. Random Box B has been delivered to your inventory as a reward. You have acquired 8,000 points. Please move to the waiting room. Before teleporting, a deep red orb of energy formed, sucking souls from the surrounding corpses. Absorbed Lee Sung-gyun's soul. Absorbed Kim Jin-hoon's soul. Absorbed Song Jin-ok's soul. Absorbed Han Seo-hoon's soul. Thanks to absorbing numerous souls, his skill had made tremendous progress. Unique characteristic Necromancy's proficiency has reached 100. Unique characteristic Necromancy's grade has increased by 1 level. Evolved to Necromancy D. A ray of light enveloped Sang-yun and he teleported. Entered the 7th floor waiting room. In the white waiting room space, another notification window appeared. Achievement list has been created. Sang-yun asked in surprise. Achievement list. As the notification achievement list has been created appeared in the pristine white and quiet waiting room space, Sang-yun exclaimed in surprise. Achievement list. Soon a larger system window appeared, detailing all his achievements, from S-grade first returnee to C-grade one-hit killer, and bloody E-grade achievements like brutal killer or betrayer. He contemplated the violent path he had walked even as he marveled at the value of an S-grade achievement, and he wondered to himself, should I take a closer look? He slowly extended his finger to the blue-lit screen to check the details. C-grade one-hit killer, achieved by killing a challenger with a single attack. Reward, acquired scorn for the weak skill FE-grade brutal killer, achieved by killing multiple challengers consecutively without hesitation. Reward, dexterity increased by 1. Sang-yun mumbled. D-grade cold-blooded tower climber, achieved by killing 5 or more challengers in one trial. Reward, acquired 1,500 points. He thought, it seems I've gained a lot through killing. And it seems achievements grant various rewards like skills, stats, and points. Sang-yun decided to check his remaining rewards. Inventory. A red gift box tied with a yellow ribbon appeared before his eyes. Random Box B. A box wrapped with a golden ribbon giving a random item. Opening the box grants an item from F to B grade. Sang-yun picked up the box, slightly disappointed. A random box, huh? I don't think it's a great reward for a 6th floor trial. If it's F to B grade items, it's best not to expect much. Anyway, I should open it and absorb the souls I've collected so far. Sang-yun decided and began to untie the ribbon. As the box opened, a dazzling light burst forth. A strange object sprang out of the box. It was a small creature. It had green skin and looked like a young goblin. Sang-yun froze, staring blankly at the creature that had just appeared. Ha? He asked in confusion. What is this? Do I need to catch it? As the small creature looked at him with a displeased expression, it suddenly moved with incredible speed, and Sang-yun instinctively chased after it, trying to catch it. The small creature moved nimbly, making it difficult for Sang-yun to keep up. He continued to change direction to catch the agile creature. Finally, after chasing for a long time, he caught it in his hand. Sang-yun laughed triumphantly. Ah, caught you. The small goblin suddenly opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth. It bit Sang-yun's hand hard. He screamed in pain and surprise. Tears welled up in his eyes. The goblin landed on the ground and looked at Sang-yun defiantly. Sang-yun stood up, his body emanating killing intent, and his eyes glowed red. I let you off because you were cute, but not anymore. He charged at the goblin. He lunged at the goblin, but it easily dodged all his attacks. He snorted. As the small goblin dodged his lunge, Sang-yun, enveloped in fury, spun his body in midair and delivered a powerful hammer kick. He focused all his strength into the kick, bringing it down with brutal resolve. The kick directly struck the goblin's head, and a tremendous impact spread in all directions. A notification window appeared. Critical hit. The small goblin's head was deeply embedded and smoke rose from the fatal wound. Soon after, its body shattered, leaving only a glowing item in the air. It emitted a dazzling light. Congratulations, you have acquired the highest grade item from the random draw box. Sang-yun was startled by the unexpected notification. Highest grade, so a B grade item? A necklace embedded with a transparent gem appeared, emitting powerful energy. Iron forged necklace B. An iron necklace imbued with the soul of a blacksmith who spent his life working with iron. Metallurgy and swordsmanship skill efficiency increased by 7. When magic is used, the unique effect Iron's Protection is activated. While magic consumption is continuous, the unique effect has no cooldown. He picked up the necklace and felt a warm energy emanating from it. Iron's Protection, I should test it. Sang-yun decided and channeled magic into the necklace. The necklace immediately glowed, forming a small shield icon in his palm. The unique skill, Iron's Protection of the iron-forged necklace, has been activated. A characteristic that absorbs 10 of physical damage to the skin develops. A blue light enveloped Sang-yun's entire body. He felt the change and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, my swordsmanship skill effect has increased by 7. I can absorb 10 of physical damage? This is better than most A-grade items. It's an overwhelming item with both offensive and defensive attributes." Sang-yun clutched the necklace tightly, his face filled with immense joy. "I didn't expect much, but to get such an incredibly excellent item." Suddenly he felt dizzy and stumbled. All magic has been consumed. The unique skill, Iron's Protection of the iron-forged necklace, has been deactivated. He panted and collapsed, exhausted. This unique effect consumes magic like crazy. He carefully placed the necklace around his neck. I need to conserve magic and use this only in important moments. Now next up, he shifted his gaze to another issue. Should I check the evolved D-grade unique characteristic? but another notification window appeared unexpectedly. Would you like to enter the 7th floor trial? Sang Yoon's eyes widened in surprise. What? Wasn't I supposed to wait to challenge the next trial? He stood in the middle of the pristine white space, thinking, if I can challenge trials sooner, I'm all for it. But is this the same for everyone? Entered community. Difficulty. Hard. The voice of the tower system was heard. Everyone, do you know that the trial waiting time has disappeared? I know. Everyone's waiting time has disappeared. Sang Yoon read the community chat and thought to himself. Other players seemed quite indifferent to this change. No one seems to care much that the waiting time has disappeared. They don't seem interested in the pioneer benefits either, just wanting to go home, he continued to deduce. Is it because most of them are low-ranked challengers? Besides, the atmosphere is completely different from the 6th floor, Sang Yoon realized as he read the community comments. PPY, those damn bastards who were selling psychic resistance skill, they're really terrifying. Your insane greed for points turned ordinary people into killing machines and standard hunters. I was sure those damn bastards would have survived. But now they seem to be feeling guilty. Well, the 7th floor trial is a solo trial, so they can't do anything. He concluded that those who had been madly killing were silent. The next trial is a solo trial, so there's no need to draw attention. I need to be careful of those crazy bastards who betrayed their teammates without hesitation, and more importantly, Sang Yoon clenched his fists filled with burning resolve. I must somehow raise my indomitable skill. Now, I need to check my Necromancy D-grade characteristic. It evolved thanks to the 6th floor, Sang Yoon mumbled to himself, and soon a detailed information window appeared before his eyes. Unique characteristic, Necromancy D Proficiency 0, Basic Effect. Absorb the souls of the deceased and use them to enhance or restore stats or magic. Additional Effect 1, Permanently increase stats. The increase amount is proportional to the grade and quality of the soul used. Additional Effect 2, you can store and use souls. The number of storable souls increases proportionally to your grade. Additional Effect 3, when absorbing the soul of the deceased, you can randomly acquire one of the awakened skills the soul possessed with equal probability. Additional Effect 4, you can use souls to protect your physical body. However, the amount of damage souls can absorb is proportional to the usage time. He paused in surprise after reading all the effects. He realized the change and his eyes widened. Did the basic effect become more specific? Before it seemed to only enhance my basic stats, but now I can use souls to restore magic or create shields too. Sang Yoon realized the new potential of the skill. His eyes were filled with excitement. Sang Yoon looked at the empty notification window. I thought the skill absorption probability would increase, but it didn't. Nevertheless, I also need defensive abilities. He picked up the thunderclap sword and tossed it into the air. The sword spun and hovered there. I need to test how powerful the soul shield is. He extended his arm. Damn it, even if my arm gets cut off, the waiting room's healing effect will take care of it. The sword fell at incredible speed. Whoosh! The sword narrowly grazed his arm. A red energy flow enveloped him, absorbing all damage. The soul has absorbed the wound received by the user. Player Song Jin-guk's soul has disappeared. Number of souls held 330. The sword now glowed with the red light of a soul. His eyes glowed red. Oh, it's better than I thought. He looked at the remaining souls and thought, I shouldn't absorb all the souls. I should leave a few to use as shields. Simultaneously, the status window appeared. Number of souls held 330. He opened the leaderboard. Trial leaderboard. 6th floor leaderboard. 1st Kim Sang-wook SS. 2nd Cheon OK S. 3rd Why did you change your nickname S. 4th Hunter S. 5th Princess Sudi A. 6th Frog A. He was slightly disappointed. 4th place I dropped one spot. Too bad, but it doesn't matter. I just need to be in the top 50 to be a pioneer. He stretched and shook off his fatigue. The waiting room with its eliminated waiting time was becoming boring. He looked at the open trial door. Should I go to the next trial? A series of notifications appeared. The 7th floor trial begins. Difficulty hard. Trial theme verification. Time limit 50 minutes. Clearance condition. Complete 3 trials within the time limit. Failure condition. Challenger dies or time expires. Clearance reward. Grace of Wind skill A. Penalty for failure. Death. He appeared in a dark corridor lit by torches. He looked around. A corridor, It's completely different from previous trials. He walked in silence. It's really unsettling that I can't feel anything. He suddenly sensed a stream of light at the end of the corridor. He was drawn towards the light. He found himself standing on a dangerous cliff. Entered the realm of the first trial. Prove that you have overcome your fear. He was surprised. Sweat trickled down his forehead. Only then did Sang Yoon recognize the familiar landscape. As expected, he stood before a gigantic pit in the middle of a desert. He peered into the abyss where a sand golem resided. A notification window appeared. This area is a replica of the tutorial trial. Completion conditions. Complete 3 trials within the time limit, he deduced. So this trial makes me re-experience the 3 trials I've already passed, he thought confidently. Honestly, I can beat a sand golem with my eyes closed now. Does that mean I can reach the 8th floor quickly? A colossal sand golem erupted from the ground. He froze. Was the sand golem always this big? He stared at the monster with a mixture of surprise and amusement. It looks about 3 times bigger. As soon as Sang Yun made his decision, the ground beneath him violently shook and a massive creature of sand and rock rose. Sang Yun stood unshaken, his blue eyes filled with resolve. He confidently declared, summoning a sword and shield made of pure energy, "All right, let's fight." Without hesitation he charged towards the colossal golem. He was a small but determined figure amidst the sandstorm stirred up by the monster's movements. He glided through the flying debris, his blue eyes intensely focused on the massive target before him, searching for weaknesses. As he drew closer, he noticed something strange. Odd. I don't see the golem's critical weak point, the core stone. Is it hidden deeper inside its body due to its size? Suddenly the golem's massive arm swung with immense speed, with enough force to crush everything in its path. Sang Yun, startled, immediately retreated with all his might, avoiding the destructive attack. A stone fist grabbed him. He slashed the golem's arm with his sword, unleashing numerous attacks. He shot out like an arrow. Realizing that ordinary attacks would be ineffective, Sang Yun's eyes sharpened even further. He snarled, "If that method doesn't work, I'll just shatter it into pieces." He charged and swung his energy sword, slicing into the golem's body. A sharp slashing attack shattered the golem's body. He stood firm even after a series of attacks. However, the severed torso rapidly regenerated almost instantly from the surrounding sand and rock. He gritted his teeth, realizing the harsh truth. Damn it, what's the point of slicing sand with a sword? I need to find the core stone and destroy it by any means necessary. His attack seemed only to further enrage the golem. It let out a furious roar. Sang Yun cursed softly. Damn it, I only made it angrier. Colossal golem unleashed its fury, its shadow engulfing Sang Yun's small figure. He looked up, and as beads of anxious sweat ran down his cheeks, he noticed something strange. The golem's body began to deform oddly. It seemed to be separating and reconfiguring itself into a new form. Witnessing the incredible sight before him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Insane!" As colossal rocks detached from the golem's body and began to reconfigure, Sang Yun looked up, tension evident in his eyes. Dodging is not a problem. As it fell, the golem's entire upper body collapsed, forming a massive rock and sand meteor, obscuring the sky and hurtling directly towards his position. Sang Yun immediately rushed with all his might, struggling to escape the range of the terrifying oncoming impact. Despite his best efforts, he was swept up in the shockwave of the impact, partially buried under a pile of sand and rock. Trapped in the debris, a smile mixed with rage and madness spread across Sang Yun's face. He gritted his teeth. This is truly infuriating. He rose from the sand pile, gripping his dagger tightly in a bloodthirsty stance, preparing for a brutal counterattack. Facing the fully reconfigured golem, Sang Yun showed no fear. His eyes were icy cold and a powerful blue magical energy flow enveloped his body. He snarled the name of his new skill. 3 cut. A system notification window appeared, confirming the skill's activation. Skill 3 cut A proficiency 0 basic effect. Enhances the next 3 sword attacks using magic power. Effect details. When the skill is used, the cutting power of the sword increases by 1.5 by 2.0x and 2.5x with each attack. Enveloped in a blue energy flow, Sang Yun charged like a ghost, leaving a faint afterimage behind him. The first attack, enhanced by 1.5 times, easily severed a large portion of the golem's stone arm. He continued with his second and third attacks, and the exponentially increasing force left smooth, deep slashes on the golem's massive body. Sang Yun couldn't help but be amazed by the destructive power of his new skill. I cut it with a single attack. He was suddenly reminded of the frustration he felt about the Black Knight who had invaded his trial realm. A cunning smile spread across his face. But now I think I should thank the knight who invaded my floor. Although the golem could regenerate its parts with sand, he had to keep cutting it until he found the core stone, he told himself with determined eyes. Watching the slowly recovering golem, he taunted it in a provocative tone. "All right, keep regenerating." He swung his sword and his voice echoed coldly throughout the desert. "I'll keep cutting you until I find your weakness," he shouted, beginning a frantic and relentless assault. The colossal golem was helplessly subjected to Sang Yun's fury. Its body was continuously sliced by numerous enhanced sword attacks. After the relentless assault, Sang Yun panted and beads of sweat ran down his forehead. He snarled, "Damn it, where on earth is the core stone?" Suddenly his eyes caught a change in the golem and froze. The golem had regenerated, but its size was now noticeably smaller. Sang Yun chuckled playfully. "When did you become so cute?" As if understanding the compliment, the colossal stone golem seemed slightly embarrassed. Its stony cheeks were oddly flushed. "This is the first time I've heard someone say I'm cute." He quickly analyzed the situation. Sand is the golem's main resource for its body, but it seems it can't be continuously used in this environment. That's why it's so small now. A flash crossed Sang Yun's eyes and he realized a crucial point. In that case, a bloodthirsty evil smile spread across his face and his eyes glowed red. He held his dagger in reverse grip. "All right, golem, wanna go on a diet with me?" The golem seemed to sense a deadly threat. It recoiled in terror. Sang Yun charged like a storm, swinging his blade at the shrunken golem. He unleashed a barrage of continuous slashes. Their power easily overwhelmed the golem. He gritted his teeth and with a fierce smile continued his attack. Under the brutal slashes, the golem's body was cut into countless pieces. Stone fragments scattered on the ground, but there was no trace of the core stone. The golem let out a weak roar, and the fragments trembled, then clumped together, emitting a red glow, beginning the recoalescence process. The golem regenerated again, snarling at Sang Yun. At that very moment of recoalescence, Sang Yun's blue eyes caught an unusual flash. He cried out internally, "Found it!" It was on its back. Its body was too thick to cut through, but unexpectedly it was there. He confirmed the location of the weakness, and looking back at the battle, he realized time was pressing. Did I spend 10 minutes getting here? The 7th floor trial has a time limit of only 40 minutes. I need to hurry. Suddenly, a massive stone fist flew from the side, obscuring his vision. Sang-Yun reacted quickly, swinging his sword and blocking the golem's powerful fist. He used the fist to propel himself, climbing up its arm, and taunted. You went on a diet and got faster? How interesting. He landed on the golem's back right next to the glowing red core stone. I wanted to play a little longer, but I don't have time. He raised his sword high, aiming for the glowing core stone. The golem let out a final scream of pain and despair. The core stone shattered, scattering into millions of crimson fragments. You have proven you have overcome your fear. The first trial is complete. As the golem's body disintegrated, 2 notification windows appeared. Soon after, the red souls of the hunter orcs he had previously killed flew and were sucked into his body. Absorbed the soul of a hunter orc. Proficiency has increased by 6. Number of souls held 1930. Blood was dripping from his arm, but Sang-Yun smiled with satisfaction, feeling the new power surging through his body. Good. As a new power swept through his body, a series of notification windows appeared, confirming his progress. Hunter Dagger Skill E has reached 100 proficiency. Hunter Dagger Skill has ascended to D grade. Instant Acceleration Skill D has reached 100 proficiency. Instant Acceleration Skill has ascended to D grade. Soon after, a new notification for the next trial appeared. Now entering the realm of the 3rd trial. Prove you have overcome your hesitation. Sang-Yun was overwhelmed by the speed of events. This trial is truly chaotic. He stood amidst the remnants of the sand golem he had just defeated, taking a long breath. An intense beam of light erupted, enveloping the entire space. As the light faded, Sang-Yun found himself standing in the middle of a new landscape. Beneath him, the remnants of the golem's dark red energy coalesced. He gazed at the glowing energy, immediately recognizing what it was. All right, it's the golem's soul. The red soul began to rise from the debris, and Sang-Yun immediately reached out his hand, attempting to use his necromancy skill. However, the soul was not absorbed and scattered into the air. A cold notification window appeared. Soul extraction failed. Sang-Yun gritted his teeth, snarling in rage and frustration. Damn it, this is really annoying. My proficiency. Before he could finish his sentence, the surrounding space transformed again. Now entering the realm of the 2nd trial. Prove you have overcome your wisdom. He was teleported to a dark place. These are broken wooden fragments, aren't they? He looked around, and familiar feeling washed over him as he noticed burning flames. This is the orc village from the 2nd floor trial, isn't it? As expected, it's recreating trials from previous floors, he confirmed. He stood silently for a moment, observing the chaotic and eerily familiar scene before him. His eyes focused on a specific figure in the crowd, a hunter orc. I destroyed the orc village in the 2nd floor trial. Is this what happened after that? A horrifying sight unfolded before him. A group of powerful orc warriors stood around the corpses of their fallen comrades, and the massive orc chieftain let out a furious roar. The chieftain looked down, trembling all over, sobbing in pain and rage. His eyes were bloodshot and veins pulsed. His body began to swell, muscles bulged, and a red aura enveloped him. Sang-Yun immediately recognized it as frenzy, a phenomenon that occurs when a monster is consumed by intense rage. He stood facing the mutated orc chieftain. A frenzied orc is no longer an ordinary E-grade monster, truly unlucky. Soon after, all the remaining orcs roared. Their eyes glowed red and they charged at him simultaneously. Sang-Yun stared directly at them, his eyes icy cold. But come to think of it, you are monsters. You shouldn't overtly display the sadness of losing family like this. Instant acceleration activated. 3-cut activated. He gripped his dagger tightly and whispered in a murderous voice, "At least not in front of me." He charged like an arrow into the group of 7 orcs, and his first attack tore through the frenzied orc's body in just a few seconds. The battle was over. Sang-Yun stood panting in the middle of a sea of orc corpses, with only the chieftain kneeling on the ground, gasping his last breath. The chieftain looked at his fallen kin scattered around, his bloodshot eyes filled with despair. Sang-Yun walked over and looked down at the chieftain, saying, "How does it feel to watch your family die one by one? Isn't it terrible?" Provoked by his words, the chieftain let out a final roar and charged, swinging his battle axe with all his remaining strength with a light movement. Sang-Yun dodged the attack and swung his sword, ending the life of his final enemy. "You have proven you have overcome your wisdom. The 2nd trial is complete." He stood. His eyes were unwavering, and he calmly received the victory notification. Sang-Yun looked back at the desolate landscape he had created. He stood upright, his eyes firm. "I can't delay any longer." He reached out his hand, and dark red souls from the 7 dead orcs were immediately sucked towards him, ready to be absorbed. Soon after, the surrounding landscape suddenly transformed. Sang-Yun found himself standing on a long bridge in the middle of a vast ocean. He was surprised. "This is the 6th floor conquest zone, isn't it?" He looked around, noticing the differences. "I thought the previous trials were the 1st and 2nd floors, so this one would be a replica of the 3rd floor, but the tile arrangement is different." He sighed in dissatisfaction, recalling the absurd trial of wisdom he had just endured. The tower committed such a foolish act in the trial of wisdom. It was truly foolish of me to expect anything logical from this tower. He decided to recover his stamina, and detailed information appeared with a potion from his inventory. Stamina Potion DEA Special Recovery Potion rich in vitality, restores 20 of stamina and magic power upon use. He uncorked it without hesitation and drank the potion in one gulp. A refreshing energy spread throughout his body, washing away his fatigue. He let out a sigh of relief. Phew, much better. Sang Yun stood there for a moment holding the empty potion bottle, a slight melancholy etched on his face. Then with a slightly childlike act, he tossed the empty potion bottle into the sea, muttering, "Pollute the Tower of Trials." Immediately, the water where the potion bottle fell began to boil violently, and Sang Yun turned around in surprise. Pillars of water surged from the depths, striking his face. A disbelieving, mocking smile spread across his lips. "Just because I threw that in?" Assassin's Cloak D effect activated. Movement speed 15. A notification window appeared and a water dragon began to chase him at incredible speed. Time remaining 0.09 seconds. Began to run desperately across the narrow bridge. "I've managed to follow all the rules of the trial so far. That means to pass this trial, I need to find the red occupied tile." The water dragon relentlessly pursued him, creating massive waves in its wake. "Until then I must not touch the water." Thanks to the cloak's effect, he felt much more agile. "I'm much faster, at least that thing won't catch me." He confidently glanced behind him. Good. Then at this speed he tried to maintain his speed, leaping over gaps in the bridge. But an unexpected water pillar shot up from a tile, striking him. "You have touched the trial water." He swore inwardly. Damn it, a series of unfavorable effects overwhelmed him. Strength decreased by 10, agility decreased by 10, stamina decreased by 10, penalty duration 2 minutes 59 seconds. The tiles began to explode in disorder. I thought the tiles would explode in order. He was lifted into the air by another water pillar, and this is the price for expecting logic from the Tower of Trials. Sang Yun, drenched and weakened, gritted his teeth and shouted the skill name. Instant acceleration. He slid between the madly surging water pillars. The surrounding sea constantly erupted like a minefield of water. He landed on a safe tile, shouting defiantly, "Did you think I would die in a place like this?" The water transformed into countless sharp spears shooting at him from all directions. Amidst the storm of water spears, his gaze caught something in the distance. Over there, a large red tile is floating at the far end. Occupied red tile. He gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with determination. Is this damn trial finally going to end? Two colossal water dragons rose again, blocking the only path to the red tile. He dodged and muttered, "For now it's just tracking me." He gathered all his strength and charged forward. Just a little further. Suddenly, a water tentacle wrapped around his ankle, making him lose his balance. He was dragged backward and fell into the cold seawater. Submerged in the water, he screamed in pain as water rushed into his lungs. Iron-forged necklace B's unique effect. Iron's protection has been activated. 10 of physical damage is absorbed. Simultaneously, one of the orc souls he had stored automatically popped out. The orc soul enveloped his body, absorbing all the pressure and damage from the water. Soul has absorbed the damage inflicted on the user. Hunter Orc's soul has been destroyed. The orc soul completely vanished after fulfilling its duty of protecting its master. Submerged in the cold water, Sang Yun realized he was miraculously safe. I definitely felt the impact, but the soul shield protected me just before I took damage. With the demise of the orc soul, a strong propulsion launched Sang Yun out of the water and into the air, heading towards the bridge. He landed on a safe tile, letting out a sigh of relief though still tense. Phew! Just then, a notification window appeared. Time remaining 0:100. Assassin's Cloak's unique effect has been deactivated. The two water dragons were still there and Sang Yun realized he had lost his speed advantage. He panted, feeling extreme fatigue. Damn it, he gritted his teeth. My magic power is completely depleted. It would be a disaster if instant acceleration also deactivated. In that desperate moment, he summoned another hunter orc soul from his storage, and a red energy orb settled in his palm. He absorbed the soul without hesitation, and powerful raw energy flowed into his body, making his blue eyes shine brightly. Magic power has been replenished using a hunter orc soul. A warm sensation spread from his chest. Good, my stamina is returning. The two water dragons gave him no respite, roaring again and creating massive waves. With his recovered magic power, Sang Yun charged again, moving towards his final objective. The red tile was now just ahead, he told himself. Just a little further, the two water dragons combined to unleash their final attack. A massive storm of water spears rained down on him. Sang Yun looked up aghast at the scale of the attack. Oh, he was engulfed by the surging wave. Damn it, amidst the chaotic currents he acted instinctively. I don't know. He held on with all his remaining strength. He was tossed and turned in the watery vortex, completely disoriented. Once again, another orc soul automatically activated, creating a burst of deep red energy. Hunter Orc's soul has been destroyed. The internal explosion shattered one of the two water dragons, creating an escape route for Sang Yun. He was launched into the air by the explosion, his body racked with extreme pain. He descended directly towards the red tile from a great height. His eyes were wide, filled with determination as his objective lay directly below him. He landed with a thud on the tile and two more orc souls were destroyed to absorb the impact. Hunter Orc's soul has been destroyed. Hunter Orc's soul has been destroyed. Number of souls held, 1230. He lay limply on the hard surface of the tile, utterly exhausted. He panted, looking up at the sky. Feeling the survival after a brush with death, the last water dragon also vanished, transforming into two water vortices and sinking into the sea. Once everything was calm, two notification windows appeared. You have proven you have overcome your hesitation. The third trial is complete. He rose to his feet, water streaming from his body creating ripples around him. He looked at the sea with a disgusted expression. This damn trial is bothering me until the very last moment. Immediately, a series of reward notification windows appeared. Congratulations. You have completed the 7th floor of the Tower of Trials. Acquired reward skill Grace of Wind A. Acquired reward 15,000 points. Additional reward movement speed boots D. Item has been delivered to your inventory. Please move to the waiting room. A teleportation circle appeared beneath his feet. Moving to the waiting room, he stood there exhausted but resolute, preparing for what was to come. Sang Yun let out a long sigh, looking back at what had just happened with tired and dissatisfied feelings. This trial. He stood somewhat solitarily in the spacious waiting room. Honestly, it was almost a failure. He bit his lip slightly, and anxiety crept into his mind. At this rate, I'm really worried about the 8th floor trial. Luck won't work anymore. He stood alone in the vast space, contemplating the harsh trials ahead and the path he had to take. Suddenly, a series of system notification windows appeared, announcing significant changes. 1,000 challengers have completed the 7th floor trial. System expansion has begun. Skill shop has been created. Trial crossroads has been created. Permanent return is now possible. Tier invasion system has been activated. His eyes shone brightly as he read the text. Skill shop, permanent return, and even tier invasion. All these were things I had been waiting for a long time, but most importantly, a special notification appeared just for him, making his heart beat faster. You are a challenger designated as a pioneer on all floors. Please select your aura. Anticipation flashed in his eyes. This is it, he muttered. Aura. This is the benefit I receive for being designated as a pioneer on all floors. Challengers with an aura will be granted unique characteristics, skills, and effects. The words "please choose carefully" made him pause for a moment. Has the Tower of Trials ever given this kind of advice? This means this aura has special significance. A selection screen with 3 distinct choices appeared. Dominator, Hunter, Monk. He looked at the 3 choices. These are auras. First, I need to see the descriptions. He read the first description. Dominator. An aura that changes based on individual achievements, closer to a universal type than a specific one, and has a strong connection to unique characteristics. Greatly enhances the potential of abilities such as combat, growth, support, and crafting. Unique authority, skill synthesis. This is the most suitable aura for the current challenger, Han Sang-Yoon. He was surprised. Oh. It affects all abilities and unique characteristics. Moreover, the Tower of Trials is clearly telling me which aura is most suitable for me. Then what about the other auras? He moved on to the next option out of curiosity. Hunter. An aura that anyone can adapt to, has a deep connection to ability and skill enhancement. Through the effect of the aura, ability and skill proficiency increase exponentially. Unique authority, level up. This is a suitable aura for the current challenger, Han Sang-Yoon. He nodded. This isn't bad either. And the last aura, Monk. An aura greatly influenced by talent and perseverance, grows stronger with time invested. However, it requires both time and talent. If talent is lacking, the ability may become useless. Unique authority, path of training. He assessed it decisively. Worst, he immediately ruled out the third option. I need to choose between these two, excluding this aura. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes hardened. What I will choose is, his finger decisively pressed the Dominator option. You have chosen Dominator. Unique characteristic evolution has begun through the unique effect of the Dominator aura. Golden light enveloped his entire body. The options are classified according to the current challenger's abilities. 3 new evolution paths appeared, the first being Summoner. You can summon powerful undead skeletons using absorbed souls. The second option was Magic Swordsman. Both swordsmanship and magic are enhanced and related skills can be learned 3 times faster. And the last option was Creator. Item creation-based skills are enhanced and related skills can be learned 3 times faster. He looked at the 3 options, and a confident smile spread across his lips. Is this the effect of the Dominator aura? This is really easy to choose. He chose Summoner. And a confirmation notification appeared. Unique characteristic Necromancy has been added with the characteristic of a summoner. Some effects have been adjusted and additional effects have been added. Unique authority skill synthesis has been created. A new status window appeared, updating his changes. Status, Han Sang-Yoon. Aura, Dominator. Strength 55, Stamina 50, Agility 56, Magic 43, Endurance 43. Unique characteristic. Necromancy D. Unique authority. Skill synthesis. Skills C. Detailed info. As the evolution completed, a powerful energy mix with red and black burst from his body. He landed on the ground, feeling the new power flowing through his veins. Finally, I've obtained an aura. He immediately decided to test his new authority. Let's see. Unique authority skill synthesis. Effect. 2 skills can be synthesized. If the skill grades are different, the higher grade skill becomes the core skill. He realized the immense potential of this authority. I can combine 2 useless skills to create a new one. He couldn't hide his excitement. This is truly amazing. Opening skill list. Please synthesize 2 existing skills. Sang-Yoon surveyed his skill list on the notification panel. Fast recovery E, pain resistance D, fire resistance F, scorn for the weak F, hunter dagger skill E, combat endurance F, ranger's knowledge F. He pondered. What should I synthesize? He muttered the names of skills he rarely used and soon made a decision. 2 skills appeared. Scorn for the weak F and combat endurance F. You have selected these two skills. Proceed with synthesis. Yes, no. He chose yes with a smile. Good, it's synthesizing. Skill synthesis complete. A brilliant ball of light appeared, signaling the birth of something entirely new. A new form gradually emerged from the light, and a final notification appeared, foretelling the birth of a new power, a new skill. New skill created. A notification appeared with the icon of a completely new skill. Forced Breakthrough D skill has been created. Sang-Yun was startled by the description of the newly created skill. Forced Breakthrough D skill, proficiency 0. Effect: can destroy all restrictions or obstacles created by skills or unique abilities. However, the user's magic level must be higher than the controller's magic level. He couldn't believe his eyes. Is this what I got? He saw the formula displayed before him. FFD. I thought I'd be lucky to get an E-grade skill, but it gave me a D-grade skill. A wild, excited smile spread across his face. This skill is absolutely insane. Haha, excited, he returned to the panel. Let's try one more time. Opening skill list. Please select skills to synthesize. This time he chose two other F-grade skills he rarely used, Ranger's Knowledge F and Fire Resistance F. You have selected these two skills. He pressed the yes button firmly on the confirmation panel. Proceed with synthesis. Yes, no. A brilliant burst of light erupted again, signaling the start of synthesis. Skill synthesis complete. He looked at the ball of light with anticipation. What will I get this time? Enhanced Vision E skill has been created. Enhanced Vision E skill, proficiency 0. Effect: can see in blurry environments and enhances vision. He was slightly disappointed. Only one grade increase this time. He squinted his eyes and thought, is that all? He recalled the first synthesis. The good result of synthesizing Scorn for the weak and combat endurance was due to their high synergy. He looked at the two skills he had just synthesized. It was clear that Ranger's Knowledge and Fire Resistance were not compatible. Just as I expected. He sighed and threw himself onto the bed that appeared in the room. Lying on the bed and staring at the ceiling, he lost himself in thought. It feels really strange that I've continued to receive aura rewards as a pioneer. An unknown unease crept into his mind. Is all this really thanks to my efforts, or have I just been lucky relying on my unique characteristic all this time? He was lost in thought for a long time, silent. Suddenly he sprang up. Damn it, I need to check my rewards first. He sat up and checked his first reward. An Aemonus grade skill, Grace of Wind A skill, proficiency 0. Effect: when the skill name is uttered, all speeds increase by 10. This effect can stack up to 7 times. Upon maximum stack, the skill has a 24-hour cooldown. Sang-Yun couldn't believe his eyes. All speeds increase by 10. That's incredible. It can even stack up to 7 times. He leaned back, filled with extreme excitement. That means I can increase my speed by up to 70. He burst out laughing with joy. Haha. He also realized another important fact. Moreover, this skill doesn't consume mana. He stood up, looking at the skill panel with a satisfied expression. This Grace of Wind can be said to have almost no weaknesses. He checked the next reward in his inventory. He pulled out new shoes and put them on. Movement speed boots C, attack speed 3, movement speed 5. Boots decorated with small wings due to magical mechanisms. Movement is accelerated for a short period when a certain speed is reached. He smirked. Hey, I like that all the rewards from the 7th floor are speed related. Then he accessed the newly opened skill shop. Entered skill shop. List of purchasable skills displayed. Hardening D, Immovability E, Monster Summon F. Weapon Enchant E, Instant Acceleration D, Mana Circuit D, Mana Shield D, Enhanced Vision F. He scanned the list and was slightly disappointed. The quality of skills sold in the shop is lower than I thought, and they're quite expensive. He frowned at the price of a familiar skill. Instant Acceleration skill costs 8,000 points. That's ridiculously expensive, but he decided to buy a few things. Still, I really need magic-related skills. Mana Circuit D purchased, 15,000 points deducted. Magic Resistance D purchased, 12,000 points deducted. Magic Resistance D skill, proficiency 0. Effect: your body gains resistance to external mana. If the user does not have the Mana Circuit skill, the effect is greatly reduced. He looked at the two newly purchased skills with determined eyes. With this skill, I can prepare for situations where I might be affected by skills like synchronization in the past. Mana Circuit D skill, proficiency 0. Effect: forms a mana circuit in your body, increasing mana usage efficiency. As soon as the skill is learned, a mana circuit is being etched into the user's body. He gritted his teeth, his body trembling with a burning sensation. My body feels like it's on fire. Red energy exploded from his body, and the circuit etching process was complete. He rose from the bed, feeling a distinct change in his body. My body feels lighter. He looked at his hands, feeling the flow of new energy. He took a few steps, and every movement exuded flexibility and power. He tried a few moves, feeling the change. He threw a kick and spun his body, creating a powerful current of air. As he landed, the ground beneath his feet cracked. He was surprised by his newfound strength. Oh, does the mana circuit also boost my physical abilities? A satisfied smile spread across his face. This is truly amazing. He checked his unique characteristic again. Can summon undead from the souls of the deceased. The level of the summoned undead is proportional to the quality and quantity of the souls consumed. He was curious about his newly acquired undead summoning skill. He closed the system panel. I'll have to test it in battle, he sighed, satisfied with his preparations. Now it's time to decide. His gaze turned serious. Should I go straight to the next trial or return to Earth? Meanwhile on Earth, a hunter was desperately searching for teammates. Damn it, why can't I find any teammates? A figure appeared behind him. A group of 3 thugs approached. Hey, still looking for teammates? They stood in front of the dungeon portal, blocking the hunter's path. Why won't you hand over your dungeon pass? If you don't enter the dungeon within a certain time, the pass will be confiscated, so why not just make some money and hand it over? The leader said with a wicked smile. The hunter muttered, here they come again, so annoying. The hunter gritted his teeth and replied, I told you before, I'm not handing it over. Damn it, you idiot. The thug looked around. Why do you think there are so many hunters here and no one wants to team up with you? He said cruelly with a wicked expression. To be honest, you're just an E-rank hunter. The thug's cruel words cut into the hunter's chest like a blade and he froze. Who would want to team up with trash like you? His 2 comrades appeared from behind, their eyes glowing red in the darkness. Ha, those are truly heartbreaking words, but he's right. Just then, a calm voice from the crowd caught the thug's attention. Excuse me, is there still a spot on your team? The surrounding hunters automatically moved aside, creating a path for a tall man to walk through. He walked straight up and confidently presented his certification, introducing himself. I am C-rank hunter Han Sang-yoon. He looked directly at the desperate hunter and held his certification closer. Will this be enough qualification? The E-rank hunter was overjoyed and stammered, oh yes, of course. Seeing this, the leader thug stepped forward in anger, his rough hand grabbing Sang-yoon's shoulder. Hey buddy, can't you see there's a line here? Are you blind? Sang-yoon smirked slightly, completely ignoring the thug's aggressive posture. The thug growled, it's that annoying, why don't you team up with Leon? What did you say, you damn bastard? Do you want to die? Sang-yoon calmly replied, ah. Sang-yoon's eyes suddenly glowed red and his voice was as cold as ice. Take that hand off my shoulder before I break it. As soon as he finished speaking, a dense, eerie red energy burst from Sang-yoon's body, sending the surrounding people flying. The thug, still with his hand on Sang-yoon's shoulder, turned pale and trembled under the immense pressure. He broke out in a cold sweat and cried out in fear, how can this be such energy? Is he really a C-rank hunter like me? His 2 comrades didn't feel the energy, but they cheered at the magnificent sight. Wow, look at that energy. Our boss is amazing as expected. The leader, sweating profusely, shouted at them. You idiots, it's not me. Noticing that several Hunter Association uniformed people were watching, the leader thug quickly hid his fear and coughed, regaining his composure. Since the association people are watching, I'll let it slide this time, he threatened weakly. You got lucky today. Then he hastily signaled his comrades. Let's go. He left the still frozen E-rank hunter behind. The hunter clutched his head, completely confused. Ah, why did it turn out like this from the beginning? Still confused, the E-rank hunter clutched his head and muttered the name of the person who had just fled. Hunter Leon. Sang-yoon turned towards the dungeon portal and said calmly, in this situation it doesn't seem like another teammate will join us. How about we enter right away? He made the hunter freeze, and he pointed at them in shock, his voice cracking. Just the 2 of us? Extremely frightened, the hunter had no choice but to follow Sang-yoon into the blue spatial portal. As soon as he entered the dungeon, he immediately gripped his sword tightly and warily looked around. I can't believe we actually came in. Sang-yoon glanced at his nervous teammate and reassured him. You don't have to worry so much. I can handle most D-rank hunters by myself. Hearing this, the hunter became even more worried and cold sweat trickled down his temples. He asked cautiously, Mr. Han Sang-yoon, this isn't your first dungeon, is it? Sang-yoon was silent for a moment, then replied, that's right. The Tower of Trials isn't considered a dungeon. The hunter's expression became extremely serious. We just met, but clearing a dungeon is a matter of survival. I want to make that clear. Sang-yoon turned to him, his blue eyes deep and thoughtful. Between an E-rank hunter and a C-rank hunter, who do you think has a higher death rate? The hunter replied with conviction born from experience. Most people would think E-rank hunters have a higher death rate because they're weaker. In reality, it's C-rank hunters, he explained, because E-rank hunters are well aware of how weak they are, so sometimes they act too cautiously. But C-rank hunters start to feel too confident. A gruesome image of a hunter dying impaled by a sword flashed through his mind. That's why their death rate is so high, he continued with an example. It's like driving. If you start feeling too confident, the accident rate goes up. He looked directly at Sang-yoon and emphasized, dungeons are much more dangerous than you think. He finally expressed his biggest concern. But since we entered the dungeon without a water and a heal, I'm even more worried because of your confidence. Sang-yoon heard his words and conceded. Yes, well, you have a point. Having gained his agreement, the hunter suggested. Although I'm only an E-rank hunter, I have a lot of experience with dungeons. Could I take on the role of team leader? Sang-yoon looked slightly regretful. Actually, I wanted to be the leader too, he agreed. Yes, I understand, the hunter bowed gratefully. Thank you for considering me. Don't be disappointed. It's for everyone's safety. The E-rank hunter confidently stepped forward and let's go. Sang-yoon thought to himself, I'll trust him for now. As they delved deeper into the cave, a gigantic green-scaled figure suddenly emerged from the darkness, and the hunter exclaimed, Lizard man. He immediately took a defensive stance, his face etched with tension. They're known for using weapon skills. This situation is not good. He turned to Sang-yoon and commanded, I'll draw its attention. You look for an opening to attack. Sang-yoon replied coldly from behind, understood. Sang-yoon crossed his arms and watched with quiet curiosity. Let's see how the experienced hunter handles this situation. The lizard man roared savagely and charged at the defensive hunter, but instead of a fierce battle, both the hunter and the monster started making strange noises, glaring at each other. Sang Yun, watching from behind, was puzzled. The hunter awkwardly brandished 2 daggers and shouted loudly as if trying to intimidate the monster. He thought to himself, "No way." Sang Yun, looking at the chaotic scene before him, had an unbelievable thought. "Are they having a staring contest?" Impatience showed on Sang Yun's face. "This is a temporary return, so I only have 3 days. I can't waste time with a lizard man at the entrance like this." He decided he couldn't wait any longer and quickly brushed past the bewildered hunter. Sang Yun stepped forward. "I'll participate." The hunter quickly tried to stop him. "No, wait, it'll be dangerous." But Sang Yun immediately activated his instant acceleration skill. In an instant, his body turned into a blue afterimage, rushing at the monster. Blue sword lines flashed like lightning horizontally and vertically, tearing the lizard man into several pieces in a single moment. The E-rank hunter stood with his mouth agape, a startled expression on his face. "Huh?" Sang Yun stood calmly in the middle of the pool of blood from the monster he had just defeated and calmly explained, "I apologize for being busy. I hope you understand." The hunter looked at the battlefield and back at Sang Yun, stammering, "Ah, I understand. That's one way to do it, I suppose," Sang Yun added. "Oh, and I have a suggestion. Is it okay if I say it?" The hunter was startled and nodded repeatedly like a child. "Of course, say anything you wish." Sang Yun looked directly at him and said in an authoritative voice, "From now on I'd like to take the lead." As soon as he finished speaking, another group of lizard men emerged from the darkness, roaring savagely. Sang Yun charged into the horde of monsters without hesitation. His sword lines created a storm of death. He moved as fluidly as the wind, easily dodging the attacks of 2 reptilian monsters. He leaped into the air, avoiding an attack coming from below. Then, like an arrow, he descended from above, ending one lizard man with a fatal blow. The hunter, standing behind, was completely overwhelmed by the sight and could only watch blankly. To his eyes, the scene before him was not a battle but a one-sided slaughter. Sang Yun continued his dance of death among the monsters. He finished off the last monster with a single clean strike. The hunter trembled not with fear but with excitement and awe. "I might be watching the battle of a rookie prodigy right now." After the battle, Sang Yun calmly knelt beside the monster's corpse and pulled out a green crystal core from its heart. A system window appeared. Core D, a core full of mana extracted from the heart of a lizard man. Can be very useful for alchemy or crafting. After the cleanup, Sang Yun collected all the mana cores and placed them in the hunter's backpack. The E-rank hunter, bowing his head in guilt, apologized for only being able to play the role of a porter. He hesitated, then brought up a sensitive topic. "And it seems there won't be much to discuss regarding the profit sharing." His words were cut short as an even larger monster appeared from the end of the cave. The monster struck him with a glancing blow to the head. He smoothly turned and delivered a powerful punch to the monster's head. The powerful attack instantly killed the monster. Sang Yun stood unshaken after the attack, with shattered rock fragments scattered around him. The hunter, shocked by the immense power he had just witnessed, clutched his head and panted. Sang Yun dusted off his clothes and turned around. "Let's talk about that later when we get out. If we don't focus, it'll be very dangerous," the hunter hastily replied. "I'm sorry," Sang Yun reassured him, "but of course I'll do my best to protect you." At the same time, a series of system notifications appeared only for Sang Yun. Absorbed lizard man soul. Proficiency increased by 0.7. A dark red energy flow flew from the corpses towards Sang Yun, and he thought to himself, pretending to yawn, "I need to absorb the souls." He frowned at the number 0.7. Well, it seems it's getting harder and harder to increase proficiency with D-grade monsters. They continued to advance and reached a gigantic red energy vortex portal. The hunter couldn't hide his surprise. "It's unbelievable that the 2 of us reached the boss room portal," Sang Yun said calmly. "Oh, so this is the boss room portal." He smiled awkwardly and excitedly. "I didn't expect to catch the boss from the start. Clearing even half of this dungeon would have been successful." His eyes shone with hope as he looked at Sang Yun. "But with this man I might be able to clear the entire dungeon." He cautiously asked, I'm thinking of entering the boss room, is that okay?" Sang Yun replied briefly, "Of course, but are you sure you don't need a break?" "No, I'm fine," Sang Yun said firmly. "Then let's go straight in." Inside the spacious room was a colossal red-armored lizard-man monster. Sang Yun immediately recognized him as the Lizard-Man King. As expected, the hunter asked anxiously. "What are we going to do?" Sang Yun commanded. "Wait here for a moment," the hunter shouted in dismay. "What? Wait, do you have a plan?" The Lizard-Man King roared, raised its spear high and charged. Sang Yun replied with a confident smile, "Well, I don't think so." The monster charged with astonishing speed and swung its tail to attack. Sang Yun's eyes shone brightly, and he was intensely focused on his opponent. The lizard man unleashed a storm of blue sword energy. He muttered incredible speed for its size, but Sang Yun was faster and slid past like a ghost. He easily leaped onto the monster's gigantic spear, then ran up its back, easily keeping up with the monster's speed despite its immense size. He confidently thought, "There's no way I can't catch that." The Lizard-Man King struck his face with its tail, and an enormous impact sent him flying far back, crashing into the cave wall. The hunter, standing behind, clutched his head and screamed in terror. "Han Sang Yun SSI!" He pushed himself out of the thick rock layer, kicking away the rock fragments. Sang Yun landed softly on the ground, unharmed around him. A dense red energy flow swirled. A notification appeared. Soul has absorbed the damage to the user. Sang Yun landed on the ground, a feral smile on his face. Yes, this is enough for me to properly test my new skills. Meanwhile, the hunter in the corner let out a sigh of relief, his heart pounding. Phew, I almost died just now. The Lizardman King's blue eyes shone with rage and surprise. Sang Yun looked at the shattered stone throne and taunted. Your throne is completely broken, by the way, he muttered to himself, looking at the ruined scene. Why does this feel like a bad omen? The Lizardman King let out a furious roar, and an eerie purple energy flow erupted from its body. It condensed the energy, creating a wide area of effect that enveloped the entire room. Purple energy chains tightly bound Sang Yun. Slow skill activated. All movement decreased by 25. Immediately, a green energy flow erupted from Sang Yun's body. Forced breakthrough skill activated. Yes, the green aura expanded. Destroying the purple chains. User possesses twice the magic power of the skill's user. All slow effects have been nullified. The Lizardman King roared in rage and helplessness as its skill proved useless. Sang Yun thought to himself, I was a little anxious about a skill created through synthesis, but it works perfectly. Oh, cold sweat trickled down the Lizardman King's temples. It seemed to realize the imbalance of power. Suddenly the purple chains changed targets, tightly binding the hunter who was standing far away. My body won't listen to me, he shouted in extreme panic towards his savior. Han Sang Yun SSI, please save me. The Lizardman King ignored Sang Yun and snarled towards the weaker target, and Sang Yun was surprised. Wait a minute. The colossal monster charged at the bound hunter. Sang Yun gritted his teeth in anger and shouted loudly to draw the monster's attention. Hey you damn lizardman, I'm your opponent. He leaped into the air, flying over the monster's head trying to intercept it. He realized he wouldn't arrive in time. Damn it, I was too far away. In a desperate moment he shouted. Sang Yun's eyes glowed red. He activated his unique skill. Summon undead. Immediately, an army of skeleton warriors surged from the ground, surrounding and protecting the hunter. Blocking the Lizardman King's attack, the skeleton warriors charged at the colossal monster without fear, attacking it. The Lizardman King was bewildered by this unexpected army. It roared in anger as it was blocked by the weak skeleton. Sang Yun watched his skeleton army shatter and thought to himself, of course, they're not strong enough, but thanks to the opportunity I created in that 1 second, he was able to gather enough strength. Grace of Wind skill stacked. All movement speed increased by 60, current skill stack progress 6-7. At incredible speed he charged at the Lizardman King, ended it with a single strike and declared firmly, I saved him. A series of system notifications appeared. Dungeon boss Lizardman King defeated. The next dungeon boss will appear in 14 days. The Lizardman King's soul flew toward Sang Yun and was absorbed into his body. Your stats have exponentially increased by absorbing the Lizardman King's soul. Strength 1, Agility 1, Stamina 4, Magic 4, Endurance 5. A new skill has also been created. You have absorbed one of the Lizardman King's skills, Insight Skill D Proficiency 0. Effect, can detect an opponent's invisible attacks during combat. Meanwhile, outside the gate, an association employee was feeling bored. Nothing special happened other than 3 gates opening simultaneously. It's really boring, another employee reported. No major incidents, nothing team leader. The team leader muttered as usual. Once the advance party raids the gate partially and exits, the association's raid party will arrive soon to take down the boss and finish it, he thought irritably. I work at the same association, so why doesn't my team get any assignments? TS. That damn raid party. I'm so envious. Another employee considered the upside if the advance party clears the gate in one go. Our management team will receive a bonus. He sat in his chair, comfortably dreaming of the bonus. Another employee was more realistic. That would only be possible if there was an A-rank hunter. It would be crazy if such a high-ranked hunter was here. Just then the gate glowed and Sang Yun and the E-rank hunter walked out. The team leader in astonishment announced the advance party is coming out after clearing the 3rd gate already. He looked closely. What? Did only 2 people raid this dungeon? They must just be clearing half the dungeon and leaving. He suddenly froze. The gate behind the 2 men flickered and began to turn gray. He was flustered, realizing the gate had turned gray. Immense joy appeared on his face. Boss room raid completed. He quickly rushed over. Did you really complete the gate raid? Sang Yun asked. Excuse me, but who are you to ask that? The employee hastily straightened his clothes. I apologize for my rudeness. I'm the team leader of the Hunter Association's gate management team, in charge of the emergency gate that appeared in this park. May I dare to ask, have you come to purchase the gate's ownership? The E-rank hunter stammered. Yes, that's right. We would like to make an offer to the 2 of you. He pointed at Sang Yun. Then it's not something I can decide. Sang Yun was surprised. I'm sorry, he clearly explained. Hunter Han Sang Yun raided this dungeon alone. That shocked Li Wujin immensely. Wujin stammered. If you cleared the dungeon alone, you must be an A-rank hunter. Sang Yun cut him off. No, I'm a C-rank hunter. That's not important right now. So why don't we get straight to the point? Sang Yun looked Wujin directly in the eye. How much do you want for the gate's ownership? He thought to himself that it would be very troublesome if it was revealed he came from the Tower of Trials. Wu Jin cleared his throat. If you want me to get straight to the point. The gate management team wishes to purchase it for 1.2 billion won. Sang Yun's eyes widened, and the enormous figure of 1.2 billion whirled in his mind. Before his eyes, the money seemed to transform into a towering pile of documents symbolizing the debt he could now repay. In an office filled with documents, a young woman sighed tiredly. Phew, I'm exhausted. She had been working non-stop since returning from the tower. Suddenly her phone rang. She glanced at the screen wondering who's calling at this hour. Her eyes widened in shock when she saw the caller ID. Huh? The surprise on her face quickly faded and she sighed, looking at the title pad on her desk. Lee Hai-Yin, team leader of the Tower of Trials Challenger Management Team. She recalled the tense meeting. I was sure this would bring about revolutionary changes. The superiors made a big deal out of it. She rubbed her forehead and sighed. Even though the challengers aren't hiding, I didn't realize it would be so difficult to persuade them. She looked at the short list thinking not even 10 people. And they're all challengers who chose easy difficulty. This won't be enough to satisfy the superiors. She looked out the window at the sparkling night view thinking, by the way, what is he doing now? In her mind, the image of a young man fighting exceptionally appeared. He was so strong that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he cleared the 4th floor alone. Han Sang-yoon, she blamed herself with regret. I should have made him an offer then. Suddenly her phone rang again. She glanced at the screen. Who's calling at this hour? She froze, reading the message that appeared on the screen. Mr. Han Sang-yoon, who I met on the 8th floor. Ms. Lee Hai-Yin, if you're back, could we meet for a moment? Meanwhile, Sang-yoon was checking his bank account. The number displayed on the screen was 916 million won. He stared blankly at the unbelievable sum of almost 1.3 billion won he had earned. He smiled. Still, it feels good. Should I buy a house? The cafe door chime rang, and Hai-Yin rushed in, panting. Sang-yoon waved his hand. Ms. Hai-Yin, over here, she replied with a joyful voice. Mr. Sang-yoon. She approached the table, still out of breath. Sang-yoon said, did you run here? You could have taken your time. Hai-Yin puffed out her cheeks and said sulkily, Mr. Han Sang-yoon, you didn't reply to my message. Do you know how long I waited? Sang-yoon was momentarily flustered by her question, his face reddening. He avoided her gaze. I'm sorry about the message. I'm not really interested in those things, so I think I missed it. Hai-Yin chuckled playfully. Then buy me coffee, all right, and cheesecake too. No, Sang-yoon agreed. Of course. After ordering their drinks, Sang-yoon got straight to the point. Have you quit climbing the tower? No, I'll continue. To be honest, I contacted you because I have a favor to ask. He looked her directly in the eye. I need a guild that will allow me to enter the tower and clear dungeons as I please. My conditions are, first, the right to refuse the guild's summons. Second, the guild will not interfere with my tower activities. Third, the right to use guild dungeons whenever I want. Is there any guild that can accept these conditions? Hai-Yin was silent, and the atmosphere was filled with tension. Sang-yoon thought, the atmosphere has changed. Did I ask for too much? Hai-Yin opened her mouth. Mr. Sang-yoon, the conditions you've presented are impossible. From the guild's perspective, there's no benefit at all. Sang-yoon was disappointed. Understood. I guess I asked for too much. As soon as he finished speaking, Hai-Yin suddenly grabbed his hand, and he was surprised. She looked at him with determined eyes. Join my silver guild, she firmly promised. I'll make your impossible conditions possible. The next day, Sang-yoon lay on the roof of a moving bus. Thought about what had happened. Dungeon clearing, item selling, and even joining a guild. Yesterday was a truly productive day, he chuckled. Though there's still one more thing to do before I officially join the guild. He recalled Hai-Yin's words. You need to clear a C-rank dungeon alone. Only then will my superior accept. The right to freely use guild dungeons cannot be given to just anyone. Only a select few can receive the Silver Guild's dungeon benefits. You need to be a rising star or a hunter the guild has great expectations for. Sang-yoon looked Hai-Yin directly in the eye and said resolutely, Prepare for me to clear a C-rank dungeon alone. He extended his hand. I won't let you regret your decision. And they shook hands, sealing the deal. Sang-yoon stood on the roof of the moving bus gazing at Chuno Mountain in Noryangjin-gu. Will I be you? Should I start jogging from here to warm up? He immediately dashed off at incredible speed, his body blurring into an afterimage. He glided through the bustling streets, leaving only bewildered pedestrians in his wake. Hai-Yin was already waiting at the entrance to the mountain dungeon gate. She smiled and greeted an association employee. Hello, I'm here to reserve a gate raid for an hour from now. The employee recognized her. Ms. Lee Hai-Yin, team leader of the Silver Guild. He pointed to a nearby tent. You still have plenty of time, so you can rest under that tent. She replied politely, yes, thank you. Just then, a strong gust of wind blew and Sang-yoon appeared before her. Ms. Hai-Yin, you're already here. The wind generated by his speed made the surrounding people stumble. Whoa! Sang-yoon scratched his head and said awkwardly, I apologize, I ran so fast I think I created a shockwave. Hai-Yin smiled, surprised internally. He really created wind just by running. You arrived quickly, Mr. Sang-yoon, she thought to herself. Who on earth is this person? Sang-yoon explained. I had nothing else to do, he said to the association employee. I've already completed the procedures. Please let me know when you're ready. Then he turned to Hai-Yin. It's fine to start right now, the association employee said. Then we will begin the gate raid for ability verification. As they entered, they found themselves in the middle of a vast wheat field. Sang-yoon was surprised. Wheat field? He turned to Hai-Yin. Ms. Lee Hai-Yin, send a signal immediately if you think it's dangerous, she replied. It's fine. She confidently showed him her necklace. I have an artifact from the guild. It's the Queen's necklace. It can create a barrier, and although it's not strong, it also has stealth capabilities. Besides, if I draw attention, they might think I helped, so it's better to stay far away, Sang-yoon agreed. That makes sense. Thanks to you, I can fight without worry. Immediately, a notification appeared. Insight skill activated, Sang Yun thought. Is this the skill I absorbed from the lizardman cane? Detected traces of purple energy moving beneath the lush grass. His eyes glowed purple. Oh, I can even detect invisible enemies. Is this the power of insight? Monsters with fins and sharp teeth burst out from below and attacked. Hai Yin screamed in terror. Lethal poison demons in a C-rank dungeon. Mr. Han, Sang Yun, be careful. It's an anomalous dungeon. But Sang Yun had already plunged into battle. His sword lines were as fast as lightning, easily cutting down the monsters. Hai Yin froze. Unbelievable. This is anomalous. She smiled contentedly. My decision wasn't wrong. Sang Yun continued to slaughter the monsters. Suddenly, a golden streak of lightning enveloped his weapon. The lightning effect activated. It's so rare I almost forgot I had it. He dodged the monster's attack. He plunged his weapon directly into the monster's chest and tossed it into the air. He delivered a finishing blow from mid-air and the monster vanished into ash. Sang Yun stood in the middle of the battlefield, turned, and waved his hand. I've cleared the surroundings. Ms. Hai Yin, you can come now. Hai Yin couldn't believe her eyes. She couldn't believe he had cleared the boss room in less than an hour, and alone at that. What was even more surprising was that this was an anomalous dungeon. She recalled information about the monster. A lethal poison demon is not a monster to be taken lightly. It's one of the monsters C-rank hunters are advised to hunt in teams. She looked at Sang Yun's resolute back and the red glowing gate of the boss room. A strong belief sprouted in her mind. Mr. Han, Sang Yun will definitely grow even stronger. She clenched her fists, her eyes filled with anticipation. He will become incredibly strong beyond what humans are now. Just then, a deep red energy flow enveloped Sang Yun, and a series of system notifications appeared before his eyes. All owned souls have been used to increase stats. Strength has increased by 4, agility has increased by 3, stamina has increased by 4, magic has increased by 6. Endurance has increased by 7. Feeling the new power surging through his body, Sang Yun smiled confidently. At this rate, the boss won't be a big problem either. He said resolutely, now I'll enter the boss room. And without a moment's hesitation, he walked into the swirling spatial portal emitting a red light. As he entered, a vast, damp and dark cave space appeared. Only the footsteps of the two of them echoed in the silence. Hai Yin cautiously looked around, frowning as she sensed something strange. Something's off, she continued in a suspicious voice. At this distance, there's no way I wouldn't sense the presence of a monster. Just then, a dazzling blue energy flow suddenly poured down from the cave ceiling. A deafening explosion shook the heavens and earth, and as the energy collided, the ground vibrated violently, sending a massive explosion that threw both of them back. In an instant, Sang Yun's eyes flashed blue, and he immediately realized the danger level. This came from the center. From the center of the explosion, a colossal monster made entirely of blue lightning energy roared. It emanated a threatening, immense pressure. Without a moment's hesitation, Sang Yun quickly embraced Hai Yin and jumped back at full speed, barely escaping the attack's range. Hai Yin, still in shock, stared in astonishment at Sang Yun's serious face. He was highly focused on the enemy before him. The monster roared again, exhaling a destructive breath of pure energy. Hai Yin barely regained her composure and shouted, pointing behind Sang Yun, Mr. Sang Yun? Behind you, a blue energy explosion larger than the previous one consumed the spot where they had just stood. Landing safely, Sang Yun gently put her down and said in a calm tone, the situation was very dangerous, so I hope you understand why I moved us without your consent. Hai Yin shook her head, her eyes filled with gratitude. No, I'm the one who should be grateful. Sang Yun nodded lightly, then turned to face the monster. Then a lizardman-like creature enveloped in green ghostly flames was staring intently at them. Sang Yun gripped his weapon with a determined voice. I'll go and finish this. Hai Yin approached worriedly. Shall I use my support skills for you? You can check your skills later, you know, she suggested with a worried voice. The boss clearly far exceeded the level of a C-rank dungeon. Sang Yun turned his back to her, his figure looking resolute and strong in the desolate cave space. He replied firmly, no, it's fine. He tilted his head slightly, his sharp gaze fixed on the snarling monster. His voice was low and firm. I just need one moment. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful blue energy flow erupted from Sang Yun's body. He charged forward like an arrow. The monster sensed the danger and let out an enraged roar, rushing to counterattack. As soon as the monster got close, Sang Yun's eyes flashed and a system notification window appeared. Instant acceleration skill activated. The power from the boots cracks the ground. Instant acceleration has been enhanced due to the unique effect of movement speed boots C. Numerous other notifications kept appearing, and the energy surrounding Sang Yun intensified. Grace of Wind skill activated. All movement speed increased by 70. Current skill stack progress 77. In an instant, Sang Yun transformed into a blue afterimage. He easily passed by the monster and appeared beside it. His eyes glowed with fierce blue light and his entire body was engulfed in an overwhelming aura. The monster only then realized he was right next to it, and its green eyes contracted in horror. Sang Yun coldly swung his sword, and his sword left 3 streaks of blue light in the air. With 3 slashes, the monster let out a painful scream. 3 lightning-fast and brutal slashes ripped the monster's body into several pieces. In the middle of the silent space, the monster's body fragments slowly fell to the ground, transforming into blue flames and dying out. Sang Yun stood, lightly swinging his sword to wipe off the blood. From afar, Hai Yin witnessed everything, and she was completely frozen. 2 system notification windows appeared in the air, signaling the official end of the battle. Dungeon boss blue blazing demon of destruction defeated. The dungeon will be sealed in 3 hours. Li Haiyan sweated and gave an awkward smile. She stammered, "Haha, now I'm really confused about who the real monster is," Sang Yun muttered in a voice mixed with a hint of regret, looking at the chaotic situation he had just created. "Did I perhaps chop it up too much?" Immediately after, a red glowing spatial portal reappeared indicating the dungeon exit. As the two returned to the wheat field outside, Li Haiyan let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, I really didn't expect to clear the dungeon so quickly." She turned to Sang Yun with a voice filled with recognition and sincerity. "You've passed the test, so you can now use the Silver Guild's dungeons. Our guild isn't foolish enough to let someone like you go," Sang Yun replied casually. "Oh, that's good." Li Haiyan turned and walked away, her hair gently fluttering in the wind. "And this is a different matter." Sang Yun followed her with a curious expression. She explained seriously, "When you were first summoned to the Tower of Trials, the difficulty you chose wasn't very important for those who scored high on easy difficulty. Their next trials will gradually become more difficult. And similarly, the same goes for those who chose hard difficulty. If your score isn't high, you can change the difficulty to easy." Li Haiyan stopped and looked directly into Sang Yun's eyes. Her sharp gaze seemed to pierce through his mind. "The fact that you anticipated such principles and achieved such tremendous growth, the fact that your Tower of Trials ranking is within the top 50, she concluded firmly. Her voice carried weight. "Your difficulty was probably death." Sang Yun was silent. He didn't deny anything. Li Haiyan turned and walked away, her back looking a little lonely. "So it would be best to be a little more careful," Sang Yun replied in an unexpected voice. His voice was sincere, mixed with a hint of awkwardness. "I want to accompany you for a long time and watch your growth." That night, Sang Yun sat atop a skyscraper, his hair fluttering in the night breeze. A system notification window appeared. Returning to the Tower of Trials in 5 minutes, he took out an apple and leisurely ate it. "The past 3 days have been really busy," he smiled contentedly. "Thanks to it, my stats have increased a bit and I've gained a lot of confidence." Time was up immediately. A ray of light enveloped him, and a colossal tower rose amidst the clouds. Returning to the Tower of Trials, Sang Yun's face was filled with a smile of anticipation mixed with arrogance. As his body disappeared into the light of teleportation, he shouted with anticipation. Returning to the tower, the space around him suddenly became silent, and only a single word echoed. "Trial." A blue system notification window appeared before him, solemnly proposing, "Would you like to challenge the 8th floor trial? Yes, no." Without a moment's hesitation, Sang Yun decisively pressed his choice. Immediately, another notification window appeared with a new request. "Please select a trial turning point. Combat raid." Sang Yun exclaimed in surprise. "Ha," he suddenly remembered. Come to think of it, the system said there would be a turning point system. His finger decisively pointed to one option. "You have chosen combat." He already had a clear plan and told himself, "To increase my necromancy proficiency, I must choose the combat option." 2 notification windows appeared consecutively, confirming his irreversible choice. Challenger Han Sang Yun has chosen to focus on combat for all personal trials. This cannot be changed after selection. Sang Yun shrugged, his expression nonchalant. "I wasn't planning to change it anyway." He was surprised as another notification suddenly appeared. "Is that all? Challenger Han Sang Yun is qualified as a pioneer." His eyes widened in surprise. Before he could understand what was happening, the system continued to notify. "Live chat with administrator begins. Currently searching for a combat specialized administrator." He mumbled, "Administrator search complete. Chat with combat specialist administrator Iron-Blooded Emperor begins." Immediately, a powerful energy enveloped Sang Yun. "Huh?" The scenery around him suddenly changed, and he was thrown into a completely unfamiliar space. He stumbled and stood up in a snow-covered wasteland. Numerous swords were stuck in the ground. He looked around with a confused expression. "Here is, entered the world of iron and blood." He whispered the name of this place in a skeptical voice. "World of iron and blood." His eyes suddenly glowed with a mysterious purple light. Eyes of Truth. 2 notification windows appeared providing information about where he stood. Skill Eyes of Truth activated. World of Iron and Blood, Grade 1. A special place where Administrator Iron-Blooded Emperor resides. Uninvited guests cannot enter, Sang Yun sneered playfully. Oh, there was something like this too. Suddenly, another notification window appeared before him, making him slightly confused. Administrator Iron-Blooded Emperor is displeased with someone's search, he thought to himself. Can administrators convey emotions through messages? Unexpectedly, a sword nearby glowed with a red flame. It flew up and hovered directly in front of him. Administrator Iron-Blooded Emperor tells you to stop doing useless things and follow the sword. The sword glowed brightly and flew forward. Sang Yun was silent for a moment, then decided to follow it. He walked through the vast field of swords and snow gently fell around, creating a magnificent yet serene landscape. He exhaled lightly, and white steam scattered into the cold air. The sword led him to a cozy log cabin that seemed utterly isolated in the middle of the snowy wasteland. He cautiously pushed the door open and entered. Administrator Iron-Blooded Emperor is watching you. He felt a sharp gaze directed at him. Inside, a woman with pink hair and red eyes was sitting by the fireplace. She spoke in an authoritative voice. You're finally here. Welcome, Pioneer. She gave a seductive yet dangerous smile. I am the administrator in charge of your interview. Iron-Blooded Emperor. Sang Yun scrutinized her from head to toe, carefully assessing her. He thought to himself, she's certainly beautiful, but she's actually a Tower of Trials administrator. A powerful red aura emanated from her body, overwhelming the entire room. Unexpectedly, she appeared directly in front of him, the distance between them just a few centimeters. Sang Yun was startled. He was aghast. When I didn't take my eyes off her for a second, she brushed past him, her voice laced with amusement. I was curious what kind of monster you would be, but you look quite ordinary. Sang Yun turned around with a suspicious expression and asked, Do you know me? She held a bottle of liquor and replied casually, Of course. The fourth floor flood was quite impressive, he continued to ask. Then have you been observing my trials so far? She poured liquor into a glass and replied, I only know the results. It's impossible to observe challengers below the 8th floor. Sang Yun was surprised again. How even someone like an administrator can't observe? As if reading his thoughts, she took a sip of liquor and said, From your expression it seems you're misunderstanding something. Administrators aren't omnipotent beings like gods. We don't control this tower either, he asked in confusion. Then what are you? She emptied her glass. Rather, administrators are more like subordinates of the tower. So you don't have to worry so much. As long as I don't go against the tower, I can't harm you. Sang Yun was silent, trying to comprehend this new information. She put down her glass and her eyes became serious. All right, enough chit-chat. This personal interview is a privilege for you. Ask anything you're curious about. Sang Yun mumbled, A privilege. I don't feel any hostility from her. Then may I know what this personal interview is? She explained. As I mentioned earlier, a personal interview is a privilege for pioneers. You can ask any question to an administrator and receive an answer without using a question ticket. So, I almost died to a challenger from another world on the 5th floor. Why did he come to my floor? He could have invaded other floors, couldn't he? She shrugged and replied casually, There's no special reason. She gave a meaningful smile. Invading another world's floor not only grants rewards but also better benefits, she continued to explain. Challengers from other worlds are mostly those who have stayed in the tower for decades. That's because if a challenger defeats them, the rewards are enormous. And someday this world's tower will merge with towers from other worlds. Sang Yun frowned. What do you mean? She replied firmly, Exactly what I said. After the 20th floor, there will be more unified trials than personal trials. That means you'll meet challengers from other worlds. Sang Yun fell into thought, his eyes sharpening. Does that mean they're trying to kill future competitors early on? She raised her glass and asked, Is that all you want to know? I have one last question. Sang Yun's blue eyes glowed brightly, and he looked directly at Iron-Blooded Emperor. His voice carried weight. He asked his last most important question. What is the Tower of Trials? Iron-Blooded Emperor fell silent, her face shadowed, giving off a sad and detached feeling. She turned and walked away, an inexplicable sadness in her voice. Well, I want to know that too, Sang Yun asked again in disbelief. Even an administrator doesn't know. She didn't reply immediately, remaining silent. She stopped and lowered her voice, revealing a shocking truth. Administrators were once challengers too. Those who died after the 40th floor gained the right of resurrection and become administrators. Her figure, enveloped in flames, was reflected in Sang Yun's eyes. A deep sadness appeared on her face. Blood-like tears streamed down her cheeks. In the past I also wanted to reach the top, but I failed. No, not just me, all administrators died without reaching the top. That's why we are administrators. Sang Yun clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. He mumbled as if confirming a cruel truth. So administrators were originally challengers. He raised his head. Disappointment clearly visible in his eyes. I expected to learn about the top. Iron-Blooded Emperor's eyes blazed with red rage. In an instant she rushed forward and grabbed Sang Yun's neck with immense force. She pressed her furious face against his and growled. The name top is not something you can utter so lightly. Sang Yun was silent, and even suppressed, his face was completely calm. Iron-Blooded Emperor sneered with a hint of surprise in her voice. You're not surprised at all. Shouldn't you be afraid? Sang Yun calmly replied. You said this interview was a privilege, and I didn't feel any killing intent, he continued, his voice full of confidence. Moreover, his hand unexpectedly touched the wall and the log cabin began to crack under his power. The entire house shook violently. Sang Yun used his strength to break free from her suppression. The two separated, moving far apart. His blue eyes glowed brightly. He took a battle stance. I won't let you attack me so easily. Iron-Blooded Emperor's eyes widened, and her pink hair turned pure white. She was astonished by his actions. She let out a laugh mixed with amusement and awe. You're the first person I've seen destroy an administrator's house, but this is enough to convince me. Sang Yun looked at her with a confused expression. Iron-Blooded Emperor gave a meaningful smile. Challenger Han Sang Yun, I propose a disciple contract to you. Sang Yun's eyes widened in surprise at the sudden proposal, and immediately after, the scenery around him disappeared. A system notification appeared. You have entered the 8th floor waiting room. Yun found himself lying on a bed in the waiting room. The blue light of the system still lingered. He opened his eyes and continued to think about the Iron-Blooded Emperor's proposal. Exclusive shop. He sprang up and summoned the system interface. A panel appeared before his eyes. Contractor exclusive shop. Products 1.00. Categories. Skills, authorities, items. Contractor Iron-Blooded Emperor. He muttered, Oh, I really did make a contract with an administrator. In another space, the Iron-Blooded Emperor smiled contentedly. A challenger with both skill and guts. I couldn't let him get away. Another notification window appeared before Yun's eyes. Do you accept the sponsorship contract? He pressed yes without hesitation. A series of system notifications poured out. Contract concluded. A contractor-exclusive shop will be created offering products and special items. As a contractor reward, all stats will increase by 1. The iron-blooded Emperor's voice echoed one last time before fading. It was very enjoyable. Pioneer, see you later. Yoon opened the shop and selected the Authorities category. Contractor-exclusive shop's Authority category has been opened. A list of authorities appeared. Authority category, list 1-3. Purified Mind Authority S. Iron-Blooded Soul Authority A. Winter King Authority D. He thought to himself. The authority shop has grades too. Is the unique authority I received on the 8th floor different from these? I should check the next page first. Do not have permission to open the second page of the authority list. You can open the second page in the 10th floor waiting room, Yoon said in surprise. What? So I can only see these 3 authorities for now. He began to read the detailed information for each authority. Authority, Purified Mind, S. Price, 1,000 products. Description, allows for rational decision-making in any situation. Duration of status effects such as anger and confusion is halved and combat concentration is increased. Authority, Iron-Blooded Soul. A. Price, 6,500 products. Description, a soul born from kings who shed no blood and no tears. Proficiency of all weapon-based skills increases 2 to 3 times. All new weapon-based skills start with 10 proficiency. Authority, Winter King D. Price, 800 products. Description, an authority gained by those who rule the north in cold environments. Stats temporarily increase and you do not feel cold. He thought deeply. It's difficult. Should I save my products and wait? He decided resolutely. No, his finger pressed one option. Purified Mind Authority purchased. 1,000 products deducted. Yoon thought about his decision. The image of himself stumbling along a dangerous cliff flashed through his mind. An authority that will allow me to make rational decisions in any situation. That's Purified Mind. He decided it was better to increase his chances of survival than to be unprepared. After all, my floor can be invaded at any time. Having made his preparations, he stood before the swirling blue spatial portal. The familiar system notification window appeared again. Would you like to challenge the 8th floor trial? He walked straight in without a moment's hesitation. As soon as he entered, a series of system notifications appeared informing him of the trial details. 8th floor trial begins. Difficulty hard. Trial theme destruction. Clear condition defeat the skeleton summoner Lich. Failure condition challenger dies. Clear reward all stats 2. Penalty for failure death. The surrounding landscape appeared and Yoon exclaimed in surprise. Ha! As the sound of bones clattering echoed everywhere, he looked into the distance and froze. Before his eyes an endless sea of skeletons was approaching him like a tide. What is this? Why are there so many? The growls of the skeleton army and the clattering of bones echoed, creating a chaotic and horrific sound. Yoon couldn't believe his eyes. Why are there so many? Thanks to Purified Mind, he quickly regained his composure, and his eyes sharpened as he analyzed the situation. Is their strategy to overwhelm the enemy with numbers? He looked down at the sea of skeletons from atop a high rock with a scoffing smile. Shall we begin? He jumped off the cliff without hesitation. Plunging into the midst of the skeleton army like a hawk chasing its prey, he swung his sword, sending a powerful energy wave into the middle of the skeleton army, shattering dozens of skeleton soldiers. He charged into the crowd. The sword in his hand became a blurry afterimage, cutting down the skeletons blocking his path. Countless skeletons poured in from all directions, but he calmly blocked their attacks and counter-attacked. His body rotated like a whirlwind of destruction in the middle of the sea of skeletons. He let out a sigh, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Phew, I can't even break through the inner circle. He easily crushed the approaching skeletons, but his face was filled with dissatisfaction. These skeletons are too weak. A series of notifications appeared. Proficiency has increased by 0.08, he frowned. Only 0.08? That's really annoying, he continued the slaughter, and proficiency increase notifications appeared with every slash, but the small numbers only irritated him further. Realizing the futility of this task, he decided to change his strategy. I should give up on increasing proficiency with this trial. Suddenly, a powerful and furious voice filled the battlefield. Who dares, who defiles my sacred land? Yoon looked up at the colossal shadow slowly appearing in the distance. Is that the sound coming from over there? He extended his hand and his palm was enveloped in dark purple energy. He commanded coldly, absorb the deceased. The souls of the destroyed skeletons were sucked into his body. Skeletons consumed and absorbed. Souls held 130. Immediately he used the souls he had just absorbed to revive the fallen skeletons, turning them into his soldiers and making them attack their own kind. He felt satisfaction watching his new skeleton army fight the enemy. I didn't expect skeleton soldiers to be so useful. He crossed his arms and smiled confidently. Good, I'll leave this area to them and go find the boss. He commanded the skeleton army to block the enemy, and he charged forward with incredible speed. A series of acceleration skills activated, turning him into a blurry afterimage traversing the battlefield. Grace of Wind skill activated. All movement speed increased by 60. Current skill stack progress 6-7. Instant acceleration has been enhanced due to the unique effect of movement speed boost C. He glided down like the wind, easily passing the massive sea of skeletons fighting below. He sped with dazzling swiftness, his eyes constantly scanning the battlefield to find his target. Suddenly his eyes stopped at a gloomy castle in the distance. There it is! He charged across the desolate battlefield with immense speed, the ground cracking under his footsteps. His target was the gloomy castle in the distance. As he approached, a colossal shadow slowly appeared from the shroud of skeletons. It was the boss of this floor, the Lich King, wearing a golden crown. Blue soul flames danced and an ancient magic book was held in its hand. Yun landed forcefully in the castle courtyard, and a powerful gust of wind blew away the surrounding debris. He smiled, a mix of confidence and arrogance. "Found you." The Lich King's red eyes gleamed with contempt. Its voice boomed with authority. "Miserable human who dares step upon my sacred ground." It opened its book and dark red energy poured out. "You shall pay a heavy price." Two colossal golems made of stitched flesh rose from the ground. Roaring savagely, Yun calmly assessed his new opponents. "Oh, they're about the same grade as the sand golem." The Lich King laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, do you now realize whose ground you have stepped upon?" Yun replied indifferently. "Well, I don't know." He looked directly at the Lich King and said in a provocative tone, "Can't you summon anything stronger?" The Lich King froze at his arrogance. "What did you say?" Yun gripped his weapon tightly, and his smile became even more provocative. "If this is all, I'll be disappointed." The Lich King roared in fury. "You insane human, these guardians alone are enough to tear your arrogant mouth apart." Yun easily dodged the powerful punches swung by the two golems, his body moving flexibly and agilely. A system notification window appeared, an instant acceleration skull activated, enveloping his body in glowing blue energy. In the blink of an eye he became a blurry afterimage, passing by the two golems and splitting them in two with a single sword strike. He landed directly behind the Lich King, who turned in surprise. But, giving it no chance, Yun plunged his sword directly into the Lich King's bony body. Two notification windows appeared. "Proficiency has increased by 1.2, he smiled with satisfaction. "Very refreshing. These undead are really helpful for raising proficiency." The Lich King looked at him with extreme terror. "Where did a monster like you come from?" In the Lich King's vision, Yun looked like a dark demon with an unsettling smile. Yun grabbed the Lich King by the neck. "To end it. Let's end this." The Lich King could only scream in fear. "Arg!" Suddenly a thought came to Yun's mind. He paused. He looked at the Lich King's magic book. Come to think of it, this Lich could summon any monster it wanted then. A cunning and cruel smile spread across his face. "Couldn't he be my personal slave for proficiency?" The Lich King sensed the change in Yun's murderous aura. It trembled in fear. Yun stood up, looking down at the fallen Lich King. "Can you summon other guardians?" The Lich King stammered. Why do you ask that?" Yun began to walk. "If you can't, I should end it." The Lich King retreated in terror. "I can, don't come closer." It then asked, "When can I summon that guardian monster?" The Lich King quickly replied, "I can summon another guardian within a few minutes after a guardian dies." Yun pointed at the corpse of the golem he had just destroyed. "Then you can summon one right now." The Lich King hesitated. "Yes," Yun commanded. "Do it." The Lich King said despairingly. "Why, they have no chance against you." Yun raised his sword, pretending to lose his patience. "I'm getting tired. Should I just end it now?" The Lich King screamed in terror. "I'll summon them right now." Under Yun's coercion, the Lich King trembled and raised its magic book, and red dark energy poured out again with a heaven-shaking roar. Two more colossal flesh golems were summoned. Their eyes burned with hatred, and they charged at Yun. However, the outcome remained unchanged. With just two simple sword strikes, Yun easily dispatched them, and their bodies shattered into pieces. The Lich King knelt on the ground, its voice trembling and filled with despair. "Isn't that enough?" Yun turned around, his eyes cold and emotionless. "No, this is just the beginning." He walked over and grabbed the Lich King by the scruff of its neck, commanding cruelly, "Summon all the skeletons that haven't died yet and pour all your might into these guardians." Right now, the Lich King only stammered in fear, and the repeated slaughter began. Each time a golem was summoned, it was immediately shattered by Yun's blue sword strikes. The Lich King's soul screamed in silence. It thought despairingly, "How long must I continue this?" Yun, engrossed in raising his proficiency, paid no attention to its suffering. He smiled maniacally, his eyes shining with morbid pleasure, and replied, "Until I tell you to stop." Another golem appeared, roaring and rushing at Yun. Yun's eyes were unwavering, and he was prepared for the endless slaughter. He blocked the golem's attack with one finger, and his body moved as flexibly as a leaf in the wind. He leaped onto the golem's body, running along its arm and swinging his sword. With every slash, a system notification appeared. "Proficiency has increased by 1.2. The golem fell and shattered into pieces. Finally, after countless repetitions, the notification Yun had long awaited appeared. Unique characteristic Necromancy's proficiency has reached 100. Unique characteristic Necromancy's grade has increased by 1 level. A powerful blue energy exploded from his body. He felt the surging new power. A satisfied smile spread across his lips. "My Necromancy is now C grade?" The Lich King looked at him in astonishment. It muttered in fear, "You damn monstrous lunatic." It fell, its soul flame flickering. "Even demons would tremble at you. I curse you even in death." His skull began to crack and the fissures spread further and further. Yun noticed it, and seeing the cracks widen with each summon, it seemed he would die soon. He raised his sword, a hint of regret in his voice. "I wanted to use you a little longer. Too bad, truly disgusting. To meet a human like you." These were the Lich King's last words just before Yun swung his sword to end it. "This bastard, he's terribly malicious." The red energy emanating from the Lich King's soul flowed into his body. "You have achieved an achievement. Human exceeding even demons. Agility has increased by 1. You have absorbed the Lich King's soul. Proficiency has increased by 17.4. A series of reward notifications appeared. Congratulations, you have completed the 8th floor of the Tower of Trials. All stats have increased by 2 as a clear reward. You have obtained 30,000 points as a clear reward. You have obtained 700 products as a clear reward. You have obtained 300 products as a clear reward. Please move to the waiting room. He was teleported to a new space. You have entered the 9th floor waiting room. The system has begun its completion. Administrators can now observe trials. The limit on question tickets has been lifted. C-grade skills can be purchased from the skill shop. He opened his status window to check the changes. Status: Han Sang-yoon, Aura Dominator. Strength 67, Stamina 66, Agility 66, Magic 63, Endurance 63, Unique Characteristic, Necromancy D. Unique Authority, Skill Synthesis, Authority, Purified Mind D. Skills see detailed info. He focused on his unique characteristic. Unique Characteristic, Necromancy D. Proficiency 0, Basic Effect. Absorb the souls of the deceased to enhance or restore stats or magic. Additional Effect 3, when absorbing a soul there is a 20 chance to acquire one of the skills the soul possessed. Additional Effect 4, you can use souls to protect your physical body. However, the amount of damage souls can absorb is proportional to the usage time. Additional Effect, when absorbing a skill the proficiency of that skill is inherited. A joyful smile spread across his lips. Haha, it's already a cheat to be able to absorb skills and even inherit their proficiency, Yoon pondered deeply. Moreover, additional Effect 3, there's a 20 chance to acquire one of the skills the soul possessed when absorbing it. The skill absorption probability has finally been revealed. He put on his gloves thinking about the upcoming trial. The 8th floor trial ended somewhat anticlimactically, but there was no guarantee the 9th floor would be the same. I need to prepare thoroughly for the 9th floor trial. He picked up his sword thinking, I can use this sword a little longer. The problem is my defensive skills. A notification window appeared indicating that a skill had reached its limit. Hunter Dagger Skill D Proficiency Maximum, he thought. Now that Hunter Dagger Skill is maxed, I need a swordsmanship skill to replace it. He opened the system interface. Skill shop has opened. List of purchasable skills displayed. He scanned the options and was slightly disappointed. There aren't many swordsmanship skills I can use. His eyes became firm and resolute. If there's nothing, I'll just have to create one myself. You have purchased basic swordsmanship E 2,500 points deducted. He examined the new skill, a basic swordsmanship skill that enhances all swordsmanship abilities. He stood before the synthesis interface, planning in his mind. To raise the grade of Hunter Dagger skill using skill synthesis, I need to predict compatibility. Among my current skills, basic swordsmanship would have the best compatibility. Right, 2 skills appeared on the screen. Hunter Dagger Skill D and Basic Swordsmanship E. You have selected these 2 skills. A series of synthesis process notifications appeared. The grades of the synthesis materials do not match. Synthesis will focus on Hunter Dagger Skill. Synthesis will proceed focusing on Hunter Dagger Skill. Current skill synthesis success rate is 75. Proceed with synthesis. Yes, no. His finger decisively pressed yes. A dazzling light flashed on the screen. Skill synthesis complete. A new skill has been created. Demon Slayer D skill has been created, he exclaimed in surprise. Demon Slayer. He carefully read the description of the newly created skill. Demon Slayer D skill, proficiency 0, description, a hunter's swordsmanship designed to cut down demons. Basic effect. All basic swordsmanship knowledge increases and the cutting power of bladed weapons triples. However, this effect cannot stack with other effects. Additional effect. Attack speed doubles when fighting non-humans. His eyes gleamed with interest. Attack speed doubles when fighting non-humans? This skill seems to be made for monster hunting. A satisfied smile spread across his lips. As expected, skill synthesis is a really good skill, he mumbled to himself. Should I synthesize the remaining skills too? An amusing image popped into his head. Gambling is a sin. Just one more time. He dismissed the thought and decided more cautiously. I need to check compatibility, skills, and synthesis probability. 2 successful synthesis formulas appeared. Fast Recovery D, Natural Law Resistance D, Regeneration Iron Blood C, and Regeneration Iron Blood D, Pain Resistance D, Blood Cut B. Golden energy enveloped his body as a new skill was created. Blood Cut B skill. Efficiency 0. Description. A transcendent characteristic developed by a mutated vampire. Effect. The user's regenerative ability increases proportionally to their endurance. Regenerative ability triples when taking physical damage. Up to 40 of pain is nullified depending on the damage. He was startled. Oh, not only does my regenerative ability triple instantly, but pain is also nullified. He clutched his sword tightly. I can't properly test it in the waiting room due to the regeneration effect. Since 100 points aren't a big burden right now, the waiting room's regeneration effect has been removed. 50 points deducted. Fatigue accumulates and physical damage is not recovered. He raised his sword. All souls have been absorbed, so there's no possibility of a shield activating. Then I should test this. He swung his sword and slashed his arm. Blood splattered and his arm fell horribly to the ground, but immediately green energy enveloped the wound and his arm began to regenerate rapidly. He stared in disbelief at his completely healed arm. What an amazing ability. It seems I have a skill that recovers my body even without the waiting room's effect. Yun straightened his clothes, feeling a new power surge through his body. He thought confidently, now that I have excellent regenerative ability and a soul shield, frankly, I don't need anything else. He looked at his reflection in the mirror, thinking, but I should still use this until it breaks. I've already started to like it. Suddenly a chime rang. From the community. He opened the community bulletin board and scanned it, but quickly closed it. Nothing particularly noteworthy. There was no longer any need to wait. He resolutely walked towards the swirling blue spatial portal, preparing for the next trial. As soon as he stepped inside, a series of system notifications appeared. You have entered the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials. Difficulty hard. Trial theme combat. Time remaining 1 day. Clearance condition: defeat all monsters in the arena within the time limit. Failure condition: challenger dies or time expires. Clearance reward: Beast's Instinct D skill. Penalty for failure: death. Suddenly a red warning appeared on the screen, startling him. A series of emergency warnings appeared. Challenger Han Sang-Yun's 9th floor trial is currently unsafe. A challenger from the Murim world has invaded the floor. The Murim world's trial objective has been changed. He stared in astonishment at the desolate landscape before him, and his eyes gleamed coldly. An old man in a white robe stood atop a colossal pile of monster corpses. His old but powerful voice echoed, "So you've finally arrived. Trial objective has been modified." He introduced himself. "I am Baek Son-ho, commander of the Murim Alliance." A new notification appeared, identifying his enemy. Defeat challenger Baek Son-ho from the Murim world, Yun thought to himself. A challenger from another world, he asked coldly. "What is your name?" He fell silent. Baek Son-ho was slightly surprised. "Why are you suddenly asking my name?" I have already revealed my position and name," Yun replied sarcastically. "There's no point in revealing our names when you haven't invaded my floor with good intentions, is there?" He stroked his beard and said gracefully, "It is the courtesy between swordsmen. It seems you are a narrow-minded fellow." Yun was speechless. He sighed inwardly. "Why are all the challengers from other worlds so strange?" Baek Son-ho drew his sword. "Very well, if you will not show courtesy, then I have no choice." Without any warning, he charged with immense speed, and his sword emitted a bright golden light. Golden sword attacks rained down on Yun. Grace of Wind skill activated. All movement speed increased by 30. Current skill stack progress 3-7. Overwhelmed, Yun calmly dodged. His body skillfully slipped between the deadly sword attacks. Baek Son-ho was slightly surprised to see all his attacks miss. He stopped. "Oh, there was also a skill user like you in this world," Yun replied coldly. "I apologize for underestimating you." He sighed. Stop pretending to be noble. You came here to kill me and steal my rewards. That was your intention." Yun's eyes glowed red with anger. "So why are you pretending to be courteous? It's disgusting." Baek Son-ho closed his eyes. "Perhaps we cannot see things from the same perspective because we are from different worlds." He raised his glowing sword to the sky, preparing to unleash a destructive attack. "Farewell, nameless swordsman." A blinding light exploded. Unique characteristic: sword flash caused blindness for 5 seconds. Yun was plunged into darkness, his vision gone. Magic resistance skill activated. Blindness duration reduced by 2.5 seconds. He thought to himself. Good insight skill activated. Can read invisible attacks. Immediately he detected a charging sword. He gritted his teeth and barely twisted his body to dodge. "You have achieved the achievement Blind Dodger. Agility has increased by 2. He used the momentum to retreat, maintaining his distance from the enemy. Unique characteristic: sword flash's blindness effect has ended. As soon as his vision returned, Yun counter-attacked towards Baek Son-ho, who was surprised. Baek Son-ho couldn't believe that the opponent had managed to dodge that attack. Blood cut skill activated. A small wound appeared on Yun's neck, but thanks to his immense regenerative ability, it quickly healed. He let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, I almost got decapitated." Baek Son-ho was startled. How did you sense it?" Instant acceleration skill activated. Grace of Wind skill activated. All speed increased by 50. Current skill stack progress 5-7. Yun charged forward, his body enveloped in powerful blue energy. His eyes were filled with determination. "I won't give the opponent another chance to attack." Baek Son-ho was surprised by Yun's incredible speed. The two rushed at each other. Swords clashed, creating intense sparks and shockwaves. Ear-splitting metallic sounds echoed throughout the arena. Yun used his superior speed to relentlessly pursue Baek Son-ho, giving him no room to breathe. He dodged a horizontal slash and counter-attacked with a powerful kick. But Baek Son-ho quickly blocked his kick with his sword. Both put all their strength into it, but neither could push the other back. Yun used a strange skill to make his sword disappear and reappear from unpredictable angles. He kicked Baek Son-ho's sword hilt, making him drop his weapon. Baek Son-ho frowned. "What kind of strange evil magic are you using?" Yun was slightly flustered. "I've become this strong, but our stats are still similar." The two rushed at each other again, and the battle became even more intense. Baek Son-ho growled in a low voice, his eyes emitting a sinister purple aura. "I will no longer hold back." Unique characteristic: sword flash caused blindness for 5 seconds. His sword once again emitted a dazzling light. "Damn it!" Sang-Yun was plunged into darkness again. But this time he was already prepared. Magic resistance skill activated. Blindness duration reduced by 2.5 seconds. Insight skill activated. He sensed numerous sword slashes rushing at him from all directions. Insane, he thought to himself. Its attack speed increased tremendously. He focused all his strength on blocking and shouted, "Iron-forged necklace B's unique effect activated. 10 of all physical damage is absorbed by your skin." He screamed in pain as the sword slashes pierced his defenses. Pain resistance skill activated and his arm was severed from his body. Even with the iron-forged necklace's defense, blocking that attack is still too much. Unique characteristic Sword Flash's blindness effect has ended. As soon as his vision returned, he saw Baek Son-ho creating a barrier of light. Yoon didn't miss the chance and kicked a stone in his direction. Baek Son-ho split the incoming stone in two. Yoon quickly flew over, grabbed his arm and reattached it. Baek Son-ho tilted his head slightly. Observing his opponent with a searching gaze, Yoon raised his hand and a soft green energy flow enveloped his wound, healing it rapidly. That filthy black magic again, Baek Son-ho muttered, a flicker of contempt in his eyes. I thought you were a splendid martial artist, but you're merely borrowing skills you acquired somewhere. HMPH, Yoon scoffed. Your unique characteristic is also just an ability you acquired from the tower. Grace of Wind skill activated. All movement speed increased by 70. Current skill stack progress 7-7. A sneer formed on Yoon's lips and his body was enveloped in a powerful blue energy flow. Truly hypocritical. Baek Son-ho frowned. Are you going to use that filthy black magic again, to rely on such borrowed techniques even as a warrior? Yoon didn't reply. Instead, he leaped into the air, preparing to attack from above. The two swords clashed, creating a fierce vortex of energy. Baek Son-ho cried out in surprise. What did you say? Yoon's eyes blazed fiercely, and he snarled, and how about you die by these borrowed techniques? Baek Son-ho gritted his teeth and was pushed back by Yoon's strength. Memories of the past flashed through his mind. I've invaded the tower dozens of times. I've cut down countless challengers from other worlds with this sword. Earthlings especially were weak in every way. They were called honeypots. Earth's challengers couldn't even touch a single strand of my hair. Moreover, just using my unique characteristic, Sword Flash, was enough to finish them off in one attack. Back in reality, Baek Son-ho couldn't believe what was happening. I thought this time wouldn't be different either. He barely dodged Yoon's sword slash. He screamed in pain and rage. Yoon gave him no respite. He immediately charged, unleashing a series of continuous attacks. The two clashed fiercely again, creating an enormous energy explosion. Yoon exhaled and his wounds were slowly healing. Swoosh! Baek Son-ho was also panting, his body covered in wounds. Phew, phew. As Baek Son-ho panted, system messages from other administrators began to appear around him. They were all observing the battle. Administrator White Crane Swordsman was surprised by the young challenger. Administrator Northern Monster predicted you would soon be defeated. Administrator Cruel Night Ruler was interested in the young challenger. Administrator Hero of the Black Archipelago was surprised by the young challenger's skill usage. Baek Son-ho's face contorted with rage and humiliation. He snarled and activated a series of skills. Instant Strike skill activated. Attack speed doubled. Lightning Sword energy skill activated. Sword was filled with lightning energy. Flash Strike skill activated. Cutting power of sword doubles for the next attack only. First Strike skill activated. Sword movement speed increases by 2.8 times for 1 minute. His entire body was enveloped in a fiery momentum, preparing for a single finishing attack. Yoon gave a mocking smile. Didn't you just ramble on about that filthy black magic? Suddenly, a system penalty was imposed on Baek Son-ho. Penalty for floor invasion is currently applied. All stats decreased by 8. Some skills cannot be used. Damn it, he muttered in despair. Instant Strike skill forcefully deactivated. Lightning Sword energy skill forcefully deactivated. Meanwhile, Yoon was already prepared. Unique characteristic Sword Flash's cooldown has ended. Unique characteristic Sword Flash activated. Sight skill activated. I'm getting more and more used to this attack pattern. Baek Son-ho roared in rage, his face bloodied, his eyes glowing red with hatred. You demonic bastard, I'll shatter you into pieces. He unleashed his final attack and an enormous fiery sword energy poured down like a meteor, but Sang Yoon was already prepared. He took a stance and 3 cut skill activated. The next 3 attacks are enhanced by the skill's effect. His eyes and sword glowed with blue light. He charged directly into his opponent's sword energy. 2 energy flows, one hot and one cold, collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Unique characteristic Sword Flash's blindness effect has ended. As the light faded, the two stood facing each other in a black mist. Yoon fell, panting. Baek Son-ho's phantom, on the other hand, faded and disappeared. Baek Son-ho's sword was broken in 2 and stuck in the ground. Yoon knelt on one knee, trying to catch his breath. Baek Son-ho stumbled away, his back to Yoon. His body began to shatter, and the energy flow surrounding him fragmented. He turned, looking at Yoon in disbelief. How can this be? Baek Son-ho fell and lay on the cold ground. Congratulations. You have completed the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials. A tired but satisfied smile appeared on Yoon's wounded face. You have absorbed Challenger Baek Son-ho's soul. Proficiency increased by 27. A deep red energy flow emanating from Baek Son-ho's soul poured into his body. His eyes glowed purple. 27, not bad. Congratulations. You have completed the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials. This floor's reward and difficulty do not match. Rewards will be adjusted, he thought to himself. Come to think of it, something like this happened before. I wonder how the rewards will be adjusted. A series of new reward notifications appeared. Adjustment complete. Rewards will be granted in order as a clear reward. 6th Sense Skill C has been created. 35,000 points acquired. As an additional reward, 1,000 products acquired. Moving to waiting room, Yoon stood in the middle of the desolate battlefield. 6th Sense. It's 1 grade higher than the original reward Beast's Instinct. He turned and walked towards the teleportation portal. Good, I'll check the details in the waiting room. While he was teleporting, messages from other administrators poured out. Administrator White Crane Swordsman was deeply impressed by your battle. Administrator Northern Monster was enthusiastic about your efforts. Administrator Cruel Night Ruler was pleased with your performance. Administrator Hero of the Black Archipelago applauded your fighting spirit. He was slightly surprised. The system was expanding. Administrators can now observe trials, he recalled again. Come to think of it, there was a message like that. He smiled. Anyway, most of the administrators were impressed by my battle, so I'm a little proud. In another way of thinking, it means they acknowledged me. Administrator Iron-Blooded Emperor frowned due to the excessive attention towards her contractor. Administrator Iron-Blooded Emperor tells you not to be swayed by other administrators. He said, yes. Administrator White Crane Swordsman wants to add an authority to the contractor exclusive shop. Do you permit it? He stood blankly. He muttered in disbelief. White Crane Swordsman wants to. What's going on? Are they giving me an authority for free? Administrator Iron-Blooded Emperor reluctantly says you can accept the authority. He thought to himself, can I really receive that? Administrator Iron-Blooded Emperor says they are giving the authority to gain the contractor's support. Support, What's good about gaining support from a challenger who's completed the contract? So, will they keep contacting me in the future? Administrator White Crane Swordsman smiles and says it will continue. Yoon was silent. Meanwhile, Iron-Blooded Emperor says not to worry too much as the authority won't be good. He thought to himself, it's not a great authority, but if it's just for gaining support, ultimately are they giving it to me expecting something in return? He decided, if that's the case I have no reason to hesitate. Thank you. Administrator White Crane Swordsman's authority has been added. Sword Energy Master Authority C has been added to the contractor exclusive shop's authority list. Administrator White Crane Swordsman smiles, telling you to remember his favor. Understood, I'll use it well. You have entered the 10th floor waiting room. System expansion has begun. You can now enter the public area. He sighed in relief upon safe arrival. He looked around the new space, the public area. Can administrators observe what happens here too? Probably still watching, right? After a moment of silence, nothing happened. He awkwardly cleared his throat. He opened the shop. Contractor exclusive shop's authority list has been opened. List updated. Authority Purified Mind C, Iron-Blooded Soul A, Winter King D, Sword Energy Master C. He was surprised to see one of the authority's grades changed. Yoon selected the newly added authority. Authority Sword Energy Master C 1500 products. Description. Sword energy, previously usable only by the finest warriors, has been materialized as an authority. It is more powerful than ordinary sword energy, and once acquired, allows you to imbue bladed weapons with mana, ki, or other energies. However, mana consumption increases proportionally to the activation time. He thought deeply. I can infuse mana into my weapon to use sword energy. They said this was an ordinary authority, but it's quite good. Suddenly, the shop interface changed. Now I can see the next page. Authority list. List 2-3. Authority Skeletal Reconstruction C. Authority Iron Blood Sword A. Authority Hand of Death B. He skimmed the authority descriptions. Authority Skeletal Reconstruction C. 1500 products. Description. Can reconfigure skeletal structure to suit any martial art and all stats increase by 2. Authority Iron Blood Sword A. 5000 products. Description. Can summon an Iron Blood Sword made of the user's mana. Mana is not consumed, however. Only one Iron Blood Sword can be summoned at a time. Authority Hand of Death B. 2500 products. Description. Necromancy and black magic efficiency double and inflicts a slight slow effect after wounding an opponent. He sighed. These abilities are truly insane, but he checked his remaining product count. I currently only have 2000 products. The only authorities I can acquire right now are Skeletal Reconstruction or Sword Energy Master. One of these authorities. What should I do? Should I save more products? He clenched his fist. Elder Baek Son Ho, whom I met on the 9th floor, was also incredibly strong. To avoid dying at the hands of such people, buying an authority is important. Authority Sword Energy Master C purchased. 1500 products deducted. Authority Sword Energy Master activated. His sword was enveloped in a powerful blue sword energy flow. 3-cut skill also uses mana, but the feeling is completely different. If 3-cut skill could be described as mana instantly surging into the sword like a wave, sword energy was like mana flowing like water. As he tested the new skill, a series of notifications appeared. Authority Sword Energy Master activated for 1 minute. Mana consumption increased by 2. Authority Sword Energy Master activated for 2 minutes. Mana consumption increased by 4. Authority Sword Energy Master activated for 3 minutes. Mana consumption increased by 6. He frowned. Mana consumption rate increases by 2 every minute, so it would take 50 minutes to consume 100 of my mana. Authority Sword Energy Master deactivated. I really need to manage my mana well when using this. He opened his status window again. 6 cents was the 9th floor reward, right? Skill 6 Sense C, Proficiency 0. Effect. Your instincts are enhanced, allowing you to use your 6th sense as a basis for judgment. Does that mean my instincts will improve? If my instincts can be the basis for judgment, that would be quite useful. Alright, shall I open the community bulletin board? I wonder if there's any mention of the new public area. You have entered the hard difficulty community, 10th floor community 7211321. He skimmed the comments. As expected, there are many comments about the public area being added to the 10th floor waiting room. He was surprised. One comment caught his eye. I just met a max-level swordsman in the public area. A foreigner asked me if I wanted to exchange authority with their administrator, Sang Yun said in disbelief. Exchange authority? A place where I can meet countless challengers and even trade with administrators. Interesting, he smiled. I'll have to go check it out then. You are being moved to the 10th floor public area. He appeared in what looked like a large park. So this is the public area, a friendly-looking person approached. I used a question ticket to ask a few things. So I'll try to gain as many benefits as possible in return. In the darkness of the forest, a group of people watched the man and woman who had just left. Let's go, one of them said. I think that damn guy is a Korean hunter, another confirmed. Yeah, he's a Korean A-rank hunter. I remember seeing his records. The leader smiled maliciously. It annoyed me that they kept saying they were a powerful hunter nation. His eyes glowed red. But outside the public area, you can kill other people, right? The man and woman walking through the forest were completely unaware of the approaching danger. Suddenly, the man shouted, "Ha!" A series of unfavorable effects overwhelmed him. Unique characteristic light of weakening effect has increased mana consumption by 100. Unique characteristic eyes of fear effect has reduced all stats by 20. Unique characteristic eyes of fear effect has paralyzed a part of your body. My body, he collapsed, writhing in pain. Ha ha, the attacker laughed gleefully. He barely managed to plead, please, just a moment, but the attacker coldly asked, what are you doing? The leader drew his sword. What do you think we're doing? You're from a powerful hunter nation, you should know. The man thought desperately. Ah, damn it, this isn't even a trial and they're plundering here too, he shouted. Please stop. There was a woman accompanying him, a nun. Bravely stepped forward. Can you handle this? If you don't stop now, I'll expose you in the community and let everyone know. The leader stopped. All right, he turned back to her. Then instead a morbid smile spread across his lips. If you take off your clothes, I'll consider it. If you drop all your items and do as I say, I might spare one of you. The nun stammered. What did you say? Then shall I help you? He approached, extending his hand threateningly. Ha! He suddenly sensed another presence and stopped. He frowned and looked back. What the hell is that guy? Black cloak. Sang Yun slightly turned his hood, revealing a cold face. Are you talking to me right now? Yes, you. By the way, are you Korean too? A malicious smile spread across the faces of all three thugs. They charged at Sang Yun without any warning, attacking him. But a powerful black energy exploded from Sang Yun's body, sending them all flying. Sang Yun sighed in an irritated voice. I wanted to pass by quietly. Forced breakthrough skill activated. Magic resistance skill activated. 100 mana consumption increase effect has been nullified. All ability 20 reduction effect has been nullified. Partial body paralysis effect has been nullified. Green energy enveloped Sang Yun, dispelling all unfavorable effects. The leader's mouth fell open and his eyes widened in surprise. Meanwhile, Sang Yun summoned his sword. He calmly stared straight at them, taking a battle stance with no emotion in his voice. You started it first. A system notification window immediately appeared, activating the skill. Instant acceleration. He rushed forward like blue lightning, his body almost turning into an afterimage. The thugs screamed in surprise without time to react. Before being overwhelmed by his immense speed, one frantically tried a speed lightning skill, and another hastily created a shield. Ice shield. Sang Yun's sword collided head-on with the ice shield, and the two thugs behind screamed from the immense force. Sang Yun narrowed his eyes, gritting his teeth, and delivered a powerful blow to the center of the shield. His strike shattered the ice shield into thousands of pieces with a tremendous explosion. The rescued couple, frozen in the distance, could not hide their astonishment at the immense power they were witnessing. The leader screamed, losing his last defense. He cried out in despair. Sang Yun walked through the rain of ice shards, his body completely unscathed, his gaze still coldly fixed on his target. The leader fell to the ground terrified, raising his hands and stammering. Wait, I was wrong. He pleaded for mercy, please. But his words were cut short by Sang Yun's cold and resolute sword strike. A series of red system notifications appeared. You have absorbed the soul of player Han Mujin. You have absorbed the soul of player Jin Jin. You have absorbed the soul of player Nam Jin Hoon. Efficiency has increased by 6.4. After everything was over, the nun approached, her voice full of guilt. I'm sorry, I should have helped, but the battle ended faster than I expected. Sang Yun turned around indifferently and replied, It's all right, you can go now. Don't worry. She bowed her head. Thank you then. Then she turned and left with her companion. The man let out a sigh of relief. Phew, he suddenly stopped and turned back, asking in a voice filled with trembling surprise. Are you perhaps a cheater? Sang Yun slightly nodded. Well, you could say that. Anyway, I've always been in the top 10. The man's eyes sparkled with joy and respect. I see, it's an honor to meet you. Thank you for saving me. Thank you very much. Sang Yun thought, I just helped him because I thought I could be threatened too, and said coldly, Don't mention it. You can go now. He turned to leave, but the man called him back again. Sang Yun turned with a questioning look. The man pointed at the corpses strewn on the ground and made a strange request. These corpses, could you give them to me? Sang Yun frowned, completely unsure why. The man smiled and explained, Since you saved me, if you give me these in return, I'll give you a skill. This unexpected offer made Sang Yun pay attention. The man extended his hand and dark purple energy gathered. It was gluttony. Immediately, purple energy burst from his hand, completely enveloping and devouring the corpses on the ground to Sang Yun's astonishment. Phew, truly satisfying. He looked at his hand. Sang Yun asked, "Is that a skill too? Then as promised I'll give you a skill. Administrator Gluttony's additional skill has been accepted. Steel Wings skill is being added to the shop skill list." Sang Yun was surprised. "I didn't expect to get another skill. It's a skill that creates wings on my back. If you purchase it with products you'll be able to use it immediately." Yun nodded. "Thank you. I'll have to check it when I return to the waiting room." Suddenly, messages from other administrators poured out. Administrator White Crane Swordsman warns against approaching his challenger. Administrator Gluttony expresses anger over lack of business ethics. Administrator Iron-Blooded Emperor complains about those clinging to her contractor. Administrator Cruel Night Ruler observes the three fighting. Yun thought, how dramatic. If they're competing over challengers, there must be something they want from them. Well, I'll find out. The man explained that the public area was divided into an arena, an auction area, and a gambling area. Besides, there's one more useful thing to know. The currently known other dimensional worlds are Ares, Murim, and only these three worlds are invading the Earth dimension. The man continued to explain about various factions. The Ares faction prioritizes martial spirit. Continued recalling images of warriors. Murim challengers are similar but more aggressive, so the Black Knight is from Ares and White Crane is from Murim. And I heard that is a nation of elves, fairies, and beastmen, he said with a knowing expression. Sang Yun was slightly surprised by the amount of information he had. You know a lot, the man gave a confident and lively smile. I found out using question tickets as they walked together through the gigantic stone gate. The man let out a sigh of relief. Ah, we finally entered the public area. He suddenly stopped and turned to Sang Yun, handing him a business card. It's nothing special, but here's my business card. Sang Yun looked at him with a puzzled expression. Sang Yun took the business card and read it. He noticed the man's position. He was the team leader of the Hunter Association's Challenger Management Team. The man smiled. Call me anytime if you have any questions. As soon as they entered, a system notification window appeared. You have entered the public area. All abnormal statuses returned to normal. Combat between challengers is impossible. Other people around also seemed relieved. One person mumbled, "Oh," the man spoke about his plans. "I'm thinking of going to the auction house." Sang Yun nodded. "Ah, I see. I have somewhere to go too," the man asked curiously with an excited expression. "Oh, where are you going?" Sang Yun gave a confident and enthusiastic smile. His blue eyes shone brightly. The arena. As he entered, a mechanical voice echoed, "Welcome to the arena." The scene inside was chaotic, with some people shouting angrily, "Ah, why did that damn guy lose, damn it? He's down again." On the other hand, another person laughed gleefully. "Ha ha ha, I got a skill." Sang Yun looked around with a thoughtful expression. "Is this the arena? It feels like a sports gambling place." A series of administrator messages appeared. Administrator Black Ghost says it reminds him of the old days. Administrator Iron-Blooded Emperor turns away from the arena in disgust. Administrator White Crane Swordsman is excited by the atmosphere of the arena. He thought, looking at the isolated single seats, "Do I have to sit there?" Without hesitation, Sang Yun approached and sat on a red chair, crossing his arms in a completely relaxed and confident posture. As soon as he sat down, the system activated. Arena system is being activated. Choose between gambling and combat. Yun mumbled gambling and combat. To understand it more clearly, he pressed the virtual help button that appeared before his eyes. A guide panel appeared. 1. The arena is divided into two systems, gambling and combat. 2. If you choose gambling, you can bet money on other participants' matches. 2.1. You can lose or gain points depending on the result of the challenger you bet on, he thought. The people I just saw chose gambling. He continued to read the explanation for combat. 3. If you choose combat, you can fight other challengers and receive rewards. Mumbled, I guess once a match is confirmed, I'll be automatically teleported to the Roman arena. Well, in the end, the core of the arena seems to be rewards. Images of items, skills, and authorities appeared as illustrations. After fully understanding the rules, Yun snapped his fingers. Then I should look for noticeable rewards elsewhere, a group of people murmured. Isn't that Catherine, the Witch of Hell? You mean that hot and famous American hunter? Wow, I've never actually seen her. Catherine, a beautiful woman with red hair, was sitting on a chair skimming the virtual screen before her. She slightly frowned and mumbled in an irritated voice, "No one is requesting to fight me. Is it because I win too much?" An information panel appeared explaining why more people requested to fight when her match record was not displayed. Catherine Bennett, American Allied Server, Rank 6, Reward Swordstorm Skill C, 17 wins, 0 losses. No, Master Fire Administrator scoffed, claiming the other challengers were weak. Catherine sighed in agreement. Right, it seems like there are only cowards here. This is truly boring. She rose from her chair, a determined expression on her face, signaling that she would no longer waste time and would leave this place. Just as Catherine was about to depart, a ping notification chimed, drawing her attention. A system screen appeared before her. Match request received. Han Sang-Yun, Korean Allied Server Rank 3. Reward, Selma Skill D, 0 wins, 0 losses. She murmured the name Han Sang-Yun and frowned as she read the information. Someone who has never fought before chose me? Her surprise quickly morphed into a satisfied, provocative smile. Her eyes glinted with amusement. Interesting. As soon as she accepted the system notification, the match was confirmed. You are being teleported to the Roman arena. both were instantly engulfed in light, appearing at opposite ends of the vast stadium. Catherine looked at Sang Yun with a confident smile. "I like your courage, but you should be more careful when choosing your opponents," Sang Yun responded silently with a cold, unwavering gaze. The system solemnly announced, Han Sang Yun versus Catherine Bennett. Match start. Immediately, Catherine unleashed her power and her body erupted in brilliant flames. Her eyes blazed red like fire and her smile was filled with superiority. She spoke in an arrogant tone, "Let this be a lesson. Authority. Birth of fire activated." She extended her hand towards the sky, summoning a massive fireball. Its heat distorted the surrounding air. Sang Yun calmly watched the destructive fireball grow, with not a shadow of fear on his face. The fireball descended with immense speed, like a meteor poised to destroy everything in its path. Sang Yun stood firm, ready to face the overwhelming attack head-on. He was completely engulfed in a colossal, earth-shaking explosion of flames. Catherine folded her arms, gazing at the sea of flames with a satisfied expression. She confidently declared, "It's over." But suddenly another notification appeared. Authority. Sword Energy Master activated. A laser-sharp blue sword energy easily split the fireball in two. From between the two halves of the fireball, Sang Yun walked out, sword in hand, his body utterly unblemished. Catherine was speechless, her eyes wide as she stared at the sight before her in disbelief. The flames around her slowly faded as she glared at her opponent, muttering incredulously. "A lesson, huh?" Sang Yun pointed his glowing sword at her. Mocking smile played on his lips. "I'll be the one teaching that lesson." At the same time, in a distant, serene bamboo forest, a long-haired elderly man leisurely sipped tea. He gazed at a floating water droplet before him which reflected the entire progression of the match. Inside the droplet, Sang Yun was clearly seen bisecting the fireball with his sword energy. The old man, slightly surprised, exclaimed, "I didn't expect him to be so proficient with sword energy," he continued, a mysterious smile on his face. "It was a good idea to grant him a beneficial authority, and from now on I should establish a connection with this challenger faster than with others." The old man flicked a feather into the air, gazing into the distance. "This challenger might resolve the grudge I couldn't settle myself." Back in the arena, Sang Yun's eyes sharpened. He prepared his next attack. Standing firm in the middle of the flame-covered arena, he immediately activated his instant acceleration skill. He soared above the pillars of fire created by Catherine's attack. From above he descended like a blue arrow, his sword in hand ready to end the match. His cloak was burned by her skill. He softly muttered "Oh" with no hint of confusion in his eyes. He landed softly on the arena floor, narrowly dodging the attack. He thought to himself, "Without the grace of wind, the cloak's effect isn't enough." Seeing her opponent unharmed, Catherine again raised her hand, summoning numerous fireballs, much larger and fiercer than before. She smirked arrogantly. "HMPH, let's see how long you can last." The administrators watched the match with mixed reactions. Administrator Iron-Blooded Emperor watches the flames with interest. Administrator White Crane Swordsman shows great trust in him. Administrator Black Ghost laughs heartily amidst the sea of flames. Meanwhile, Catherine shot countless fireballs at Sang Yun. Sang Yun moved skillfully, dodging the deadly attacks. A notification window appeared. 3 minutes have passed since Authority. Sword Energy Master was activated. Mana consumption has increased by 6. The match continued. And a notification appeared again. 4 minutes have passed since Authority. Sword Energy Master was activated. Mana consumption has increased by 8. Sang Yun frowned, realizing his disadvantage. "If this fight drags on, I'll get quite exhausted." Suddenly, a thick dark red energy flow erupted from his body. A series of notifications appeared. Absorbed Challenger Baek Son Ho's soul. All stats have permanently increased. Stamina 2, Agility 1, Strength 3, Magic 3, Endurance 2. Absorbed one of Challenger Baek Son Ho's skills. Acquired Lightning Sword Energy Skill. B description. The sacred skill of the Lightning Sword faction. Basic effect. Imbues the blade with lightning attribute when using sword energy. Cannot be used without sword energy. Additional effect, when activated, enhances sword energy for a fatal strike. Sang Yun's eyes shone brightly as he processed the new information. "Oh, lightning sword energy, huh? A fatal strike, does that mean I can project sword energy outwards?" Seeing Sang Yun suddenly standing still, Catherine wore a displeased expression. "You really seem to think you have a lot of time to waste." She waved her hand, creating numerous flaming swords in the air, preparing a wide-area attack. The rain of flaming swords struck the arena, gouging the ground. But Sang Yun had vanished from his original position. He moved with immense speed, deflecting the incoming flaming swords with his blade. Blood cut skill activated. A strange glove with small wings appeared on his left hand. He looked at his sword. He decided to test his new power. "It's my first attempt, so I don't know if it will work, but I should try it as practice." The blue sword energy enveloping his sword grew thicker and more potent. Authority, Sword Energy Master activated. Lightning Sword Energy Skill activated. He swung his sword, unleashing a tremendous wave of lightning sword energy towards Catherine. The sword energy easily shattered Catherine's flame attacks. She cried out in surprise. "Ah!" Flustered, she shouted, "Shield!" and tried to defend herself by creating a flame shield. Despite her defense, the force of the attack made her scream and pushed her back. She thought in terror. An immediate counterattack. Before she could even collect herself, Sang Yun appeared directly behind her. He was so fast that she could only freeze in speechless astonishment. Catherine closed her eyes and took a long breath, conceding, you are incredibly strong. I surrender. Challenger Catherine has surrendered. You win. Acquired reward. Swordstorm Skill B, teleporting to 10th floor public area. Sang Yun disappeared from the arena and returned to his chair. He muttered to himself, even though I held back a fair bit with sword energy as practice, she was quite strong. Then he glanced at his cloak. She burned my cloak. He opened Catherine Bennett's information panel. I need to remember this name. Reading the description of the skill he had just acquired, he exclaimed in surprise, Swordstorm Skill D, Proficiency 0, Basic Effect, Thrusting Attack Speed triples. Additional effect. When skill is activated, the probability of imbuing the blade with wind attribute increases by 30, greatly increasing movement speed. Disappointment was evident on his face. I thought it was a swordsmanship skill, but it's a thrusting skill. I've been fooled. His profile was updated. Korean Allied Server Rank 3, 1 win, 0 losses, he thought to himself. Finally, my first win. Soon after, another notification appeared. Match confirmed, teleporting to Roman Arena. This is just the beginning. He was sent back to the arena. Han Sang-Yun versus Uwaki Yuji. Match start. He looked at his opponent. Japanese Server Rank 11, his opponent, Uwaki said in a contemptuous tone. I was really looking forward to this match, hearing you were Korean Rank 3, but you look quite like a vagrant. Your skill probably matches your appearance. At the mocking words, a slow, significant smile spread across Sang-Yun's face. Uwaki frowned, his expression confused and slightly irritated. Why are you laughing? Sang-Yun replied, his smile even more distinct. I'm just laughing because we're thinking the same thing. Uwaki thought, what does that mean? Enraged by the insult, Uwaki shouted, you damn vagrant, and charged. He swung his sword backwards in a fit of rage, counterattacking Sang-Yun. Sang-Yun easily dodged his attack, thinking to himself, is this the level of Japan Rank 11? A confident smile appeared on his lips as he realized the immense power difference between them. This must mean I've gotten insanely strong. Sang-Yun lightly pushed Uwaki, sending him flying backward. His opponent screamed in pain, and fell to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. Sang-Yun thought to himself that was really too easy. Immediately, the system announced the end of the match. Challenger Uwaki Yuji has taken too much damage. You win. Sang-Yun laughed heartily, his eyes shining with extreme excitement. This is truly a skill feast. The scene transitioned to numerous other matches where Sang-Yun easily defeated his opponents. You win. The victory notifications kept pouring in. Another challenger was sent flying into the air, a dazed expression on their face. You win. The victory notification rang out again. His winning streak continued overwhelmingly, and finally a new achievement was unlocked. You have achieved the achievement, Master of Duels. Stamina has increased by 2. The scene suddenly shifted to a magnificent mountainous region. Engulfed in clouds, it was a new location, China. Deep within a serene bamboo forest, a man with long hair meditated on a rock with a person in martial arts attire standing respectfully behind him. The meditating man slowly opened his eyes, revealing mysterious purple pupils. He asked, what is it? Upon hearing the news, his expression changed. Grand Elder Baek Son-ho died? The subordinate bowed, confirming, yes, young master. The subordinate continued his report in a serious voice, according to his last words. It seems he tried to invade a place called the Earth Dimension, which recently connected with ours. He clenched his fist and his expression became resolute. It must be that place. Suddenly, a colossal mythical beast with white fur burst through the forest, letting out an earth-shaking roar. The young master remained seated, unperturbed by the beast's appearance, and casually muttered, it's been 5 years since I rested from climbing the tower. He extended his hand and an invisible force emanated from his palm. A sword flew through the air and landed perfectly in his hand. He gripped the sword tightly and charged straight at the massive beast. His speed was so immense that the beast could only let out a confused grr sound. In the blink of an eye, he leaped onto the beast's head and plunged his sword deep into it. The subordinate, observing everything from afar, thought to himself, to overpower a mythical creature so easily, the young master's martial arts are truly terrifyingly strong. The young master stood on the corpse of the fallen beast. He licked the blood off his sword, a cold smile on his face. The Earth Dimension, sounds interesting. His purple eyes gleamed eerily, and he commanded, find out who killed Baek Son-ho by any means necessary. At the same time, Sang-Yun walked out of a teleportation gate. The system announced, you have entered the 10th floor waiting room. He threw himself onto a newly appeared plush bed in the waiting room. His body, exhausted from interdimensional battles, was utterly fatigued. He let out a satisfied breath, feeling his fatigue melt away. All my fatigue is gone, as expected of a waiting room. Lying on the bed, he reached his hand into the air and a virtual screen appeared. A joyful smile spread across his lips. I've acquired another authority from an unexpected source. The screen displayed information about a new authority. Steel Wings C, 1500 products. He imagined himself flying through the sky with magnificent purple wings, thinking, an authority that lets me fly, just thinking about it makes me happy. A notification appeared in the contractor exclusive shop, but Yoon sighed. The problem was that he currently lacked enough products to buy anything, so he decided to put it on hold. After gathering his thoughts, he sat on the bed, surrounded by numerous skill windows floating around him. He decided, alright, it's time to start skill synthesis. The system responded immediately. Unique authority skill synthesis has been activated. The skill synthesis process has been completed. A brilliant light flashed announcing the creation of new skills. A series of continuous notifications followed, indicating that several new skills were being created. New skill created. New skill created. New skill created. Finally, 3 glowing orbs appeared before him, symbolizing the successful creation of 3 new skills. Yoon gazed at his creations, his blue eyes gleaming with curiosity and anticipation. After an hour of intense work, the skills he had created could be basically summarized as follows: Defense skill Counter Shield B, Movement Speed skill Mystic Amble C, and Attack Speed skill Blade Dance C. He paid particular attention to one skill. A faint red aura emanated from his hand. This skill was a B-grade defense skill. He immediately tested it. Counter Shield skill activated. A complex red energy shield with a hexagonal pattern formed around his arm. He stared at the shield with surprise and excitement. Oh, suddenly, another notification appeared, interrupting his joy. You have entered the 10th floor of the Tower of Trials. Difficulty hard. Trial theme cooperation. Time remaining 3 hours. Clearance condition. Prevent the resurrection of the Lord of Darkness within the time limit. Failure condition. All team members die within the time limit. Clearance reward. Skill proficiency potion. Penalty for failure, death. He was immediately teleported to a desolate rocky area. A blue teleportation portal was open around a magic circle. The system continued to notify. Team members are assigned according to their rank. Team member assignment complete. The ranks of the assigned team members were listed. The first to appear was a masked man with white hair, rank 1 Kim Sung-hoon. The second was a man in a hoodie, rank 2 Oh Young-sok. Next was Yoon, identified by the system as rank 3 Hunter. Finally, a blonde man in a red suit appeared, rank 6 Princess Soo-hee. The system continued to notify. A 30-minute grace period has been granted. The grace period will not be deducted from the time allocated for trial completion during this time. Prepare to cooperate and defeat the boss monster. Oh Young-sok sighed. Another cooperation trial. How annoying. He surprisingly recognized the man at the forefront. Ha, Sung-hoon, you were climbing the tower too. Yoon looked at the two and thought, oh, those are rank 1 and 2. I think I met them in other trials before. As the two conversed, Soo-hee, the blonde man in the red suit, suddenly approached and pointed a finger at Yoon, shouting with a mix of fear and anger. You're the guy I first met on the 4th floor. Yoon looked back at him, completely confused. Kim Sung-hoon, rank 1, he calmly asked. Did I meet him on another floor before? Judging by his reaction, it didn't end well. Soo-hee clutched his body and trembled as if reliving a terrible memory. Yes, we met in the 4th floor cooperation trial. That damned hunter decided to stack up kills to promote his own growth. A flashback appeared, showing Yoon walking away coldly after taking down a group of people, including Soo-hee. The scene shifted to introduce the character Princess Soo-hee. His real name was Kim Sung-jun, and deceiving others was his daily routine. He incited conflict by making others fight among themselves, then seized rewards by exploiting the moment. This was the survival tactic he had developed. This tactic was effective even in the entirely different environment of the Tower of Trials. Administrator Swindler Jester grinned, pleased with his contractor's deceptive actions. Behind Sung-jun stood the eerie phantom of a jester, and Sung-jun also wore a satisfied smile. Yoon looked at Soo-hee's frozen expression and thought to himself, he's frozen. Should I provoke him a little more? Soo-hee, still oblivious, pointed a finger and shouted, I think you're making a serious mistake. Besides, he ruthlessly killed even his own teammates. Yoon turned around and asked in a displeased voice, Hey buddy, what nonsense are you spouting? The atmosphere was filled with tension. And rank 1 Kim Sung-hoon summoned a massive warhammer which emanated a blue light. He said in a commanding voice, 3 people with good teamwork are better than 4 discordant ones. The Tower of Trials is not an easy place. His eyes gleamed eerily beneath his mask. He coldly declared, Who speaks the truth and who lies? The liar will be eliminated here. Yoon internally assessed the situation. If things go wrong and I have to face all 3 of them simultaneously, his gaze sharpened. This would be the worst-case scenario. In the tense atmosphere, rank 2 Oh Young-sok raised his hand, trying to calm them down. Everyone please calm down for a moment. He turned to Soo-hee and said, Princess Soo-hee said you met a hunter on the 4th floor, is that true? Soo-hee hastily confirmed, Yes, that's right. Oh Young-sok continued logically. Then you should know the hunter's real name. After all, the nickname system existed from the 5th floor waiting room. If we met on the 4th floor, he concluded. If Princess Soo-hee tells us the hunter's real name, this situation will be resolved. Everyone's gaze turned to Soo-hee and he broke out in a cold sweat. Soo-hee stammered, trying to fabricate a name. The hunter's real name is, he suddenly shouted loudly. His real name is Lee Chun Minimum. At the same time, his face transformed into a half-frightened, half-wicked smile. Yes, there's no way to prove your name here anyway. Oh Young-sok turned to Yoon. Mr. Lee Chun-min, do you have anything to say? Yoon sighed and replied with a displeased expression. This isn't even funny anymore. He reached into his jacket pocket, pulled out a card and brandished it. This is my hunter's license, he thought to himself. I accidentally brought this back when I returned to Earth and it turns out to be useful in this situation. He clearly declared, My name is Han Sung-yoon. The card clearly displayed his name, rank and specialization. Soo-hee's face turned pale, and sweat poured down him as he realized his lie had been exposed. Kim Sung-hoon raised his warhammer and said in a cold voice, All right, it's time to decide who will be eliminated here. Soo-hee thought despairingly, I'm really screwed. Numerous notifications from administrators appeared, ridiculing Soo-hee's clumsiness. He gritted his teeth and thought, damn it, it's over. Just as Kim Sung-hoon was about to move, Yoon raised his hand to stop him. "Excuse me, but I'd like to handle this situation myself." His eyes glowed red with fury. Killing intent emanated fiercely. "I'm truly angry right now." Kim Sung-hoon was silent for a moment, then nodded. "All right, I'll leave it to you." Soo-hee watched with a skeptical expression. "What, he's coming at me alone?" A wicked and calculating smile spread across his face. "Ha, if I can kill him, there's still hope. It would be too much for those two to pass this 4-person trial alone." Yoon approached him. "You said some very interesting things. Are you not going to take responsibility for your words?" Soo-hee scoffed. "Responsibility? What's that? I'm only interested in survival." He summoned a magic book and a dark purple aura swirled around him. "Besides, you're not the only one with power." He extended his hand and a complex magic circle appeared. "Swamp elemental vine has wrapped around your ankle." Green vine sprouted from the ground, tightly coiling around Yoon's ankle. Mana resistance skill activated. Swamp elemental vine has completely disappeared. Green energy erupted from Yoon's body, easily destroying the vines. He took an offensive stance, holding his sword, which gleamed with blue sword energy. Soo-hee said with a displeased expression. "Ah, mana resistance." Yes, he began to chant another spell, and a ring of purple energy surrounding him fired a massive energy beam. The beam shattered the ground and flew directly towards Yoon, who was far away. Kim Sung-hoon said to Oh Young-sok, "We should keep our distance too," Oh Young-sok complained. But we can feel the fight from here." Kim Sung-hoon silently grabbed Oh Young-sok's hoodie and pulled him back. Oh Young-sok whined. But how nice it is to watch from a prime spot." Soo-hee growled in an enraged voice, "Die, you damn bastard," and unleashed another attack. Numerous energy orbs were fired, creating a magical downpour. Yoon moved at incredible speed, deftly dodging the energy orbs. He gritted his teeth and raised his newly acquired shielded arm, shouting, "Counter!" He blocked the incoming energy orb. A counterattack from Yoon's shield shot back at Soo-hee, and he screamed in pain as he was hit by his own magic. "Ah!" Soo-hee gritted his teeth, and a wicked maniacal smile spread across his twisted face. "It seems the hunter has become the hunted." Yoon was slightly surprised. "Huh?" He sensed a tremendous amount of energy concentrating from above. The energy orbs Soo-hee had fired earlier hadn't disappeared but were reconverging. He looked up. His eyes widened in alarm. Those orbs he fired earlier. All the orbs merged into one giant magical lightning bolt, and the lightning descended with immense destructive power directly onto Yoon's location. Soo-hee laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha, you seem to be having fun. What will you do now, you damned bastard?" However, his smile quickly vanished at the sight revealed within the dust cloud. He stammered, what is this?" Yoon was still standing, completely unscathed. A red glowing defensive magic circle swirled around him. Counter shield skill activated. The system displayed the skill's detailed information. Counter shield skill B, proficiency 0, basic effect. Upon uttering the skill name, a red shield made of magic power can be summoned. Additional effect. 25 of the damage received by the shield is absorbed and released at once. Yoon looked at Soo-hee with a cold gaze. "Why are you so surprised? This is just the beginning." Soo-hee was completely frozen and cold sweat poured down him. He couldn't believe it. He blocked that skill so easily. Without giving his opponent a chance to recover, Yoon rushed forward like a blue whirlwind. Soo-hee, flustered, tried to cast a defensive spell. Tisk. Yoon swung his sword, creating sharp sword energy that shattered the ground and surrounding rocks. Cornering Soo-hee, the continuous slashes destroyed the terrain, leaving him no escape. From a high rock, Oh Young-sok asked his comrade, "Sung-hoon, do you know who Hunter Han Sang-yoon is?" Kim Sung-hoon replied, "No, I've never seen him among any high-ranking C-grade hunters." Oh Young-sok reasoned, "If he's someone you don't even know, it's highly likely he's an ordinary person." "But is that possible?" Kim Sung-hoon continued in a serious tone. "If he's not a high-ranking hunter like us, the situation will become very difficult." He continued to observe the battle with a look of surprise. "What's more surprising is that Han Sang-yoon hasn't even gone all out yet." Yoon Sung-hoon made a shocking assessment. "In my opinion, he might be on the same level as me." Oh Young-sok couldn't hide his surprise. "That high? He was 2 ranks lower than you in the final ranking." Kim Sung-hoon explained, "It's just a guess, but if he had bad team luck in previous cooperation trials, it's possible he was underestimated compared to his actual abilities." Back in the battle, Yoon's eyes gleamed behind the shining sword blade. He was completely overwhelming his opponent. He closed in and delivered a powerful blow, severing Soo-hee's arm holding the magic book. Blood splattered and Soo-hee screamed in excruciating pain. He continued his attack, embedding his sword deep into Soo-hee's leg, causing him to shriek in agony and collapse. Kim Sung-hoon, observing from afar, admired internally. "Amazing, he didn't kill the opponent, he only subdued him. And so calmly too." Soo-hee lay on the ground, flustered, reaching out and pleading, "Wait." He tried to negotiate. "If you kill me, you might not be able to clear this trial. Think carefully. This trial is composed of 4 top-ranked challengers," he cried out desperately. "In this situation in the Tower of Trials, do you think they would give us an easy trial to pass if one person is missing?" Sang-yoon just listened silently. Unmoved by the threat, he coldly turned his head. From a distance, Kim Sung-hoon said, "We won't interfere, do as you wish." Realizing there was no longer any room to retreat, Soo-hee gritted his teeth and charged forward. He swung a sword enhanced with purple magic at Sang-yoon. Sang-yoon, his face full of rage, swung his sword in retaliation. "This damn bastard, seriously." His blue blade easily sliced through Soo-hee's attack. Sang-yoon completely overwhelmed his opponent, using complex sword skills to create dazzling and unpredictable sword lines. Soo-hee desperately activated his trump card. Unique characteristic deception skill has been activated. All stats temporarily increased by 10, he thought to himself. Damn it, I wanted to keep my trump card hidden, he roared wildly. Die, you damn bastard. His sword was covered in purple energy chains. Sang Yun calmly faced the enhanced attack with unwavering eyes. He easily dodged the fast-approaching energy chains. He blocked the remaining attacks with his counter shield. Purple energy violently clashed with the red shield. A system notification appeared. Grace of Wind skill has been activated. All speed has increased by 40. Current skill stack progress 4-7. Suhi's chain attack was completely blocked, creating a gigantic energy explosion. He was frozen in shock as Sang Yun, completely unharmed by his most powerful attack, appeared swiftly before him. Sang Yun looked at him with cold eyes and said, I realize that fighting with trash like you is far more dangerous than doing this trial with 3 people. Suhi desperately let out a final scream. Damn it. At the same time, the system notified that the counter shield skill would release all accumulated damage at once. A massive red energy flow erupted from the shield, completely engulfing and incinerating Suhi. After the attack ended, 2 items fell where Suhi had disappeared. Old Vampire Earl's Coat, Movement Speed 8, Magic Recovery 10, Heavenly Blood Magic Sword B, Reaction Speed 7, Attack Speed 10. Sang Yun picked up the 2 items and a system screen appeared before him. He said, I'll have to make good use of these items. After everything was over, the remaining 2 teammates approached. Oh Young-sok gave a thumbs up in admiration. Wow, Mr. Han. Sang Yun, you're really amazing, Kim Sung-hoon asked. Is everything over? Sang Yun replied, yes, thanks to both of you we were able to finish well. A notification chimed. The 10th floor trial will begin in 10 minutes. All challengers, please prepare for the upcoming trial. Sung-hoon said, alright, let's go. The 3 advanced towards a colossal knight statue rising under the moonlight. Oh Young-sok exclaimed in surprise. A knight statue? It's really huge. It won't come alive, will it? Sung-hoon replied cautiously. If this is the tower, anything can happen. Suddenly, Sang Yun's eyes turned wary. He sensed something strange. He looked up and the colossal statue's stone eyes seemed to be staring at them. His blue eyes focused intensely on observing the massive structure before him. The 3 walked together down a wide stone corridor. Their footsteps echoed rhythmically as they proceeded deeper inside. Oh, Young-sok exclaimed in surprise. His eyes widened as the magnificent sight of the cathedral's interior was revealed. He spoke with a voice full of surprise and conviction. It seems we've arrived exactly where we're supposed to be. Seeing colossal war machines floating on both sides of the hall, Kim Sung-hoon looked around cautiously and said, besides those machines there are 3 more statues, and I have a bad feeling about them. Oh Young-sok squinted towards the end of the hall where an even larger figure stood. His voice trembled slightly. And that's probably the Lord of Darkness. The 3 froze before a colossal headless statue seated on a throne, exuding an ancient and oppressive aura. Just then, a flurry of system notifications poured out. Grace period has ended. 10th floor trial begins. Remaining time is decreasing and the Dark Emperor appears. Prevent the resurrection of the Lord of Darkness. Immediately, one of the 3 guardian statue's stone legs began to move. The heavy chains binding it clanged and shattered, and the guardian statue fully came to life. Its eyes glowed with a mysterious purple light, letting out a roar that echoed throughout the hall. Without a moment's hesitation, 3 colossal guardian statues simultaneously charged towards them, the ground shaking violently with each of their footsteps. Kim Sung-hoon, shouldering a massive warhammer, cracked his neck and said with an excited expression, my body's a bit stiff, shall we warm up a little? He turned towards Sang Yun, his sharp gaze fixed on an object on the statue's back, and said, the problem is that head. Sang Yun immediately understood. So we need to prevent these guardians from delivering the heads they carry on their backs to the Lord. Sung-hoon nodded. Alright, simple objective, then let's each take one. Sung-hoon declared, and his hammer was engulfed in a powerful green energy flow. The 3 simultaneously charged at the 3 colossal guardians, choosing different targets and breaking their formation. The eyes of all 3 were sharp and determined. Sung-hoon looked back and said, good luck. Sang Yun took a stance, his sword gleaming with blue light. He muttered confidently, I'll finish this with 1 sword energy strike. The guardian he was facing leaped into the air, swung a massive purple sword energy and flew straight at him as if to crush Sang Yun. The 2 sword energies, blue and purple, collided in midair, creating an earth-shattering explosion and a powerful shockwave. His blue eyes flashed like lightning at the moment of impact, and he looked unbelievable. He slipped past the guardian like a ghost, leaving only a blurry afterimage as his sword energy struck the target perfectly. The colossal guardian froze, staring in astonishment at its greatsword. Where cracks appeared, is that sword energy? He was frozen. Sang Yun landed softly on the ground, his face serious. This wasn't an easy opponent, he thought to himself, and a slight worry flashed in his eyes. Are the others all right? On the other side of the cathedral, Kim Sung-hoon roared loudly. He was sent flying by the opponent's massive warhammer, and the force of the impact created a deep crater in the stone floor with a tremendous explosion. The guardian quickly rushed towards the throne. Kim Sung-hoon threw flying stone fragments at the guardian, who blankly blocked them with its axe. As the stone fragments shattered, the guardian was thrown backward. Kim Sung-hoon roared and slammed his hammer into the ground. He realized the seriousness of this trial and gritted his teeth. These damn bastards are all boss monsters. I must not let my guard down, Sung-hoon muttered to himself, his hands gripping the hammer handle tightly. Crystallized matter began to form into a larger weapon. Unexpectedly, Oh Young-sok's playful voice echoed, it seems like you're the one letting your guard down, bro. Sung-hoon hung, hee, he said, pulling out a wizard's hat. I really didn't want to wear this hat because it doesn't suit me at all. but the fact that I have to wear this ridiculous hat," Oh Young-sok put on his hat, and his voice suddenly turned cold and serious, "means you're definitely going to die." He raised his magic bow and a terrifying purple energy flow condensed into an arrow. The arrow was fired, transforming into a massive energy beam that tore through the air and flew with immense speed. The energy beam soon split into countless smaller arrows, raining down on the battlefield like a meteor shower of death. The Guardian leaped into the air, charging straight at Oh Young-sok. Oh Young-sok, with a confident smile, sneered, "That's right, when fighting a wizard, approaching for close combat is standard procedure." A magical battle scythe with a red blade made of pure energy formed in Oh Young-sok's hand. He dismissed his bow and gathered red energy in his palm to create a new weapon. He wore a sneering smile. "But that rule only applies when the opponent is an ordinary wizard." "Oh," Sang-yoon exclaimed softly, and his blue eyes flashed like lightning. He felt no fear at all. Instead, excitement surged through his chest. "Until now I've only met weak challengers. Seeing these people makes my blood boil." He gripped his sword hilt tightly, his determination growing firmer. "I just need to do my part well." Immediately, he plunged into battle, narrowly dodging a colossal purple sword energy. He leaped among the shattered stone fragments, his body light and flexible like a leaf carried by the wind. In midair, he swung his hand, firing sharp energy daggers that lodged directly into the Guardian's stone body. A blue energy flow enveloped him, and a system notification appeared. "Grace of Wind skill has been activated. All movement speed has increased by 50. Current skill stack progress 5-7. The Guardian roared in rage. It unleashed a terrible sword strike on the ground, but it only cut through empty air. Sang-yoon was now astonishingly fast, easily dodging the attacks as he slipped past. His foot accidentally stepped on a shadow on the ground, and another skill set immediately activated. Currently stepping on a shadow. Shadow Walk C skill activated. Strength has temporarily increased. Numerous other notifications appeared consecutively, enhancing his power to a new level. Confusion Swordsmanship C skill activated. Sword attack speed has increased by 10. Current skill stack progress 5-10. Lightning Sword energy skill activated. Blue lightning sparked from Sang-yoon's blade. He charged and swung his sword diagonally, colliding head-on with the Guardian's weapon with an ear-splitting explosion. The power of the lightning sword energy not only blocked the attack but also transferred, causing the stone head carried on the Guardian's back to begin cracking on the opposite side. Kim Sung-hoon roared, raising his massive crystal hammer high. Dazzling yellow lightning gathered around the hammerhead. He shouted the name of his skill. Lightning Bomb. He threw the lightning orb onto the ground, causing a massive explosion. Thousands of lightning bolts spread in all directions, trapping his Guardian in a sea of lightning. Kim Sung-hoon stood firm, watching his opponent sizzle in the storm of electricity. Meanwhile, Oh Young-sok discarded his ranged weapon. He entered close combat with 2 daggers, moving at immense speed, leaving red afterimages with each slash he dealt to the enemy. He leaped into the air and a battle scythe reappeared in his hand, ready to deliver a finishing blow from above. He slammed the scythe down with full force, aiming directly for the head on the Guardian's back. The magic scythe easily pierced the stone, completely destroying the target. The Guardian, having lost its ultimate target, threw its head back and let out a desperate final roar. Seeing their comrades' heads destroyed, the remaining Guardians suddenly stopped attacking and began to flee. Oh Young-sok asked in surprise, "Oh, are they running away?" Kim Sung-hoon put down his hammer and explained, "Since we've destroyed the Lord's head, we won't have to worry about him resurrecting." The three quickly regrouped, their gazes fixed on the fleeing enemies. Sang-yoon said firmly, "Let's finish this quickly." Without a moment's hesitation, the three charged forward, pursuing the remnants of the Dark Emperor. While charging, Sang-yoon suddenly paused, his ears perked up. He heard a strange sound. "What's that sound?" He looked back and saw the ground shaking violently. The colossal statue at the entrance, the night statue they had seen earlier, was rising. Sang-yoon exclaimed in disbelief. The statues were forming legs. The statue stomped and leapt as if laughing. Despite its heavy appearance, the statue leapt into the air, even obscuring the moonlight. Sang-yoon looked up at the colossal shadow pouring down from the sky and cried out in astonishment, "It's the statue from the entrance." The gigantic night statue landed on the ground with an earth-shattering sound. Its war spear was aimed directly at the Lord of Darkness statue, which sat quietly on the throne. "Damn it!" Kim Sung-hoon clicked his tongue in annoyance. Sang-yoon gritted his teeth, his blue eyes gleaming with determination. "No, I've already started this fight. It's too late to run now." Without a moment's hesitation, the night statue leaped from the back of its stone warhorse and charged straight towards the throne. Sang-yoon reacted immediately. He swung his sword, creating a massive wave of freezing energy, sending it straight toward the enemy's path. The knight's objective was clear. The enormous stone head was being assembled. Sang-yoon's attack struck head-on, shattering the stone head into pieces. The Guardian roared in rage. Seeing its crown fall to the ground, its stone eyes glowed red and it screamed incoherently in fury. "Yes, I understand," Oh Young-sok stammered joyfully, believing they had successfully stopped it. Sang-yoon, standing beside him, let out a sigh of relief, but their joy was short-lived. The knight slowly walked over and picked up the golden crown. It firmly placed the crown on its own head. The stone hand gripped the battle spear and a click echoed. It stabbed itself in the chest. The three were simply frozen, speechless at the sight unfolding before their eyes. "We have to stop that," Oh Young-sok exclaimed in dismay, thinking it had been successfully prevented. It had begun the ritual, inserting its own head into the missing part of the Lord of Darkness instead of the stone head. The three frantically leapt to stop it, unleashing their skills. But it was too late. The boss's eyes now gleamed with the red light of death. Dark magic swirled around it. A colossal red energy explosion erupted, engulfing the entire cathedral. A mechanical voice echoed, "Conditions met. The stone body of the knight statue has shattered. The Lord of Darkness is being resurrected." Oh Young-sok looked up at the new enemy. His face was pale with terror. "Ah no, special objective, defeat the Lord of Darkness. We have to stop him." Oh Young-sok cried out urgently, but the system sent a desperate notification. Due to the invulnerable authority, all damage is nullified. Only challengers with higher stats than the Lord can inflict damage. Oh Young-sok looked up in confusion. Authority? I've never heard of a monster being able to use authority. As the Lord of Darkness stretched out its hand, a magic sword slowly appeared in midair. He gripped the sword and dark magic swirled around the blade. He swung the sword, creating a gigantic red energy wave that swept across the battlefield, which the three barely managed to avoid. Sang-Yun retreated, his face a mixture of rage and helplessness. "What is this damn ability? If I can't damage it, I can't do anything." Sang-Yun stood frozen, gripping the sword in his hand, completely overwhelmed by the colossal figure and eerie pressure of the newly resurrected Lord of Darkness. The Lord swung its hand, sending a dark energy current at Kim Sung-hoon, knocking him backward. "Ah!" He let out a painful groan and gritted his teeth. "Damn it!" A soft green energy flow enveloped Sang-Yun, healing his minor wounds. He looked at the enemy with a displeased expression. "Because I didn't finish it earlier, it's become this troublesome now." Suddenly, his train of thought was broken, and his blue eyes flashed. "Wait a minute," he muttered, seeing numerous dark knights appearing from behind the Lord, lining up like a loyal army. Kim Sung-hoon and Oh Young-sok quickly ran to his side. "Sang-Yun, are you okay?" Oh Young-sok asked worriedly. "We need to find a way to attack the Lord, but I think we need to deal with those knights first." Sang-Yun turned to them, his eyes resolute. "I have a favor to ask. Can the two of you hold off the Lord?" Kim Sung-hoon tilted his head, speaking in a skeptical voice. "We can't inflict any damage on the Lord, so wouldn't it be more efficient to deal with the knights first?" Sang-Yun's eyes sharpened. He looked directly at Kim Sung-hoon and said in a confident voice, "I've considered the possibility." He looked at the towering boss, contemplating a way to defeat the Lord. After a moment of silence, Kim Sung-hoon turned and headed towards the Lord of Darkness. "All right, I'll trust you." He glanced over his shoulder and said in a serious voice, "We won't be able to hold out for long, so don't take too much time. Let's go." Oh Young-sok, Kim Sung-hoon snarled and charged forward. "Yes sir," Oh Young-sok replied enthusiastically, following right behind. Sang-Yun lightly nodded, watching them go. "Good." The Dark Knights turned to block Sang-Yun's path. He gave a cold smile. "Then you guys will have to play with me." Meanwhile, Kim Sung-hoon raised his hammer and golden lightning gathered. He roared, "Lightning bomb!" A massive electrical explosion engulfed the Lord of Darkness. But immediately after, a cold notification appeared. Due to the invulnerable authority, all damage is nullified. The two landed on the ground, not surprised by the result, but disappointed. Kim Sung-hoon clicked his tongue. As expected, it had no effect. Suddenly, an invisible pressure weighed down on them. Lord's dignity authority activated. When paying respect to the Lord, all unauthorized actions are restricted. Kim Sung-hoon and Oh Young-sok plunged their weapons into the ground, desperately resisting the terrifying invisible pressure. "Ha!" Oh Young-sok gasped. Feeling as if his entire body was being crushed, the Lord of Darkness swung its magic sword, creating a red shockwave that swept across the ground, shattering rocks in its path. Kim Sung-hoon snarled, his hand gripping the hammer handle suddenly blazed with light. Mono-resistance skill activated. Light enveloped Kim Sung-hoon's entire body. He gritted his teeth, veins popping out on his forehead. Latent power was unleashed, and temporary seal has been lifted from the body. Oh Young-sok could no longer endure it. He was hit by the energy wave and let out a painful scream. Immediately, Kim Sung-hoon rushed forward, standing in front of Oh Young-sok and blocking the attack with his entire body. He was engulfed in a sea of red energy, his body violently shaking from the Lord's terrifying power. Kim Sung-hoon was sent flying backward, blood gushing from his mouth. "Captain!" Oh Young-sok shouted in dismay, quickly rushing to support his faltering comrade. "Captain, are you okay?" Kim Sung-hoon could only let out a faint groan. He was severely injured. Oh Young-sok looked at him with a desperate expression. The Lord of Darkness slowly raised its magic sword. Black smoke of death swirled around the blade. Preparing for a finishing attack, he brought the sword down vertically, creating a gigantic sword energy that flew towards the two at unavoidable speed. Just as the blade was about to reach them, a shadow suddenly appeared, raising its sword and creating a red energy shield to block the destructive attack. Oh Young-sok looked up. He was surprised and relieved to see the person who had just arrived. Sang-Yun turned to them with an apologetic expression. "Sorry, I'm a bit late." "Han Sang-Yun!" Oh Young-sok shouted. He couldn't believe Sang-Yun was blocking the Lord's attack alone. His body glowed with a powerful red energy flow. Sang-Yun gritted his teeth and put all his strength into his sword. Sweat beaded on his forehead. He muttered a single word. "Absorb." Numerous system notifications appeared. All accumulated souls have been used to permanently increase stats. The dark energy of the knights he had just defeated flew and was absorbed into his body. Strength increased by 4, agility increased by 3. Stamina increased by 3, magic increased by 6, endurance increased by 4. Enhanced with new power, Sang-Yun snarled. He easily pushed back the Lord's colossal magic sword with one hand. The final notification appeared, signaling an upcoming counterattack. Counter shield skill will release all accumulated damage at once. His shield glowed, ready to unleash all absorbed energy. Sang-Yun's sword blazed with a brilliant blue light and lightning danced on the blade. He activated all his power. Sword Energy Master Authority activated. Lightning Sword Energy skill activated. He swung his sword, unleashing a tremendous wave of lightning sword energy. The blue blade tore through the air and flew straight towards the Lord of Darkness. He gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with fierce combat intent. It has to hit, he roared in his mind, pouring all his strength into the attack. The lightning sword energy struck the Lord of Darkness directly in the chest, causing a massive lightning explosion, and its stone body violently shook. The sword energy left a deep mark on the Lord's body. Sang Yun let out a faint sigh of relief. Good, it worked, the Lord of Darkness roared madly, and a red dark energy exploded, easily shattering the ice layer. Once again an invisible pressure weighed down on Sang Yun. Lord's Dignity Authority activated. When paying respect to the Lord, all unauthorized actions are restricted. Sang Yun knelt on one knee as if his body was bound by invisible chains. He gritted his teeth, struggling to resist. Forced Breakthrough skill deactivated. Mana Resistance skill deactivated. He snarled and pushed himself up, breaking the energy chains that bound him. Green energy exploded from his body, completely nullifying the Lord's authority. All restrictions were completely removed. Immediately after, numerous skill level up notifications appeared. Forced Breakthrough skill proficiency has reached 100. Forced Breakthrough skill has increased to C grade. Mana Recovery skill D proficiency has reached 100. Mana Recovery skill has increased to C grade. Mana Resistance skill D proficiency has reached 100. Mana Resistance skill has increased to C grade. The Lord of Darkness, seeing its authority nullified, brought down a destructive sword strike on Sang Yun. Sang Yun looked up at the colossal blade descending with not a trace of fear on his face. This is a dangerous situation, so why am I smiling? A maniacal and excited smile spread across his lips. Is this the joy of victory, or is it the primal madness of wanting to grow stronger? He asked himself, feeling a strange pleasure in the face of death. From afar, Oh Young-sok looked at Kim Sung-hoon. Captain, that challenger Han Sang-yun is a monster. It's truly strange. It's like I'm looking at someone else's back. Kim Sung-hoon put his arm around his shoulder and smiled. We should celebrate him becoming a new top ranker. Sang-yun's shield blazed with a brilliant red light, absorbing all the power from the Lord's attack. Energy charge complete. Counter shield skill has reached maximum damage absorption. He turned his body, and the shield in his hand transformed into a gigantic energy orb. He extended his hand forward, and the energy orb compressed to its limit. If I narrow the range of counter shield and focus the energy on a single point, the damage will increase exponentially. Counter shield skill will release all accumulated damage at once. He unleashed a destructive energy beam that pierced through everything in its path. The energy beam struck the Lord of Darkness directly in the chest, and its stone body began to disintegrate. Sang Yun gave the enemy not a single moment to recover. He charged forward with immense speed. His body was enveloped in a powerful energy flow. Numerous skills activated, pushing his power to its peak. Grace of Wind skill activated. All movement speed increased by 70. Current skill stack progress 77. Maximum stack reached. 1 day cooldown applied. Confusion Swordsmanship C skill activated. All sword attack speed increased by 10. Current skill stack progress 10. He appeared directly in front of the Lord of Darkness, delivering a final blow that severed the Lord's head, completely ending its life. You have defeated the Lord of Darkness. The scene shifted and Sang Yun found himself standing in the middle of a frozen wasteland. Before him stood a beautiful woman with white hair. The woman gave a captivating smile. I can't believe a challenger with such insane growth speed is my contractor. Ordinary tower climbers prepare meticulously to avoid danger and only clear one floor after a long time. But Han Sang-yun is a valuable being, rare even in other dimensions, and he is the embodiment of the desire to evolve. The problem is that over time, other administrators will become more and more interested in Han Sang-yun. The white-haired woman's sharp gaze pierced through the frozen landscape filled with countless swords. I need to get closer to him before other administrators approach him. The scene suddenly changed to a burning battlefield. She stood amidst a pile of corpses and broken swords, her eyes held unwavering determination. To fulfill my earnest wish. Back in the cathedral, the Lord of Darkness's body shattered into pieces. Its crown clanged as it fell to the ground. Numerous system notifications appeared declaring their victory. You have defeated the Lord of Darkness. Congratulations. You have completed the 10th floor of the Tower of Trials. As a clear reward, a skill proficiency potion has been deposited into your inventory. You have acquired 6,000 points as a clear reward. You have acquired 1,000 products as a clear reward. As an additional clear reward, you have acquired 1,000 products. Challenger Han Sang-yun contributed the most to the special mission. As a special mission reward, you have acquired 10,000 products. As a special mission reward, you have acquired 1,500 products. Sang-yun smiled contentedly. The additional rewards were truly generous, which meant the trial itself had been that difficult. Oh Young-sok approached, his face still full of surprise and confusion. Sang-yun modestly sheathed his sword and said, I just happened to have the right skills for this task. I guess I was lucky. Kim Sung-hoon patted Sang-yun on the shoulder and said, You've surprised me in many ways today. Send me a friend request and we can talk more about everything. We also need to heal our injuries. 2 notifications appeared before Sang-yun. Challenger Kim Sung-hoon has sent a friend request. Challenger Oh Young-sok has sent a friend request. A teleportation portal opened behind them. Sung-hoon said, See you again later. Sang-yun entered the portal. Over 1,000 challengers have completed the 10th floor trial. System expansion will now begin. The dimension travel category has been added to the shop. You can now travel to other dimensions. Standing alone in a white space, he murmured, "Dimension travel. I guess that means I can travel to places like Ares or Murim, but that's practically suicide. Why would I do something so foolish?" The administrator's observation area has expanded to the Earth dimension. You can converse with administrators in the waiting room. The administrator's intervention area has expanded to the Earth dimension. You can move to an administrator's domain to conclude additional contracts. However, additional contracts can only be concluded after an official contract is established. Additional contracts can be terminated at any time. Sang Yun crossed his arms, lost in thought. A diagram illustrating the relationship between contracts appeared. So this is just an additional contract, but if I can terminate the contract at any time, wouldn't that be a disadvantage for the administrator? He shook his head and opened his status window. Well, I can't say for sure right now. Let's organize what I gained from the 10th floor first. A beautiful blue potion appeared. Skill Proficiency Potion B. A potion specially brewed for those with talent in skills. Using it can increase the proficiency of one of your skills by 20. Without a moment's hesitation, he uncorked the potion and drank it in one gulp. Used Skill Proficiency Potion B. Please select a skill to increase proficiency. He wiped his mouth with his hand and without needing to think stated his choice. Proficiency of Grace of Wind skill has increased by 20. Proficiency of Grace of Wind skill A has reached 100. Grace of Wind skill has increased by 1 grade. Grace of Wind skill A proficiency 0. Effect. Upon uttering the skill name, all speed increases by 10. This skill can stack up to 7 times. When maximum stack is reached, 1 of mana is consumed per minute, Sang Yun exclaimed. Oh, he felt new energy flowing through his body. The cooldown has disappeared. Next, he focused on the soul of the Lord of Darkness floating before him. Absorbed the soul of the Lord of Darkness. All stats have permanently increased. Strength increased by 5, agility increased by 4, stamina increased by 4, magic increased by 7, endurance increased by 5. Absorbed one of the Lord of Darkness's skills. Acquired Mana Management Skill A. Mana Management Skill A proficiency 0. Effect. You have entered the realm of a natural genius regarding mana management, therefore most restrictions related to mana management are lifted. However, skill proficiency only increases through self-realization, and usage frequency does not affect proficiency. Sang Yun rested his chin in his hand, thinking, "So I'm a genius in magic now? I don't buy it." He was surprised, as reading this content alone suddenly triggered numerous notifications interrupting his thoughts. Administrator Iron-Blooded Emperor has invited you to her domain. Administrator White Crane Swordsman has invited you to her domain. He looked at the invitations that had appeared, his expression bewildered. But, simultaneously, invitation accepted. Moving to Administrator's domain. Entered the world of iron and blood. Sang Yun appeared in the middle of a snow-covered forest. He walked quietly, his black cloak fluttering in the blizzard, heading towards a small log cabin in the distance. The door suddenly opened and a white-haired woman appeared in thin nightwear. She spread her arms and laughed cheerfully. "Ha ha!" The white-haired woman stood in the snow in thin clothing. She laughed loudly and refreshingly. "As expected, I knew you would choose me," she said with a boastful expression. Sang Yun just stood silently, unsure how to react. She approached with a joyful expression. "Thanks to you, I won the bet. I'll reward you with plenty of snacks," Sang Yun quietly murmured while she spoke. "I wondered why they invited me simultaneously. It was because of a bet." He walked quietly beside her and asked, "Aren't you cold?" "Not at all," she replied firmly. The two walked through the snow. Sang Yun asked again, "May I ask one thing?" He looked directly at her and said, "I coincidentally obtained the mana management skill. Do you happen to know anything about it?" The woman paused, her red eyes widening in surprise. Then she smiled. "You've acquired a truly amazing skill," she stretched seductively. "All right, before we go into the cabin, I'll explain it briefly. With the new mana management skill, try to concentrate all the mana in your body as intensely as possible." Following her words, Sang Yun closed his eyes, placed his hands on his chest and began to concentrate his mana. Blue energy began to erupt from his body. He gritted his teeth. As his mana became chaotic, an intense pain suddenly swept over him, and his entire body was engulfed in a bright blue pillar of energy. Mana lightning danced around him. Due to mana management skill activation, your mana circuit has been severely affected. Mana circuit skill D has been forcefully upgraded due to mana management skill. He knelt, his body writhing from the powerful change, constantly trembling and sweating, as if his physical abilities had increased severalfold. He lifted his head, and powerful energy exploded from his body, blowing away the surrounding snow. "Let's see, what should I do?" he growled, releasing all his newly enhanced power. Arg! The white-haired woman was thrown back by the sudden energy wave, her face etched with surprise and a hint of annoyance. Thin nightwear was shredded and blown away by the energy storm. "This scene has been edited, so we will show it to you later." Sang Yun realized his mistake. He too had seen everything. Inside the cozy cabin, the two sat opposite each other, enjoying tea and snacks. The woman broke the awkward silence first. "I didn't realize you were the type of man to do such perverted things." Sang Yun choked on his tea. "Cough, you've misunderstood," he stammered, his face reddening. She chuckled playfully. "Why are you so flustered?" Anyway, when you have time, try activating each magic skill along with mana management." A diagram appeared. As your understanding of mana management increases, your magic skills will also level up. He took a sip of tea, then asked, "By the way, why did you call me here?" She replied, "You know that the system expanded when you entered the 11th floor waiting room, right?" "That's right. Thanks to that, I could come here without going through the tower." He put a piece of cake in his mouth and slowly chewed it. She continued, "That's not why the intervention area was added. The true motivation is to allow administrators to actively nurture challengers." "What does that mean?" "Well, it means this," she said. A red energy orb appeared at her fingertips. "Administrator Iron-Blooded Emperor has used the intervention area to bestow authority upon the challenger. A new authority has been engraved upon your soul." "Authority. Iron-Blooded Sword A has been engraved upon your soul." Sang Yun was so surprised by the unexpected gift that he could only sit there. He stammered, "You can bestow authority like this?" She shrugged. "Of course not. Then it means I've devoted myself enough to this tower for me to do this." Sang Yun looked at her with a complex expression. Given that the ability to conclude additional contracts has been added, it would be better for her to choose other challengers. "So why is she helping me so much?" She looked him directly in the eye and said sincerely, "It's because I can see your potential." He asked again, "Potential?" She explained, "Administrators receive rewards for nurturing challengers, but their motivation is not at all positive." His eyes narrowed. "They only invest in challengers because of their earnest wish," he murmured. "Earnest wish." Suddenly, numerous invitations from other administrators poured in, interrupting their conversation. Sang Yun let out an irritated sigh. "Ah," the white-haired woman smiled broadly. "Let's end our conversation here because of someone's impatience. I've also bestowed authority upon you, haven't I? Hee hee. Well, see you later." Sang Yun said that and accepted the invitation. Invitation accepted. Moving to Administrator's domain. Entered Bamboo Forest. He appeared in the middle of a verdant bamboo forest. "This place is perfect for training. I'm curious about the training method the Iron-Blooded Emperor mentioned." Just then he activated a new skill, Mana Management. Due to Mana Management, proficiency of 3 cut skill A has increased by 8. Due to Mana Management, Instant Acceleration skill D has been forcefully upgraded. Due to Mana Management, Instant Acceleration skill has been forcefully upgraded to B grade. Due to Mana Management, proficiency of Counter Shield skill B has increased by 7. He smiled contentedly. "Excellent, I should use sword energy too." His sword glowed blue, but he frowned. He looked at his sword with a confused expression. "Why isn't sword energy activating through Mana Management? I intended to enhance 3 cut with sword energy. No matter how much I try, it remains the same." He gritted his teeth, an unpleasant feeling rising. "Strange. Is it because sword energy is an authority?" A notification appeared. "Administrator White Crane Swordsman eagerly awaits your visit." He sighed and sheathed his sword. "I'll have to put off upgrading sword energy for later." Yes, I'm coming." Administrator White Crane Swordsman puffed out her cheeks and said understood. He walked through the bamboo forest, seeing the nickname this administrator used. "She's probably an old man like Baek Son Ho. Her way of speaking is annoying." He exited the bamboo forest and a peaceful landscape unfolded before him. A white-haired woman sat comfortably on the porch of an antique house. He softly exclaimed, "Ha," the woman said in a gentle voice, "You finally arrived." She stood up, turned around, and a bright smile spread across her lips. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Administrator White Crane Swordsman. I have waited a very, very long time for a challenger like you to appear." Sang Yun froze. She wasn't an old man. "This is a woman," he muttered with a confused expression. Seeing his silence, the woman tilted her head and asked, "Is something wrong?" He hastily replied, "Ah, it's just interesting to meet an administrator whom I've only communicated with via messages." She chuckled playfully. "Ha, I see. It must be tiring to talk while standing, so please sit here." He bowed his head. "Then excuse me." He sat beside her, and a refreshing feeling spread throughout his body. "Oh, how refreshing." He looked at her with an understanding expression. "Now I know why she's sitting here instead of on a chair." She smiled. "It feels good, doesn't it?" She looked into the distance and said in a nostalgic voice, "I've been observing you here since you dueled Baek Son Ho on the 9th floor." He asked again, "So you've been observing me ever since you could see my trials? Isn't it a waste to bestow your authority on a challenger you've only met once?" She replied firmly, "Not at all. You need to understand your value accurately. Even Grand Elder Baek Son Ho could not acquire lightning sword energy. He was a powerful swordsman in Murim. Although he lost some of his power upon entering the tower, defeating a challenger like him is an immense achievement. You don't need to deny it. Because I, who had a contract with Baek Son Ho, am telling you this myself." Sang Yun's eyes widened in surprise, and cold sweat streamed down his temples. "Wait, so she could hold a grudge against me?" he thought inwardly, confused. She chuckled as if reading his thoughts. "You don't have to be so gloomy. You're just a challenger easy to earn points from." A beautiful blue butterfly landed on her finger. "I've made contracts with countless challengers, but I haven't invited a single one here." The butterfly flew and landed on Sang Yun's nose. "Except for you." She looked directly into his eyes and lowered her voice seriously. "As you've probably guessed, I'll be frank. Please make an additional contract with me." Sang Yun was silent for a moment, then asked, "What's the advantage for me if I do that?" She stood up, her robe gently fluttering in the wind. "If you agree, I can make you a disciple of Administrator White Crane Swordsman." He asked again, "What exactly are the benefits of becoming your disciple?" An administrator can only appoint one disciple in their lifetime, and being called an administrator's disciple in the tower means you've made a special contract. Furthermore, a disciple challenger can purchase all the authorities of that administrator. Sang Yun's eyes widened in surprise. He mumbled, so a disciple contract was that important. Damn it, the iron-blooded emperor never explained this to me even though I'm her disciple. Perhaps she's a bit foolish. They said additional contracts could be terminated at any time. Why would she enter into such a disadvantageous once-in-a-lifetime contract? She replied. Like her, I chose you to fulfill my earnest wish. It requires the sharpest sword, the best sword that won't bend or dull. You have the potential to become the sharpest sword, she said. And reflected in his eyes was a fiery form, an earnest wish. It was also the word the iron-blooded emperor had spoken. Perhaps it just means a simple desire. He looked at her and asked what her earnest wish was. She hesitated slightly. It is, she slowly explained, an administrator's earnest wish stems from their past regrets, rooted in their memories. At the same time, an earnest wish is also an authority granted to administrators by the tower. Just like the Tower of Trials, it is a trial that can only be given to challengers who have made contracts with administrators. If it becomes a reality, the challenger will receive a reward. White Crane Swordsman looked into the distance and said in a slightly dreamy voice, if my earnest wish becomes a reality. She then looked directly back at Sang Yun and said firmly like a promise, you will be able to change the past. Sang Yun froze, his blue eyes widening in extreme disbelief and awe. I can change the past, such an unimaginable thing can happen. She interrupted him and said in a calm, confident voice, you must have already known that while climbing the tower, whether my words are true or not. Sang Yun was silent. Memories of the extraordinary trials he had experienced flashed in his mind. I see, he mumbled. Nothing is impossible for the tower. As he looked at her, a decision was made in his heart. May I ask one thing? She nodded. Yes, of course. He looked directly into her eyes and said in a resolute voice, how many more floors do I need to climb to make your earnest wish a reality? She hesitated, and a slightly flustered smile appeared on her lips. Well, it would have to be the highest floor waiting room of the Tower of Trials, she replied. Cold sweat ran down Sang Yun's temples. It was because he realized the difficulty of the task, but just then a system notification rang. Contract concluded. The girl cheered delightedly. You've made an excellent decision. You won't regret it. She happily handed Sang Yun a pillow. Finally, she accepted her contract, he thought to himself. The image of a towering spire appeared in his mind. The highest floor. I know the top of the tower is where I need to go to fulfill the administrator's earnest wish. You have been recognized as Administrator White Crane Swordsman's true disciple. As a disciple benefit, the efficiency of Murim Dimension authorities and skills increases by 10. As a disciple benefit, mana has increased by 3. Challenger Han Sang Yun is currently recognized as a disciple of 2 administrators. As a dual disciple benefit, agility is increased by 3. He smiled, a powerful sensation engulfing his entire body. I can't miss this opportunity. It's a place where I can get stronger immediately. Plus, I received a special gift, he thought, and the image of White Crane Swordsman reflected on his sword blade. He turned back to her and asked, by the way, did you hear anything else from that woman? About someone looking for me, he added. No, she replied, but there was a hint of doubt in her heart. White Crane Swordsman rubbed her temples. Slightly troubled expression on her face. What is that iron-blooded woman thinking? Ah, this is really annoying. She seemed to trust him completely. She looked directly at Sang Yun, her face serious. Of course I trust you too, but I have to say this. What I'm about to tell you will require a question ticket. Is that okay? Sang Yun was silent for a moment, then nodded. Yes, of course. I've been saving them anyway. Challenger Han Sang Yun has used all question tickets. He opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Used all question tickets? How important could it be? She began to explain. In the Murim Dimension there is a large force called the Murim Alliance, and Baek Son Ho, whom you killed on the 9th floor, was one of the elders of the Murim Alliance. Therefore there is someone from the Murim Dimension looking for you. Sang Yun frowned. Surely someone from the Murim Alliance isn't looking to kill me, are they? No, she replied. Instead, the Murim Alliance is currently in a state of chaos, fighting over vacant elder positions. Then who wants to kill me? She looked at him and said in a warning voice, the sword dragon of the Namding family. At the same time, a blue spatial portal opened in Shinjuku, Tokyo, and a man enveloped in a purple aura of darkness walked out. Namding Wei Ok, the blue dragon sword dragon. He had built a reputation among the martial arts fanatics who had lived for centuries in the Murim Dimension and was called a genius. White Crane Swordsman continued to explain, her voice monotonous. Although his direct reason for seeking you is revenge, the true reason is that he is simply curious. She looked outside with a worried gaze. I don't know when it will happen, but if you have to face Namding Wei Ok, you must be prepared to risk your life. She finished with a cold warning. Just then a spatial portal opened. You have been moved to the 11th floor waiting room. Sang Yun let out a sigh of relief and discarded his torn robe. He stood alone, muttering the name of his new enemy. Namding Wei Ok. So let me summarize the information simply. He interacted with the console, a slightly confused expression on his face. A Murim psycho killer is looking for me. They invaded my floor first. Confused, he decided to purchase some essential items. Authority Steel Wing C purchased. 1,500 products deducted. Return Stone F purchased. He clenched his fist and pink energy enveloped his body. I've learned new facts, but nothing has changed. I need to level up like crazy before I encounter that Namding Wei Ok. Return Stone used. returning to Earth. A blue light enveloped him. He reappeared in his bedroom holding his phone. He was surprised by what he saw on the screen. His phone showed 132 missed calls and 87 unread messages from Lee Hai-yin, along with an emergency message. Please come to the Hunter Association as soon as you confirm this message. He couldn't help but worry. Lee Hai-yin, what's going on? He looked at his phone, lost in thought. He activated a skill without hesitation. Authority Steel Wings C activated. Energy wings appeared on his back. He flew out the window and charged with immense speed. He quickly arrived at the Hunter Association headquarters, which was bustling with countless people. The crowd murmured, "Thank goodness it's not a mandatory summons." Me too. The video looked really violent. What's happening to Japan? Suddenly, someone in the crowd looked up at the sky and cried out in astonishment. Sang-yoon landed softly on the ground, creating a light breeze. He politely said to the stunned people, excuse me, and quickly entered the building. The crowd just stared blankly. Did that person just fly? What? Inside, Lee Hai-yin and another man were waiting for him. The man smiled. Nice to see you again, Mr. Han Sang-yoon. I apologize for the trouble in the tower. Lee Hai-yin greeted him. Welcome, Sang-yoon. Sang-yoon replied. Long time no see. What's wrong? Why did you call me so urgently? Lee Hai-yin explained. A big incident happened in Japan. I was worried you might have heard about it and flown to Japan alone, so I called you urgently. The man continued. We have more to talk about, but the situation is very serious, so let's get straight to the point. He played a video. This is a bodycam video from a Japanese hunter. It was shared with us. Location is Shinjuku, Tokyo, Japan Hunter Association. We detected a powerful wave from the gate and sent a team of 7 A-rank hunters to the scene. The human who emerged from the gate shockingly killed 6 A-rank hunters in a matter of seconds. It is currently speculated that he is an alien challenger who recently infiltrated the Earth dimension. Sang-yoon was astonished. An alien challenger, impossible. He looked around the empty room and asked, have all the hunters already left? Shouldn't you call them all to help Japan? The man explained, in this unprecedented situation, most countries are trying to protect their own hunters, so they are blocking hunter resources from being dispatched to Japan. It's the same in our country, therefore they are not sending hunters to help Japan. He played another video. This is the bodycam footage of the sole survivor among the 7. The video showed a hunter desperately pleading, please save me. The attacker with brightly glowing eyes appeared on the screen. He arrogantly declared. Namging Wei-ok, Blue Dragon Heavenly Sword, has come to avenge Baek Sonho. Tell them that. Sang-yoon gritted his teeth upon hearing the name. Namging Wei-ok, I didn't expect to meet him so soon. Lee Hai-yin grabbed his hand trying to stop him. She gently asked, why do you look so serious? This isn't a mandatory mission. Since it's been a while, shall we go get something to eat first? Sang-yoon hesitated. Lee Hai-yin looked at him with worried eyes. Surely you're not going, are you? Sang-yoon replied firmly. I will go to Shinjuku, Tokyo at Japan's request. Lee Hai-yin was astonished. Why do you keep doing dangerous things? You should consider other people's feelings a little. Sang-yoon gently placed his hand on her head. Thank you for worrying. He removed her hand and said firmly, but this is something I have to deal with. Meanwhile, elsewhere, young Namging Wei-ok was practicing swordsmanship. His companions were around him. He muttered in an irritated voice, why does no one understand the sound of the sword? A companion tried to stop him but was thrown back by his sword chi. Young master, isn't this too much for a light sparring session? Other companions shouted in fear. An old man approached. Sword chi at 13, you've achieved far more than I did when I was young. Other companions bowed in greeting. Reverence to the swordsman. He placed his hand on young Wei-ok's head. But Wei-ok, martial arts is not about harming people, but about the path to transcendence. He looked at him sternly. You cannot harm anyone without reason. The young boy listened in silence. The Tower of Trials was selecting challengers in the Murim dimension. Years later, Namging Wei-ok stood at the top of the tower, but his face was still filled with dissatisfaction. The young master has already reached the 20th floor of the tower, but I'm still not satisfied. Climbing the tower alone isn't enough to satisfy my desire. I can't believe a 70-year-old old man achieved such a great feat. I'm sorry, grandfather, he mumbled with a bitter expression. As expected. My comrade used a dimension invasion right. He sat in the middle of a pile of corpses smiling maliciously. Destroying people is the most enjoyable thing. He stood in the middle of a sea of flames. Killing pathetic guys no longer satisfies me. I'm not allowed to wander Murim and kill people either. A wicked smile appeared on his lips. But this guy, Han Sang-yoon, might entertain me. Back to the present. Yoon disembarked from the plane. A woman in a suit was waiting for him. This way. A security vehicle escorted him onto the highway. Challenger Han Sang-yoon, please come this way. Inside, other people were waiting. The woman said, Oh Young-sok and Kim Sung-hoon are waiting. We meet again after the 10th floor. You arrived later than expected. Oh Young-sok spoke. Yoon entered. I heard from the association that you two were here, but you really came. Is this everyone who answered Japan's call for assistance? Sung-hoon replied. I heard an additional challenger from the US will arrive soon. Yoon frowned. I see, even if all 3 of us are comparable to S-rank hunters, the otherworldly challenger who appeared in Shinjuku is an unknown monster who could defeat all 3 of us. I hope the challenger from the US is a powerful one. Before he could finish his thought, the door suddenly opened. A red-haired woman entered. Yoon was surprised to see Catherine. Catherine was equally surprised. Han Sang-yoon, the woman who brought Yoon, asked, Do you two know each other? Yun replied. Yes, somewhat. We met briefly in the tower. Catherine looked at him with a slightly sad expression. I didn't want to meet you again like this. Have I ever wanted to meet you in another way? I'd prefer a more normal encounter. How can we meet normally when we've never even met normally? Catherine pouted. Well, yes, but couldn't you have said it more gently? You're too cold. Kim Sung-hoon stared at the scene before him with an expression of disbelief. Is this a couple's fight? Catherine was startled and quickly waved her hands. How, no, absolutely not, she exclaimed. Yun remained silent. This man could have just said no, so why did he specifically say absolutely not? She thought in confusion. The woman who brought Yun stepped forward. Finally, all challengers are here. My introduction is a bit late. I am Erika, president of the Japan Hunter Association. Yun was slightly surprised. The president of the Hunter Association? I thought she was just an association employee because she met me at the airport. That must mean Japan is that desperate. Erika spread her arms. No more support is expected for Japan. The situation is far more serious than I imagined, so I thought I was coordinating hunter support. Oh Young-sok muttered to Catherine. Even if they're coordinating hunters, it's unbelievable that only 4 people from around the world have offered support. The situation is far more serious than I thought. Erika clenched her fists, her voice trembling slightly. Currently, no country wants to actively help Japan. She suddenly bowed deeply. When everyone else turned their backs, I sincerely thank all of you who came here. Yun stepped forward and helped her up. Please raise your head. President, now is not the time to bow. Catherine thought to herself, Han Sang-yoon, this man is cold on the outside. Instead of bowing, she should raise the reward right now. Yun stated bluntly. Everyone froze. He placed his hand on his chest. I request that the promised reward be doubled. Then I will actively help resolve this issue. Catherine screamed in her mind. I knew he was cold-blooded. A cold smile played on Yun's lips. I didn't come here to be a good Samaritan or a hero. I came for the rewards and growth I'll gain by killing Namgang Wei. Okay. Erika immediately straightened up and composure returned to her face. Understood. I am touched by this urgent situation. The being that appeared in Shinjuku is an anomalous monster. Since all of you are risking your lives, I promise to double the reward, she continued. The situation is not entirely hopeless. We have a chance to win. Ms. Catherine Bennett's authority can turn the tide of this battle. A fireball appeared in Catherine's hand. One of my authorities is called flame suppression. If an opponent stronger than me touches the flame activated by this authority, all their stats will decrease by 10 and some of their random skills will be sealed, she explained, and the eyes of the other 3 all became serious. Using this authority we can win, of course, if he touches it, she said. The flame in her hand burned fiercely. Yun crossed his arms and said, otherwise we need to create a situation where Ms. Catherine can activate flame suppression. The group boarded a helicopter and flew toward Shinjuku. Breaking news was being broadcast. Reports indicate that Chinese S-Rank hunter, Mr. Peng Jiming, has arrived in Shinjuku to offer support. There has been no movement since he met the otherworldly challenger. It appears the two are conversing. Yes, it's well known that tower challengers, despite being from different dimensions and countries, can communicate with each other. Peng Jiming asked, Are you Han Sang-yoon? He introduced himself. You from Murim. I am Peng Jiming of China. You will soon regret underestimating the Earth dimension. Namgang Wei Okay sighed. I don't know why bugs come when the one I called for doesn't, he charged, appearing instantly before Namgang Wei Okay and delivering a punch. He stood unharmed and said with a scornful expression, A martial artist? Ha! Pleased smile appeared on Namgang Wei Ok's lips. Interesting, he charged. Peng Jiming was horrified and could only raise his arms to block. A massive explosion rocked the entire city, flattening everything within a radius of dozens of meters. The group looked down at the ruined battlefield from the helicopter. Damn it, why is that Chinese hunter acting alone? This is really terrible. Kim Sung-hoon growled. Yun turned to Catherine, his face serious. Ms. Catherine, can we land safely if we jump from the air? She was surprised. I'm sorry, what do you mean? A confident smile appeared on Yun's lips. I've just had a very good idea. Catherine thought for a moment, then replied, You mean leap? I have a skill that nullifies all fall damage. Yun nodded. That's enough then. He looked at her with sharp eyes. If this works, we can inflict enormous damage on him all at once. Please activate your authority then. Before she could react, he wrapped his arm around her waist. Excuse me, he said. Catherine blushed. She stammered. Wait, what are you trying to do? He didn't answer, just muttered one word. Fly. Authority, steel wings activated. The two burst out of the helicopter. Crystal wings propelled them at immense speed. Kim Sung-hoon and Oh Young-sok could only watch in astonishment. He really does what he wants. He hasn't changed at all. We can't just stand by, Sung-hoon said. The two also jumped out of the helicopter, following Yun and Catherine. Catherine screamed in midair. Are you serious? You're insane. Who flies around in this situation without explaining anything? Yun simply focused on the battlefield below. It's fortunate that the Chinese hunter is distracting Namgang Wei Okay, Catherine said in annoyance. He doesn't even listen to me. He glanced at her. If you find an opening, please use your authority. I'll go first, he said, letting go of her hand, and fell like a meteor. Below, Namgang Wei Okay and Peng Jiming were fighting fiercely. The shockwaves from their weapons clashed against each other. Peng Jiming let out a painful scream. Arg, his gloves shattered. Namgang Wei Okay looked at his opponent with scorn. What kind of martial arts does one use who cannot even imbue their weapon with fist energy? He finished speaking and unleashed a series of powerful chi attacks followed by sharp sword strikes. Suddenly, Namgang Wei Okay faltered. A dangerous feeling enveloped him. He looked up in surprise and felt a colossal red energy flow falling directly towards him from the sky. The energy sphere collided, creating a massive explosion. Namgang Wei Ok was pushed back by the unexpected blow. A hint of astonishment on his face, Yun got up, plunged his sword into the ground and let out a sigh. "Phew, I'm never falling from the sky again." Namgang Wei Ok frowned, looking at him. "Who are you?" Yun gave a provocative smile. "You've been searching for me so much and now you don't even know who I am." Skill, blood cut activated. All types of pain inflicted on the user are reduced by 40. Proficiency of blood cut skill B increases by 20 when attempting to survive. Yun stood straight, a smug smile on his face. "You've been searching for me so much and now you don't even know who I am?" Namgang Wei Ok narrowed his eyes at the newly landed opponent, and a smile of realization appeared on his lips. "I see you are." Yun lifted his head, his blue eyes sharply glinting at his opponent. He replied resolutely, "Yes, I am Han Sang-yun, Authority." Sword Energy Master activated immediately. A gleaming sword enveloped in blue sword energy appeared in his hand, exuding an overwhelming presence. The pleasure vanished from Namgang Wei Ok's face, instantly replaced by extreme disappointment and scorn. "I had high expectations for who you might be, but you're just a weakling using fake sword energy." Red and eerie killing intent erupted from his body. He gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with an enraged expression. The aura of death flickered in his purple eyes. "I am utterly furious right now." Yun remained unfazed by his opponent's killing intent and replied coldly, "So what?" He charged forward like an arrow, thinking he needed to attack right now. The opponent still had no weapon, but Namgang Wei Ok merely raised his hand and his sword flew towards its master from the debris of a nearby building as if it had a will of its own. Yun was startled for a moment, but he skillfully grabbed his sword and unleashed a powerful blow. A terrible shockwave swept through everything around them. The force of the blow cracked the ground and sent fragments flying everywhere, creating a destructive scene. Yun's shield also began to crack significantly. Yun gritted his teeth, enduring the aftermath of the attack, and thought that it would have been really dangerous if he had blocked it head-on. Skill, blood cut, activated. He frowned. "I thought he took enormous damage from the air just now, damn it." He looked at his sword with a pensive expression. "And my counter shield was also destroyed in one hit. At this rate it will be difficult to properly use counter shield's ability. Is that really sword energy?" Namgang Wei Ok noticed Yun's wounds healing and scornfully clicked his tongue. "Regeneration, relying on cheap dark magic obtained from the tower." Yun, unfazed, swung his sword, concentrating a new energy flow. Skill, lightning sword energy activated. Blue lightning enveloped his sword. Namgang Wei Ok merely glanced indifferently. The two sword energies, yellow and blue, collided, creating a dazzling explosion of light. At that moment, Kim Sung-hoon appeared from the side. He held a massive hammer, and countless attacks rained down on Namgang Wei Ok, whose attention was diverted to Yun. Simultaneously, Namgang Wei Ok sensed another threat from behind. Catherine approached, flames fiercely burning in her palm. She shouted, "Flame suppression, authority, flame suppression." If used on an opponent, all stats decrease by 10 and some skills are sealed. However, nothing happened. Catherine's eyes widened in astonishment and confusion. "My authority isn't working," from above, Oh Young-sok exclaimed in surprise. "Hey everyone, look up!" Namgang Wei Ok was already standing on top of a bent lamppost, looking down at the group with enraged eyes. "You bugs are ruining my fun." He raised his sword to the sky, and a colossal pillar of yellow sword energy shot into the heavens. The instincts of hunters who had experienced countless life-or-death battles told them this attack was unstoppable. He roared with madness, his purple eyes glinting. "Die bugs!" screams erupted. The three hurriedly lunged in different directions to avoid the descending pillar of destructive light. At that very moment, a memory flashed through Yun's mind like lightning. A warm hand was holding his. "Consider this teaching a small gift." The image of the White Crane swordsman appeared. She was transferring a pink energy flow into his hand. "This is a simple mana transmission method." And she said, as an eerie and mysterious purple energy flow began to envelop Yun, "This isn't a mana transmission method. This maintains a sense of connection." Yun marveled at the difference. Threads of energy connected their two fingers. "How is it? Can you feel the difference?" Yun recalled the sensation. The first was a simple mana transfer, but the second felt as if the White Crane swordsman herself had entered me. The image of their souls merging into one flashed in his mind. She smiled with satisfaction. "Good, now all you need to do is apply that sensation to your sword. But use it after you leave this place. We cannot risk being put at a disadvantage due to an administrator's intervention." Back in reality, Namgang Wei Ok's destructive pillar of light fell, but it was blocked. Namgang Wei Ok froze and a series of system notifications appeared before Yun. "A skill and authority, manifested not through sword energy but through self-realization. You have used the first complete sword energy of the Earth dimension. The Tower of Trials praises challenger Han Sang-yun. You have achieved the Sword and Unity achievement. The penalty for increased mana consumption of the Sword Energy Master Authority has been removed." The sword in Yun's hand now emitted a blue light that was far purer and more powerful than before. He spoke with a confident voice. "This is true sword energy." He looked back at his comrades. "Is everyone all right?" Catherine replied with a grateful expression. "Yes, thanks to you," she thought to herself in extreme astonishment. In that moment, he used an attack of equal caliber to nullify it. "These two, they're truly monsters." Amidst the ruins, his laughter echoed eerily. "Ha ha ha ha. Faced with the manifestation of Yoon's power, Namgying Wei-ok also let out an evil maniacal laugh. Yes, that's the reaction you should show. I was almost disappointed, ha ha ha. A dark memory flashed in his mind, the image of a young Namgying Wei-ok gleefully destroying a sandcastle with a wicked smile. The more effort you put into a sandcastle, the more enjoyable it is when you destroy it. Back in reality, he rushed at Yoon like a beast and their two swords clashed, creating a shower of sparks and ear-splitting metallic sound echoed throughout the battlefield. Yoon gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with fury. All the challengers from other worlds have been annoying so far, but this bastard is truly a psychopath. He pushed with all his might, creating a small gap between himself and his three comrades behind him. He turned to them, speaking in a serious and urgent voice that brooked no refusal. I apologize, but could you please retreat to a safe distance? If I have to protect you again like just now, I won't be able to concentrate. Catherine tried to object but clenched her fists in helplessness and remained silent. Kim Sung-hoon also agreed inwardly. Damn it, it's really annoying, but it's true. Damn it, I couldn't do anything in the last trial either. He looked at Yoon with unwavering eyes from behind his mask. But when the opportunity arises, we will execute the flame plan. Be careful, Yoon shouted as they quickly retreated, creating a battlefield solely for the two swordsmen. Don't come back. Immediately, two sword energies, blue and yellow, clashed fiercely once more, colliding like two beasts. The impact created a storm of energy, tearing the ground and destroying everything in its path, turning the battlefield into a wasteland. Countless flashing sword lines traversed the space, each slash possessing destructive power, etching a mark of death against the dark sky. The entirety of Shinjuku trembled under the force of the battle. Skyscrapers blurred into vague shadows behind the shockwaves, and another explosion lit up the sky like flames of death. From a safe distance, Oh Young-sok groaned, now I understand why he told us to move away, but he's fighting that monster on equal footing. Kim Sung-hoon shook his head, his voice filled with worry. No, he's being pushed back slightly. If this continues, he'll die. Yoon gritted his teeth and blocked a downward slash from the sky, letting out a gasp from the force of the impact. I thought I could somewhat contend with him if my sword energy was enhanced. Damn it. The White Crane swordsman's words echoed in his head like a warning. In my opinion, Namgying Wei-ok's swordsmanship is A grade, but yours is likely C grade. Yoon looked at the overwhelming momentum emanating from his opponent. Skills aside, he's just incredibly strong. Namgying Wei-ok staggered Yoon with a hammer-like kick. He smiled disdainfully. What, is that all you've got? Yoon gasped, sweat pouring down his body. His body was screaming from exhaustion. Damn it, I used too much stamina on regeneration. Haha, if I expend even a little more stamina, it'll affect my combat ability. Suddenly a scream came from behind. Sang Yoon, catch! Catherine threw a red recovery potion to him, which he deftly caught. Good. But he suddenly froze, his eyes widening in terror. Namgying Wei-ok was one step faster. He kicked Yoon's hand, deftly snatching the potion. He brought the potion to his mouth with an evil smile. I'll enjoy drinking this, hee hee. Catherine screamed in despair and rage. No. This damned irritating bastard. I should have put poison in it. Yoon clicked his tongue in annoyance, watching the lost opportunity. Namgying Wei-ok felt new energy spread throughout his body, and a small amount of stamina was recovered. He sneered, his eyes filled with malice. Humans always have hope, don't they, Han Sang-yoon? He began to cynically mimic human thoughts. I can win this battle. If I give my all, I'll eventually win. I can survive. Yes, he clenched his fist, his eyes glowing red with extreme madness, but shattering such thoughts. That moment when your expression changes from optimism to despair, only that expression brings me joy. With a sky-rending roar, Namgying Wei-ok launched an all-out attack, his sword energy exploding like a storm, tearing through everything in its path and sending Yoon flying backward. He narrowed his eyes, his face filled with displeasure. I hate this, buried in the rubble. Yoon gritted his teeth and endured, but his blue eyes blazed with an unyielding flame. Namgying Wei-ok internally growled. It's as if his eyes are still full of hope. He gnashed his teeth, and his fury turned into a maniacal smile. He unleashed a punch with all his might, putting all his rage into a vertical strike aimed directly at Yoon's position. The ground cracked from the force of the attack, creating a massive deep fissure and sending everything around it flying with a tremendous explosion. Yoon let out a painful groan. He sank into the debris, his body trembling from exhaustion, his clothes tattered and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Despite the pain, he looked up with sharp eyes devoid of any fear. Namgying Wei-ok glared at him, his face contorted with rage. He shouldn't even have the strength to move now, so why does he still wear that expression? Unable to endure the defiant gaze any longer, he charged, thrusting his sword at Yoon's face and roaring. Despair, heart-wrenching scream erupted. As Namgying Wei-ok's blade grazed Yoon's eye, blood splattered, pouring from his wounded eye. Yoon whispered in pain and despair. My stamina for recovery has already reached its limit. If I use all the power I have left, I can only make one attack. The aura of darkness enveloped Namgying Wei-ok, who reveled in his opponent's pain. But I can't see, so there's no way this attack will be effective, amidst the pain and darkness. A bitter, reckless sneer appeared on Yoon's lips. What should I do now? Just then, Catherine's shout came from afar. Sang Yoon, She and the others were rushing towards him. Yun was terrified with only one thought in his mind: if they come now, they'll just be slaughtered. He gathered all his remaining strength, stretched out his hand, and desperately shouted, "No, don't come." Namgang Weioke paused, and a spark of realization flashed in his eyes. He looked back at the approaching figures and returned his gaze to Yun, a supremely evil smile on his face. "Your comrades, that's why you can still maintain that expression." Before he could act, Catherine and Kim Sung-hoon attacked simultaneously from both sides. Flaming attacks and sharp slashes flew towards Namgang Weioke, but he easily dodged both attacks and kicked Catherine's side, causing her to let out a painful groan. Kim Sung-hoon shouted worriedly. "Catherine!" He immediately charged, striking Namgang Weioke, creating an explosion of yellow lightning, but he easily dodged it. Namgang Weioke's power was overwhelming, and Kim Sung-hoon gritted his teeth, blocking the attacks as yellow lightning fiercely flashed around his body. In just one moment, Namgang Weioke completely overwhelmed him. He delivered a powerful downward strike from the sky, sending Kim Sung-hoon crashing to the ground. Yun could only helplessly watch his comrade fall, the physical pain incomparable to the anguish in his heart. Namgang Weioke seized Catherine and took her hostage. She struggled desperately. "Let go!" He pressed a flaming blade to her neck, and she let out a painful scream. "Kua!" He looked at the kneeling Yun and said with a joyous voice, "I smell your comrades burning, ha ha ha." Yun roared in fury. "Stop, you madman!" Seeing Yun's extreme pain and rage, Namgang Weioke let out a maniacal laugh. "Yes, that's it, this wonderful expression, ha ha ha." Just as Namgang Weioke was intoxicated with victory, a hand wearing a gold-rimmed glove reached out from behind. Young-sok stealthily approached and unleashed a glittering ice orb. He shouted loudly, "Ice prison!" Sharp ice walls erupted from the ground, freezing Namgang Weioke in place, much to his surprise. Seizing the opportunity, Young-sok quickly helped the wounded Catherine, and a gentle green energy flow enveloped her. "I need to at least give her first aid," Namgang Weioke roared in furious rage, trying to break the ice trapping him. "You damn bug bastard!" With a sky-rending roar, he shattered the ice restraints with pure force. The ice shards glittered as they broke into pieces. He immediately rushed towards the fleeing Young-sok and Catherine. Young-sok shouted, "Hurry!" A colossal blue energy orb formed. Young-sok thought to himself as he fled, "I need to send her as far away as possible. That's the best I can do." And then he immediately went into hiding. He shouted, "Hide!" but the moment the skill activated, Namgang Weioke appeared behind him like a ghost. His hand tightly gripped Young-sok's head. He mercilessly slashed Young-sok. He tried to defend himself with a thin ice shield, but it shattered instantly, and he let out a painful scream. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-hoon lay on the ground, his mind engulfed in a painful memory. "This is no different from that day 7 years ago. Right now I am." Yun had lost his eyes and succumbed to extreme helplessness. Blood and tears mixed. "I can't protect anyone." In the deathly silence, a squeaking sound echoed. A red-eyed rat scurried over the debris. Immediately after, thousands of rats began to swarm from underground. Their squeaking filled the air, creating an eerie sea of rats. A catastrophe. Countless rats, creatures that perceived this battle as a catastrophe, burst forth from underground, and they were drawn to only one thing: the blue pillar of light emanating from Yun's sword where his last attack was contained. All souls have been used to restore stamina. A deathly red energy flow enveloped Yun's body, and he sacrificed his accumulated souls to gain his last burst of power. Namgang Weioke looked back at Kim Sung-hoon, who was suffering on the ground, and said indifferently, "Calm down, Yun." Enveloped in a dark aura, Yun lifted his head and black blood flowed from his ruined eyes. He gritted his teeth. "You Murim madman," Namgang Weioke sneered, tossing aside the piece of cloth he had used to wipe his sword. "No, your reaction is far more entertaining this way. Hee." Suddenly a shadow darted like lightning, and a flaming fist struck Namgang Weioke's face, creating a massive explosion. Flame suppression authority drastically reduces the abilities of anyone touching the flame. Sword energy is sealed for 10 minutes. Sword flame is sealed for 10 minutes. Everyone except Namgang Weioke is immune to the flames. Namgang Weioke roared in pain. Peng Jiming, whom they had believed defeated, was standing. Flames engulfed his entire body, but his eyes blazed with fighting spirit. He shouted, "I am Peng Jiming, a hero of China. I'm still alive, you damned bastard." He turned and signaled to the others. "Catherine's flames have been used, let's go now." Namgang Weioke tried to exert his power, but it was useless. "Cannot use sword energy. It has been sealed by the flame suppression skill." He gritted his teeth and snarled in rage, "Damn it, I can't use sword energy, these bugs." He switched to another skill. Forced combat. Countless purple energy swords appeared in the sky, and a rain of deadly swords poured down straight towards the ground. Immediately, a system notification appeared, and a colossal purple energy dome enveloped the two warriors, engulfing them in an arena of death. Due to unique characteristic forced combat, a combat zone with a 30 meters radius has been established. No one except Han Sang-yun and Namgang Weioke can enter the combat zone. Yun stood silently within the purple zone. His face was eerily calm. Namgang Weioke smiled wickedly, and his fist blazed with golden fighting spirit. "It's true, my sword energy is sealed, but I can still use fighting spirit. Hee." He lunged forward like a predator, snarling contemptuously. "What can a blind damned bastard do?" Yun stood silently. A memory flashed through his mind like lightning. When was it? He remembered that Insight could see attacks outside his vision. I thought that was all it was. Suddenly, the world around him changed. Everything now appeared as green energy lines, creating a perfect 3D space in his mind, including the wall created by the 30 meters radius. "I can see all the stones in this area too." An astonishing truth flashed through his mind like lightning. I never knew I would be able to see more after losing my sight. Until now I haven't used insight properly. It was as if a ruby-colored third eye had suddenly opened on his forehead. I've opened the third eye. A series of system notifications appeared before him, announcing a transformation of power. You have discovered true insight. Skill Insight D has been upgraded to B grade. You are fighting a life-or-death battle relying on your senses. Skill Sixth Sense C has been upgraded to B grade. He felt a significant change happening within his body. Sixth Sense, I completely forgot about it after acquiring it, but it has evolved and my senses are sharper than ever. More notifications appeared consecutively, proving his growth through a life-or-death battle. You have successfully survived a battle against a master swordsman. Skill Salma D has been upgraded to B grade. For a short time your body had to endure an immense amount of danger beyond its limits. Skill Blood Cut B has been upgraded to B grade. Namding Weioke flinched, a slight astonishment flashing across his face as he sensed the change in Sang Yun's momentum. Sang Yun easily swung his sword, deflecting his opponent's attack. He confidently thought to himself. Thanks to these, his eyes glowed with powerful red light. I can fight on equal terms with the weakened Namding Weioke. The battle continued, and this time Sang Yun completely caught up to his opponent. Namding Weioke began to be flustered by the sudden change. What is this damn situation? He gritted his teeth, unable to believe his eyes. Why have his movements improved, and why is his blade sharper than ever? Shadow Walk Skill C activated. The user is moving through an area covered in shadows. User's movement speed has increased by 30. Instant Acceleration Skill has been activated. Grace of Wind Skill has been activated. All speed has increased by 70. Current skill Stack Progress 77. Confusion Swordsmanship Skill C has been activated. Attack speed of bladed weapons has increased by 20. Current skill Stack Progress 1010. Despite having the upper hand, Sang Yun was aware of the dangerous situation. Even with all these skills active, we're only fighting on equal terms. It's too dangerous for me. He knew he didn't have much time. My stamina will soon run out, and Namding Weioke's abilities will return to normal in 10 minutes. I must end this battle now while the flames are active. He focused on his trump card. The only thing that can turn the tide in such a terrible battle is an unexpected variable. His sword began to exude an extraordinary momentum, and he threw his sword at him. Namding Weioke sneered, thinking Sang Yun was making a reckless move. Cornered, he's made a foolish choice. He snarled, foolish bastard, and lunged with a flaming fist, confident this would be the finishing blow, but Sang Yun dodged the punch bizarrely. His hand gripped his opponent's fist tightly, and without wavering he uttered each word with emphasis. Iron-Blooded Sword, Authority Iron-Blooded Sword activated. A red energy flow slowly appeared. Namding Weioke's eyes widened in disbelief and he felt the sword piercing his abdomen. He spat a mouthful of blood and cried out in pain, unable to believe it. When did the iron-blooded sword pierce my body? He screamed in unimaginable pain. Crack, he staggered, clutching the fatal wound to his dantian. Damn it, it hit my dantian. I need to act fast to fully recover later. A notification appeared. Flame Suppression Authority has ended. Unique characteristic Forced Combat has ended. The combat zone with a 30 meters radius has been lifted, allowing external intervention. His external comrades cheered hopefully. The barrier is disappearing. Namding Weioke glared at Sang Yun with resentment. He knew he was at a disadvantage. I focused too much on playing around. Next time I'll finish this battle. He took out a glowing red ancient language stone, a teleportation item. He crushed the stone and a blue spatial portal was generated. Preparing for his escape, Peng Jiming and Oh Young-sok shouted in surprise and rage. A portal? He's trying to return to the Murm dimension. At that moment, as Namding Weioke stood with his back to them at the threshold of the spatial portal, everyone felt. If they didn't kill him now, it would mean a terrible disaster for Earth in the near future. They cried out desperately. We can't let him escape, stop him. Everyone rushed towards the portal with all their remaining strength without a moment's hesitation. Sensing killing intent from behind, he turned, a slight astonishment on his face. What? His purple eyes narrowed sharply and his voice was filled with mockery and contempt. Escape, he snarled, sword flame. The sword in his hand exploded with fierce and destructive golden flames, and a colossal pillar of fire shot into the sky before falling like a meteor directly towards the rushing people. Everyone's eyes widened in horror. Catherine barely screamed as the pillar of fire engulfed everything. An earth-shattering explosion shook the battlefield, flattening colossal buildings in an instant. As the dust cleared, Sang Yun sat on one knee on the ground, panting, his entire body trembling. Counter-shield skill has been destroyed. Absorb damage can no longer be released, he coughed. Cough. Catherine, flustered, cried out. Sang Yun, she pointed at his severely injured left arm. Sang Yun's arm, he casually waved his arm away, saying in a resolute voice, don't mind this, the enemy is still here. Namding Weioke walked out of the portal smoke, looking at Sang Yun with cold eyes. Han Sang Yun, he said in an arrogant voice, I could have killed you with that first attack. Do you really want to see this situation through to the end? Sang Yun gritted his teeth, his face clearly showing helplessness and rage. It's truly irritating, but I have no counter-argument. Namding Weioke gave him one last glance. I'll be back soon. He turned and walked into the light of the blue portal, disappearing from Earth. Sang Yun could only watch helplessly before collapsing onto the ruined ground. His comrades rushed to him. Sang Yun, Murm dimension. As soon as he exited the portal, Namding Weioke was welcomed by his attendants. Welcome back, young master. but he immediately staggered and spat a mouthful of blood. His body trembled from the wound to his dantian. Way okay. The people around him were flustered. Young master, are you all right? Quickly, summon the royal physician. He wiped the blood from his mouth, gritted his teeth, and his eyes blazed red as he swore, Han Sang-yoon, I will drag you into the abyss of despair no matter the cost. Tokyo Hospital. Faintly, Sang-yoon slowly opened his eyes and the blurred light of the hospital room appeared. A familiar voice rang out worriedly. Mr. Han Sang-yoon, you're awake. Sang-yoon struggled to see the woman standing by his bed. Where am I? Erika carefully supported him. This is the hospital. You can't move yet. He looked down at his body. White bandages covered him entirely, and his eyes in particular were severely injured. Erika bowed her head, her voice trembling with emotion. She placed her hand on his shoulder. I don't know what to say about your immense sacrifice. Suddenly, green energy enveloped Sang-yoon, and his arm instantly regenerated. Blood cut, skill activated. Erika's eyes widened in astonishment, and the bandages covering his body spontaneously unraveled, revealing his robust body rapidly healing. He calmly said, I'm fine. How are the others? He walked to a nearby hospital room door where the name Catherine was written. Without a moment's hesitation, Sang-yoon swung his hand to open the room's curtain and called out worriedly, Catherine, are you all right? Immediately flinched. Inside were Catherine and Leon, both in hospital gowns. They all stared at him with wide eyes in surprise. A shriek echoed, followed by a resounding slap that reverberated throughout the corridor. Oh Young-sok, with one leg in a cast, was laboriously walking with crutches. He sighed, disheartened. Phew, my life is truly a mess. He looked up and smiled upon seeing Sang-yoon approach. Ah, Mr. Han Sang-yoon. Oh Young-sok immediately noticed the distinct red handprint on Sang-yoon's cheek. What happened to your cheek? Sang-yoon awkwardly rubbed his cheek. Ah, I just went to Catherine's room, and well, she seemed very lively, so I guess she's fine. He looked around the corridor. But Mr. Kim Sung-hoon isn't in his room. Do you know where he is? Oh Young-sok replied, I only met him briefly this morning. His face darkened and his voice fell heavily. He's probably going through a very tough time right now. He lost his right arm. Kim Sung-hoon was seen standing alone on the hospital rooftop. His robe fluttered in the night wind, revealing the empty space where his right arm used to be. Sang-yoon found him on the rooftop. So you were here. Kim Sung-hoon turned around. Ah, Sword Shadow has arrived. Sang-yoon was slightly surprised. Sword Shadow. Kim Sung-hoon looked at Sang-yoon's healed arm. Your left arm, you healed it with a skill? He looked down at his lost right arm. Yes, it's truly an unbelievable skill. You certainly have a knack for surprises, he said in a voice accepting of fate. Well, as you've probably heard, my right arm couldn't be saved. He turned and bowed his head towards Sang-yoon from behind his mask. I'm sorry. Sang-yoon clenched his fist, his face filled with regret and self-reproach. If I had been stronger, this wouldn't have happened. Kim Sung-hoon patted him on the shoulder, comforting him. Don't blame yourself, I have a skill to compensate for it. A crystal-like arm made of pure ice formed from his severed forearm, emitting a blue light. He looked out at the night view, his voice filled with reminiscence. I was climbing the tower like crazy, just to get stronger, as if obsessed with something, as if I had only one vision. Sang-yoon lit a cigarette. That's not a bad thing. I'm sure it made you strong, but his eyes sharpened as he spoke his ideals. The strong should help the weak. At least that's the ideal I live by. Sang-yoon gazed at the night sky, lost in thought. I learned a lot from this battle. I rediscovered one important thing I had forgotten. Kim Sung-hoon exhaled a puff of cigarette smoke, a faint smile spreading behind his mask. That's a relief. That someone as strong as you isn't a psychopath with malicious intentions. When I first met you in the tower, I couldn't tell what you were thinking. He offered a cigarette pack. Care for a puff? Sang-yoon shook his head. No, I stay away from cigarettes and alcohol. A memory suddenly flashed through Sang-yoon's mind. His eyes widened in surprise. Huh? Are you the legendary Lightning Emperor? He shrugged with a satisfied smile, revealing his iconic fangs. Ah, right. I haven't told you who I am yet. After the incident, the bravely fought hunters and association officials took a commemorative photo together, marking the end of a historic battle. And Sang-yoon, the hero of the battle, participated in an interview, telling the world about the life and death showdown in Shinjuku. A flashback crossed Sang-yoon's mind. It was the day after the battle. He and Catherine were shopping. He held an intricate necklace. Catherine wore the necklace, which had an apple-shaped pendant. She beamed with a bright and unadorned happy smile. Currently, it was time to say goodbye at the airport. Sang-yoon waved to his comrades who had faced life and death with him. Catherine, Kim Sung-hoon, Oh Young-sok, and Peng Ji-ming also waved back in farewell. Back in his hospital room, Sang-yoon donned his familiar attire, a red tailcoat. He lightly moved his arms, checking the fit of his clothes. He examined the coat's design, which appeared more intricate than before. The tailcoat's design had clearly been subtly upgraded during the repair process. He drew his iron-blooded magic sword, which was also perfectly restored. He smiled contentedly. His equipment was in pristine condition. Well, I suppose I should expect this level of service since I prevented a catastrophe. He leaned back on the bed with a sigh of relief. 3 days with the return stone were truly chaotic. I didn't want to be this famous. He scrolled through his phone and was horrified. The battle video is everywhere. He realized it had been recorded from the Japan Hunter Association helicopter. He read the comments flooding online. Are all these challengers crazy strong? He's taking on everything alone. Didn't he basically handle this whole situation by himself? I think I know who that person is. There used to be a player-exclusive training center called White Lotus, and he trained there for 7 years. Alright, next liar. There's no way such a useless guy could fight monsters that easily destroy buildings. It's like he fights like a sword phantom. He's really good at fighting. It makes sense to call him a sword phantom. Really lol. Sang-yoon finally understood. Ah, so that's what Mr. Kim Sung-hoon meant by sword phantom. He was lost in thought, and another surprising fact dawned on him. But I didn't know he was the Lightning Emperor. The Lightning Emperor among Korea's 30 S-rank hunters. His nickname was the most powerful. He destroyed gates at a speed other S-rank hunters couldn't match. Basically, he was Korea's hero. He recalled Kim Sung-hoon's offer on the hospital rooftop, "Contact me if anything happens." To be honest, you can think of it as a recruitment. You can contact me for less serious matters or any other reason. Sang-yoon thought to himself, the recruitment is over. A system notification appeared. Time on Earth has ended. He sat up straight. I need to get stronger to live up to the title of Sword Phantom. Let's return to the Tower of Trials. A resolute smile spread across his face. Back to the tower, he was teleported, landing on the floor of the 11th floor waiting room. Entered the 11th floor waiting room. Sitting in the center of the hall, he reflected on the previous battle. I learned one thing from the fight with Namgang Wei. Okay. It's stamina. He opened the shop interface. Shop, it's stamina. He recalled the helplessness of not being able to activate his recovery skill. Blood cut was one of the most powerful recovery skills I had, but it wouldn't activate when I didn't have enough stamina. Resolve flashed in his eyes. Now it's time to get a new stamina recovery skill. He scanned the shop skill list. All these skills seem a bit uncertain. The best way to shop for this kind of problem is to just buy them all. Automatic stamina recovery skill purchased. Description: all stamina automatically recovers by 0.07 every 180 seconds. 15.00 products deducted. Moonlight absorption E skill purchased. Description: recovery ability increases by 100 when exposed to moonlight. 10.00 products deducted. Sunlight absorption E skill purchased. Description: recovery ability increases by 100 when exposed to sunlight. 10.00 products deducted. Rapid growth C skill purchased. Description: all physical and stamina recovery abilities increase by 70. 20.00 products deducted. Call of Blood C skill purchased. Description: absorbing the blood of enemies killed by the user regenerates stamina and HP based on the amount of blood consumed. 20.00 products deducted. He smiled with satisfaction. I've bought all the necessary skills and I even have products left over. Unique authority skill synthesis activated. Open skill content. Please select skills to synthesize from your possessed skills. First, I need to synthesize skills with good synergy. He selected Sunlight Absorption E and Moonlight Absorption E. The two skills began to merge in a bright golden flash. Skill synthesis complete. Photosynthesis D skill is being created. Photosynthesis D skill, proficiency 0. Effect: recovery ability increases by 200 when exposed to moonlight or sunlight. User can absorb mana through light. He nodded. Good, the grade went up a bit, and the advantages of both skills are well combined. Now if I synthesize Call of Blood here, it'll be really good. He chose to synthesize Photosynthesis D and Call of Blood D skill synthesis complete. Bloodstained Contract C skill created. Bloodstained Contract C skill, proficiency 0. Effect: user can extract HP, stamina and mana from the blood of living creatures they kill and gain powerful blood control abilities. He clicked his tongue with a disappointed expression. This is a failure. The skill grade didn't go up and the advantage of photosynthesis disappeared. But he wasn't disheartened. He opened the shop again. Call of Blood D skill purchased. 20.00 products deducted. He laughed derisively. I should just buy another one of the same. I have plenty of products anyway. He synthesized Bloodstained Contract and Call of Blood again. The two similar skills re-entered the synthesis process. Skill synthesis complete. A new skill is being created. This time the result exceeded expectations. Blood Truth Seeker B skill is being created. Sang-yoon's eyes gleamed. B grade. Blood Truth Seeker B skill, proficiency 0. Basic effect: user can extract HP, stamina and mana from the blood of living creatures and gain powerful blood control abilities. Detailed effect: all blood lost by the user automatically recovers little by little. He was astonished by his new power. I can extract HP, stamina and mana from blood and I can even control blood. What is this? As he concentrated, the dried blood on his sword began to vibrate. Immediately, droplets of blood floated into the air, dancing and moving at his will, transforming into deadly weapons. A joyful and somewhat wicked smile spread across Sang-yoon's lips as he felt the new power flowing through his veins. Literally controlling blood. He experimented with his ability, transforming the blood droplets into spiky spheres, then into sharp blades. I can make any shape. He decided to try something else. He concentrated his will on his fingertip. Alright, like this. A single drop of blood slowly seeped from his fingertip without any wound. I can squeeze out blood without even cutting myself. Of course, to use a large amount of blood quickly, I'd have to cut myself. He gazed at the dancing blood droplets, a confident smile on his face. Blood Truth Seeker, this skill will be truly useful. He didn't stop there and continued to invest in upgrading his powers. And I spent more time upgrading my Eyes of Truth. Skill synthesis complete. A new skill is being created. Fire Dragon Eye, a skill created. Fire Dragon Eye, a skill, proficiency 0, basic effect. The authority of a fire dragon is imbued into the user's eyes, allowing them to see the invisible. Detailed effect: User can see information about objects and discern other people's lies. As the new skill activated, Sang Yun's eyes blazed with a fantastic blue flame. It granted him an entirely new vision. He examined his equipment, and hidden information he hadn't known before was now clearly visible. Old Vampire Earl's coat. User can temporarily create a blood shield by consuming stamina or blood. Acceleration boots. Injecting mana increases acceleration time. He muttered in astonishment, "I've never seen these before." His gaze stopped at the iron-blooded magic sword, and even more surprising information appeared. Heavenly Blood Magic Sword. When the user reaches the sword flame realm and strengthens blood energy to its maximum, an ultimate skill is unlocked. Memories of Namding Wei-ok's destructive power, the sword flame, flashed in his mind. So that's how Namding Wei-ok was able to destroy all of Shinjuku. He looked at his sword, from which a faint aura emanated. I guess only someone who reaches that realm can awaken the true power of the Heavenly Blood Magic Sword. I just thought it was a pretty good sword. I didn't expect it to have such hidden abilities, with new power and a clearer goal than ever before. He resolutely pressed the button to start the next trial. Then let's go. Entered the 11th floor of the Tower of Trials. Difficulty hard. Current trial theme, mental verification. Time remaining 7 days. Clearance condition, pass the 7th trial within the remaining time. Failure condition, challenger's death or time over. Clearance reward, ancient mental verification mirror S penalty for failure, death. Sang Yun absorbed the information and his expression became serious and resolute. He entered the ancient temple, and a sturdy man with blue hair greeted him. Welcome to the Mental Verification Temple. Sang Yun was slightly surprised. Mental Verification Temple, the man explained. Now you must undergo the trials bestowed by the God of Verification. These trials will continue until you die. Although you are just a mere adventurer, you have chosen to participate in this God's trial, so you must face the consequences, Sang Yun asked bluntly. Then what do I need to do to pass the first trial? The man frowned. You don't even know the rules of Ares' 7 great God trials? Sang Yun answered honestly. The man mumbled, that must have been the dimension of the Black Knight who invaded the 5th floor. The man sighed, an unpleasant expression on his face. I don't understand how a foolish adventurer like you got this far. Alright, I'll explain. The trials are simple. Prove your body, your faith, and your mind, he continued. The body comes first and the mind is last. That's the hardest part. The method to pass the trial is simple. In each room of the trial a high priest will be waiting. You just need to kill them or persuade them to proceed to the next room. Sang Yun reconfirmed. So no matter what method I use, I just need to get past them? The man laughed derisively. I have explained enough, find the answer yourself. He clenched his fist and his knuckles cracked. Then shall we begin? First trial. He rushed like a storm, beginning the physical test. Immediately, Sang Yun confronted the high priest himself, exchanging endless attacks and defenses. He quickly analyzed his opponent. He's probably similar to a challenger with the title of Pioneer. Realizing that pure physical strength wouldn't be enough, Sang Yun decided to end the fight. Skill Blood Truth Seeker activated. His hand glowed with a deadly red light. Streaks of blood energy spread out like a spiderweb. At immense speed he charged, his glowing hand flying directly towards the high priest. The high priest's eyes widened in astonishment, and he let out a painful scream without time to react to the unexpected attack. Feeling his life force brutally drained, Yun looked down at the fading loser and muttered with cold satisfaction, "Damn, this skill is really crazy." Then he addressed the slowly vanishing corpse, "Thanks for explaining." Immediately after, a system notification appeared. Absorbed Priest John's soul. Proficiency has increased by 5.8. A series of other unexpected notifications from high-ranking administrators appeared. 7 God's Priest Administrator is shocked by the scene accidentally witnessed. God-slaying Swordsman Administrator nods at your actions. Fallen World Warrior Administrator praises your interesting actions. God-seeking 1 Administrator says you don't need to worry. You are doing very well in improving yourself. Yun looked up at the notification windows. His blue eyes narrowed in contemplation. Considering their nicknames, he thought to himself, it seems this trial attracted their attention because it involves gods. More notifications appeared. Iron-Blooded Emperor Administrator is shocked by your actions. White Crane Swordsman Administrator laments that you entered the trial without a word. Yun broke into a cold sweat and muttered, "What? There's no way to contact the administrators." Pushing such thoughts aside, he now approached John's motionless corpse lying on the cold ground. He found a dropped item. There's an item. He picked up a glowing card mirror. The administrators commented once again. 7 God's Priest Administrator is silently observing you. Fallen World Warrior Administrator admires your greed. God-slaying Swordsman Administrator nods in understanding. He activated a skill to check the item. Fire Dragon Eye. His eyes burned with a mysterious blue flame. The item's basic information appeared. High Priest Divine Mirror Grade C, a mirror into which High Priest John infused his divinity daily. The user can generate a divine shield once using divinity. Generating a divine shield may destroy the mind. This is the basic information. Thanks to Fire Dragon Eye, a hidden phrase appeared. The divinity within the mirror can lead the user to prove their destiny. Yun looked at the mirror in his hand, frowning in confusion. It can lead the user to prove their destiny? Damn, what is this now? He shook his head. It just seems like a one-time defensive shield item. Anyway, he put the mirror away and walked towards the massive door leading to the next trial. He placed his hand on the cold door, and a confident smile spread across his face. I just hope there are more physical tests. As he opened the door and peered inside, he saw a woman sitting on a throne in a mysterious purple space. Her sneering voice echoed. Surprising that a foreign adventurer whose name I don't even know reached this place so quickly. Astonishing. She glanced at the door and a disdainful smile spread across her face. John seems to be outdated now. As Yoon entered the vast room, shattered mirror fragments floated in the air. He asked her directly, "Are you the priest of the second trial?" The woman smiled alluringly, her ruby eyes gleaming with amusement. "Yes, dear adventurer." She placed her hand on the armrest of her throne and introduced herself. "I am the priest of the second trial. Zen, it's a pleasure to meet you." As soon as she finished speaking, she hurled the entire throne at Yoon with immense speed. Yoon calmly blocked the incoming throne with his arm, his face devoid of any change in expression. He frowned calculatingly at her use of violence. "This seems to be a physical test as well." "Exactly," Zen giggled as she did a somersault, her dress unfolding like a flower of death. A sword glowing with pink energy appeared in her hand and she charged fiercely at Yoon. Yoon skillfully blocked the attack, but he immediately sensed a familiar energy flow from Zen's sword. He thought to himself, "This sword energy feels similar to what I used before." Authority. Sword energy master activated. Lightning sword energy skill activated. Yoon's entire body erupted in brilliant blue lightning sword energy. Zen's eyes widened and her confident expression immediately morphed into extreme astonishment at the power Yoon unleashed. A drop of blood splattered into the air. Zen's painful scream echoed from Yoon's instantaneous counterattack. Zen plunged her sword into the ground to regain her balance and landed, her face filled with terror. "Sword energy? How can a mere adventurer use complete sword energy? I can do it, so why can't I use it?" Yoon retorted coldly, his sword gleaming with blue lightning sword energy exuding a completely overwhelming presence. Zen, still trembling in shock, explained, "It is a sacred power bestowed by the gods. That is how we priests gain power." She stared at Yoon. "I am simply amazed how you can use such immense sword energy without using any divine power." Yoon muttered to himself, "Divine power." Suddenly, green energy enveloped Zen, instantly healing her wounds. She retreated, her body completely healed. Yoon frowned. It was definitely a fatal wound. Divine power, what a troublesome force. Without any warning, the two once again charged at each other. Two sword energies, pink and blue, clashed, creating a violent explosion of energy. In the midst of the fierce sword fight, Yoon spoke. "According to what I heard from the first priest, it seems there's no need to kill people to pass these trials. Can't I persuade you to change your mind?" Zen sneered with a sarcastic smile. "I don't know, perhaps if you had a divine persuasion skill it might be possible." Yoon ignored the mockery. He continued to ask, "How many more of these physical trials are left?" His question seemed to anger Zen. Her eyes burned like fire. "You are truly arrogant. You seem too relaxed. Do you think you've already won? It's not too late to ask such questions after you've defeated me." She roared in anger and charged fiercely. Yoon simply stood quietly, calmly observing her sword lines. Skill, instant acceleration activated. As Zen's sword was about to reach him, Yoon vanished, appearing directly in front of her and grabbing the priestess's hand. Zen was astonished and Yoon declared coldly, "I won." He grasped her wrist, his voice devoid of emotion. "What? Why is this happening? Now tell me about this verification process." Immediately, the observing administrators reacted. "Fallen World Warrior Administrator awaits your answer." Iron-blooded Emperor Administrator stares at you with narrowed eyes. White Crane Swordsman Administrator is shocked by the unexpected question. Yoon pushed her hard against the back wall. "I'm not interested in such things." Zen chuckled lightly in relief. "Ha ha ha, then it's fine." The administrators commented again. Iron-blooded Emperor Administrator agrees with Zen. White Crane Swordsman Administrator says you are a good person. God-seeking one administrator is curiously watching you. Yoon looked at her with a puzzled expression. "Why do you ask that? Who would come all this way to do such a thing?" Zen replied. "Do you really think people wouldn't do that? You're quite naive for an adventurer." Yoon lost patience and said, "Just explain the trials." Zen began to explain the structure of the trials. Now there are 2 physical trials left, and the faith verification begins in the 5th trial and ends in the 6th. Yoon asked, "Then only 1 mental verification remains at the end?" "Yes, but before you challenge that trial," Zen said in a serious voice, "you would do well to consider giving up." Yoon was surprised. "No one," she continued in a warning voice, "no one has ever passed the 7th trial. Everyone who entered that trial either went mad or died spitting blood." The Fire Dragon Eye skill detected no lies. Yoon's eyes flashed, confirming that her warning was true. Zen chuckled lightly, as if accepting her fate. "Those are my last words. Yes, there hasn't been such a good fight in a long time. Please tell me if there's a way to pass this place without killing you." Yoon still tried to find another solution. Zen replied he won't be able to do that. He asked her if she was afraid of death. "Not at all." Zen smiled with satisfaction and madness. "I am merely returning to the gods." Realizing he could no longer persuade her, Yoon raised his sword. "It seems there's no benefit in dragging this out any further." With one fatal slash, absorbed Priestess Zen's soul. Proficiency has increased by 8.8. Yoon muttered. For an unknown reason, a dark aura enveloped him. "This feeling is truly disgusting." He turned and pushed open the next colossal stone door with both hands. Preparing to face the 3rd trial, inside there was a bald, sturdy man. He introduced himself. "I am Resilient, the future blade of the god of verification. From now on I will test your martial arts. Prove that you are worthy of advancing to the next trial. Rezilian raised his sword to the sky and it burned with a bright golden flame. Aura blade. A flash of recognition appeared in Yun's eyes. It's unstable, but the flame burns fiercely on the sword. It's definitely sword flame. Sword flame. And it's only the third trial. Yun took a stance, and his lightning sword energy also roared. Perhaps from now on I might have to put my life on the line. The two clashed fiercely. A battle of golden flames and blue lightning ensued. After a few exchanges of blows, Yun realized something. But something is strange. He carefully analyzed his opponent. His physical abilities and swordsmanship attacks are inferior to mine, Yun concluded. Realizing his opponent's fatal weakness, Yun blocked the attack and snarled. His face was filled with confusion. Then why is my sword energy being destroyed? He recalled his battle with Namding Wei-ok. After seeing Namding Wei-ok use sword flame, I thought it was an advanced skill. Perhaps he was just insanely strong, and this sword flame is a harsh truth flashed through his mind like lightning. It wasn't an advanced skill. As the two energies clashed again and his lightning sword energy was once again destroyed, Yun confirmed to himself, as expected. His eyes narrowed analytically. No matter how hard I try, my sword energy keeps getting defeated. He was pushed back by Rezilian's fierce slash and the stone floor beneath his feet shattered. Rezilian stood firm like a mountain and said in a dignified voice, "No matter how powerful your aura, you cannot destroy this sword. The only one who can destroy it is one who can control the invisible." He spoke with a majestic expression, and the sword flame in his hand burned fiercely. Yun smiled bitterly. "He's weaker than me, but he can use sword flame. It's like the dumber guy always does better on tests than me." He gritted his teeth, his face clearly showing irritation. "It's really annoying. The invisible, damn it," he roared inwardly, and the irritation turned into fierce determination. "That sword, I have to destroy it no matter what." He poured all his strength into a completely new momentum and charged forward. The two swords once again clashed fiercely. Rezilian's voice echoed in Yun's mind. "I will destroy it," Yun snarled, pouring his will into his sword. "I will destroy it." Rezilian continued, "That is how a blade comes to possess an aura. Absolute power is born." Yun's will reached its peak. "I will destroy it." His sword, imbued with unwavering will, pierced through the sword flame and penetrated Rezilian's shoulder. Rezilian cried out, "Ah!" in astonishment and pain. "I understand," Yun muttered as a deep realization spread across his face. The difference between sword flame and sword energy. The origin of sword flame was a will strong enough to be materialized. His sword burned with lightning sword energy, more stable and powerful than ever before. Rezilian fell to the ground, blood gushing from his wound, but he laughed. "Ha ha ha." He looked at Yun with a self-deprecating and satisfied expression. "Your sword flame is real, unlike me who borrowed the unstable power of the god of verification. You truly did it." "Ha ha," Yun thought to himself. "Is he happy?" "He's more interested in his achievement than his own death," Yun observed. "He seems driven by some purpose, but is it madness or faith?" Rezilian said in a weak voice. "You learn really fast. I almost felt it myself." His hand trembled. "You have proven your martial arts. Keep going forward." "Yes, just like that. Until you die, I will ease his suffering." Yun swung his sword, ending Rezilian's pain with a merciful blow. Absorbed Priest Lian's soul. Proficiency increased by 14. The familiar dark aura once again enveloped him. Unique authority. Soul extraction's proficiency has reached 100. Soul extraction D. Unique authority. Soul extraction is increasing in grade. Soul extraction B. It has risen to B grade. Yun's eyes widened. What new skills had been added this time? Additional effect. You can extract authority by absorbing the souls of stronger opponents. His eyes gleamed with awe. A skill that extracts other people's authority. He couldn't hide his excitement. Soul extraction has never disappointed me, and this is only B grade. I wonder what effects will be added when it reaches A grade and S grade. Yun opened his status window. Status: Han Sang-Yun, title ruler. Strength 86, Stamina 84, Agility 85, Magic 79, Endurance 81, Unique trait, Soul extraction B, Unique authority. Skill synthesis, he murmured. My stats are almost reaching 3 digits. He couldn't help but recall how as a student he had thought this was an unattainable goal. A system notification appeared explaining the sudden surge of power. Absorbed Priest John's soul. Stats permanently increased. Absorbed Priestess Zen's soul. Stats permanently increased. Absorbed Priest Lian's soul. Stats permanently increased. A powerful energy flow exploded around Sang-Yun. Strength increased by 8. Other notifications appeared in succession. Agility increased by 6. Stamina increased by 7. Magic increased by 8. Endurance increased by 9. Absorbed one of Priest Lian's skills. Acquired Indomitable Will A. Indomitable Will A. Proficiency 27. Description: a symbol of one who does not yield to despair and continues to challenge the impossible. Basic effect: when facing an opponent stronger than the user, physical abilities and concentration improve. Additional effect: when the skill is activated, it is easier to learn new things and mental defense skills are enhanced. After finishing the soul absorption, Sang-Yun collapsed in the ruins of the third trial room. He propped himself up with his arms and stood pushing open the heavy door to the next room. His body was ready for a new battle. He entered a large but completely empty space. He looked around in surprise. Nobody here. Oh, suddenly, a shadow with white angelic wings slowly descended from above. His voice echoed. Rezilian seems to be dead. Astonishing, Yun murmured. An angel as the next opponent is surprising. Administrators immediately sent warnings. Administrator God-slaying swordsman warns, be careful. Administrator Fallen World Warrior says he is a difficult opponent, do not be arrogant. Administrator White Crane Swordsman says this opponent uses true sword energy. Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch is impressed by the priest's powerful momentum. Without a word, Sang Yun swung his sword, creating a massive blade of light that cleaved the hall's dome. He sensed that Sang Yun had no intention of communicating. It seems you have no intention of talking, so let's begin right away. The priest's voice rose, his golden eyes glinting coldly. Fourth trial, he spread his wings and divine light enveloped his body. I am Priest Kairon. I will begin the physical verification according to the principles of verification. The user has encountered a significantly stronger enemy. Indomitable will skill activates. Sang Yun immediately felt the difference in power. Kairon's energy was incomparable to the previous priests. Kairon created a fragment of a mirror of light in one hand and concentrated energy in the palm of his other hand. He fired a destructive beam of light at Sang Yun. Sang Yun quickly dodged, and the beam destroyed the floor where he had stood. The beam of light hit the mirror fragment and was reflected, creating an unexpected attack from another angle. Fire Dragon Eye skill activated. Yun activated Fire Dragon Eye to analyze the situation. He murmured, that beam of light reflects off the mirror, making it very difficult to deal with. He decided to attack head-on. I need to strike him before he continues to attack with light beams. Sang Yun charged at immense speed and lightning sword energy exploded. Kairon used his wings like a sturdy shield to block Sang Yun's attack, sending him flying. Arg immediately. Kairon retaliated with a strike of light. Sang Yun raised his sword to block, being pushed back a few steps. Now sword flame is the basic. He looked up at Kairon, who was floating in the air preparing for a sword fight. Sang Yun calmly analyzed his opponent's tactics. This must be his guaranteed method of victory, he thought inwardly as he dodged the deadly beams of light. He attacks with light beams from long range. Even if the opponent dodges the light beams, the mirrors everywhere will reflect the light beams from angles the opponent cannot see. As Sang Yun approached, Kairon flapped his wings, creating a powerful wind that blew him back and destabilized him. He creates powerful winds with his wings at close range to destabilize the opponent, and then retaliates with sword flame. He muttered with a displeased expression, what a hellish attack pattern, truly difficult to deal with. He tried to attack the mirror fragments, but his sword bounced off. But these mirror fragments are also very difficult to destroy. The worst-case scenario flashed in his mind. If smaller mirror fragments are used to reflect the light beams, even if I can detect them with Fire Dragon Eye, I won't be able to dodge all of them. Administrators began to comment on his predicament. Administrator Overlord of Nine Heavens begins to question the difficulty of the 11th floor trial. Administrator Regretful Priest is shocked that a training priest has such skills. Administrator Black Mage wonders how you will die. Yun smiled confidently. How will I die? He saw the familiar administrator notifications. Administrator Iron-Blooded Emperor expresses dissatisfaction that the priest is stalling. Administrator White Crane Swordsman is looking forward to what you will do. My administrators don't seem too worried. Kairon raised his sword and light energy condensed. It won't be so easy this time. Take it if you can. He unleashed a barrage of light beams completely covering the battlefield, hundreds of light beams intertwined, creating an inescapable net of death, all energy concentrated on Sang Yun's position, causing a massive explosion. Energy charge complete. Kairon was surprised. What is this? Counter shield skill is ready to counterattack absorb damage. A gigantic red energy sphere enveloped Sang Yun, absorbing all explosions. Inside the sphere, Sang Yun calmly commanded, activate shield counter skill, release all absorbed damage at once. A massive pillar of energy was fired directly towards Kairon. Kairon could only watch the approaching energy flow with astonished eyes, having no time to react. He spat a mouthful of blood, severely wounded. He looked at Sang Yun in disbelief. What is this? I saw no evidence that you learned magic, he stammered. Do you possess divine authority? Sang Yun was silent for a moment, then replied, I don't know what divine authority is. Kairon seemed to accept it. Understood. Despite being severely wounded, Kairon stood upright, gasping for breath. You did not flee the fight, nor did you lose. I declare that you have passed all physical verification trials. You are worthy. After saying that, Kairon collapsed and his wings disintegrated into particles of light. Be absorbed Priest Kairon's soul. Proficiency increased by 13. Since the soul was more powerful than the user, authority absorption evaluation begins. Evaluation complete. Priest Kairon's authority confirmed. Extracting authority from the soul. Sang Yun's eyes gleamed. Authority, divine power C will be engraved upon Han Sang Yun's soul. A complex magic circle appeared, injecting a new energy source into his body. He felt this energy. Divine power is the power used by the priests here. It feels similar to mana. He tried to control it. I can feel the energy in my heart, but I can't move it. It's different from mana. Administrator White Crane Swordsman asks, why is divine power in your lower dantian? Administrator Iron-Blooded Emperor is shocked. Your divine power has no trace of godhood. Yun wondered if divine power was such a big problem. Absorbed Priest Kairon's soul. Stats permanently increased. Strength increased by 4. Agility increased by 3. Stamina increased by 3. Magic increased by 4. Endurance increased by 5. The next door opened, and an old voice echoed, welcome. An old woman stood in the center of the room. Welcome. You who are consumed by madness for martial arts. Yoon was surprised. Consumed by madness for martial arts? What does that mean? The old woman explained. Is it not your goal to win and win and win again, to become infinitely stronger and someday the strongest? Yoon thought. I want to become stronger but the strongest. Lee, aren't you exaggerating? The old woman had appeared behind him without him noticing. I am not exaggerating. That is simply the final result of your efforts. Her words seemed to touch something deep within Sang Yoon's heart, causing him to suddenly stumble and fall to his knees. He looked up, surprised to see the old woman still standing in the same spot, yet he felt as if he was being crushed by an invisible force. Don't get too excited. The old woman moved with supernatural speed, her voice echoing throughout the space. This trial is not about how excellent your physical abilities are. It is about proving your faith. Yoon gritted his teeth and snarled. Damn it, he tried to swing his sword but it seemed unable to reach his opponent. He gritted his teeth. Cold sweat pouring down from the invisible pressure. Such movement is impossible. A chilling realization flashed through his mind like lightning. Has she infiltrated my mind? He felt his body's strength drain and himself being grasped by an invisible hand. My body's strength. A dark hand enveloped his face, causing him to let out a painful scream. Arg! In a hallucination, a gigantic demonic face roared, trying to swallow his soul. The face transformed into the old woman's face, who rushed at him and swallowed him like a nightmare. She seemed to have tasted his will. This taste. Suddenly, the hallucination disappeared and Sang Yoon found himself standing upright in the center of the hall. The old woman stood on the opposite side, coldly declaring, "Past." Sang Yoon was surprised. "Excuse me," he asked again with a skeptical expression. "Past? What do you mean?" The old woman cut him off. "You have passed the 5th trial." Sang Yoon was still confused. "How could that be?" The old woman explained. "You can continue. The 5th trial begins with transcendental cognition. In other words, only those with a strong will are worthy of looking into their own minds." She looked directly into Sang Yoon's eyes. "I sense that powerful will within you, a ferocious will ready to kill anyone, if it means becoming stronger." She raised her hand as if she could feel it. "Ah, I can feel it. The desire to become stronger no matter whom you kill. I can feel it deep in your heart," she scoffed. "If you intend to kill me, you'd better hurry. Before I get too old, it would be enjoyable to rest peacefully in the embrace of God. Haha. "I won't do that," Yoon replied firmly. The old woman was surprised. She asked as if unable to understand. "Why?" Yoon replied logically. "I passed, so there's no need to kill someone meaninglessly. Why do you ask such an obvious question?" The old woman mumbled. "Ho, astonishing. If only I could make you go through all the trials, it would be fine." Yoon swung his sword in warning. "Again you passed, so goodbye." The old woman unexpectedly placed her hand on Sang Yoon's shoulder. "I hope you successfully prove yourself." After saying that, she stepped back and Sang Yoon walked down the dark corridor ahead. He walked, but the surrounding scenery began to twist strangely, and blackness began to seep into the mirror-like surface, and soon he was in a space where not a single ray of light could be seen. Suddenly a whispering voice reached his ears, an unexpected presence in the absolute darkness. "Hello, Sang Yoon." Yoon was startled and instinctively swung his sword. He looked around in the darkness, highly vigilant. "Surely." The voice echoed again. "Yes, you're right, you've already entered the realm of the mind." Yoon gritted his teeth. "I knew it. Miss Henia planted a seed in your mind, so you would fall into the realm of the mind." A small sapling glowed on his shoulder. Yoon recalled Henia. "Is she talking about the fake priestess from earlier?" The voice cheerfully retorted. "Exactly." The voice reassured. "You don't need to worry too much." Yoon's eyes were fixated on red veins in the mental space. She whispered in his ear. "Because I'm protecting your body from the outside." Yoon mumbled, sweating profusely. "That makes me even more worried." She chuckled. "Oh my, why are you so particular? That's quite rude to a lady." She held a dagger to Yoon's neck. "I could put a hole in your neck if I wanted to." "Do you agree?" Yoon was silent for a moment, then cautiously asked, "Can you tell me how to prove my faith?" She burst into laughter. "Ah ha ha ha, damn, you're so polite and cute." She smiled. "All right, I'll explain. You're in the realm of the mind, just observe your realm of the mind, and the 6th trial will be over." Yoon asked in confusion. "What do you mean, my realm of the mind?" "A person's mind is greatly influenced by their beliefs, but no one can see it. It's like closing your eyes and staring into nothingness," Yoon deduced. "So if I can see the essence of the mental realm where I can see nothing, I pass?" "Exactly," she said in a seductive voice. "Then in Aina's name and as the priestess of the divine self, I shall begin the 6th trial." Immediately the ground beneath Yoon's feet vanished. He plummeted into the abyss, darkness. It was as if he was sinking to the bottom of the sea. He cried out in alarm. "Ah!" as the suffocating sensation overwhelmed him. Aina's voice once again echoed in his ear. "Surprised? The pain will feel very real. If you don't find a solution quickly, you'll experience what it feels like to drown without water." She smiled wickedly and activated her clear mind authority, and an energy flow exploded, shattering Aina's restraints. Due to clear mind authority, Yoon does not lose his mental composure and mental restrictions are weakened. Yoon regained his composure. "All right, much better. I can hold my breath as long as I don't panic. Besides, I think I just felt something at my fingertips," Aina exclaimed in surprise. "Kua, what incredible resolve. I didn't expect you to move your body and react in the mental realm." She mumbled in disbelief. "To be able to defend himself even in the subconscious realm. What incredible talent. I should keep it a secret that I almost killed him because of it." "Phew, good." Yoon began to feel his body again. "The sensation in my body is slowly but surely returning." Aina growled. "What? You should only be able to feel a little here, shouldn't you? How can you perceive your body in just 2 hours? What kind of monster are you? Yoon was surprised. 2 hours, it's only been 1 minute. Time in the real world flows much faster than here. Yoon's eyes widened in horror. What? This is dangerous. He realized that if he spent all 7 remaining days here, he could die due to the trial's failure penalty. I need to see the mental realm as quickly as possible. A sudden idea flashed through his mind. If I can regain body perception through clear mind, maybe I can activate skills too. Skill Fire Dragon Eye activated. His eyes burned with a red flame, dispelling the surrounding darkness. He saw a horrific sight. I see this place is. Before his eyes was a gigantic waterfall of blood which was the manifestation of his mind. Yoon mumbled in horror. A colossal waterfall of blood. Aina shrieked in disbelief. Impossible, what is this? How can the mental realm suddenly be so clear? She was frozen in shock as she watched Yoon unleash enormous energy, shattering the mental space and breaking the illusion. She regained her composure and looked at Yoon with a probing expression. I have something to say. Are you human? Why do you have steel wings on your back? Authority. Steel wings activated. Yoon unleashed blue energy wings from his back. Energy swirled from the wings, creating a vortex in the mental space. The mental realm as seen through Fire Dragon Eye. Although I don't fully understand its meaning, it appears very twisted and ominous. He flew through his mental space amidst countless blood-red swords. He concentrated his will on one of the swords that emerged from the mental energy itself and flew closer. He gripped the sword tightly with both hands and condensed his power. He unleashed a massive strike, cleaving through the mental space itself and shattering the illusion. He returned to reality. Standing in the middle of the ruined room, he was surprised. I did this, Aina stammered. Who else came in here besides you? The administrators immediately sent messages. Administrator White Crane Swordsman is delighted that you've awakened. Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch is relieved that you've awakened. Administrator Fallen World Warrior is shocked that you woke up faster than expected. Yoon was still confused. But is that really proving faith? I don't see the connection, Aina explained. The proof of faith is the path of self-awareness, Yoon asked again. Self-awareness? People don't really know their own beliefs. They don't even know what they believe in, or what they're deeply thinking about. The goal of this trial is to confront the mental realm created through the process of beliefs, thoughts, and actions. Aina looked deep into his eyes. Overcoming a dark past and growing stronger without losing your humanity. That's what I read in your mind. What do you think? Quite honest, isn't it? But sometimes being honest about your desires is the right way. Farewell, adventurer. Aina uttered her final words as a portal of light opened. The 6th trial has ended. You have reached the 7th trial. Yoon stepped onto a ruined bridge in the middle of a chaotic cosmic space. At the end of the bridge, a core of chaotic energy pulsed violently. Yoon's eyes reflected the strange light emanating from the energy core. The god of verification is watching you. He remembered the warning. No one has ever passed the 7th trial. As he took a step, an invisible pressure weighed down on his shoulders, forcing him to his knees. The god of verification has recognized challenger Han Sang-yoon's existence. The god's eye opened within the energy core. Yoon spat blood and drowsiness overwhelmed him. Oh, I'm feeling sleepy, he struggled to resist. No, something's different. This is an illusion. An illusion of a rat facing a colossal python appeared. It was as if he was facing an absolute being that he couldn't resist. His body instinctively gave up on survival. He was horrified to realize that all he had done was receive its gaze. So this is a god? But then a resistance exploded from deep within his soul. He gritted his teeth. I won't do that again. Memories of his powerless past painfully resurfaced. He growled in anger, shattering the god's overwhelming presence. Never again. He bit his hand to regain his senses. Kua, skill blood cut activated. All types of pain inflicted on the user are reduced by 17. Shouted, I won't do such a foolish thing as being helplessly trampled. There's a way to overcome any trial. He gripped his sword blade tightly. The Tower of Trials was probably built that way. He stared directly into the god's eye. I didn't know if I could cut that eye from the start, but if there's even a small chance to get even 1 centimeter closer. He charged forward, pouring all his strength and will into a single attack. I will cut it down. With a defiant roar, Yoon swung his sword. He unleashed a massive lightning sword energy, just a mere god. A world-shaking slash flew directly towards the god of verification's eye. The sword energy disappeared after impact, leaving energy ripples in space. Yoon panted, his body crumbling. Ah, really, my consciousness, he mumbled as he was about to fall. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. The god of verification is impressed by your persistence. The god of verification is pleased to meet a challenger with indomitable willpower after a long time. The god of verification asks you to verify yourself, seeing your boundless confidence. Yoon stood upright in astonishment. The god of verification will remember challenger Han Sang-yoon's existence. He was bewildered. The god of verification announces the beginning of the 7th gate. The god's eye began to transform, the colossal eye disappeared, and Yoon was left alone on the ruined bridge. It's gone. He was still overwhelmed by what had just happened. The god of verification. Do gods really exist? Just then, the reward for completing the trial appeared. An antique decorated mirror. Yoon approached cautiously. This connects to your future self and begins synchronization. His reflection in the mirror began to change. He reached out curiously and touched the mirror's surface. The moment his finger touched his reflection in the mirror, energy exploded. Mental verification begins. Your synchronization rate with your mirror image is forcibly increased. He was strongly pulled into the mirror. The most suitable verification trial has been given to challenger Han Sang-yoon. Verify that your faith will not change in the future. He felt a mental pressure. He was thrown from a stained glass window and free fell. Kua, he landed on the ground and looked around in alarm. Where am I? He saw John, the priest of the first trial, desperately searching for something. John of the first gate, my mirror, where is it? Suddenly, a blinding light engulfed the space. He had to shield his eyes from the fierce flash. He mumbled, recognizing his surroundings. This place is. He was floating in the sky of a modern city at night where snow was falling. Christmas. It's probably Korea. He saw another version of himself, his future self, on the ground. How did I get back? Suddenly, his future self unleashed dark energy, slaughtering innocent people around him. Yoon watched in horror. He was flustered. Wait a minute, what is that guy doing? The scene was chaotic with screams, coughs, and blood. Screams, Yoon cried out in terror. He's insane. Your synchronization rate with your mirror image has been forcibly increased by 10. He was forcibly synchronized with that madman and felt extreme pain. He clutched his chest. A searing pain overwhelmed him, and my chest feels like it's being ripped apart. These disgusting complex emotions, they flashed through his mind like lightning, guilt, madness, and rage. John's dark hallucination whispered in his ear, it was you, the one who took my mirror. Streaks of dark energy bound Yoon, making him let out a painful scream. The energy tendrils tightened around his head. Kua, all skills intervening with challenger Han Sang-yoon's mind have been sealed. John's hallucination disappeared as his future self charged and attacked. Damn it, Yoon clutched his head, trying to resist the mental intrusion. Damn it, mental defense is especially important in mental verification. What if clear mind is blocked? Blood tentacles rushed at him, expressing the madness of his future self. He gripped one of the tentacles. His eyes gleamed with determination. If I had known this, I would have pushed past my limits sooner. Your synchronization rate with your mirror image has been forcibly increased by 20. Due to unbearable mental shock, you have entered an abnormal state, chi deviation. He spat blood. He looked at his hands in confusion and horror. Why am I doing such cruel things? He saw his future self committing slaughter. I'm possessed by power, but I wouldn't do this. You are currently in an abnormal state, chi deviation. If you fail to resolve the chi deviation state, the proficiency of your mana circuit skill may decrease by up to 10. Mana circuit skill proficiency has decreased by 0.3. Mana circuit skill proficiency has decreased by 0.7. Mana circuit skill proficiency has decreased by 0.4. He clutched his agonizing body. Kua, my mana circuit is overheating. The scene changed again, taking him to a familiar place. The Murim world. He saw his future self standing before the Murim Alliance entrance, and he commanded, bring the Murim Alliance leader before me immediately. Then I will spare everyone here at least, he said with a cold, emotionless expression. An old man stepped forward. I heard a madman named Sword Demon recently appeared in Murim. Seeing you, the title Sword Demon really suits you. Nice to meet you. I am Yi Jing'an, the Murim Alliance leader. What is your name? Before he could finish speaking, his future self charged and unleashed a brutal sword strike. Yi Jing'an was cut in two, and the people around him met the same fate. The Murim Alliance headquarters was submerged in a sea of blood, and among the piles of corpses one lone survivor stared at him blankly, dazedly. You killed all the allies you promised to save, aren't you ashamed? Not really, he replied nonchalantly. Loose ones are merely my combat resources. Resources that don't exhaust or injure me are nothing more, nothing less. He coldly swung his sword, dispatching the last person. Your synchronization rate with your mirror image has been forcibly increased by 30. Sang-yoon spat a large mouthful of blood, and the pain intensified. The setting in the mirror changed dozens of times, and after killing thousands to become infinitely stronger, he would be cursed by all the popes of Ares' gods who would beg for his death. He was like a monster consumed by madness, desiring only to grow stronger. Stop it right now. Haven't you killed enough of the king's people? Please, at least spare the king. The mad monster would never be defeated. The one-eyed pirate trembled in extreme fear, falling to his knees. Impossible, he stammered in a voice filled with despair. How could someone who had conquered the entire Murim dimension come to such a small dimension? Simultaneously, the pain in Sang-yoon's mind exploded even more fiercely. Your synchronization rate with your mirror image has been forcibly increased by 40, he screamed as if his mind was being torn apart. The future self's glowing red eyes stared at him from the darkness. And your synchronization rate with your mirror image has been forcibly increased by 50. The 50 milestone was like a powerful hammer blow to his soul. Sang-yoon clutched his head, his body constantly twitching. If the synchronization rate keeps increasing to the very end, Sang-yoon gritted his teeth, and painful tears streamed down his cheeks, but a sinister, twisted smile spread across his lips. Damn it, what is this feeling? The pleasure from this is no joke. The scene in the mirror changed again. Under a stormy night sky, colossal lightning struck directly onto the top of a skyscraper. A group of people violently broke down a door and entered. Do you think you can escape punishment after doing such a damn thing, Han Sang-yoon? He shouted, seeing Sang-yoon's future self holding a dead woman. Why did you do that? A young woman asked, crying. With tear-filled eyes, she screamed, Why are you trying to kill people to get stronger? Reason? He turned back to the girl with emotionless eyes. Why are you asking such a useless question? He gave a maniacal smile. I kill others to evolve. His enemies summoned lightning. You know I can control lightning, right? In this weather, you'd better prepare to die. Death, the damned demon bastard. Massive lightning struck. The present Sang-Yoon muttered. Yes, even I shouldn't take you as an easy opponent. The future self gave a sinister smile. If I were Han Sang-Yoon, a voice echoed in the present Sang-Yoon's mind. Cut him in half and kill him. His enemy was brutally cut in half. Young woman could only watch the sight in horror. Please, please, the woman screamed in despair. Snap out of it, Han Sang-Yoon. The screams tried to pull him from the darkness that sought to engulf him. He gritted his teeth, trying to hold on to his mind. If I make even one mistake, I'll be consumed by this madman's mind. Just 50 synchronization feels like my mind is being torn apart. I need to find a solution quickly before it's too late. Your synchronization rate with your mirror image has been forcibly increased by 60. Mana circuit skill proficiency has decreased by 0.1. Mana circuit skill proficiency has decreased by 0.5. Mana circuit skill proficiency has decreased by 0.2. His mana circuit was severely damaged. He let out a final roar before being completely consumed by madness. Your synchronization rate with your mirror image has been forcibly increased by 70. I can't take it anymore. This mental shock is too strong. I can no longer distinguish between pain and pleasure. He sank into the vortex of synchronization. It felt really good. John's hallucination reappeared and grabbed his neck. You're the one who took my mirror. Sang-Yoon recalled the moment he picked up the mirror from John's corpse. At that time the High Priest's divine mirror, see a mirror into which High Priest John infused his divinity daily. The user can generate a divine shield once using divinity. Generating a divine shield reduces mental contamination to some extent. The mirror in his hand glowed and divine shield activated. A divine shield that protects you and removes all mental contamination to a certain level. Red energy streaks enveloped him. Abnormal state, chi deviation is being released. He returned to reality in a scream. In the rain he was swinging his sword, and a red energy flow exploded from within his body. With an earth-shattering roar he unleashed a pure energy flow from his body, creating a burst of light that completely reversed the synchronization. I won't let myself be consumed, he screamed, his voice echoing throughout the mental space, asserting his existence and will. You have gained an iron-willed mind. Stamina has increased by 1. As the light scattered, the illusion of the skyscraper also began to shatter. You have proven that your faith has not changed. He stood alone in the ruined space, facing a glowing portal. Mental verification has ended. He was still in shock, looking at the fragments of the virtual world around him. Was this where I was all this time? Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch is relieved that her contractor is okay. Administrator Fallen World Warrior laughed heartily that you made it. Administrator White Crane Swordsman is delighted that her contractor has returned to a stable state. The god of verification is satisfied with Challenger Han Sang-Yoon's performance. The god of verification wants to meet Challenger Han Sang-Yoon. He was astonished. The god of verification is forcibly summoning Challenger Han Sang-Yoon to the divine realm. A golden flash enveloped Sang-Yoon, pulling him into the air. The divine realm and a forced summon? The god of verification has temporarily granted authority to the Tower of Trials using divinity. Administrators can no longer track Challenger Han Sang-Yoon. The Tower of Trials permits the summon if Han Sang-Yoon is kept safe. Entering the god of verification sanctuary, his body shot through streaks of light. He screamed, being pulled at immense speed to a completely unfamiliar dimension. As the light scattered, Sang-Yoon found himself floating in an endless space. It was entirely covered in white clouds. He looked around in a daze. This place is, suddenly, a dazzling golden flash erupted before him, and from it a majestic being emanating infinite power slowly emerged. Sang-Yoon flinched, stepping back, and the being of light spoke. The voice echoed throughout the space. Who are you? The voice held a hint of surprise. Why can I sense divinity from you? Sang-Yoon was startled and immediately realized. The god of verification. The god stared at him, saying in a calm voice, You don't need to look at me that way. After all, you will only see me as a lump of light. The god tilted its head. But it's quite unusual for you to appear before me like this. Are you perhaps a divine avatar created by the tower? Sang-Yoon frowned, not understanding the term divine avatar at all. He answered honestly, I don't understand what you mean, the god patiently explained. Divine avatar, you seem to call them administrators. What I'm asking is whether you are a being who has obtained divinity through a contract with the tower. Sang-Yoon shook his head firmly. I am not an administrator. I am just a challenger. Yes, you are different from a divine avatar. God concluded with interest. You possess a divinity entirely your own. Sang-Yoon was simply confused. The god seemed lost in thought. The tower has become more interesting while I was away. They seem to have realized that they cannot create something true by using divine avatars. Then the god looked directly at Sang-Yoon with a piercing gaze. Using the apostles of divine avatars to create something true, I see. Challenger Han Sang-Yoon, you are no ordinary being. Sang-Yoon was astonished. What? He thought to himself. It sounds like I've done something amazing, but all I did was kill Kairon and accidentally get divinity. He asked himself. Is this divinity that important? The god seemed to read his thoughts. Do you truly not know the answer to it, even after extracting divinity yourself? The god's voice held a hint of skepticism. I thought you knew, which is why you even erased the trace of the gods. It seems you know nothing. The god was silent for a moment, then concluded. Sang-Yoon could only admit it. I just acquired it by chance. The god repeated his words skeptically. You accidentally perfectly erased the trace of the gods from the divinity I gave to my followers. You may not perceive it, but extracting Charon's divinity was no accident, the god said firmly. I can feel a clear causality, Sang Yun asked again in surprise. Causality, considering the tower has such high expectations of you, I'm sure of it. Sang Yun was startled by the god's words and he mumbled in disbelief. The tower has such high expectations of a challenger? The god suddenly realized something. I made a mistake. I don't think I should tell you that. The tower is angry. This will be my farewell. Challenger Han Sang Yun, the god said. I will watch what you do. Sang Yun was flustered, trying to hold on. I still have questions. What happened to my future self? He continued to shout. What exactly are divinity and causality? But suddenly, a severe headache swept over him, and he clutched his head. The god was silent for a moment, then said, You seem to have looked too deeply into your future self. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. The god solemnly warned, The abyss is always looking for an opportunity to infiltrate your mind. You will have to be careful with that. Sang Yun endured the pain and tried to accept the warning, remaining silent. You will soon return to where you came from. Hearing that, Sang Yun was startled. He desperately reached out. Can't we talk longer? Unfortunately, I believe our conversation must end here. I have no other choice. The tower is a formidable entity even for a god. If you visit the Temple of Verification later, I might be able to answer some of your questions. One last piece of advice. Do not trust other gods. They will now consider you an enemy. As soon as those words ended, Sang Yun's body began to disappear and a series of system notifications appeared. Congratulations. You have cleared the 11th floor. Ancient Mental Verification Mirror S has been deposited into your inventory as a reward. You have acquired 70,000 points as a reward. You have acquired 20,000 products as a reward. As an additional reward, you have acquired 10,000 monopixels. Moving to the waiting room. Back in the waiting room, Sang Yun stood motionless. In his mind, only the word God still echoed. He recalled the words of the transcendent being. That being told him that extracting Charon's divinity was no accident, and that it could feel a clear causality. He looked up at the void and reasoned, That means the tower wants me to extract divinity and make it my own. I think that's the causality. Moreover, that God also said that the tower has high expectations of an ordinary challenger. If I assume that being able to make contracts with administrators and extract Charon's divinity were all manipulated by the tower, he mumbled, and a hypothesis began to form in his mind. Sang Yun's blue eyes narrowed thoughtfully as he stared into the void, lost in deep contemplation. Then why is the tower doing all of this? Administrators, divine avatars, divinity, and the goal of creating a true being, all these scattered pieces began to swirl in his mind. Then the god's warning echoed again. Cold and clear, do not trust other gods. He slumped onto the bed, clutching his head. I don't understand anything, he mumbled in a helpless voice. This is truly annoying, but he stood up and his eyes became sharp and resolute. At least, he told himself, even if gods consider me an enemy, as long as the tower protects me, they won't be able to do anything to me. Suddenly, a series of system notifications appeared like lightning before his eyes. System is expanding. Earth has been registered as an official tower climbing dimension for the Tower of Trials. As a registration benefit, you receive additional protection from dimensional invasions. Challengers from other dimensions will now receive a penalty when coming to Earth. As a registration benefit, challengers other than pioneers can now also acquire aura circles. Challenger Han Sang Yun is now exposed to administrators again. Immediately, familiar messages appeared. Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch is relieved to see you again. Administrator White Crane Swordsman snorts and scrutinizes you from head to toe. Sang Yun offered a faint smile at their attention. But then the words of the god of verification echoed in his mind. Divine replicas, you seem to call them administrators. His smile vanished, replaced by a thoughtful expression. So are administrators also a kind of divine being? His eyes narrowed and suspicion crept into his mind. Can I trust them? He clenched his teeth and made a chilling decision. No, I can't trust anyone right now, he muttered in a bitter voice. This is truly troublesome. You have entered the world of iron and blood. The surrounding scenery shifted, transporting him to a snow-covered battlefield. A familiar voice rang out. Han Sang Yun, the White Crane Swordsman, was rushing towards him, her face full of concern. Are you hurt anywhere? Her words were cut short like lightning. Sang Yun was already before her, his sharp sword blade at her throat. She looked at him, her red eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Han Sang Yun spoke. His voice was chillingly cold, devoid of any emotion. He stared directly into her eyes, his gaze like a blade. Are all the administrators conspiring with the tower to use me? The White Crane Swordsman's expression turned somber, a mix of worry and pain. It seems he hasn't yet recovered from the after effects of the mental verification. Immediately, Sang Yun swung his sword, but not towards her. He slashed his own arm. The White Crane Swordsman stared at the sight in extreme horror. You cut your own arm, she stammered. Han Sang Yun, snap out of it. You're not in your right mind. Sang Yun completely ignored her words and his blood transformed into blood spears floating around him. There's definitely some connection between the administrators and the tower, isn't there? A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Their goal is to exploit challengers, but this doesn't make sense, she shouted, trying to bring him back to his senses. So snap out of it, Han Sang Yun, she lunged at him, screaming. but Sang Yun merely turned back to her with a wicked smile. "But why do you keep telling me to snap out of it? I'm perfectly sane, damn it," he growled, his face contorted into a manic grin and his blue eyes glowed eerily. The White Crane swordsman froze, terrified by his appearance. "Wait a minute," but Sang Yun didn't wait. He swung his hand, unleashing a colossal lightning sword energy that grazed her and flew behind her. If he had truly put all his strength into it, she stammered, realizing his target. A massive explosion occurred, and the log cabin in the distance completely vanished. The White Crane swordsman turned back to him, her red eyes burning with extreme fury. "How dare you!" Numerous red sword energies were summoned and floated in the air. Sang Yun raised his sword and vigilantly watched the only remaining enemy on the battlefield. A rain of swords poured down like a destructive flood. He hastily retreated. And suddenly the White Crane swordsman appeared behind him, grasping his coat collar tightly. "Where do you think you're going?" she growled, her red eyes burning with rage. She slammed him to the ground with immense force. Sang Yun, completely overwhelmed by her power, barely let out a surprised scream. A blue light flashed in his eyes. He lay prone in the melted snow, completely unable to move. In a final effort, Sang Yun swung his sword, but at that moment countless sword energies tightly gripped his arm. The force sent him flying far away. Sang Yun struggled to his feet amidst the swords embedded in the ground. He looked at her, and his manic eyes had vanished, replaced by reason and regret. "I apologize," he said, his voice calm again. "I've come back to my senses." Moments later, Sang Yun was tied upside down, suspended from the wreckage of the destroyed house. Below, the White Crane swordsman sat casually in a wheelchair, sipping tea. "Please, just release me," he said with resignation. She looked at him and sighed softly. "Of course I'll release you, but I'm worried my house might evaporate the next time you visit," she said sarcastically. She set her teacup down on the table. "As you struggled to regain your sanity in the human vestiges you witnessed," she turned back to Sang Yun, but his reflection in her eyes was a dark shadow, a vision of a more sinister future. "The trace of the abyss has not completely vanished, and has been etched permanently into your psyche." Sang Yun, suspended upside down in the air, listened in silence. "No matter how distorted you become, that was still another version of your future self, therefore your suspicions about the administrators may not be entirely false." A pink energy sword slowly appeared in her hand. "Let me make this clear. No one can read the Tower's intentions, that includes administrators," Sang Yun asked in a doubtful voice. "So you're saying the Tower expects something from me?" "Nonsense." As the White Crane swordsman swung her energy sword, the ropes binding Sang Yun were cleanly cut. He landed softly on the ground, his mind still in confusion. "As far as I know, the Tower has never once revealed its will to challengers, therefore it's preposterous to suggest that the Tower expects anything special from a challenger. But seeing as you're so suspicious," she said from the broken balcony, "you must have heard something from someone, haven't you?" Sang Yun admitted. "Yes, the god of verification spoke as if the Tower expects something from me," he explained. A flash of understanding appeared in her eyes. Cold sweat trickled down her temples. "The god of verification, so that's where the suspicion came from." She stood up and walked back into the house. "As I said before, I am also a servant of the Tower," Sang Yun, now sitting at the table sipping tea, asked. "As I suspected, there's nothing more I can find out about the Tower, is there?" The White Crane swordsman looked at him with a sly smile. "I'm glad you like the tea. This tea is made from Black Dragon's urine. So drink it all, it's precious." Sang Yun immediately spat out the tea he had in his mouth in disgust. He coughed. "Ah, right, the god of verification also said this." He wiped his mouth and his face hardened with seriousness. "That administrators are beings who obtain divine replicas through contracts with the Tower." The White Crane swordsman placed a plate of snacks on the table and her expression became solemn. "Divine replicas, I can't tell you about it right now, but you will soon find out for yourself, even if you don't want to." Immediately. "Then I have just one more question," Sang Yun said. "What is it?" the White Crane swordsman asked. "You once mentioned a fervent wish you wanted to fulfill," she confirmed silently. "Yes," Sang Yun continued. "The White Crane swordsman said that a fervent wish is an authority granted to administrators by the Tower, and they can fulfill their desires through challengers who have made disciple contracts." She closed her eyes lightly. "Oh, so he told you everything about the fervent wish?" He looked directly into her eyes and said in a serious voice, "Then why didn't you tell me everything about your fervent wish back then?" She hesitated. That's because I was afraid," she admitted honestly. Sang Yun was surprised. "What do you mean? You underestimate yourself too much right now," she explained. "And I saw your excessive obsession with your own growth." She looked out the broken window, her voice hushed. "So I thought you would dive into the trial of the fervent wish for your own growth." "I can't deny it, but the reason I had to do that," Sang Yun said with sorrowful eyes, "it's because I had no talent." "I don't know what you consider talent," she said, looking at him sharply, "but soon you will realize how much you underestimate yourself. That's because of the 12th floor trial." The scene shifted to another space. Sang Yun was meditating, preparing for the next trial. Talent, something that cannot be changed once acquired. The gift of God is divided into 3 talents in the hunter world: skill acquisition, stat increase, trait awakening. These are called the 3 gifts of the hunter. In a dark space, a younger version of Sang Yun lay fallen on the ground. Around him were wooden training dummies. "I was not born with any gift. I couldn't acquire skills, my abilities didn't increase, and I couldn't even awaken unique traits." His inner voice echoed in a dark and bitter tone. "Many things changed after I entered the Tower of Trials, but that's not true. That harsh truth still remains, the fact that a talentless person cannot grow due to their own traits." He shook his head self-mockingly, recalling the iron-blooded monarch's words. The iron-blooded monarch made a mistake, he muttered. That I have talent. Sitting alone in an empty room, he was lost in thought. If I really had such a thing, I would have already been a famous hunter without even climbing the tower. The White Crane swordsman's words echoed again. Soon you will realize how much you underestimate yourself, she said with a meaningful expression. That's because of the 12th floor trial. Her voice became serious. The 12th floor trial is a battle against yourself, he recalled her explanation. The 12th floor trial is a trial where you must fight and defeat your own replica. What's the point of thinking so much, he sighed, shaking off his complex thoughts. He placed his hand on the system window and his eyes became resolute. Let's consider this trial an opportunity to objectively look at myself and improve my combat skills. Skill Proficiency Potion C. A potion image appeared with the notification. A potion specially brewed in the tower for those with talent and skills. Using it can randomly increase the proficiency of one of your skills by 10, he muttered. Considering the situation with Namging Wei, okay, it's one of the rewards I received from the Japanese government. Skill Proficiency Potion. Catherine also gave me hers. So I have 3 in total. 3 potions appeared, one of which had a note attached with fighting and a heart shape. Without hesitation, he uncorked one potion and drank it. Used Skill Proficiency Potion C. Please select a skill to increase proficiency, he stated firmly. Mana Management. Selection complete. It was the skill I obtained after hunting the Lord of Darkness in the 10th floor trial, Mana Management. He thought it was worth investing in as it would be the foundation for all other skills. Proficiency of Mana Management Skill A has increased by 10. Proficiency of Mana Management Skill A has increased by 10. Proficiency of Mana Management Skill A has increased by 10. And the reward I received from the 11th floor trial, Ancient Mental Verification Mirror, SA mirror that can only be obtained by challengers who have correctly completed the trial bestowed by the God of Verification. Injecting mana into the mirror activates the unique effect Residual Will. Limited to the first use only. Fire Dragon Eye skill activates. His eyes gleamed. Limited to the first use only. You can obtain the skill recorded in the Residual Will. However, the user cannot choose to acquire the skill recorded in the Residual Will. The God of Verification has specifically modified part of the effect for challenger Han Sang-yoon. Through Residual Will, he injected mana into the mirror. The unique effect Residual Will of the Ancient Mental Verification Mirror S has been activated. Your reflection in the mirror transforms sinisterly. With red eyes, just as I thought, the unique effect Residual Will of the Ancient Mental Verification Mirror S has been activated, and a skill recorded in the Residual Will has been randomly acquired. Inherited Combat Focus A skill. The combat experience of Residual Will has been recorded in Combat Focus A skill. Proficiency of Combat Focus A has increased by 11. Combat Focus A. Proficiency 11. Description. Transcendent concentration that pushes focus to its extreme in combat situations. Effect. Can randomly increase concentration. Can increase current concentration by up to 20 times, but excessive use incurs a corresponding recoil. Sang-yoon smiled contentedly. Not bad. A current trial theme is to go beyond limits. The 12th floor trial begins. Time remaining 48 hours. Clearance condition, defeat your replica within the remaining time. Failure condition, challenger's death or time over. Clearance reward, Ancient Emperor's Crown of Ash. A penalty for failure, death. He entered a colossal ancient hall, and the atmosphere was tinged with an eerie purple. The Dark God's blessing detects an intruder in the ancient palace and is creating a guardian warrior. A massive dark energy vortex formed in the center of the hall. The intruder will now have to consider how well they know themselves. Item Old Vampire Earl's Code A has been replicated. Out of the darkness his replica emerged, with red eyes and an evil aura. Kill your replica created by the Dark God. The White Crane swordsman's voice echoed in his head. The replication didn't stop at just the physical level. It even replicated his experience. He thought inwardly. This meant his replica knew all the strategies he was about to use. Ah, your replica even copied your talent, her voice continued. You'd be in trouble if you underestimated your own talent. All right, let's see. Sang-yoon rushed forward and said, My talent is precisely this. A system notification appeared. The Dark God's blessing detects an intruder in the ancient palace and is creating a guardian warrior. The intruder will now have to consider how well they know themselves. Item Old Vampire Earl's Code A has been replicated. Kill your replica created by the Dark God. He frowned, looking at his replica. The Dark God? Why do I keep getting involved with these gods? My replica, no, should I say my copy, he muttered, observing his opponent. But it's strangely identical. He remembered the advice the iron-blooded monarch had given him, which he had learned using a question ticket. She had clearly stated that a replica could only copy one item. Old Vampire Earl's coat. It chose a defensive item. He drew his sword and a confident smile spread across his lips. If it really copied me correctly, now's a good chance to accurately assess myself. Skill Instant Acceleration activated. Skill Grace of Wind activated. All speed increased by 70. Current skill Stack Progress 77. He rushed forward like the wind. All right, let's see. My talent. A system notification appeared. Skill Combat Focus activated. User's concentration has doubled. A blue aura enveloped Sang-yoon, sharpening his senses more than ever. He muttered in astonishment, It's as if time around me is flowing slowly. To him, every movement, every sword line of the replica was clearly visible in slow motion. He adapted to the new state, a mix of excitement and manic grin on his face. So this is combat focus. He concentrated energy into his sword and raised it high into the sky. Authority sword flame activated. As the two sword energies clashed, a dazzling blue explosion erupted. The replica was unwavering. It too summoned a red glowing energy sword, and its eyes were cold, blood-cut. Sang Yun calmly thought, that's natural. And next is, immediately, a red glowing hexagonal shield appeared on its arm. Counter shield, he said confidently. The combination of blood cut and counter shield would basically be the replica's only choice, wouldn't it? However, an unexpected event soon occurred, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. The replica's shield began to strangely change its shape, not for defense. He shouted in astonishment. The replica now held two swords in both hands. It had transformed the counter shield into a sword. The replica stood firm, holding swords in both hands. It was a sight Sang Yun himself had never even attempted. He muttered with analytical eyes, dual swordsmanship, something even I, the original, haven't attempted. And it's being used in actual combat, he deduced. Because transforming the counter shield consumes an enormous amount of mana and mental power. I don't use that method. His face was lost in thought. Then why did it choose an inefficient method? He asked himself. Of course I've thought about dual swordsmanship, but to use it in a real life or death battle. He was filled with skepticism as he watched the replica charge and attack. I don't understand, he gritted his teeth, his face contorted with irritation. Is it treating this as training? The two shadows clashed, creating a symphony of clashing metal and streaks of blue and red light. He detected a small difference. It's only slightly different. He realized with astonishment that he was being pushed back. But in terms of pure skill, I think I'm losing, he shouted, overwhelmed, as the replica's blade touched his neck. How? A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. He recalled information about a skill. Skill Indomitable Will A, Proficiency 27. Description: a symbol of one who does not yield to despair and continues to challenge the impossible. Basic effect: when facing an opponent stronger than the user, physical abilities and concentration are significantly improved. Additional effect: when the skill is activated, it is easier to learn new things and mental defense skills are enhanced. He analyzed. It has an advantage in items right now. So Indomitable Will, which I absorbed from Resilient, has activated for it. Then if its physical abilities are higher than mine, he continued to deduce. And if skill Combat Focus A means it has pushed combat focus to its maximum and is currently displaying transcendent concentration. He gritted his teeth, holding back the increasing pressure, and admitted that it makes perfect sense. He gritted his teeth, realizing the real problem. But the bigger problem now is, he concluded, staring at the opponent who was wielding an unfamiliar sword line. The swordsmanship the replica is using right now, Sang Yun muttered. It's using dual swordsmanship. His eyes were fixed on every movement of the replica, recognizing a chillingly familiar style. The replica charged, and its two swords drew a deadly arc in the air. Sang Yun, analyzing while dodging, thought, but that's definitely his swordsmanship. He was sent flying by a powerful attack, smashing into a stone hall pillar and shattering it. He fell to the ground, sliding for a moment before stopping. He stared at the slowly approaching replica and confirmed. Heavenly Dragon Thunderbolt Sword. Behind the replica, a red-haired phantom of Namging Wei-ok appeared with an arrogant aura. Sang Yun shouted inwardly, it's Namging Wei-ok's swordsmanship. Memories of the ruined city and Namging Wei-ok's overwhelming power flooded his mind, he thought. I've only met him once, but I still remember him vividly. He recalled Namging Wei-ok's manic grin. The arrogant divinity that disdained skill, he thought inwardly. It wasn't skill or power. It was pure technique. Those techniques truly made me question if they could surpass ordinary skills, as Namging Wei-ok said. He faltered in his memory, recalling his powerlessness at that time. Because Namging Wei-ok's swordsmanship didn't use skills, I judged that I wouldn't be able to learn it myself. But then the White Crane swordsman's words echoed again. But soon you will realize how much you underestimate yourself. He turned and faced the replica. A bitter but hopeful truth flashed through his mind like lightning, and he realized. So this was the true talent the iron-blooded monarch spoke of. Facing a powerful opponent, you are struggling to cope. Skill Indomitable Will activates. Power exploded from his body. He gritted his teeth and thought, the system has now judged me to be at a disadvantage, even though I have an advantage in items. He looked at the replica floating in midair, and the replica's momentum grew stronger and stronger. Is that all? Have you grown? The replica smiled confidently and provocatively. Skill Combat Focus is strongly activated. User's concentration increases tenfold. A powerful blue aura enveloped Sang Yun. His eyes blazed like fire. He charged and swung his sword with immense speed and precision, but he was still pushed back a few steps by the replica's attack, letting out a small groan. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He muttered, how can it be at the same level? He concluded, he's an absolute monster. User's concentration increases by 15 times. He gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength to push past his limits. The two clashed fiercely again, creating a storm of intertwining sword lines. Authority Steel Wings activated. Sang Yun dived from the air, concentrating all his strength into a single attack. Flying at top speed, he descended like a meteor. User's concentration increases by 17 times. He roared, having surpassed his limits. He landed behind the replica and, holding his sword, prepared for a finishing blow, saying confidently, got you. However, the replica didn't turn around. It transformed its arm into a sphere of blood. The sphere exploded right in front of Sang Yun, engulfing him in a violent explosion. He screamed in pain, "Damn it, my vision!" The replica stood firm and swung its sword forward. He looked up and saw a dazzling flash forming. The replica had regenerated its arm and was concentrating energy for a finishing attack. A colossal red energy flow was unleashed, flying directly towards him, and he could only utter, "Ha!" He saw the destructive energy flow approaching, and a desperate thought flashed through his mind like lightning. "I'm going to die." The entire hall was covered in red light, and the energy flow slammed directly into his face. At the moment of facing death, time seemed to stop. User's concentration increases by 20 times. You have entered a state of concentration beyond limits. In a transcendent state, the specters of great swordsmen from the past appeared, guiding his body through movements he didn't know. As the explosion cleared, Sang Yun stood, wounded but alive. He clutched his head and muttered, "I feel terrible." The replica looked at him, its lifeless eyes gleaming with surprise. Sang Yun sighed, a weary smile on his face. "I really almost died then." The replica stared at Sang Yun with a scornful and evil smile, its red eyes blazing with madness. It snarled, "Damn it, you're just a replica. How dare you keep playing such annoying games? You have entered a state of concentration beyond limits. As a side effect, you will experience an immense mental recoil." The replica's eyes now turned an eerie purple, and it rushed forward with immense speed. It summoned a red flaming sword and attacked him. It swung its sword downwards, unleashing a colossal energy flow. It cleaved through space. It swung its sword downwards, unleashing a colossal energy flow that cleaved through space and flew directly towards Sang Yun. The impact caused an enormous explosion, and the ground shattered from the force of the attack. Out of the dust, Sang Yun appeared, manipulating floating blood droplets with one hand. His face was cold and emotionless. He swung his hand, transforming the blood droplets into sharp spears and launching them at the replica. The blood spears easily pierced through the sturdy stone pillars of the hall. The replica stood still, one eye glowing purple, observing the approaching attack. The blood spears continued to destroy everything, creating a chaotic scene. The replica bared its teeth, a mocking smile on its face. He asked in a provocative voice, "What does it taste like?" The replica floated in the air, and an eerie energy condensed around it. The two energies, blue and red, clashed, creating a dazzling explosion of white light that engulfed the entire hall. The force of the explosion sent both flying, and the floor cracked under the immense pressure. "Keep going." The replica's injured arm was enveloped in a green aura, rapidly healing all its wounds. It looked at Sang Yun with a complacent smile and said, "Damn it, you're stupidly strong, really." Elsewhere, the white crane swordsman was watching the battle through a water orb. Suddenly, her teacup began to boil and turned a deep purple. She sighed, "It's happening again." She rubbed her forehead with her hand, a flustered expression clearly visible on her face. She thought inwardly, "This is really awkward. I can't help him publicly, but I can't just watch either." She bit her lip, and a sly yet worried smile spread across her face. She muttered, "I'm a little worried about the tower's reaction due to contact with Challenger Han Sang Yun." She tried to send a message, but the water orb shattered. She let out a groan. Administrator messages have been temporarily disabled to prevent advisory messages." She forced a laugh. "At least I just want to offer my contractor a cup of tea. Please forgive me." Back to the battle. The replica suddenly became confused, as if moved by an invisible force. It was slammed backward by an invisible fist to its face. The replica looked around, unable to see Sang Yun. He stood up, dusted himself off, and smiled mockingly. He muttered, "Damn it, what a dangerous thing to do during battle." Another voice, Sang Yun's own, echoed from within the replica's body. "Stop touching this body and stay still." Black tentacles erupted from the replica's body, trying to pull it down. He roared in pain. "Damn it again!" he shouted in extreme fury. "I thought that annoying fight with the future ended in the last trial. This is truly infuriating." A colossal dark entity appeared. Suddenly an unfamiliar voice echoed from Sang Yun's mouth, but its tone was arrogant and mocking. "I fought for you because you were dying and you don't even say thank you?" In his mind, Yun's soul roared fiercely, seeing another version of himself with longer hair and a conceited smile occupying his body. "You damned bastard." He struggled desperately, screaming maniacally, "Why won't you get out of my body right now, you damned piece of trash?" The other self glanced at him with a pitying look, his voice filled with arrogance. "You fool, don't you still understand? Look closely at this situation. That's you." He curled his lips into a sneer, revealing sharp teeth, and continued lecturing with unconcealed contempt. "You've trained for so long and even climbed to the 12th floor of this tower, yet you still can't properly see yourself." Yun clenched his fists in fury at the final insult, his body trembling. Pathetic and pitiful. He didn't give up, shouting with all his rage, "So what?" Unable to bear it any longer, Yun's soul charged and punched the other self in the face, but the other self easily blocked the soul punch with just 2 fingers, amidst sharp blood thorns. Smiling scornfully, he turned away, leaving Yun trapped behind blood energy bars. Yun grabbed the bars, struggling desperately to break them, and shouted, "Where are you going? Come back, you bastard!" The other self casually uttered one word, "What an annoying fellow." He slightly turned his head, his eyes sharp. "I'll teach you one thing. If you can't break your habit of relying solely on skills, you'll never be able to use true techniques, understand, you fool." After saying that, he walked into a vast sea of blood. "You'd do well to lie there and watch for the rest of your life." His body slowly sank, and a final declaration echoed, "From now on I control this body." The last phrase echoed in Yun's mind. Pathetic and pitiful. Yun could only shout helplessly within the prison that held him. Back in reality, Yoon's body, now under the control of the other self, easily blocked the replica's attack, surprising even himself. He looked at his sword and with a smile full of confidence and enjoyment clenched his fist. Good, I think I've grasped the core. I understand that feeling. Just then, a system notification appeared. Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch has sent an item. Curiosity flashed in his eyes. In the mental space, Yoon saw a notification for the Essence of Black Dragon B item. A potion specially made from the essence of Black Dragon. It strengthens mental power and immunity when consumed. It helps clear the mind. A flicker of hope ignited in Yoon's mind, but immediately, the other self's blood energy tentacles shot out, tightly gripping Yoon's soul, and Yoon couldn't help but let out a scream of pain and confusion. Arg! As the other self tried to claim the potion, he suddenly paused. Surprised by the replica's unexpected action, his face was filled with irritation. That bastard again! The replica, with astonishing will, punched through the system window and snatched the potion. The replica charged maniacally to block, and he slashed off the replica's arm. The two engaged in a flash-like battle. But the replica was one step faster. He moved with a slide, leaving a trail of blood on the floor, and landed steadily. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed the recovery potion. The replica immediately retreated, able only to watch in extreme astonishment. As the smoke cleared, he stood, spitting out glass fragments. He stood straight, a cold and calm smile on his face. "Haha, I'm back." Yoon's face hardened, and he thought to himself, while the other self was fighting, I definitely felt it. He stood firmly in the center of the ruined hall. The feeling of abandoning the tendency to rely on skills. He gripped his sword tightly, and an intense belief welled up in his mind. If the replica can do it, so can I. User's concentration increases by 20 times. A blue aura enveloped him, raising his concentration to an unbelievable level. He gritted his teeth, feeling the acceleration of thought, and his mad self surged once more. He let out a long breath and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Good, I've entered a state of complete thought acceleration. I can finally feel it. In a moment of realization that felt like an eternity, he realized he had to abandon his reliance on all the skills he had accumulated so far. The replica charged at him with a red flaming sword. And in that moment, he realized he had to abandon his reliance on all the skills he had accumulated so far. He muttered during the battle, I need to wash everything away and adapt. He decided to erase ordinary thoughts. Proficiency of mana management A has increased by 10 due to independent realization. Abandoned stubbornness, achieved the achievement of realization. Stamina has increased by 1. He closed his eyes, concentrating completely, and finally washed himself clean of all images, achieved the achievement of selflessness. Mana has increased by 4. The user is facing an enemy they can skillfully defeat. Skill Indomitable Will is deactivated. He placed his hand on the ground, a confident smile spread across his lips. From now on I'll turn the tide, he charged, and his sword blazed with blue light like lightning. Two shadows, blue and red, clashed, creating sword energy that split the entire hall. He muttered with an amused smile, to be able to wield Namgang Wayok's overwhelming swordsmanship in my hands, it's truly a strange feeling. He leaped into the air, easily dodging the replica's sword strike. His eyes glowed blue. Using maximum speed, grace of wind, and instant acceleration, he moved like a phantom, appearing right next to the replica and swinging his sword at the back wall. The replica unleashed 2 sharp streams of sword energy as if to destroy everything, but Yoon, with new realization, moved lightly and easily batted away the 2 streams of sword energy with his sword. He landed steadily, his sword blazing blue, ready to counterattack. The replica's eyes glowed an eerie purple, its gaze sharp and murderous. He charged again, and the replica's red flaming sword was mere centimeters from him. In the blink of an eye, he lightly blocked, and a truth slowly dawned in his mind. As the battle with the replica continues, everything is becoming clearer, he told himself. Now I'm not seeing his skills. I'm seeing his techniques, and I'm starting to understand the principles behind them. A fierce smile spread across his lips. Moreover, I'm doing all this at unbelievable speed. As the blue sword blocked the replica's attack, the replica gritted its teeth and groaned. Ah! The replica's sword trembled, seemingly accumulating a larger energy source. Ah, but Yoon saw through everything. As I'm completing my understanding of the principles, he thought, I feel like I can even sense the unnecessary movements in the replica's dual swordsmanship. He realized an important fact. This guy hasn't fully summoned Namgang Wayok's swordsmanship into his body. The ghost of a legendary swordsman appeared behind the replica. Instead, he's more focused on imitating Namgang Wayok. Authority Iron-Blooded Sword activated. Thereupon Yoon analyzed the idea that disbelief in Sword Flame's property of cutting through everything with sword energy could weaken it. He stared at the replica and a plan formed in his mind. If that's the case, he whispered. Even while practicing Namgang Wayok's swordsmanship, I need to focus much more on strengthening Sword Flame. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue aura erupted from his sword, far more fiercely than before. He soared into the air, then swooped down, unleashing a red flaming slash at the replica. A sharp sword line pierced deep into the replica's shoulder and black blood splattered. Skill Blood Truthseeker activated. His hand suddenly blazed red as the new skill activated. From that light, countless blood swords formed in the air, surrounding him, each exuding an eerie killing intent. All the swords flew simultaneously at the replica, creating a rain of death. The rain of blood swords poured down, engulfing the replica in a red flaming energy explosion, destroying everything in its path. The rain of blood swords caused an enormous explosion, engulfing the replica in a red flaming inferno. but from the dust and smoke the replica rushed forward, its purple eyes glowing with rage. It had survived and was rushing straight towards him. Yoon, unwavering, swung his sword from above, creating a massive blue sword energy that flew directly at the replica. Without an inch of hesitation, the replica raised its hand, and a red flaming magic shield appeared, completely blocking Yoon's sword energy. The replica gritted its teeth, enduring the immense pressure of the attack. As the sword energy vanished, the replica stood unharmed, the wound on its shoulder healed by a faint green light. Yoon thought blankly for a moment. It immediately rotated the shield in a circle to block the attack. The replica rotated energy from the shield, converting defense into offense. Yoon cried out in surprise. Arg! The two energies, blue and red, clashed violently. Yoon recoiled from the unexpected change in his opponent's swordsmanship, his face filled with confusion. What in the world is this? Yoon observed carefully. Until now, his rough and fierce swordsmanship has suddenly changed into fluid swordsmanship, everything following a flow. He immediately realized that the fluid swordsmanship was one of the other skills Namging Wei-oke had shown. Damn it, how much can he imitate? He muttered irritably. Seriously, I know it's my talent, but it's incredibly annoying. The replica's counter-shield sword shattered into pieces on the ground. Yoon stared into his opponent's eyes, his gaze hardening again. Ultimately, it seems I can't win without taking risks. Skill counter-shield activated. A new sword formed from red energy enveloped by a magic shield. The replica's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing it. Yoon smiled scornfully, gripping the new sword shield tightly. Why are you so surprised? He stared directly into the replica's eyes, his voice filled with defiance. Anything you can do, I can do too. The two charged again, blue and purple sword lines intertwining to create a dance of death. Their swords clashed, creating an ear-splitting metallic sound, and neither gave an inch. Yoon analyzed the situation in the blink of an eye. Just as I thought. The replica's sword recharged before mine. If that's the case, a daring idea flashed through his mind and a cunning smile spread across his lips. Shall I take a gamble? He didn't miss the opportunity and delivered a powerful kick. He kicked into the air and immediately swung his sword, unleashing a massive energy flow that swept away everything in its path. Yoon raised his sword to block. He transformed the counter-shield into a counter-sword to block the attack. The replica's attack energy was absorbed by Yoon's sword. That means my counter-sword will immediately recharge. Crack. His sword cracked and shattered into pieces. He realized his mistake. Or so I thought. Of course it would break if it took such a direct hit. The replica threw the fragments of the shattered sword at him. Yoon saw through his intention. Hey, replica, if you're me. The energy of his counter-sword was disappearing in the air. Then now that the energy of the counter-sword, our most deadly attack, is vanishing. A wicked and calculating smile spread across the replica's face and it charged. Yoon concluded, it will consider this a prime opportunity. The two energy flows clashed, causing an enormous explosion that shook the entire hall. The ground cracked under the power of the two. He gritted his teeth, and a fierce smile mixed with excitement and madness spread across his bruised face. When using full power, myself was foolishly strong. The replica used that moment to deliver a powerful kick to Yoon's side, and Yoon let out a painful groan. Cough. With the immense force of the kick, Yoon was sent flying, crashing into the ground and creating a deep indentation. Without a moment's rest, he curled up and stood, put strength into his arms to support his body. From the air, the replica descended like a meteor, unleashing a colossal energy slash directly at Yoon. However, as the replica drew near, Yoon stretched out his hand, and with a triumphant smile, a dazzling light erupted from his palm. Got you. A colossal blood sword erupted from the ground, piercing the replica's body, and the replica was seized by extreme astonishment. Yoon looked down and saw that the sword had also pierced his own chest, but it was melting away with a magical flow of blood. He realized. This is the iron-blooded sword I discarded. And this guy's impatience too. A conceited smile spread across his lips. Using these two things really worked. He rushed at the wounded replica and a blue sword blazed fiercely in his hand. Now it's time to finish this. The mortally wounded replica roared maniacally, and a red flaming energy flow exploded violently from its body. Yoon paused, his eyes widening at the sudden change. The replica's body began to deform terribly, transforming into a hideous monster. Yoon was dumbfounded. What kind of monster was this? The monster swung its deformed arm and sharp claws flew towards Yoon. Yoon quickly dodged. Spinning around, it bit its own hand and sprayed blood at Yoon. The monster's overwhelming strength broke through Yoon's defenses, putting him in danger. Yoon mumbled as he dodged. Damn it, it's that cursed monster again. Even its attack patterns have changed. I really don't understand it. He landed on a fragment. The monster's hand came dangerously close, but he paid it no mind. His hand began to accumulate energy and a blinding flash of light erupted. The monster roared fiercely. Grr. A green aura enveloped its hand, healing it. Yoon stood firm as a red defensive magic circle surrounded him. He breathed a sigh of relief as the shield absorbed the energy. Phew, thankfully counter-shield's cooldown is over. He stared directly at the monster, his eyes defiant and resolute. What are you doing? Come here. The monster, having lost all reason, charged at a terrifying speed. No rationality remained. Yoon whispered with a cold expression. Damn it, that monster is completely insane. It exploded its own body to attack him. Body detonation. Consecutive explosions occurred and the surroundings were engulfed in a sea of fire and chaos. He sharply analyzed as he dodged. It could be an excellent surprise attack in close combat, but if it rages like that, Yoon realized, a fatal weakness, the stamina consumption will be enormous. blood cut consumes a tremendous amount of stamina. As he expected, the monster let out a miserable shriek and its body shriveled into a bony skeleton. And once its stamina runs out, its attacks will stop. Seizing the opportunity, Yoon flashed his sword like lightning, severing the monster's weakened arm, which was in extreme shock. Yoon's eyes became cold and sharp. He knew this tedious fight would end. There was no need to prolong it further. The monster gritted its teeth and finally let out a resentful sound. Yoon resolutely declared, "Let's end this now." Squeezing out its last ounce of strength, the replica charged like an arrow, but its body vanished into thin air, leaving only a faint trace on the ground. Yoon looked around in surprise. That damn bastard, where did it disappear to? Without a moment's hesitation, he charged at immense speed, pursuing the enemy, leaving only a faint trace on the desolate ground. Suddenly, the danger of death loomed over him, and Yoon froze, his eyes widened with vigilance. Behind Yoon, the replica let out one last maniacal roar, releasing all its remaining energy in a storm of blood, engulfing the battlefield with a mad smile on its distorted face. It spun its entire body, creating a terrifying vortex of bloody energy that flew directly towards Yoon. The red energy vortex engulfed Yoon. Its power was strong enough to tear everything apart, but as soon as it collided, his magic shield ignited, absorbing all the energy storm into a fierce vortex. Yoon gritted his teeth and endured. A resolute expression on his bruised face, he growled, "Damn it, that cursed monster. To still possess such immense power even now, but still, thank you." Suddenly, a series of system notifications appeared before him. Energy charge complete. Skill counter shield is ready to counterattack absorb damage. Counter shield's accumulated energy is full. Yoon stared directly at the monster, which was roaring in vain, his eyes icy cold. He spoke a single word, "Die." A red energy sphere condensed in his palm, concentrating all the power of the previous attack. He poured all the energy into his sword, and it burned fiercely with destructive power. With a sky-shattering roar, Yoon slammed the sphere directly into its face. A blinding explosion rubbed it at the point of impact, and the ground shattered in extreme astonishment. He raised his head and his sharp gaze commanded, "Release." Simultaneously, the system announced that skill counter shield was releasing all absorbed damage at once. A colossal pillar of light shot into the sky, an absolute finishing attack that destroyed everything in its path. The monster let out one last painful scream before completely vanishing within the destructive pillar of light. As the light faded, a series of notifications appeared. "Congratulations, you have completed the 12th floor trial. Ancient Emperor's Crown of Ash A has been deposited into your inventory as a reward. You have acquired 80,000 points as a reward. You have acquired 3,500 products as a reward. As an additional achievement reward, you have acquired Ultimate Guardian B skill. Moving to the waiting room, skill counter shield C's proficiency has reached 100. Skill counter shield's grade is increasing." And breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's all over. Skill combat focus has been deactivated. The recoil from the user's transcendent concentration will begin soon. Suddenly, severe pain overwhelmed him and he fell to his knees. He spat blood. Fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His body trembled from exhaustion. Skill blood cut has been activated. Green light enveloped him, alleviating the pain. He mumbled, "Blood cut, I thought it would heal the recoil. It's a side effect of combat focus." A smile, mixed with relief and exhaustion, spread across his face. "If I didn't have a cheating recovery skill like blood cut, I wouldn't have made it this far." He stood up and sighed, gazing at the distant horizon. "When will I be able to climb the tower comfortably? No, is that even possible?" Suddenly, a dark red energy flow began to swirl strangely around his body from the pool of blood beneath his feet. He looked down in surprise and amusement. "Another one of my souls? Interesting." Suddenly, an unexpected notification window appeared, startling him. Administrator message restrictions have been lifted, allowing advisory messages to be sent. Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch complains that she was punished after having tea with her contractor. Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch tells you to treat him well in the future. Yoon was slightly flustered by these sudden messages and awkwardly responded to the empty air. "Ah, of course." He straightened his clothes and his eyes shone with gratitude. "Thank you for what just happened, and I also accidentally learned something new. Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch has sent an item. Essence of Black Dragon B, a potion specially processed from the special bodily fluid of a black dragon. When consumed, mental power and immunity are enhanced and the mind becomes clear," he thought to himself. "If administrators interfere too much with their contractors, they also get punished." Suddenly, countless blue notification windows filled his vision. All previous administrator message restrictions have been lifted, displaying all messages at once. Yoon was dumbfounded and his eyes widened in astonishment. "All these administrators were watching me. Administrator Lazy Knight is surprised by your insane talent. Administrator Right Hand of the Vampire Lord wonders where a monster like you appeared from. Administrator Dragonslayer, born once in 1,000 years, is astonished by the difficulty of the 12th floor trial and your amazing ability to pass it," he mumbled. "Some are astonished by my talent and the difficulty, calling me a monster," he mumbled, reviewing other messages. "Others are expressing weariness, doubting if I'm really a 12th floor challenger." Indeed, the next messages proved it. "Administrator Hero who died 7 times looks at you with a tired expression, asking how such a monster could be born on the 12th floor. Administrator Assassin who killed the Emperor questions if you are truly a 12th floor challenger. Administrator Fallen World Warrior laments that your growth is still bizarre and it's no longer surprising. He stood amidst the fading sea of notifications. Suddenly, new messages appeared, startling him. Oh, he read them carefully. Administrator Servant of the Only Paladin is paying attention to you. Administrator Fallen Successor of the Blood Demon Cult is silently watching you. Administrator Seeker of Divinity is looking at you with high expectations. Yoon frowned. Trying to process this abnormal flow of information, he thought to himself. These administrators used to only say what they wanted and disappear when they lost interest, but now they're sending me these messages for no reason? He was overwhelmed by the sudden attention, and flustered asked the empty air, "Why are you all doing this? What in the world is going on?" His eyes sharpened and he tried to find a logical explanation. Out of everyone, why me? I already have a contractor. Why are they trying to make a good impression on me? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning, and his eyes gleamed with wonder. Perhaps. He stood in the middle of the digital space looking at the floating notification windows. Could it be that administrators can now make requests to me through system expansion? Their persistent reactions confirm my suspicion. A cunning and satisfied smile spread across his bruised face. He whispered, "This could be truly interesting." He continued his thoughts. A bold plan began to form. If I think about it, there will be benefits for administrators without contractors once the system expands later. With newfound confidence, he crossed his arms and spoke loudly towards the invisible observers. Don't you all think it's inappropriate for you to be sending me messages like this? His eyes became resolute. He made an offer that couldn't be refused. Sponsor me with the authority I desire. I will remember those who do so when the system expands later. Immediately, a wave of opposition arose. Administrator Dragon Slayer, born once in 1,000 years, is displeased by the arrogance of a mere challenger. Administrator Fallen Successor of the Blood Demon Cult scoffs and says it's impossible. Administrator Fallen World Warrior tells you that you are too arrogant and to know your place. Yoon was unwavering, and a sharp glint flashed in his blue eyes. I'll tell you all, I'm only accepting 3 on a first-come, first-served basis. Immediately, the administrator's attitudes did a 180-degree turn. Administrator Fallen Successor of the Blood Demon Cult wishes to add authority to the contractor's exclusive shop. Administrator Fallen World Warrior wishes to add authority to the contractor's exclusive shop. Administrator Dragon Slayer, born once in 1,000 years, wishes to add authority to the contractor's exclusive shop. A nearly imperceptible smile of triumph spread across his lips. He turned and fixed his gaze on the replica's remains lying on the ground. And now for the really important part. The replica's dark red soul energy flow began to be absorbed towards him. As the energy swirled around his body, he pondered. An enemy with identical stats, skills, and even authority as myself. What can I gain from absorbing the soul of such an enemy? He stretched out his hand and a notification appeared. Challenger Han Sang-yoon's soul has been absorbed. Proficiency has increased by 28. Suddenly, a completely new series of notifications appeared, dumbfounding him. Challenger Han Sang-yoon's fake soul perfectly matches Challenger Han Sang-yoon's soul structure. Authority Divine Power has met the conditions and activated. Attempting divinity extraction. He froze completely, unable to believe what he was reading. Divinity extraction. The absorption process continued powerfully as the replica's soul completely merged into his body, and the notifications kept repeating. Challenger Han Sang-yoon's soul has been absorbed. Proficiency has increased by 28. A surge of power swept through his body. Challenger Han Sang-yoon's fake soul has been absorbed, permanently increasing stats. Strength increased by 10, agility increased by 10, stamina increased by 10, magic increased by 10, endurance increased by 10. The entire replica's soul was now completely absorbed into him. A satisfied smile spread across his lips. He received additional rewards. One of Challenger Han Sang-yoon's skills has been absorbed. Skill Lightning Sword Energy B has been acquired. You already possess this skill. Skill proficiencies are being combined. Skill Lightning Sword Energy B's proficiency has reached 100. Skill Lightning Sword Energy's grade has increased, but then a strange sensation came over him, startling him. Oh, what now? The previous notification reappeared, this time in a much brighter golden light. Challenger Han Sang-yoon's fake soul perfectly matches Challenger Han Sang-yoon's soul structure. Authority Divine Power has met the conditions and activated. Attempting divinity extraction. He still couldn't understand, and a confused expression was clearly visible on his face. What? Divinity extraction? Then the final result appeared. Divinity extraction successful. Authority Divine Power C has been upgraded. Authority Divine Power B enables divine conversion and myth accumulation. He stared blankly at the incomprehensible words. What in the world is this divine conversion and myth accumulation? No matter what they are, none of them are rational, are they? He pondered, and a hypothesis began to sprout in his mind. It was probably the notification for the last new authority that appeared when the replica's angelic wing soul vanished. Authority Divine Power C has been engraved upon Challenger Han Sang-yoon's soul. He thought to himself with a hint of regret. I didn't know how to use it, so I ignored it. Suddenly, a golden energy flow exploded from his body, lifting him into the air amidst an ancient magic circle. He felt the surging new power and thought in wonder. Divine power, can I finally use it? Soon after, the space shifted, and a series of system notifications flooded before his eyes. You have entered the 13th floor waiting room. System expansion begins. Communities previously divided by nation worldwide have been integrated. You can now use communities of different difficulty grades. Members of the integrated trials are no longer bound by nations. Ranking evaluations previously divided by nation worldwide are now completely integrated. You can now also view rankings of different difficulty grades. Yoon waved his hand slightly, and as a faint blue energy flow appeared, he processed the information. So now I'll meet foreigners in the integrated trials. He shrugged as if uninterested. It's just a system expansion without much meaning, isn't it? But as he thought deeper, a serious expression appeared on his face. But at this rate, eventually the universe and other planets appeared in his mind. The communities will also be integrated with other dimensions. Suddenly, a ranking list appeared before his eyes, catching his attention. He scanned the 12th floor trial ranking list. 1st Hunter SSS, 2nd Grand Mage SS, 3rd Kim Sung-hoon SS, 4th Catherine Bennett SS, 5th Mad Sword Blood SS, 6th Clock Tower Mage SS, 8th Tasky S. He walked up the ruined stairs towards the majestic tower, his mind filled with thoughts. To become the strongest, perhaps that's why I'm climbing the tower. And that's the goal I've been looking for. His figure, standing before the tower, was unwavering. And now I'm one step closer to that goal. At least I am the strongest among all challengers in the Earth dimension, he pondered. However, images of powerful warriors from other worlds floated in his mind. Dimensions like Ares, Kallian, and Murim have existed in the tower for a very long time. He looked at the small Earth amidst the colossal other planets. Compared to such dimensions, Earth was only recently registered as an official tower climbing dimension, and it was the weakest of all dimensions. The image of Namgying Wei OK appeared menacingly in the shadows, as if trying to crush Earth. Unless Earth's general standards are raised, we will definitely become targets for other dimensions. Just like then, Sang-yoon clenched his fist, his eyes filled with resolve. Then as now, what I need is immense power that no one can break, he calmly commanded his inventory. And an elegant hand reached out to pick up the reward item. Information about the crown appeared. Ancient Emperor's Crown of Ash, a charm 30. The crown of ash of an ancient emperor who worshipped the dark god, used in ancestral rituals. When worn, you will only be known as the King of Souls. Once used, the item's durability will be depleted and destroyed, he muttered. The King of Souls? He stared into the void, evaluating the item. It seems powerful for its high grade, but the description is a bit ambiguous. He continued to review the rewards. Next, information about a new skill appeared. Skill: Ultimate Guardian B Proficiency 0. Basic effect: can nullify fatal dangerous injuries. However, when activated, Ultimate Guardian consumes 88 of the user's stamina, and its cooldown is 1 week. Additional effect: when the skill is activated, senses are temporarily amplified and the efficiency of all other skills becomes perfect. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he realized its value. A skill that can save me from death once. His eyes sharpened. Although the cooldown is 1 week, considering the skill's performance, this can't even be called a penalty. A wicked smile spread across his lips. And besides the rewards from this trial, there were also authorities I extracted from the administrators. A list appeared before his eyes. Please select from the Authority Underground list. 1. Iron-Blooded Monarch. 2. White Crane Swordsman. 3. Authority Sponsorship. He chose without hesitation. You have selected Authority Sponsorship. Authority Heavenly Blood Training Method. See Price 3.00 Products. Description: only descendants of the Blood Demon cult can learn this training method. Magic can be replaced with internal energy, allowing for powerful inheritance of magical characteristics. When entering combat, combat senses are enhanced, and by using all the body's energy and blood. Authority Grace of Hero. See Price 3.00 Products. Description: power bestowed upon those chosen by the gods. Those who obtained this served as saviors of their era. Without a contract with a god, the only effect is to manipulate divinity and increase luck. Authority Rapid Mana Recovery. See Price 3.00 Products. Description: when mana drops below half its total, mana can be refilled by absorbing mana from nature. However, excessive use can damage mana circuits. For example, one of the 8 meridians can be damaged. He stood before the 3 information windows, hands on his hips, lost in thought. Considering all 3 are C-grade authorities, they're quite cost-effective. With a confident smile, he extended his hand as if throwing money around. I'll buy all 3. A series of purchase success notifications appeared with the sound of coins dropping. Authority Heavenly Blood Training Method. C purchased, 300 products deducted. Authority Grace of Hero. C purchased, 300 products deducted. Authority Rapid Mana Recovery. C purchased, 300 products deducted. He waved his hand dismissively as the administrators reminded him. Yeah, I'll remember. Administrator Fallen, successor of the Blood Demon cult, reminds you not to forget their sponsorship. Administrator Fallen World Warrior reminds you not to forget their sponsorship. Administrator Dragon Slayer, born once in 1,000 years, reminds you not to forget their sponsorship. He reviewed what had happened so far. And before I returned to the waiting room, when I absorbed my soul, the notification for divinity extraction appeared again. Divinity extraction was activated somewhere. A warm golden energy flow exploded from his chest. After divinity extraction was activated, I could clearly feel an energy I hadn't felt before condensing in my heart. This must be divine power, he added. He suddenly assumed a defensive stance and concentrated energy in his palm. He stood motionless in a defensive stance, focusing on feeling the new energy flow through his body. But nothing happened. He relaxed his body, a disappointed expression clearly visible on his face. As expected, it's the same as when I practiced before coming to the waiting room. My body just glows, and I can't use any special power. Images of the powerful enemies he had faced flashed through his mind. The recovery and enhancement skills used by the ghost on the 11th floor. I can't reproduce any of them. A vein throbbed on his forehead and he gritted his teeth in irritation. How annoying. I really had high hopes. Tisk, do they really want me to use this? He sat cross-legged and took a deep breath to calm himself. Calm down, calm down. Those two damn personalities are about to resurface again. Suddenly, a series of notifications from another administrator appeared. Administrator White Crane Swordsman says she will teach you divine power with sparkling eyes. Administrator White Crane Swordsman declares that she is a better teacher than the iron-blooded monarch. Administrator White Crane Swordsman invites you to the administrator's kingdom. Yoon decisively refused without hesitation. No, I'm fine. Immediately, a reaction notification appeared. Administrator White Crane Swordsman is crying at the contractor's refusal of her invitation. Administrator White Crane Swordsman asks how you can refuse her, saying she will teach you how to use it if you come to her. He stared into the void with a cold tone. I'll learn it later when I need it, he added with a confident half-smile. I want to try it myself without relying on others. The final notification appeared. Administrator White Crane Swordsman crumbles in disappointment, telling you to do as you wish. He turned his head, his eyes resolute. Instead of divine power, the image of Namgying Wei OK now loomed ominously in his mind. I'll be back soon. Sang Yun's blue eyes gleamed with a cold light. Right now I need to focus on getting stronger. At least until I kill Namgying Wei OK. He clearly knew his enemy wouldn't give up. Namgying Wei OK will come looking for him again anyway. Authority Heavenly Blood Training Method. See price 3,000 products. Description. Only descendants of the blood demon cult can learn this training method. Magic can be replaced with internal energy, allowing for powerful inheritance of magical characteristics when entering combat. Combat senses are enhanced, and by using all the body's energy and blood. As soon as he made his decision, a thick red aura erupted fiercely from his body. Authority Heavenly Blood Training Method activated. He gritted his teeth, and a searing pain overwhelmed him. He felt a fierce transformation. This feeling was like his entire body trembled, and a bloody aura enveloped him. I've been reborn as a human made for combat. My blood is boiling. Yes, this is it. Suddenly, another hand from his body grabbed his face in confusion and pain. A sinister, twisted smile spread across his face, and his voice echoed mockingly. My replica, have you been having fun by yourself all this time? Yoon realized in horror. What is this? That damned personality is appearing in the same body as me at the same time. If it's nothing, at least this didn't happen before. A red flaming sword formed in the other personality's hand, emanating an eerie killing intent. With a maniacal roar, it swung the sword at him. Die, you damned weakling! Yoon struggled with all his might to regain control, and the two wills clashed fiercely. He cried out desperately in resistance. If I die, you die too, you madman! The other personality chuckled chillingly, its voice filled with malice. You fool, don't you still understand? I'm eliminating you because I can't fully possess you. Yoon gritted his teeth, trying to push away the sword at his neck. Damn it, I never expected this to happen. What do I do now? Suddenly, he noticed something strange. He felt the sword absorbing the bloody aura generated by the Heavenly Blood Training Method. Information about his sword suddenly appeared. Heavenly Blood Magic Sword. When the user reaches the sword flame realm and strengthens blood energy to its maximum, an ultimate skill is unlocked. A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. Yes, he gripped the sword hilt tightly, pouring all his will into it. He roared, suppressing the mad personality and trying to absorb all the energy into the sword. He felt the fierce pain of the sword piercing his chest, but it was part of the transformation process. With a final cry, he released all the accumulated energy. I'll charge this damn thing up and get rid of you. The sword vibrated fiercely, and a red light consumed everything. Damn it, a blinding flash of light erupted. Conditions met. True power of Heavenly Blood Magic Sword unlocked. Item name changed to True Heavenly Blood Magic Sword. He felt his body lighten as the other personality was temporarily suppressed. Unique slot blood consumption created. Just then, a dazzling blue light flashed in his eyes. Skill Fire Dragon Eye activated. Detailed information about the upgraded new sword appeared before his eyes, revealing an entirely new horizon of power. True Heavenly Blood Magic Sword. A reaction speed 15, attack speed 15. A tamed sword, once one of the treasures passed down in the blood demon cult of Murim. Killing a close-range target with the True Heavenly Blood Magic Sword will activate blood consumption, absorbing the opponent's blood into the sword and increasing the item's overall stats. Random skill is also engraved upon the sword. A maximum of 3 skills can be engraved with blood consumption, and there is no cost other than the cooldown. As the user advances to the sword flame stage, hidden abilities have been revealed, can be activated when Challenger Han Sang-yun uses the unique effect blood consumption. He looked at the 3 new skill slots that appeared on the sword in wonder. I can engrave skills on the sword, and there's no cost other than the cooldown. A smile filled with excitement and ambition spread across his lips. This was probably an unprecedentedly powerful growth item. Soon after, a notification for the next trial appeared, interrupting his thoughts. The 13th floor trial began. Difficulty hard. Trial theme strategic combat. Time remaining 14 days. Clearance condition. Cooperate with your teammates to defeat the vampire Count Kargren within the given time. Failure condition. All party members die or time runs out. Clearance reward random a grade skillbook. Penalty for failure. Death. He raised an eyebrow at the new information. A party trial. Unpleasant memories of previous teammates resurfaced. I don't have good memories of party trials. But the image of a mysterious skillbook appeared, emitting an enchanting green glow. A random skillbook, a grade reward, seems a bit better. A series of detailed mission information appeared, revealing the 13th floor trial map. Indicates a vampire-occupied city. Indicates priests hidden in the vampire-occupied city. Indicates the location of the vampire count in the vampire-occupied city. Party members have been designated. He sighed in annoyance. How bothersome, having to find priests and all. Can't I just invade the city and kill everyone who comes at me? His eyes sharpened, gleaming with confidence. I think I have the ability to wipe out a city right now, so it should be possible. A teleportation circle appeared beneath his feet. Party members have been designated. The nicknames of the designated party members will be displayed for synchronization. A robust red-haired man appeared before him. He muttered, "Damn, I was wondering why the system expanded, but it was for party trials." The nickname Tasky appeared below him. A young man with blue hair and playful purple eyes appeared, waving in a friendly manner. "Oh hello, haha, nice to meet you again." The nickname Legendary Ninja appeared. A white-haired old man holding a crystal staff smiled and greeted. "Greetings." The nickname Clock Tower Mage appeared. Yoon narrowed his eyes, realizing something. Those nicknames, the 12th floor ranking came back to his mind. They're all top-rank players, and I think I saw that Japanese guy in the top ranks too. The old mage looked around the dark, damp room, frowning slightly. But this place, the party members stood in the middle of a ruined banquet hall, a place filled with corpses and blood. The old mage said with a serious expression, "The stench of blood is overwhelming." The old mage glared at the motionless corpses seated at the banquet table. "Is this a vampire banquet hall?" Suddenly, the corpses simultaneously raised their heads and red eyes glowed in the darkness. A voice echoed in unison. "Correct." The vampires attacked with incredible speed. One cackled with satisfaction. "Kee-hee-hee, dessert just came right onto my plate. Bon appetit." A vampire with a grotesque smile lunged at the young ninja. But in the blink of an eye, the party members retaliated. Lightning-fast blades and magic flashed, easily defeating the vampires. The ninja stood on top of a vampire corpse and looked at the red-haired man, saying, "I thought it might be you, but it really is you from Russia's largest guild." The red-haired man, Andrei Tasky, stood up, dusted off his clothes, and proudly replied, "I had no intention of hiding it. Yes, I am Andrei Tasky of the KPDM Guild." The ninja scratched his head and awkwardly introduced himself. "As I thought. I am Michio Sakio, an S-rank hunter from the Japan Hunter Association." Andrei laughed derisively. "Oh, you're even more famous than I am. Japan's only S-rank hunter." Sakio grinned, revealing his sharp fangs. "You can call me Sakio, haha." Sakio turned to Yoon, his face serious. "Anyway, now everyone is ready to fight, right? Vampires can sense their kin dying nearby, so a horde will be here soon." The old mage lightly tapped the ground with his staff and a faint barrier appeared. "No need to worry. I've already set up a barrier so they won't be able to come near." Sakio looked at the old mage with awe and admiration. As expected, experience makes a difference. The old mage took a deep puff of his cigarette and slowly introduced himself. "I am David Taylor, just a nameless mage of the clock tower," Andrei said with a surprised expression. "Oh, the place known as one of the world's best magic towers? You're a grand mage on the verge of retirement, and you've been dragged into this tower? What a regrettable turn of events." David exhaled a puff of cigarette smoke with an erudite smile. "I dare say I consider myself lucky to be able to do something like this at my age. Mysterious essences like the tower are interesting subjects of study for a mage." Everyone's gaze turned to Yoon. He was silent for a moment, then said, In my case." He briefly introduced himself with a cold face, hiding his true abilities. "I'm Han Sang-yoon, a C-rank hunter from Korea." Andrei looked at him suspiciously. Recalling important information, "I heard some things about the 13th floor trial from the administrators. Even a weak vampire can easily overwhelm a C-rank hunter." He continued to explain the dangers with a serious face. "And the vampire count has top-tier abilities even among S-rank hunters. He even has regeneration, so he'll be very difficult to kill." Andrei explained the strategy provided by the system. "So, as the tower said, we need to rescue the hidden priests and get their help to clear this trial." The party members sat around the fireplace, discussing the difficult mission before them. "The entire city is filled with vampires. How will we get in?" Andrei asked. David added, "Just going in would be too dangerous." Sakio agreed. "Right, it would consume too much energy." Andrei stood up and formulated a careful plan. "First, Sakio, you use stealth skills to gather a small group, and I'll conceal our traces with a barrier, and we can hunt them in groups to eliminate them." "I think that's the most efficient method," David calmly replied. "I agree." Andrei looked satisfied. "Good, then that's settled. If we hurry, we can clear the 13th floor within 10 days. He suddenly realized and corrected himself. No, if we're that slow, we won't get the extra clearance reward. Suddenly, Yoon approached and grabbed Andre and Sakio by their collars with surprising strength. Everyone, I think you're misunderstanding something. This way you won't be able to clear this trial. The others looked at him in astonishment. Ha, David, puffing on his cigarette, looked at Yoon with sharp eyes. It won't work? Then do you have a better method? A confident and sly smile spread across Yoon's face. Of course I do, he said. The most efficient method. David's eyes widened, captivated by the young hunter's bold claim. Oh, what is that method? Sakio and Andre, equally curious, leaned closer. I'm curious too. To think there's a more efficient method than the one we all agreed on, Sakio said excitedly. Wow, it's like a world-rank challenger. Do you have your own secret to clearing trials? Yoon's answer was rudely concise. Shut up, Sakio was flustered. Ha, shut up. David's expression became severely displeased. What did you just say? Completely ignoring them, Yoon summoned his blue glowing sword and shattered the massive stone door behind him with a powerful energy wave. He then punched through the remaining fragments, creating a large hole leading out into the dark vampire-filled city. Through the newly made entrance, a massive horde of red-eyed vampires appeared. Their hungry gazes fixed on the party members. Yoon pointed at the monsters with a wild smile. We can clear this trial by just charging in. Let's sweep them away. The vampires growled in confusion and ferocity. The vampires were astonished by the sudden appearance of humans. Humans, where did they come from? Their confusion quickly turned to thirst as they prepared their magical weapons. Doesn't matter, let's just enjoy this meal. Fresh blood. His teammates were utterly shocked by his reckless actions. They cried out in disbelief. You crazy bastard, do you want to die? Yoon ignored their panic and gave a sharp smile. All right. Let's start the charge in and sweep plan. Before they could react, he plunged into the midst of the battle. Like a shadow, he faced the vampire horde alone. His teammates were speechless in shock. He furiously swung a red energy orb, knocking down the first group of vampires who were astonished by his immense power. One vampire, seeing Yoon vanish from sight, shouted a warning. He's gone, be careful, these humans are using magic. Andre looked at David, concerned for their safety. Elder, it will be difficult to maintain team stealth for long. David frowned in irritation and voiced his thoughts. Why is it that every time I participate in a party trial, some crazy person who wants to throw everything away appears? It's really annoying. Hisk. Andre looked at the sight of Yoon engulfed in a fierce aura of blood and reluctantly made a decision. Unfortunately, it seems best to exclude Han Sang-yoon from the plan and retreat first. Yoon looked up, his blue eyes gleaming with surprise. Oh, you also have basic blood control abilities like Blood Truth Seeker? The vampires ignored his words and charged, screaming wildly. Be a delicious meal. Human. Far from flinching, Yoon stood still, and the fierce red blood energy surrounding him transformed into countless sharp spikes. Ready to meet the enemies, Sakio, who was hastily retreating, couldn't help but turn back with a confused expression. Why did he make such a reckless decision? Suddenly, a flash of realization crossed his purple eyes. He stammered, pointing behind him. He shouted to his fleeing teammates, "Everyone look!" As Yoon raised his hand to manipulate the surrounding blood into red crystal spears, a system notification appeared. Skill Blood Truth Seeker activated. The vampires froze in astonishment. What? He can control blood? If he can control blood, isn't he one of us? Another shouted with extreme skepticism. What? His blood control ability is stronger than ours? This is absurd. A satisfied smile spread across Yoon's lips. He swung his hand, ready to unleash a torrent of blood spears. Countless blood spears flew at immense speed, piercing through the bodies of numerous vampires. Their miserable screams echoed everywhere. The survivors looked at him with terrified eyes, stammering, "Damn it, he's a monster, we need to call the count." In the distance, the three teammates stood in complete shock. David muttered, "It's rational to follow a plan when facing an overwhelmingly strong enemy. Such a reckless method can't possibly work." Then what happened? For the first time in his life, self-doubt crept into the old mage's mind. Perhaps I am too weak. David Taylor was a high-ranking combat mage who had fought on the front lines for a long time. He was also highly intelligent. Even in the Tower of Trials, he always achieved good results using excellent strategies, clearing trials on each floor to become a high-level challenger. Even in the 13th floor trial, he was able to present a clear invasion strategy with his intelligence. There was no better strategy than this. However, Yoon's words echoed in his mind. "Just charge in." David's anger flared. That's utterly ridiculous. He always believed that strategy should be implemented first to solve problems. However, the young man shattered his logic with a simple sentence. "We can clear this trial by just charging in, let's sweep them away." And he proved it with his actions, single-handedly massacring the vampire army. Andre sighed in complete shock. "Ah, is that guy even human?" David turned to the other two with a new proposal. "At this point, it's probably best to forget the plan and support Han Sang-yoon, don't you think?" Andre quickly agreed. "I agree too." But David raised a hand to stop them. Wait, his eyes were more serious than ever. "I admit that Han Sang-yoon is ridiculously strong, but the vampires are city-sized. It's not something one human can handle." He continued to explain his logic. Even before the tower appeared, there were many hunters as strong as monsters. So why did party hunting develop and become widespread? Isn't it because no matter how strong one is, it's impossible to deal with numerous variables in a chaotic melee situation alone? But on the battlefield, Yoon was proving the opposite. His sword lines were fast and powerful, and he easily dealt with multiple enemies simultaneously. One vampire tried to ambush him from behind, but he blocked it perfectly with a secondary sword without even looking. A vampire, seemingly a commander, roared from above and charged. A mere human is dying. Yoon looked up and his energy roared as he prepared a frontal assault. He swelled his arm, releasing a fierce burst of energy that sent all the surrounding vampires flying in astonishment. Sharp blood tendrils erupted from his body, piercing countless enemies, and desperate screams echoed everywhere. He stood amidst the corpses, healing energy enveloping his body and activated blood cut. He chuckled bitterly to himself. But if I keep using this method, I'll have to keep using recovery items. Haha, body detonation is a good skill, but it's expensive. One vampire shrieked in extreme pain in a voice filled with doubt. Ahaha, how can a mere human interfere with the authority the god of war bestowed upon us? Whispers spread among the vampires, and they stared at Yoon, who stood firm in the middle of the battlefield. Disciple? What, a disciple? Their perception quickly turned to extreme terror. They screamed and prayed desperately. A disciple. The god who protects humans sent a disciple. The gods are enraged that we killed all the humans in this city. God of war, grant salvation to your followers. Yoon looked at them with a cold expression, and a bead of sweat trickled down his temple. A god's disciple? Is it your species' specialty to conjure up arbitrary illusions? A vampire, appearing to be a commander, grabbed another panicked vampire by the neck and shouted, "You weak damn bastard!" He let out a painful scream. "Watch closely," he panted, his body clearly exhausted from the long battle. Haha, the vampires noticed him gasping for breath. Sensing an opportunity, the vampires smiled wickedly. The human is tired. Kihihi, attack now. Taking advantage of Yoon's weakened state, all 7 vampires attacked simultaneously. Unexpectedly, a red blood sphere exploded from Yoon's palm, stopping the charging vampires in astonishment. "What?" they stammered in disbelief. "This?" Yoon smirked, opening his hand to reveal more blood orbs floating between his fingers. He casually brought the blood orbs to his mouth and crushed them with immense force. His face was filled with enjoyment. A red energy flow erupted from his body, and he declared, "They are your comrades." Immediately, 2 system notifications appeared. Restored stamina using the vampire's soul. Restored mana using the vampire's soul. Declared with an eerie and satisfied smile. His body was fully restored, recovery complete. Let's begin round 2. The vampires screamed in extreme terror, retreating in astonishment. The massacre began anew, this time with even greater ferocity. His teammates could only watch from afar. Sakio and Andre stood on the roof, completely overwhelmed. Wow, he's not world rank 1 for nothing. It's like close combat is his specialty. David also agreed. I agree, he doesn't seem to get tired at all. If anything, he seems to get stronger. Sakio gripped his weapon, determined. I'll help too. I believe safety is paramount, but I also want to help Han Sang-yoon. Andre remained silent, but his gaze expressed agreement. A series of system notifications appeared, explaining Yoon's seemingly infinite power. Replenish stamina using all held souls. Strength 3, agility 2, stamina 4. Magic 5. Feeling the surging power in his body, Yoon thought to himself in excitement. Wow, just comparing the growth range. It's even better than when I absorbed the replica's soul. He turned his gaze towards the distant castle with a confident smile. And if I kill the vampire count, this trial will be quite good. The administrators watching the battle also couldn't hide their excitement. Administrator Soul Ruler of the Deep Sea is showing interest in you. Administrator Leader of Traders is greatly amused thanks to you, and is laughing heartily. Administrator Black Mage says you are a challenger more demonic than a demon, and that her entire body has begun to tremble in fear. More messages appeared. Administrator Dragon Slayer, born once in 1,000 years, smiles at your excellence, saying you possess heroic qualities. Administrator Fallen Successor of the Blood Demon Cult offers shocking praise for your mana usage. Administrator Fallen World Warrior says you are quite valuable for investment, and is wearing a very satisfied smile. Yoon smirked, thinking to himself, good, the administrators are still fooled. He knew his strategy well. There was nothing to lose by making a good impression on the administrators. After the battle, his 3 teammates approached him, who stood in the middle of the corpse-filled battlefield. David spoke first. I thought you were going to find the priests. David bowed his head. Andre and Sakio followed suit, and Sakio said passionately, I apologize. From now on we will follow your lead, so please give us your orders. I agree too. To be honest, I doubted your judgment, but that was foolish of me. Yoon turned back to them with a self-satisfied expression. So you all understand the efficiency of brute force now, don't you? Unexpectedly, a warning rang in his mind. Skill 6 sense activated. A colossal, dark, and deadly energy flow enveloped the entire city, signaling the arrival of a truly powerful enemy. Yoon smirked, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he felt the immense pressure. The vampire count. His teammates screamed in panic, seeing the scale of the magic. Grand magic? The vampire count can even use grand magic? David quickly analyzed. That's probably just a racial trait, but the problem is that he's powerful enough to do something reminiscent of grand magic. Then what should we do? At this rate, it's only a matter of time before we all die. Yoon looked at his frightened teammates, and a heavy sense of responsibility weighed on his shoulders. The hunters he once respected now felt like people he had to protect. Come to think of it, have I grown this much? He turned and commanded decisively. Everyone go find the priests and bring them here. Sakio stammered in extreme confusion. Excuse me, priests. I thought that was useless. Yoon cut him off. To be frank, he looked them straight in the eye, fierce blood energy enveloping his body. If you all stay here, I believe you'll only get in the way of our fight. Frankly, I can't protect all 3 of you. His coat flapped in the middle of the desolate battlefield. But I need to hunt the vampire count alone and absorb his soul. The higher others' contribution, the lower my chance of absorbing his soul. Andre nodded decisively, accepting the order. We will follow your command. To be honest, it's inconvenient to be a burden after so long, but we will bring the priest, so please wait. Without another word, the three quickly departed, leaving Yoon alone to face the approaching wrath. He mumbled to himself. All right then. He stood alone in the middle of the battlefield, confronting the colossal red energy storm forming in the sky. He smirked. Shall we begin now? A series of system notifications appeared as he prepared for the final battle. Skill combat focus activated. User's concentration increases by 5 times. Authority heavenly blood training method activated. The blood energy around his body became stronger than ever. Skill blood truth seeker powerfully activated. It will interfere with all blood control abilities within the skill's range. The entire city was submerged in a sea of blood. His energy enveloped everything. Inside the castle, the vampire count, seated on his throne, sensed the interference and roared in astonishment. He stood up, roaring in a voice full of fury. How dare a mere human defy me? I intended to preserve the city's foundation for my use. He raised his hand, unleashing all his power. But I will turn everything to hell. A pillar of red energy shot straight into the sky. A destructive attack capable of obliterating the entire city. Yoon looked up, gazing at the descending pillar of light with an eerily calm expression. Ah, it's much larger in scale than I expected. A bitter smile spread across his lips and sweat poured down like rain. I don't think I can block this. Haha, I'm going to die. Meanwhile, in a splendid location, Vampire Count Slin was leisurely enjoying succulent grapes offered by his subordinates. His servants were as tiny as grape seeds. A flashback began. It was unclear when it began. I merely fought and fought again. Higher and higher. Fighting became my life, as it always does for those with ambition. When I finally came to my senses, I stood atop countless corpses and my thirst finally reached the heavens. A system notification appeared. The god of war has chosen Slin as a potential disciple. Our species' greatest desire is to destroy the impregnable 4 great human alliance nations. We killed countless humans and destroyed 3 nations. Even the very source of the 4 great alliance nations, the fountain of life, was stained red with blood. And if we completely conquer this last nation, I will be recognized as a true disciple by the god of war and reach the pinnacle by becoming the king of the vampire race. Back to the present, a servant rushed in, kneeling hastily before the throne. Count, we have a problem. The servant stammered, his voice filled with extreme terror. Your army is being massacred, no, utterly slaughtered by a single human. Count Slin gritted his teeth, and his red eyes blazed with fury. He commanded, and his servants brought a colossal, intricately decorated magic mirror. Through the mirror, the image of a bat-like creature appeared. Seemingly the Count's scout. Watching the battle, it cried out in bewilderment. What in the world are you? Slin sat on his throne, an irritated expression on his face as he watched the bloodshed. I was certain I had dealt with anyone who claimed to be a warrior. What damned country sent these bastards? The servant trembled, kneeling on the floor. Hey, they just appeared out of nowhere. That wasn't grapes, Count. Slin gnashed his fangs and veins pulsed on his temples. Suddenly, how my precious soldiers are suddenly being massacred. Does that make sense, you useless damn bastards? His fury erupted. How could they suddenly appear in the middle of the city, evading so many eyes? Other servants tried to calm him. Count, please calm down, but Slin's rage had reached its peak. He roared in a furious voice, his silver hair standing on end with rage. I must conquer this city completely to be recognized as a true disciple, but he ruined everything. How dare he? A mere human, I intended to preserve the city's foundation for my use. He raised his hand, unleashing all his power. But I will turn everything to hell. A pillar of red energy shot straight into the sky. A destructive attack capable of obliterating the entire city. Yoon looked up, gazing at the descending pillar of light with an eerily calm expression. Ah, it's much larger in scale than I expected. A bitter smile spread across his lips and sweat poured down like rain. I don't think I can block this. Haha, I'm going to die. Instead of fleeing, he turned, making a decisive choice. Forget the city. I have to save my teammates. He saw them huddled under a faint blue protective barrier. There they are. He charged with immense speed, leaving a faint trail. As the red energy storm began to pour down, he extended his hand. A red energy flow erupted from his palm. He created a colossal octagonal magic shield, blocking it right in front of his teammates. The Count's destructive energy pillar violently collided with the shield, causing a massive explosion. He gritted his teeth, enduring the immense pressure, and though blood trickled from his lips, he persisted. Ah, just a little more. He poured all his strength into the shield, trying to push back the energy storm. With a painful final scream, he was sent flying as the shield shattered and the pillar of red energy swept through the city. He lay motionless on the ruined ground, exhausted. His teammates quickly rushed over, asking worriedly, Mr. Han Sang-yoon, are you okay? He barely managed to whisper. Ah, how are you all? Sakyo replied. We're fine. Thanks to you, we were able to withstand the attack. For a moment, I thought I was going to die. Suddenly, all 3 looked up at the sky in shock. From amidst the dust clouds, Count Slin slowly descended. He looked at them with a surprised expression. Astonishing, to have survived that attack. His eyes sharpened. Then the massacre of my kin was no accident. He assessed the group. One was naive and weak, and the other three seemed to be the main members given their perfect standing. He began to concentrate a dark red energy in his hand which condensed into a sharp blood sword. He gnashed his teeth in fury and snarled, "Humans are like insects, I will tear you all to shreds." The three teammates stumbled back, terrified by the Count's immense pressure. Yoon rose to his feet and stepped forward, his body tattered but his gaze still resolute. "Everyone step back. I'll handle him alone," Sakio said worriedly. "Then we'll fall back a bit. Call us if you need help," Slin snarled in an authoritative and furious voice. "By whose permission I won't let you leave." He charged at immense speed, leaving a red flash behind him, shattering the ground. His red eyes were fixed on Yoon, his fangs clenched. Suddenly he paused in midair, looking at Yoon in confusion. What just happened? He was astonished to see Yoon already standing there. Was that human trapped there? Since when? Yoon looked at him with a defiant gaze. "Have you ever heard the saying, 'Be careful what you wish for'?" A confident smile spread across his bruised face. "I'm going to return every word you just said," Slin snarled maniacally. "You crazy human bastard. First, how dare you act like such a magnificent warrior?" Yoon swung his blue sword, cleaving him. "I will tear you to shreds." He was cut in half in astonishment. His teammates could only watch the sight, speechless and overwhelmed. After swinging his sword and tearing the Count to shreds, Yoon turned to his dazed teammates and commanded, "Everyone hurry and find the priest," Sakio stammered. You killed the Count and we still have to do that?" Yoon stared into the void, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Something's not right, is it?" He looked down at the Count's vanishing remains. The 13th floor trial completion notification should have appeared by now, but it hasn't. He activated a skill and a system notification appeared. Skill Fire Dragon Eye activated. Vampire Count Slin's body fragments can regenerate through authority regeneration. Is currently regenerating his body. The three teammates cried out in shock. What? He can regenerate even from that state? That's impossible. The city is already in ruins, so the priests must be dead. Why don't we just fight? Yoon stood firm, his eyes resolute. "No, I will stop the vampire count, so whether it's priests or relics, find something and bring it back. I'm sorry, but I have to kill this boss myself," David nodded. "I accept the mission. If you say so, then so be it. Exploration is my specialty, so I'll do my best." The vampire count's body began to reassemble like a former Super Sentai. Slin was fully regenerated from the fragments, his naked body was muscular, and his silver hair flowed in the wind. He snarled in extreme fury, "You crazy human bastard, how dare you do this to me? How dare you do this to me?" Yoon looked at him with an eerily calm expression. His regeneration ability is truly incredible. The recovery skill and blood control skill he possesses are definitely much more effective than mine. Slin charged at immense speed, leaving a red afterimage. "But when it comes to compatibility, I'm much better." Yoon also charged. The two clashed violently. Slin snarled, "You rat!" Numerous blood tendrils began to wrap around the rock debris, and he manipulated them to attack Yoon. He summoned his true heavenly blood magic sword and blocked his attack. Countless gigantic blood spears poured down from the sky, causing a massive explosion. Slin laughed arrogantly, revealing sharp claws enveloped in blood energy. "Ha ha ha ha, how is it, human? I am superior to you in blood manipulation." Yoon stood firm. His own phantoms flashed behind him. While Slin's eyes glowed red with a confident smile, Yoon calmly admitted, "I'll admit it, thanks to you. I've learned an application skill." Slin's eyes widened in surprise, and he paused at the declaration. He snarled maniacally, and countless slashes pierced his body. A fierce blood energy explosion occurred at Yoon's position, but he had already vanished. Yoon sat atop a pile of rubble. His blood-red glowing sword plunged into the ground. He muttered, "I cut him more this time than last time, but he's still regenerating. This is truly horrifying. It's impossible." A chilling doubt crept into his mind. Could it be that without a priest I can't kill him in this trial? He looked at the ruined, burning city. If the city is in this state, it would be even stranger if a priest survived. Slin reappeared, his body fully regenerated. He looked down at Yoon with a contemptuous smirk and said, "Truly annoying. Did you think you could kill me? Dream on." Yoon looked up, his eyes filled with curiosity. "I'm curious." He was confused. A chilling smile spread across Yoon's bruised face. His eyes gleamed eerily. "I'm curious. How many times do I have to slaughter you before you truly die?" He picked up his blood-red glowing sword and charged, ready for a long battle. For the first time, fear crept into Slin's mind. Is Slin feeling fear?" he snarled to reassure himself, releasing a colossal blood energy. "Don't underestimate me. I am the man who will be the vampire king." Third time, Yoon sliced Slin easily, counting coldly. He regenerated again. Slin clutched his wounds, snarling in pain and fury. Don't think you're winning just because you can hurt me." Fourth time. Yoon made a few more slashes, aiming for his head this time. Slin laughed maniacally. "It's useless. Ha ha ha. You're not a true warrior. There's no way to kill me." Fifth time. "As long as you're human. You can't escape the laws of physics. You'll soon collapse from exhaustion." Sixth time. Seventh time. Slin pointed at Yoon suspiciously. "Are you really that legendary warrior? How can you use so much mana without getting tired?" Eighth time. Yoon delivered another slash and two system notifications appeared. "You have acquired the achievement Artist of the Battlefield. Skill Torture Technique deactivated." Yoon swung his sword, a cold smile on his face. "Should I turn you into mince or tear you apart?" For the first time, Slin felt true fear and stumbled backward. He's a monster. I need to escape first. He decided to flee. He turned and ran at full speed, but Yoon was already standing atop a tower blocking his path. I told you, I'd return every word you said. He raised his sword, mocking Slin's words. By whose permission I won't let you leave? Slin's eyes constricted in shock and extreme fury. Madman, sly demon bastard. 9th time, Yoon declared coldly and delivered another slash. Slin wailed in pain and despair. Stop, I'll negotiate. Please, let's negotiate. I'll give you anything you want. 10th time. Yoon completely ignored his pleas. I'll give you anything you want, all the wealth and honor. 11th time. Fragments of Slin's body flew everywhere. Just kill me. I can't live like this anymore. 12th time. Slin finally wailed, filled with extreme resentment. You're not a warrior, you're just a rotten, cunning murderer. 2 system notifications appeared. You have acquired the achievement Genesis of Madness. Skill pain amplification deactivated. Slin shrieked in excruciating pain. Stop, I surrender, Yoon asked in a mocking voice. Can't you just shut up and die? How many more times are you going to regenerate? Suddenly a flash of light appeared in Yoon's eyes. An idea struck him. Aha, he beckoned to the struggling Slin. Hey little guy, come here. Like a tamed dog, Slin crawled to him, his voice trembling. Yes, master. Yoon stood atop the rubble, looking down at his utterly broken enemy. There's a way out of this pain. If you cooperate, I will grant you the grace of death. What do you say? Slin looked up. A glimmer of hope flickered in his red eyes. What do I need to do? Yoon activated a skill. A red energy flow enveloped the ground. Skill counter shield activated. Counter shield has transformed into a counter scarecrow. A red cross rose from the ground, emanating powerful energy. Slin knelt before the cross, completely subdued. Yoon commanded coldly. Hit this until I tell you to stop. Slin looked at him with a confused expression. Yoon frowned and said in a menacing voice, Why aren't you hitting it yet? Don't you want to live? I will hit it. Slin snarled and began to punch the cross continuously. He threw punches maniacally, completely unable to understand what was happening. Everything that happened today, from beginning to end, makes no sense. There's no evidence that this crazy human suddenly appeared and destroyed the power of the strongest vampire race in history. No matter how I think about it, something's off. He paused and a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Perhaps it's a trial from the gods. He looked up at the glowing red cross and a realization of astonishment crept onto his face. That's right, it was strange from the start that a human with blood control abilities appeared, he convinced himself. It must be because we, the vampire race, have become too complacent. They must want to reinforce discipline. This must be a savior sent by the vampire race, wanting to train us to be more vigilant. Suddenly, a beam of light shot from the cross into the sky. Notification appeared. Skull counter shield is now ready to counterattack accumulated damage. Yoon's hair turned red and he said in a cold voice, All right, that's enough. Slin looked up, fear clearly visible in his red eyes. Then, a shadow enveloped him, and Yoon appeared before him with red eyes declaring now it's time to die. A savior? Nonsense. He delivered a final attack and a dark red energy enveloped Slin. If you come back to life, it doesn't matter how many times I've killed you. He summoned his sword and blue and red energy enveloped it. He threw the sword at him, pouring all his energy. A system notification appeared. Skill counter shield has released all absorbed damage at once. Slin let out a final wail in pain as his body disintegrated. I can completely vaporize you, leaving no trace. Arg, I can finally die. A pillar of red light shot into the sky, completely erasing Slin's existence. Yoon stood in the middle of the ruined battlefield. A series of victory notifications appeared. Congratulations, you have completed the 13th floor trial. A random A-grade skill book has been deposited into your inventory as a reward. You have acquired 90,000 points as a reward. You have acquired 4,000 products as a reward. As an additional reward, you have acquired 5,000 products. Moving to the waiting room, a satisfied smile spread across his lips. I successfully killed him. Haha. He looked down at Slin's remaining pool of blood. Now I can absorb the blood Slin shed. His sword began to vibrate. A thick red energy flow enveloped the sword, absorbing all the bloodlust from the battlefield. True Heavenly Blood Magic Sword's unique skill blood consumption has been activated. 2 system notifications appeared. Absorbed vampire count Slin's blood increasing items grade from A to A, 301,400. Absorbed vampire count Slin's blood. Engraving skill blood energy enhancement C into blood consumption's unique slot. Detailed information about the new skill filled the first skill slot engraved on his sword. Blood consumption unique slot 1-3. Engraved skill blood energy enhancement C. Engraved skill description, a skill absorbed from vampire count Slin allowing for the enhancement of blood within the range of blood control. By using mana to enhance blood within the range of blood control, durability and manipulation ability are improved. Yoon activated the new skill. A fierce flow of blood energy enveloped his hand. True Heavenly Blood Magic Sword. Engraved skill blood energy enhancement C has been activated. He cried out in astonishment. Oh, as he felt the new power, a power far greater than the vampire count's blood control ability. Countless blood swords formed around him, radiating overwhelming energy. It's as if I've become the vampire king. He looked at his accomplishment with a satisfied smile. Not bad, although it might be misunderstood. A series of notifications appeared, confirming the growth of his power. Absorbed vampire count Slin's soul, permanently increasing your abilities. Strength increased by 5, agility increased by 4, stamina increased by 6, magic increased by 7, endurance increased by 5. More notifications appeared, and this time they were much more significant. Captured divinity from vampire count Slin's soul. Authority divine powers conditions are met, and the ability is being activated, attempting divinity extraction. He mumbled, divinity extraction? I saw this notification when I absorbed the replica's soul. In a dazzling golden flash, the result appeared. Divinity extraction successful. Authority divine power B has been upgraded. Authority divine power B can rapidly increase its grade through myth accumulation. He thought to himself. Not later, but the condition for divinity extraction was whether the soul possessed divinity. A pure golden energy sphere appeared, he deduced. Considering I couldn't extract divinity from ordinary vampires, it probably only applies to those with divinity at my level, he sighed, a headache throbbing. There are too many ambiguities. Anything about divine power is a pain every time it comes up. Another notification appeared. Absorbed one of Vampire Count Slin's skills. Absorbed skill. Charm C, he exclaimed in surprise. Charm, you are absorbing a soul stronger than the user. Judgment for authority extraction will begin. He asked in confusion. He stared at the void filled with doubt. An unbearable enemy. A powerful enemy. What's the criteria for this judgment? Is this judgment biased? His eyes sharpened. He formed a hypothesis, but I'm not without thought. Souls related to gods or apostles seem to be evaluated as high grade. Judgment successful. Confirmed Vampire Count Slin's soul possesses authority. Extracting soul's authority. Authority Faith Harvest C has been engraved upon challenger Han Sang-yoon's soul. Mumbled Faith Harvest. Suddenly a familiar voice called his name from afar. Han Sang-yoon. Sakio rushed over, leading his comrades and a large crowd. The priests protected the people with their protective authority. Far more people survived than expected. Don't worry, the vampire count has already been dealt with. The crowd cheered, praising him as a hero. He defeated the vampire count alone, so he's a hero has arrived. God hasn't abandoned us. Thank you, great representative of God, for saving us. A red energy flow enveloped him, and a notification appeared. Authority Faith Harvest has detected strong faith directed towards the user. He realized it was the people. He looked at them with a surprised expression. They're sending me their faith? He crossed his arms, lost in thought. So, faith born from delusion is also considered faith. A self-satisfied smile spread across his lips. I should make good use of this given opportunity. He plunged his sword into the ground and activated another skill. Skill Charm C has been activated. His aura grew more intense, and a series of notifications appeared. Your presence grows and others are more greatly influenced, but I didn't lie. You have acquired the achievement, I didn't lie. Magic has increased by 1. He spread his arms wide, absorbing all the faith from the crowd. Authority Faith Harvest is powerfully activated, harvesting recent faith directed towards you. Authority Divine Power is powerfully activated. Calculating myth based on the actual results of the believer's faith, he asked himself. Myth, the final notification appeared, confirming his great achievement. Myth Vampire Exterminator completed. He was stunned, and golden energy enveloped him with new power. Myth Vampire Exterminator has been activated. Non-recovery effect granted to divine attacks. Banishment effect granted to divine attacks, he mumbled, trying to understand his new power. I gained a non-recovery effect because I ended the Vampire Count's infinite recovery cycle. And I gained a banishment effect because I massacred the city's vampires. A satisfied smile spread across his lips. Interesting. Now I finally know what myth accumulation actually is. He analyzed the mechanism of his power. Faith Harvest obtained with the divine power authority in the form of myth creates a new authority within the authority. He felt the flow of divine energy in his body. Seeing that the divine power I haven't used until now is steadily being released, activating a myth seems to consume the divine power residing in my heart. The golden aura around him faded. Insufficient foundational assimilation and faith. Accumulated faith will be reserved for the next myth. It seems I've finished harvesting the people's faith now. Authority Faith Harvest has been deactivated. He looked at the crowd who bowed their heads in gratitude. So this floor is also safely over. Sakio and Andre waved cheerfully as they prepared to depart through the blue portal. David approached with a solemn expression. I thought you were an immature fool, but I underestimated your abilities. The old man bowed his head and extended his hand in a sincere gesture. Will you accept my apology? Yoon grasped his hand with a friendly smile. Of course. The moment they shook hands, a system notification suddenly appeared. The god of war has detected the death of his potential apostle. Yoon was startled. An immense pressure weighed down on his shoulders, forcing him to his knees in pain. The god of war has detected your existence. The god of war has detected your divine power and holds hostility. He groaned in pain. David asked worriedly. What's going on? Yoon gritted his teeth, sweating profusely, realizing a new enemy. The god of war? The ground around them cracked and pillars of fire fiercely erupted, engulfing the panicked crowd. A citizen engulfed in flames screamed in terror. In the chaotic inferno, a notification appeared. You have entered a divine realm. The entire world was submerged in a sea of fire. People screamed in pain and confusion. What in the world is this situation? Yoon gritted his teeth, his eyes burning red with anger and disbelief. The trial was clearly over. David and his other teammates were engulfed in flames. They groaned in pain, struggling to resist. David looked at the portal amidst the flames and shouted, my teleportation portal. Yoon rushed forward, grabbed the old man by the collar, and said with an urgent expression, Mage, let's shake hands one more time. He threw the old man into the air with all his might, sending him flying towards the portal. David mumbled in midair, a bitter but admiring smile spreading across his lips. He's quite rude, but his solution certainly works. Yoon landed on a high rock looking down at the inferno and commanded the survivors, "Step back." He slammed his fist into the ground and a red energy flow erupted from the cracked earth. He activated his ultimate defensive skill. Skill counter shield activated. A colossal red energy shield formed, absorbing and blocking the inferno. David looked at him, deep admiration in his eyes. "I don't know if he's a soldier, but if there's still a hero in this indifferent world, he would look like that," Yoon roared, protecting the innocent people behind him. Alone against the god's wrath, barely maintaining the cracking shield as David and the others safely teleported through the blue portal, he whispered a final blessing. "I hope you return safely too," the crowd cheered, hailing him as their savior, the hero of Earth. But Yoon roared fiercely, barely maintaining the cracking shield. "I can't maintain this for long. Hurry and cross the bridge." He looked at the fleeing crowd, a slight disappointment in his glowing red eyes. "I expected it, but they're not releasing any more faith. I wasted my time. I need to enter the portal." Another notification from the angry god appeared and the innocent citizens suffered from severe headaches. God of War is disgusted by a mere mortal possessing divinity. They cried out, "Ah, my head!" The pain engulfed everything. "My head feels like it's going to explode." Yoon also felt the pressure, gritting his teeth and enduring. He stood alone in the inferno looking at the dead silence after everyone had left. Another notification from the God of War appeared. The God of War states that the dog raised by the tower has crossed the line. A mocking smile spread across Yoon's bloodied face. "Crossed the line." He looked directly at the invisible god, challenging it. "You're the one who just crossed the line. As long as I'm protected by the tower, if you interfere any further, you'll have problems, won't you?" He turned and walked towards the teleportation portal. "If you have nothing more to say, I'm leaving." The final notification appeared. The God of War sends you a fierce smile. He thought to himself, "I need to become stronger." His glowing red eyes gleamed with steely resolve, so that even gods can't treat me lightly. He entered the waiting room, and new system expansion notifications flooded in. "You have entered the 14th floor waiting room. System expanding. Floor invasion exclusive items have been added to the contractor's exclusive shop. Or enhancement items have been added to the contractor's exclusive shop. Some divine magic potion items have been added to the contractor's exclusive shop." He sat down, lost in deep thought. He sighed, trying to shake off the confusing emotions. "Anyway, this is a space created by the tower. There's no point in getting excited about something whose existence I don't even know." His eyes became cold. "The God of War, of all the gods, I've managed to sour relations with another one." A mysterious voice echoed in his mind, warning of a dangerous future. "Do not trust other gods. They will now consider you an enemy," he thought to himself. So this was destined to happen anyway. He got up, determined to shake off his worries. "Don't think about what I can't control, only what I can do." He pulled out a water spirit stone and water magic gently repaired his torn clothes. He opened the exclusive shop. Contractor exclusive shop. Products 11,500. Category skills. Category authority. Category products. Contractors Iron-Blooded Monarch and White Crane Swordsman. He quickly made a bulk purchase. "You have purchased Authority Swordsman's Path S 10,000 products deducted." Information about the new authority appeared. Authority Swordsman's Path South price 10,000 products. Description: an authority sometimes obtained by those who fall into the contradiction of growing stronger to live and living to grow stronger and who use a sword. Can develop independent skills with a sword and the expression of independent realization becomes easier. As he entered a lush green forest, a notification appeared. "You have entered the forest." The white-haired White Crane Swordsman was waiting for him. "It's been a while," sang Yoon. They sat facing each other. She said, "I heard from her that you're making Namging family's child your enemy." Yoon reluctantly replied, "Yes, it just happened that way." The White Crane Swordsman smiled. "You must have bought my authority with your special points because of Namging Wook," he admitted. "Yes, that's right." She smiled brightly. Yoon was slightly flustered. The White Crane Swordsman put on her glasses and explained, "Because, to use a common expression, you are a genius." Sang Yoon instinctively mastered the form of swordsmanship without even knowing the right path to realization, and even went beyond the realm of imitation. Moreover, in the 12th floor trial, you grasped the sword's intent and even modified your own swordsmanship into dual wielding. Yoon humbly replied, "I'm just good at a little bit of copying." The fact that you could learn and improve some of Namging family's basic movements already showed the makings of a master, she said as they meditated in a bamboo forest. Yoon was surprised. "A master? Is master saying it wouldn't be strange for me to be the first person to establish a sect?" the White Crane Swordsman said in front of a colossal gate. Yoon was astonished. To that extent, the White Crane Swordsman smiled gently. "The authority you chose this time was the right decision. Now everything you learn and realize will become a skill certified by the tower. I will teach you everything." But her expression suddenly turned serious and slightly embarrassed. "I have one condition. You must enter into a master-disciple relationship with me." Yoon's eyes gleamed. "All right," he quickly agreed. "I'll be your disciple." The White Crane Swordsman seemed surprised by his quick agreement. "Sang Yoon, I'm not forcing you. You can think about it more." He cut her off. "No, I'll be your disciple. If that's what master wants, I won't refuse," he thought to himself. The White Crane Swordsman is a challenger who has ascended higher than the 40th floor. There's no reason to refuse teaching from someone this strong. "But don't regret it later," he said. The White Crane Swordsman was flustered. Are you going to treat me so roughly that I'll regret it later, like whipping me?" She blushed. She explained that a master in Murim is usually a once-in-a-lifetime bond, so she was telling him not to regret it. He replied, "If that's what you're worried about, I'll never regret it. Who else in Murim would I follow as a master?" Then, before we perform the formal master-disciple ritual, let me formally introduce myself. The White Crane swordsman stood up, exuding the dignity of a master. "I am the 17th sect leader of a B-class sword family and the strongest martial artist of the previous generation in Murim." Yun stared directly into the White Crane swordsman's eyes, murmuring in extreme awe. That was the description of the martial artist who would become my master. The strongest martial artist? Without hesitation he bowed to her, performing the master-disciple ritual, and lowered his head to the woman who was now his master. The White Crane swordsman began her first lecture, briefly summarizing the theory. Thus, martial arts are divided into mind techniques and body techniques. Mind techniques are skills that focus on the internal aspects of the body and mind by cultivating mana internally, and that cultivated mana is called internal energy. Body techniques are skills like Lightfoot martial arts and swordsmanship which pertain to how the body moves. All of this is martial arts, and there are even martial arts that can only be cast using special mind technique energy. However, while listening to this explanation, a question arose. Is the heavenly blood training method also a type of mind technique? He cautiously asked, "I'm curious, is it okay if I've already learned another mind technique?" The White Crane swordsman paused, her eyes widening in surprise. She glared at him and said in a serious voice, "What did you just say? You know a mind technique? Explain in more detail, quickly." As she commanded, they sat facing each other. Yun began to explain. "So after hearing Master's explanation, I think I know something similar to a mind technique." The White Crane swordsman looked skeptical. "Similar? Don't tell me you learned chi training from that woman, the iron-blooded monarch." Yun shook his head. "Chi training, is that also a concept of mind technique from another world?" No, she's not someone who would break a promise like that." The White Crane swordsman still didn't believe him. "I can't trust her, I'll check properly." She suddenly lunged, startling Yun. Since when?" Her hand touched his abdomen. "No, before that, I'm sorry, Master." "Shish." He was silent for a moment. She said as she lifted his clothes. She placed her glowing hand on his belly, checking the energy flow. Her purple eyes widened in surprise. "Oh?" She backed away and sat facing him. "But there was no trace of you having learned any mind technique when you purged your pure mana." "That's it," Yun explained. "The heavenly blood training method is actually an authority sponsored by an administrator called the Fallen Successor of the 12th floor. I was in front of 3 of them, and when the heavenly blood training method is activated, combat senses are amplified, so I used it often." The White Crane swordsman let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, thankfully it was an authority, not a mind technique. Of course it seems that the mind technique you've learned your entire life is mixed with the authority, but you can't call that a mind technique." He replied, "Understood. But Master, can we get out of this awkward pose?" She quickly backed away. The White Crane swordsman blushed and stammered, "I'm sorry, I was so surprised that I checked rudely." She turned her face away and muttered. Yun leaned against the wall and waved his hand. "It's all right." Suddenly, a black-purple aura enveloped her. "But I don't like it," she whispered, and Yun was flustered. She clenched her sword and flames of fury blazed in her eyes. That half-breed bastard of the Blood Demon cult sponsoring such a trivial mind technique as an authority. Yun broke out in a cold sweat and took a step back. "I'll have to re-evaluate my assessment of the White Crane swordsman. And come to think of it, it might be better not to learn any mind techniques at all," she said as they stood facing each other in the bamboo forest. "You can accumulate mana even without learning mind techniques, and if you learn various mind techniques through authority you can use them alternately. Is that all right?" The White Crane swordsman was slightly embarrassed. It's fine. My martial arts don't rely that much on mind techniques." What just happened was because mind techniques are very important in the master-disciple relationship. First I'll teach you swordsmanship, so follow me, all right?" Yun took a stance and activated a skill. Skill combat focus activated. User's concentration has increased by 10 times. The White Crane swordsman performed a beautiful sword dance. Her phantoms filled the space. Yun observed carefully, admiring inwardly. "I didn't know because she seemed so innocent, but she truly is a martial artist." She was quite aggressive just now. The White Crane swordsman stopped, her eyes sharpening. "Now I will show you the first movement of my white sword. 7 skills, white sword flash." As she swung her sword, a dazzling pink energy flow sliced through the air, leaving a bright trail. The perfect slashing movement just now was reflected in Yun's blue eyes, and he was completely captivated. The White Crane swordsman turned around and said in a slightly apologetic tone, "You might not have seen it well, I apologize. This is the lowest speed of white sword flash." "It's all right," Yun confidently walked beside her and replied. "I think I can copy it." He swung his sword, trying to reproduce the feeling of the movement. "It feels like space itself is inescapable. So you draw it towards you and cut it." A dazzling blue energy flow erupted from his sword, drawing a perfect curve almost identical to his master's movement. He asked if this was correct. He turned back to her with a slightly uneasy expression. "I copied it as best I could." "Did I do it right?" The White Crane swordsman stammered, cold sweat trickling down her temples. Her purple eyes widened in astonishment. "This is absurd. In every generation there have always been geniuses. They possessed an innate ability to absorb information and could achieve far greater feats than others. Geniuses show the pinnacle of ability by understanding, judging, and absorbing others. However, a genius can only show their true ability after a certain period of training. but she looked at him completely shocked. Is this even possible? She clutched her head in extreme disbelief and cried out, "What the hell is this? You saw a white sword flash once and copied it immediately." Yoon looked at her with an innocent expression, not understanding her reaction. Sang Yoon, you don't seem to know how amazing this is. White Sword 7 Skills is a martial art that uses more difficult principles than the Namchian swordsmanship that Namgang Wook uses. Yoon was slightly flustered. Namchian swordsmanship, the White Crane swordsman explained, the two basic movements you copied from the Namgang family. Namchian Flash Sword and Namchian Rain Sword are part of Namchian swordsmanship. He thought to himself. So that was the skill set Namgang Wei used. She continued, moreover it's a body technique that transcends basic principles like fast and slow used in Namchian swordsmanship and uses difficult principles that deal with space itself, but you copied White Sword Flash effortlessly immediately and at a level quite similar to the original after seeing it only once, Yoon muttered. The fast and slow principles didn't mean much to me. The White Crane swordsman concluded, you are a genius of intuition. To acquire skills based on seeing the essence itself rather than through experience or judgment is unheard of. Yoon still scratched his head, looking slightly confused. Even if you say that, I still don't quite understand what master means. The White Crane swordsman raised a finger and a bright smile spread across her face. Just one day? That means you can learn most martial arts in just one day. Usually martial arts are understood and reproduced through analysis of the foundational books of each martial art. But you don't need to analyze books. You just need to see and copy. However, I will teach you how to use mana. Images of various martial arts appeared, body techniques, fist techniques, light foot techniques, and even combat techniques. Learned everything possible, and among them, swordsmanship was the most useful, so White Sword 7 Skills, White Sword Flash, which essentially seizes and cuts space itself, making evasion impossible. White Sword Piercing Heaven, a powerful thrusting technique specialized in piercing shields. White Sword Fold Space, a defensive technique that distorts space near the air. The White Crane swordsman laughed heartily, covering her cheeks with both hands. Yoon scratched his head, a confident smile spreading across his face. It was stained with black blood. He respectfully bowed his head. Thanks to Master, I've learned a lot. The White Crane swordsman was slightly embarrassed but still very happy. Master, I'm glad you think so, Yoon saluted. Then I'll be going first. The White Crane swordsman seemed a little disappointed. Are you leaving already? You could stay a little longer. He turned, a confident smile spreading across his face. I'll come back later. Until then, take care, Master. As he spoke and disappeared, the White Crane swordsman was in a state of euphoria. She cleared her throat, trying to regain her master's dignity. All right, you take care too, sang Yoon. If you work as hard as your talent, you'll develop greatly soon. As he returned to the waiting room, a notification appeared. You have entered the 14th floor waiting room. He walked through the waiting room, contemplating the training he had just received. I've learned so much. It's a shame that I can't learn all 7 techniques of the White Sword 7 skills at my current level. A new skill icon appeared. Demon Slayer B, he muttered. Demon Slayer skill. It's swordsmanship I've been using and developing until now, but compared to Namgang Weiok's Namchian swordsmanship or Master's White Sword 7 skills, it's now far too lacking. He decided to create his own new skill. I'll use the Authority Swordsman's Path to create a skill. Soon after, detailed information about the authority he had just mentioned appeared. Authority Swordsman's Path South. Description. An authority sometimes obtained by those who fall into the contradiction of growing stronger to live and living to grow stronger, and who use a sword, can develop independent skills with a sword, and the expression of independent realization becomes easier. He took a stance and concentrated all his mind and energy. Authority Iron-Blooded Sword activated. Combat Focus skill activated, he thought. While using White Sword 7 skills and Namchian swordsmanship at that speed had increased their perfection compared to before, it was still far from being developed into a skill. To be developed into a skill, it had to be recognized by the system as a skill. Good, he imagined in his mind. He would base it on White Sword 7 skills and imagine being able to mix in Namchian swordsmanship at any time. At the same time, he abandoned the notion that dual wielding was the best defense. Numerous blades slashed through the air and countless thoughts flashed through his mind, repeating themselves. Then a powerful energy flow erupted from his body. Authority Swordsman's Path was strongly activated. A system notification confirmed his achievement. First Hybrid Sword Art skill has been activated. First Hybrid Sword Art skill proficiency 0. Description. A sword art developed by combining White Sword 7 skills and Namchian swordsmanship. Basic effect. Each time a sword is used, additional modifications are stacked on the basic techniques of White Sword 7 skills and Namchian swordsmanship, and the quality of the basic techniques is improved. Detailed effect. When using dual wielding, some basic techniques of White Sword 7 skills, attack speed and attack power, are doubled. He was surprised. He looked at the notification window with a satisfied smile. A skill had truly been realized. He rested his chin on his hand and thought. While some modifications were to his liking, it felt a bit bland. He opened his inventory. Inventory. A random skill book appeared. Random skill book A, a skill book that grants a random B-grade skill upon use. This item can only be used by challengers and cannot be transferred to others. Let's try using it once. There's nothing to lose. He opened the book and a green energy flow erupted. A series of notifications appeared. You have acquired a random B-grade skill using Random Skill Book A. Authority Grace of Hero is strongly activated. Your luck is temporarily greatly increased. Blood Spirit Magic Sword B skill is activated. Detailed information about the new skill appeared. Blood Spirit Magic Sword B skill proficiency 0. Description: a secret sword art that can only be learned by descendants of the Blood Demon cult. Basic effect: each time a sword is used, the blade is imbued with demonic properties, inflicting continuous damage on all living beings until death. Detailed effect: when using the skill's basic techniques, the unique effect double slash is activated and the effect of the basic techniques is doubled. He decided to integrate his skills with a little more effort. Unique authority skill integration activated. First hybrid sword art skill has begun integration at the center. Authority Grace of Hero is strongly activated. Your luck is temporarily greatly increased. Skill integration complete. A new skill has been realized. First hybrid magic sword S skill. A golden energy flow erupted and was realized. He walked towards the teleportation portal, preparing for the next trial. The 14th floor trial information appeared. 14th floor trial begins. Difficulty hard. Current trial theme is underwater combat. Time remaining 7 days. Clearance condition: hunt all monsters in the lake within the given time. Trial failure condition: challenger's death or time over. Clearance reward: wind spirit silver armor. A trial failure penalty: death. Upon entering, a dangerous aura enveloped him. You have encountered a formidable and powerful enemy. Skill Indomitable Will activates. Namding Wei OK stood in the middle of a battlefield filled with monster corpses. How much longer will you make this young master wait? I killed all these monsters and you still didn't come looking for me, so I thought I had come to the wrong place. A wild smile spread across Namding Weiok's face. Han Sang-yoon also smiled, preparing for a rematch. He activated a series of skills to prepare for battle. Skill Instant Acceleration activated. Skill Combat Focus activated. Skill Grace of Wind activated. All speed increased by 70. Current skill stack progress 7-7. The unique effect of Zwift Boots increases instant acceleration. The two rushed at each other at immense speed, creating a massive shockwave on the lake's surface. Two sword energies, one burning golden like fire, the other shining blue like ice, collided, causing a massive explosion that violently shook the lake's surface. Amidst the shockwave, Namding Weiok muttered, unable to hide his surprise. His voice was filled with doubt. Sword Flame, his eyes sharp as blades, stared intently at Han Sang-yoon. He stood with an indifferent expression. How can a mere wretch like you use Sword Flame? In contrast to his enemy's bewildered appearance, Han Sang-yoon offered a mocking smile. A smile mixed with confidence and a hint of arrogance. Already surprised? He tilted his head, his eyes gleaming with amusement. I told you, this is just the beginning. As soon as he finished speaking, he darted forward like an arrow, and the sword in his hand drew a fast and deadly blue arc. Although caught off guard, Namding Weiok was still a genius of the Namding family. He immediately swung his sword to block the attack, and a tearing sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the lake. Taking advantage of Namding Weiok's momentary lapse in attention, Han Sang-yoon delivered a high kick, deflecting his sword. Immediately, his sword grazed, leaving a distinct red blood mark on Namding Weiok's cheek. He froze in surprise, one cheek burning with pain. Han Sang-yoon unleashed 3 consecutive sword energies at him, causing a massive explosion. However, Namding Weiok easily blocked the attack. Han Sang-yoon gently retreated, looking at his achievement with a satisfied expression. He spoke as if introducing a new toy. How's that? His eyes shone provocatively, and 3 deep sword marks were left on the stone from his attack. This is my newly created S-grade sword art, First Hybrid Magic Sword S. Proficiency 0. Description: a magic sword art developed by combining various types of absolute divine martial arts. Basic effect: each time a sword is used, the blade is imbued with extreme demonic properties, inflicting continuous damage on all living targets until death. Detailed effect: skin damage from all sword arts is tripled, and the unique effect Double Slash is randomly activated. Double Slash is the ability to unleash 2 additional attacks with the same power as the original attack simultaneously. Han Sang-yoon's smile became even more sinister. Its effect alone was already too powerful, but above all he pointed to his own cheek and stared directly at Namding Weiok's bleeding wound. That wound on your cheek will torment you until you die. Namding Weiok frowned. He circulated his chi and touched his cheek with his hand, and the wound immediately healed. It's just a scratch, but it's bleeding so much. Namding Weiok charged manically, and he and Han Sang-yoon continued to exchange blows. Namding Weiok snarled, the sword art and lightfoot martial arts you're using and that resonance are definitely martial arts of Marim's orthodox sects. He roared in extreme doubt. Why did you hide your martial arts before? Han Sang-yoon replied nonchalantly, as if talking about something that couldn't be more ordinary. I didn't hide it. I was really weak then and afraid I might die at any moment. He paused, then continued with an indifferent expression. So I learned all this yesterday. Still rude and arrogant, Namding Weiok shouted. I cannot accept such a ridiculous explanation. Do you think I'd believe your crazy talk about learning top-tier martial arts in a single day? Han Sang-yoon merely shrugged, and the smile on his lips grew brighter. Believe it or not, it's up to you. The 2 swords collided, creating immense pressure. He moved closer to his opponent, looking him straight in the eye, and the 2 swords glared at each other. Because I'm a genius, Han Sang-yoon gave a mocking smile, and his blue eyes sparkled with wit as he moved closer to his opponent's face. Oh, and I can do this too. Immediately, Han Sang-yoon moved, and every sword line and footstep perfectly mimicked Namding family's sword art. Namding Weiok was astonished by his speed and accuracy. You created such a technique? Namgang Wayok's pupils contracted in astonishment, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. This sword art is, he gritted his teeth and a vein pulsed on his temple. His rage and humiliation reached their peak. You damned bastard! Black murderous aura erupted from his body, and his eyes glowed an eerie purple. How dare you steal Namgang family's sword art and act so presumptuously? Han Sang-yun merely shrugged, his face full of provocation. Then you should have made it harder to copy. Is it my fault I could copy it after seeing it once? He continued to taunt, his words cutting deep into Namgang Wayok's pride. It's your fault for displaying your sword art so clumsily. Unable to bear it any longer, Namgang Wayok charged manically like a wounded beast with a sky-shattering roar. Meanwhile, Han Sang-yun assessed with extreme calmness. Tisk, truly unbelievable. Sword art, lightfoot martial arts, and even his unpredictable movements, he thought, and a joyous smile spread across his face. But you probably never dreamed that you're giving me a top-level lesson right now. His smile became even more cunning. I'll remember all this and use it later. Realizing he was being mocked, Namgang Wayok roared, raising his palm to the sky and gathering an immense energy flow. Shouted, activating his special skill, forced engagement. Han Sang-yun watched the scene with curious eyes, completely unmoved or afraid. Numerous purple energy swords rained down from the sky, embedding themselves deeply into the ground, forming an enclosed battlefield that trapped the two. Unique trait, forced engagement, has set a combat zone within a 30-meter radius based on the user's will. No one other than Han Sang-yun and Namgang Wayok can enter this combat zone. Namgang Wayok laughed manically, believing he had cornered his prey. Got you, you damn bastard. However, he suddenly paused when he felt an immense magical power spreading from Han Sang-yun. Han Sang-yun stood, his entire body enveloped in an eerie blood-red aura. Do you know what they call this situation on Earth? Namgang Wayok stared blankly, not understanding what his opponent was saying. He wore a wicked smile, and the red aura enveloping his body grew thicker. It's called poetic justice. He. A crimson magical power surged like a tsunami, and he screamed in astonishment. You learned martial arts and you're even using evil spells. The entire purple battlefield was stained red with evil energy, submerging Namgang Wayok in a sea of blood. He was eroded by the magical power, feeling extreme pain as if tens of thousands of ants were gnawing at his flesh. He let out a painful scream and fresh blood foamed from the corner of his mouth. In the end, he could no longer bear it. Defeated, his eyes still held extreme rage and fury. He barely managed to get up, muttering unconsciously. Damn it, unique trait forced engagement is forcibly deactivated by user's will. The combat zone shattered. Namgang Wayok was sent flying backward by Han Sang-yun's punch, and his face was filled with astonishment. He flew back tens of meters, shattering the battlefield he had confidently set up moments ago, and plunged directly into the lake. The aftermath of the attack tore through space, leaving a dazzling trail of light, sweeping away everything in its path and flattening an entire forest area. After the immense power passed, a deep trench was left in the ground, a testament to the attack's destructive force. Han Sang-yun landed softly on the ground. Phew, he let out a sigh of relief. He looked down at his fallen enemy and spoke calmly from above. Even a genius of Murm can fall into such a miserable state. Namgang Wayok let out a painful groan. But soon an eerie and twisted smile spread across his bruised face. Han Sang-yun was startled, and cold sweat trickled down his cheeks. What is this? Did he suddenly go crazy? Namgang Wayok's eerie laughter echoed. Interesting. I don't know how you did it, but to learn martial arts and grow stronger in such a short time, truly fascinating. I admit it, even if you use the tower's evil spells. He staggered to his feet, holding a purple gem in his hand. Han Sang-yun remained vigilant. He realized his sword had been destroyed by the previous attack. He rushed forward to end the fight, but Namgang Wayok was one step faster, crushing the gem in his hand. Do you think I'd let you off? Purple energy erupted. Item climbing penalty removal stone A. Using this item can nullify stat reductions and skill restrictions due to floor climbing penalties. Fully recovered, Namgang Wayok slowly untied his headband, and his eyes were more dangerous than ever. Aren't you curious? A colossal purple dragon-shaped sword energy erupted from his body. Why I'm called the Azure Sky Sword Dragon? Han Sang-yun stared blankly, then let out a bitter laugh. Damn it, ha ha ha. Namgang Wayok posed as if he were a big shot. Looking down at him, reinforced sword energy is not something a wretch like you dares to witness. He sneered in an arrogant voice. Consider it an honor. No sooner had he finished speaking than he swung his sword, and a purple energy dragon roared as if to shake the heavens and the earth, charging at Sang-yun. In a serene space, the White Crane swordsman was teaching Sang-yun, I will talk about the usage of chi, that is, the concept of applying mana to a sword. The swordsman swung her sword, and a blue aura enveloped the blade. Sword energy is a supplementary technique that adds attributes interfering with the sword's own laws. On the other hand, sword flame is a stage where other attributes can be added, and reinforced sword energy is the next stage, the ultimate essence that allows for flexible use of surrounding mana. Back in reality, Namgang Wayok's purple dragon grew increasingly ferocious and vivid. As Sang-yun braced against the attack, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. To think I'd see reinforced sword energy so soon. He gritted his teeth and sweat poured down. I didn't realize it would be this powerful when I heard the explanation. This is truly an insane skill. The dragon attacked from an unimaginable distance. The sword's range suddenly extended, making it difficult to even approach from the start. Namgang Wayok's sword energy moved flexibly like a living creature. not to mention the powerful yet fluid movements of the reinforced sword energy. Everything was irregular and menacing. The energy dragon roared with uncanny vividness. It was as if the sword had truly transformed into a living dragon. The dragon opened its mouth, aiming directly at Sang Yun. Sang Yun hurriedly raised his sword hilt to block. The force of the impact was so strong that blood burst from his hand, and the overwhelming power of the reinforced sword energy mercilessly pushed Sang Yun back. Sang Yun gritted his teeth, blaming his own arrogance. I thought he'd be only slightly stronger than the vampire count, but that was a truly foolish assumption. He recalled his moment of realization, the sword's enlightenment. He had felt it when he heard the White Crane swordsman's teachings, but Muram masters seemed to have skipped several stages of growth. They're really hackers. Back in reality, Namding Wei Ok landed on the ground after his destructive attack, his gaze still fixed on his opponent. He looked at the stumbling Sang Yun and spoke in a mocking voice. Where did that composed demeanor from earlier go? Sang Yun gritted his teeth, regret and determination clearly visible in his eyes. I should have finished him with full power from the start. Damn it. Red demonic energy erupted fiercely from Sang Yun's body. I held back because I wanted to learn a lesson. Now things have gotten troublesome. Authority Heavenly Blood Training Method activated. As the red demonic energy enveloping Sang Yun's body fiercely exploded, a system notification rang out. He stared directly at his opponent, his eyes filled with burning fighting spirit. Get ready. I'm going all out. Namding Wei Ok merely gave an arrogant smile and made a challenging gesture with his hand. Go all out. Immediately he charged again, and the purple reinforced sword energy shifted unpredictably, attacking Sang Yun from all sides, but this time Sang Yun was prepared. He created a swirling vortex of white sword energy, a new technique called White Sword Flash C. Namding Wei Ok was astonished by this unfamiliar technique, and fury was clearly etched on his face. Where did you steal martial arts from again? All your futile struggles are useless before my reinforced sword energy. Namding Wei Ok fiercely unleashed purple sword energy from his sword. Skill combat focus activated. User's concentration increased by 20 times. To Sang Yun's eyes, the entire world seemed to slow down, and he moved at unimaginable speed, dodging Namding Wei Ok's attacks like a ghost. Good, I'm behind him, he thought inwardly, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. But Namding Wei Ok immediately reacted with his seasoned combat experience, turning around and unleashing an energy-filled swing. Sang Yun was sent flying by the unexpected impact. He put his hand on the ground and coughed up blood. My insides are a mess. Severely wounded, Sang Yun's eyes did not waver. Instead, they grew sharper. The two charged at each other once more, and sword energy and demonic energy clashed. They engaged in a heaven-shaking battle. Sang Yun concentrated all his energy into his broken sword, creating a colossal pillar of light that shot into the sky. Blocking his attack, he was astonished to realize that his reinforced sword energy had adapted to White Sword Flash C. Skill Bloodguard activated. A new energy, white as ash, enveloped his sword. Feeling the new power, Sang Yun charged again without hesitation. Namding Wei Ok blocked his attack with his foot, and a deafening crash echoed. He was mercilessly kicked away. From the dust cloud, Sang Yun flew into the air, slammed hard into a rock, and the entire mountain shook from the impact. He coughed up blood once more, his body racked with extreme pain. Namding Wei Ok gave him no respite, charging and looking down at him with a cruel smile full of madness. Die. A colossal reinforced sword energy accumulated, ready to end everything. Purple energy completely submerged Sang Yun in destructive light. An enormous explosion erupted, creating a deep crater. Earth and water splattered everywhere. Standing at the edge of the crater, Namding Wei Ok looked down with a surprised voice. You withstood that attack? From the dust, Sang Yun appeared, his clothes tattered and his body covered in wounds, but he was still standing, gasping for breath. Namding Wei Ok looked at his exhausted opponent with surprise, but still spoke in an arrogant voice. Honestly, I'm a little surprised. I didn't think you could fight me on equal terms to this extent, but he raised his sword high. Purple reinforced sword energy once again fiercely exploded, illuminating the sky. Your struggle is over. He looked at Sang Yun as if he were dead, with a smile full of madness. It was an enjoyable fight, Han Sang Yun. Sang Yun gritted his teeth and stood up. His body was covered in wounds and his legs trembled. How hard I fought to gain all this until today. He roared in a furious voice, and red shield-shaped energy fiercely erupted from his body. Do you think I'd die easily at your hands, you bastard? Skill counter shield released all absorbed damage at once. The two energy flows, red and purple, clashed, creating a heaven-shaking enormous explosion. Namding Wei Ok was astonished by this unexpected power. The red counterattack energy was overwhelmingly powerful, completely engulfing Namding Wei Ok's reinforced sword energy. In the midst of the energy storm, Namding Wei Ok's sword pierced Sang Yun's neck and blood flowed from his mouth, but Namding Wei Ok smiled wickedly. Aha, that's the expression. He seemed to be relishing his opponent's despair. A fatal sword sliced across Sang Yun's neck, his blue eyes widened in extreme astonishment. Skill Ultimate Guardian activated. The skill nullifies life-threatening fatal injuries. The skill temporarily amplifies all senses, and it perfects the efficiency of all other skills. The skill's cooldown is 1 week. Golden energy enveloped Sang Yun, and the fatal wound on his neck rapidly healed as if nothing had happened. He thought inwardly with surprise. Ultimate Guardian, an additional reward skill received from the 12th floor trial. a skill that reverses situations involving fatal injuries. He stood up, fully recovered. To think it would truly nullify injuries like this. Namgang Wei opposite him couldn't believe his eyes. What? There's another 12th floor reward left? The unique effect of black magic B embedded in Ancient Emperor's Crown of Ash A is activated. Authority Pure Mind is strongly activated. Sang Yun summoned the ash-red crown, placed it on his head and decided to pour everything into the fight. Let's use everything we've got. Ancient Emperor's Crown of Ash A Charm 30. The crown of ash of an ancient emperor who worshipped the dark god, used in ancestral rituals. When worn, your mind becomes unstable, and the item's durability rapidly decreases every minute. Instead, black magic B embedded in the crown can be freely activated as long as the item is not destroyed. When not worn, durability slowly recovers. He stretched out his hand and commanded, "I command my servants." Immediately, demonic creatures surged from the ground, astonishing Namgang Wei. The monsters charged at Namgang Wei according to their master's command, crushing him. Namgang Wei snarled with a contemptuous expression, "This wretch from chi training to summoning, you can never defeat me, not with such evil sorcery." He unleashed a colossal sword energy, sweeping away the servants with miserable screams. He seized the opportunity and charged, trying to grab Sang Yun. Sang Yun was choked. Let's see if you can come back to life this time." Namgang Wei continued to charge. Namgang Wei's sword touched his opponent's neck, but he didn't deliver the finishing blow. Namgang Wei suddenly convulsed and black veins popped out on his face. My body." Sang Yun grabbed his wrist and strange energy flowed into Namgang Wei's body. He screamed, What are you doing?" Sang Yun stood up, looked down at his defeated enemy beneath his feet and said, "I told you." The wound on Namgang Wei's cheek began to throb fiercely, and a phantom of a monster appeared in his mind. That wound, Sang Yun's curse had become reality, and that wound would torment him until his death. Namgang Wei screamed in extreme pain as his body began to terribly transform. In a faint flashback, murmuring sounds were heard from the Namgang family. So he can't even do basic stances? How could such a fool be born in the Namgang family? Is he really of my bloodline? Namgang Wei's father roared at his wife in a furious voice. Young Wei sat in a corner, marginalized and ignored. Young Namgang Wei sat alone, holding a wooden sword, feeling lonely and ashamed. But in that solitude he found his own path. "I only want to speak with my sword." He trained alone in the forest, letting his body move freely without fixed techniques, developing his own path of the sword. One day, a white-haired old man appeared and smiled gently. A true genius. It was the day he first met his grandfather. From that day on he was personally raised and taught by his grandfather, the current sword sage. As a result, he began to grow exponentially and unprecedentedly. A little older, he ran home and shouted loudly, "Father," he proudly showed off his achievements, "I dealt with those bastards who were disguised in the blood cult." He smiled brightly, expecting praise. "Look, father, your son has become so strong now." But what greeted him was only his father's cold gaze. "Get rid of these grotesque things at once. Why are you so engrossed in slaughter these days? Spend more time cultivating your character." He turned his back and left a cold warning. "Unless you want to become a monster." Young Wei's heart shattered and tears of injustice and pain flowed incessantly. Back in reality, Namgang Wei screamed in pain as the curse of the wound tormented his mind and body. Ancient Emperor's Crown of Ash A's durability has been completely depleted. Ancient Emperor's Crown of Ash A has been destroyed. The crown on Sang Yun's head shattered into pieces. The demonic army sank into the chaotic water and vanished. Sang Yun gasped, exhausted, and looked at Namgang Wei. He approached his fallen enemy and asked, "Still alive?" Namgang Wei gave a bitter smile, saying in a resigned voice, "End it quickly." Sang Yun, but Sang Yun merely sat quietly on a nearby rock, with no intention of attacking. Namgang Wei looked at him and gave a bitter smile. "Interesting, we could never meet in normal times, yet two people from different dimensions fought like this. Fighting you was truly hard and maddeningly painful, but amusingly I found this battle enjoyable." A strange moment of understanding flashed between the two adversaries. "If we had been friends," he continued in a distant voice, "we probably would have shared and enjoyed achievements together." "I thought so." But he suddenly roared in a furious voice, "Damn it, this arrogant Sang Yun." Sang Yun listened in silence, to still be thinking such thoughts while climbing the tower. Squeezing out his last ounce of strength, Namgang Wei said mockingly, "I'll tell you an interesting story. The reason I stopped climbing the tower and invaded this dimension wasn't just to enjoy killing you. After gaining divinity, I became an enemy of a certain god and even felt a threat to my life. The chosen ones shall inevitably face divinity, and at that moment they will encounter gods in various forms. You too shall soon face divinity. But if you climb the tower with that foolish mindset, even with divinity, you will not be able to prevent the gods from destroying your planet." "No," Sang Yun calmly replied. "Such a thing will not happen." Red, demonic energy enveloped his hand. "Those who destroy my home will all meet their death by my hand." He delivered the finishing blow. Skill Blood Truth Seeker activated. Gulp. Namgang Wei gasped his last breath. "Congratulations. You have completed the 14th floor trial. As a reward, Wind Spirit Silver Armor A has been deposited into your inventory. You have acquired 10,000 points as a reward. You have acquired 4,000 products as a reward. Additional rewards are being enhanced because you fought and won against a challenger stronger than originally anticipated. You have acquired 4,000 products as an additional reward. Sword Heaven Borrowing A has been deposited into your inventory. Moving to the waiting room, the foundation for creating myths has been fully established. Authority divine power is strongly activated, calculating myth based on the believer's faith and actual results. Another myth was created. A golden flash erupted from Sang Yun's chest. Myth Trial Warrior completed. Myth Trial Warrior is accumulating divinity. From now on, skill Indomitable Will will be linked to Challenger Han Sang-Yun's Divine Power Management. From now on, skill Reversal will be linked to Challenger Han Sang-Yun's Divine Power Management. A golden flash enveloped Sang-Yun, giving him new power, a new beginning. Challenger Namding Wayok's soul has been absorbed. Proficiency has increased by 47. Unique trait Soul Extractor's proficiency has reached 100. A thick red and black energy flow exploded and merged into his body. Unique trait Soul Extractor B has increased in grade. Bang! Soul Extractor A, his power leapt to a new stage. Sang-Yun looked down at Namding Wayok's corpse. When challengers from other worlds died, their bodies always disappeared. But does that not happen if the floor invasion penalty is lifted? Clang. True Heavenly Blood Magic Sword's unique effect blood consumption has been activated. Clang. Absorbed Challenger Namding Wayok's blood essence item has grown to a grade. 11,474 1,400. Clang. Challenger Namding Wayok's minor skill Mind Technique Enhancement A is being engraved into blood consumption's unique slot. The sword in his hand glowed red, absorbing the essence of his defeated foe. A satisfied smile spread across Sang-Yun's blood-stained face. This is another attribute I can add to Sword Flame. Amazing, he sighed, looking at his tattered clothes. My clothes probably can't be restored anymore. I'll have to go shopping on Earth. But as soon as he finished speaking, a system notification window appeared before his eyes. Clang. Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch says she has a great set of armor for her contractor. Clang. Administrator White Crane Swordsman says a martial uniform is more suitable for the contractor's combat style. Sang-Yun scoffed, finding the two administrators' competition amusing. He was teleported to a snow-covered land, and a colossal European-style building stood before him. Now this truly looks like the Iron-Blooded Monarch's abode, he mumbled in admiration. He pushed open the heavy door and stepped inside. The Iron-Blooded Monarch sat there with an enchanting smile. Well done, Han Sang-Yun. It's been a while. She handed him a red gem necklace. This is to commemorate having crossed a huge mountain. Consider it a gift. Sang-Yun stared blankly at the gift, surprised. Didn't you say you'd give me armor? He asked. She chuckled. If you infuse a little magic into the necklace, the armor will equip itself. Oh, it's best to equip it outside the tower for the first time, she added, just in case. Sang-Yun put on the necklace. Thank you, I'll use it well. The scene shifted again. Taking him to a peaceful blue bamboo forest, he stood before an ancient-style house and bowed. Greetings, master. The White Crane Swordsman called his name. Sang-Yun, he respectfully repeated. Master. She puffed out her cheeks, sulking. I thought you'd come to me first. Going to that woman first is disappointing. Don't be angry, master. He tried to appease her, but she still turned her face away like two sulking pigtails. Master, this master, other than that woman, wants to do something for you. Sang-Yun was surprised. Her cheeks flushed and her voice held a hint of shyness. I want to touch your hair. What? Sang-Yun was taken aback. Haven't you heard the saying, medicine to the pharmacist, hair to the hairdresser? I'm really uneasy. Besides, you don't even have tools. She drew a small sword, her eyes sharp. White sword, 7 skills is enough. Sit still or you'll get hurt. Wait, Sang-Yun exclaimed in surprise as she lunged with the sword. In the blink of an eye, a lightning-fast sword line brushed past his hair. Sang-Yun looked at himself in a small mirror, astonished by his new haircut. Wow, he smiled contentedly. Master is quite talented too. I like it. That's a relief, haha. The White Crane Swordsman breathed a sigh of relief, a happy smile adorning her face. The White Crane Swordsman handed him something, beaming. Sang-Yun, this will make it easier for you to wear the martial uniform you mentioned before. Don't forget to wear it outside the tower. Sang-Yun stared blankly at her and she cheerfully waved goodbye. Then good luck. He watched her back, thinking to himself. Why is she acting like that? Suspicious. You have entered the 15th floor waiting room. System completion has begun. Quest commands have been activated. From now on, challengers can receive specific quests from administrators. Quests will replace individual trials based on the administrator's life. Upon completing a quest, you can receive a reward from the administrator who assigned the quest. However, only one quest can be received per floor. Sang-Yun mumbled. Quests? He stood in the center of the waiting room looking at the floating notification windows. I wondered why the administrators were being so kind to me. Turns out they can finally entrust their quest to me. I have a lot to do now. He placed his hand on one of the notification windows. Alright, let's think slowly. First, I need to check the new myths I've acquired. Myth Trial Warrior activated. Indomitable Will effect is linked to Divine Power Management. When Indomitable Will is activated, you can act with full power regardless of your physical condition. Reversal effect is linked to Divine Power Management. When Reversal is activated, you receive a greater buff the more disadvantaged you are in combat. He smirked. The previous non-recovery ability from Vampire Exterminator was limited. Trial Warrior can be used in any combat, so it's much more practical. And the new ability added to Soul Extractor finally reached a grade. Unique trait Soul Extractor A detailed effect. The quality of Death's enlightenment has been revealed. He frowned. But what does this mean? Authority Divine Power is activated. But even if I activate my Divine Power, there's no change. God of Death. He turned away, deciding to put the question aside. I don't know, but time will tell. A beautiful sword appeared before his eyes. Sword Heaven borrowing A, cutting power 10, attack speed 10, magic management 10. A sword that evolved solely for destruction. Sword Heaven borrowing grows stronger the harder it is to destroy. When mana is infused, a unique effect Sword Heaven borrowing is activated. When Sword Heaven borrowing is activated, the sword gains absolute destruction properties and can even cut magic itself. However, the harder it is to cut, the more mana Sword Heaven borrowing consumes. When fused with sword concentration, the unique effect Sword Sense is activated. When Sword Sense is activated, you can designate one of the item's unique effects belonging to the sword category and learn the form of that skill. However, Sword Sense can only be used twice and cannot be absorbed. Sword Heaven borrowing seems to go very well with Sword Flame, he thought, looking at the purple energy flow emanating from the sword. And Sword Sense, it's no longer limited to the item and helps the user's growth. Such items are truly ridiculously powerful. It must be because I defeated Namgang Wei OK, who was much stronger than the trial difficulty. He decided to grasp the sword and test it. You have reached a state of fusion with the sword. Sword Heaven borrowing's unique effect Sword Sense has been activated. You can absorb one of the item's unique effects belonging to the sword category as a skill. Selection complete. Skill Sword Sense A has been fully absorbed. Sword Sense uses remaining 1. Oh, he couldn't hide his surprise. A cunning smile spread across his lips. It really worked. I used Sword Sense to absorb Sword Sense, so I could originally learn only 2 skills, but now I can learn 3. Ha ha. Sword Heaven borrowing A's unique effect Sword Sense has been activated. You can absorb one of the item's unique effects belonging to the sword category as a skill. He decided to use the remaining opportunity. Selection complete. Skill Sword Heaven borrowing A has been fully absorbed. Sword Sense uses remaining 0. Sword Heaven borrowing A's unique effect Sword Sense has been completely depleted. Sword Heaven borrowing A's unique effect Sword Sense has completely vanished. You have now mastered Sword Heaven borrowing as a skill. You can use Sword Heaven borrowing even without the item. Challenger Namgang Wei Ok's soul has been absorbed, permanently increasing your stats: strength 4, agility 4, stamina 6, magic 7, endurance 4. Most of the stats weren't absorbed much. Too bad. A message window containing a sulking girl's avatar appeared. You should at least contact me when you come back to the tower, Sang Yun. He sighed. Not even a regular guild member. We're partners, he smiled guiltily. You were the one who worried about me the most before I went to Japan. I should message her next time. But as he read the message, his eyes widened in horror. Bruna, 9th floor, Son Young. I don't know what the situation is like in the tower, but I have news. Bruna, 9th floor. Another challenger from another world has appeared. Bruna, 9th floor. An Ares challenger caused a large-scale massacre in London. It's another dimensional invasion. Namgang Wei Ok's words echoed in his mind again. You will not be able to prevent the gods from destroying your earth, damn it. He gritted his teeth. A vein pulsed on his temple and his eyes burned with fury. In London, bizarre blue energy spheres were destroying the city, causing massive explosions. The spheres enveloped buildings, slowly corroding and destroying them from within. It was a destructive sight. London's Big Ben clock tower was surrounded by blue energy spheres. Every brick of the historic building was slowly corroding. In the sky, countless blue magical creatures covered in lightning rushed to attack innocent citizens fleeing in terror. A man was caught by a monster, screaming desperately. This is the second dimensional invasion of Earth. At a crowded press conference, the spokesperson announced. This is a video showing the situation of yesterday's London attack. Everything began with the appearance of a mysterious black sphere in the sky. Immediately after causing the first massacre, the strange magical creatures suddenly disappeared, and the challenger from another world also hid within that black sphere, remaining silent until today. That mysterious black sphere is rapidly growing in size, and there is a very high probability that a second massacre will occur soon. To prevent another terrible incident from happening again, we earnestly request all Korean hunters to assist in this cause. A hunter stood up and asked, "Why is the Korean Hunter Association so proactive? They tried to stop hunters from going to resolve the Shinjuku incident, so why the sudden change?" The spokesperson hesitated. "That's because there are benefits," a female hunter added. "After the Shinjuku incident, Korea's status will rise, which will bring various advantages to the Korean Hunter Association in terms of business activities." In another corner, 2 hunters were whispering. "Ghost Sword, isn't that the ghost sword from the Shinjuku incident?" "Yeah, that's him. He just changed his hairstyle." Lee Si-yin looked back at Han Sang-yun. "Mr. Han Sang-yun," he nodded in greeting. "It's been a while. I'm sorry for climbing the tower without telling you in advance," she pouted. "It's okay. At least I know now. I hope you'll treat us as partners from now on. By the way, where's your combat gear?" she asked with a curious expression. Sang-yun pointed to his chest. "Oh, it's inside." Hai-yin was bewildered. "Inside," an association staff member shouted. "Those who are here to assist with the London crisis, please proceed along this Dongdao and board the transport. We are requesting volunteers from many of you." Sang-yun looked back at Hai-yin. "Should we also go towards the transport?" But he stopped. "No, not this time." Hai-yin was surprised. The two walked out into a wider space. Hai-yin smiled confidently. "I also got some upgrades while climbing the tower. I learned spatial support magic. It was quite cumbersome to learn though," she explained. "But if I have the coordinates, I can instantly teleport there. Plus I got the association's consent. teleportation. Sang Yun couldn't hide his surprise. You have been selected as a target for spatial support magic. You will now be moved to the designated location via spatial support magic. In London, as mages took defensive positions, a blue teleportation circle suddenly appeared on the ground, startling them. Magical creatures reappeared. This time, magical creatures reappeared directly from that teleportation circle. The second attack is about to begin. Defend the magic tower, an old mage shouted at an apprentice boy. Recruit, if this external object enters the gate, terrible things will happen. So focus only on the gate. Yes, the boy stammered in response. The boy was horrified to see a monster leaping out of the teleportation circle right in front of him. HMPH. The boy gasped in fear, but suddenly the teleportation circle shone brightly, and with a scream, monsters and a figure in black clothes were thrown out of the gate. The boy stared blankly as the monster's teeth were sent flying and fell to the ground. Sang Yun and Hai Yin arrived and stood tall before the boy. Sang Yun calmly asked, "What are these magical creatures?" The boy hastily bowed his head. "I'm sorry, we weren't sufficiently prepared." Sang Yun waved his hand. "It's okay." Thankfully, nothing happened. He looked towards the battlefield. "When did the attack start? We'll help." A mage, seemingly a commander, approached. "Thank you for coming to help in this difficult time. Please forgive us for not greeting you properly, as everything is an emergency. Please leave this matter to us and go to where everyone else is." The commander mage hurried and pointed to the stairs. "Recruit, take these people downstairs." The apprentice boy nodded. "Yes, this way." Sang Yun quietly followed Hai Yin and the apprentice boy down the spiral stone stairs. The air grew increasingly solemn and tense. The apprentice boy pushed open two large ornate wooden and gold doors with all his might, revealing a bright room inside. It was a luxurious conference room where all the high-ranking mages and hunters were gathered around a long table. The atmosphere was as heavy as lead. Sang Yun watched the scene and thought to himself, "It seems they sent many hunters to assist this time. But why is the atmosphere so heavy?" he wondered. Moreover, what's with the attitude of these British magic tower mages? As he and Hai Yin stood before the conference table, Sang Yun felt uncomfortable. Outside, everyone is fighting to the death, but the upper echelons are arrogantly sitting at a table discussing. It's the same everywhere. Suddenly, a white-haired old man sitting at the head of the table looked up with an extremely surprised expression. "Huh?" The old man sprang to his feet, pointing at Sang Yun, his voice trembling with shock. "My God, you!" A bright, joyful smile spread across the old man's aged face. "Ha, I never imagined I'd meet you again like this. It's an honor to see you again." The old man politely bowed. "Mr. Han Sang Yun." Hai Yin turned to Sang Yun, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Do you know each other?" Sang Yun was also surprised. "Ah, it's the old mage I saved on the 13th floor trial, isn't it?" After an exchange of explanations, Sang Yun began to grasp the situation. "So you're saying a gigantic black sphere has a barrier that hundreds of mages pouring their magic into couldn't destroy, and while it was small, you almost succeeded in destroying it, but that shock stopped the first attack, and since then, no matter how hard you tried, you couldn't even scratch it?" The old man nodded in confirmation. "That's right." The others in the room began to murmur. "I can't believe the elder gave up his seat at the head of the table. Who in the world is that person? As far as I know, isn't that person the Korean hunter who went to Japan? Did he meet him in the trials?" The elder turned, his voice resolute. "HMPH, giving up the head seat or even kneeling is nothing, if it can save this country. You may not know, but I do." He looked at Sang Yun with eyes of absolute trust. "I know exactly how strong this young man is," he humbly asked. "What do you think is the best way?" Sang Yun, now seated in the elder's chair, calmly declared, "I will destroy the black sphere." The elder was startled. Then a light of hope flickered in his eyes. "Can you do it?" The others began to whisper again. "He can't say that so easily. Isn't the elder too hasty?" "But on one condition," Sang Yun said. The elder asked uneasily. "Condition?" Sang Yun's eyes sharpened. "If everyone here rewards me, I will destroy it." His proposal was immediately met with fierce opposition. "That's preposterous. Do you know who we are?" The elder had a troubled expression. "That's a bit excessive. I think I need to discuss it with the other representatives." Outside, the black sphere continued to grow, emanating a menacing aura. Sang Yun said, "I don't mind waiting, but considering the current situation, if we wait any longer, London will disappear." He thought to himself. "In an extreme situation, I would step forward even without reward, but I should take what I can get." The elder looked out the window, desperation clearly visible on his face as he saw the growing threat. He gritted his teeth and made his final decision. "Fine, I will make it happen somehow." Then he turned, and with an urgent voice he cried out, "Please destroy that damn thing," the others objected. "Elder, you can't decide so easily." Sang Yun smiled confidently. "I accept the mission." He activated the item the White Crane swordsman had given him, a blue glowing necklace. Immediately, a set of black martial robes appeared and perfectly equipped itself on his body. He swung his sword, and two streams of sword energy, one blue and one red, shattered the nearby glass window. Hai Yin called his name uneasily. "Mr. Sang Yun." She looked at his retreating back, and a premonition of dread flashed through her mind. Sang Yun turned his head, a confident smile on his face under the moonlight. He leaped out of the tower and flew straight into the night sky. "I'll be back soon." Skill Wind Spirit Silver Armor A. Wind's path activated. All speed increased by 70. A blue aura enveloped his feet, allowing him to fly through the air. Sang Yun flew like a blue arrow, leaving a trail of light in the night sky over London. Flying directly towards the colossal black sphere in the conference room, everyone watched in astonishment. HMPH, he's almost there. Is such a thing possible for a human? He landed softly on the edge of the sphere where black and blue energy flows fiercely swirled. Sang Yun looked down at the sphere and sighed. It's horribly large. He drew his twin swords. One was blood red, the other sky blue. Now for the skill. Heaven-shattering sword A, proficiency 0. Basic effect, can apply absolute destruction status to body or weapons using magic. Detailed effect, can even cut mana itself, but the harder the object the more mana it consumes. Time to find the rat, he whispered. The two swords in his hands glowed red and blue, fusing together. Skill Heaven-shattering sword activated. The upper limit of what can be destroyed has been lifted. He gritted his teeth, concentrating all his strength into the attack. A destructive energy flow shot from his twin swords, flying directly towards the black sphere's barrier. The power of the Heaven-shattering sword shook and cracked the ground below. Sang Yun held his stance, and the two swords in his hands burned brightly. A skill that can even cut mana itself, he sneered with a smirk. I've acquired a truly good skill. He gripped the sword hilt tightly and condensed a colossal purple energy flow. All his power was unleashed, creating a heaven-shaking attack. A massive crack appeared in the black sphere's barrier, and then it shattered into countless fragments, revealing a dark space within. Sang Yun calmly flew among the fragments. First obstacle destroyed successfully. Suddenly a strong suction pulled him inside. You have entered the magic space of despair. Magic space. He vigilantly looked around. It was a dark, empty space. Is this another dimension inside the barrier? Skill Clairvoyance activated. Countless dark, monstrous creatures appeared and surrounded him. Creatures not of this domain are affected by domain-related skills. Cannot be dispelled by skill. Creatures not of this domain suffer severe confusion, and single combat-related skills are temporarily suspended. Creatures not of this domain receive an 18-point reduction penalty to all stats. He was attacked by monsters before he could react, took a hit due to the overwhelming numbers, and groaned in pain. Arg, an extremely powerful illusion attacked his mind. A colossal monster with brightly glowing eyes roared. The illusion is powerful enough to inflict physical damage. Authority Pure Mind activated. Effects from the magic space of despair have been dispelled. Due to magic resistance skill, some of your skills have been unsealed. Due to forced breakthrough skill, the 18-point reduction penalty to all stats has been lifted. Golden energy exploded from Sang Yun's body, shattering the illusion and sending the monsters flying backward. He swung his twin swords, creating blades of light, and massacred countless dark creatures. After sweeping through them, he landed on the ground, preparing for the next battle. Sang Yun felt a familiar energy flow. It seems this martial uniform from the White Crane Swordsman has a skill that regenerates when magic is infused into it. Truly convenient, a voice came from afar. Amazing, a wizard in a purple robe and pointed hat appeared. To think a mortal from this small dimension is strong enough to pierce my magic space, he said contemptuously. The two rushed at each other, and swords and magic clashed, creating dazzling light in the dark space. But I was prepared for this situation too, the wizard shouted, and countless other mages appeared from the darkness surrounding Sang Yun. Intense light exploded, forcing Sang Yun to cover his face. Myth Trial Warrior activated. Indomitable Will effect is linked to divine power management. When Indomitable Will is activated, you can act with full power regardless of your physical condition. Myth Trial Warrior activated. Reversal effect is linked to divine power management. When reversal is activated, you receive a greater buff the more disadvantaged you are in combat. Divine light enveloped Sang Yun and his power soared. The commander mage was astonished. Divine power, are you also an apostle? But I was certain there were no gods in this small dimension. Sang Yun raised his hand and a red energy sphere formed in his palm. Stealth, the commander mage shouted, and they all vanished into the darkness, but the energy sphere in Sang Yun's hand grew larger and larger. He unleashed the energy, creating countless red light arrows that shot in all directions, finding the hidden enemies. As the mages were attacked and reappeared, painful screams echoed. Even if you are an apostle of a god, as long as you invade this domain of mine, the mage said, but Sang Yun cut him off. It seems that one is also fake. Where is the real one hiding? The real mage who had spoken to Sang Yun appeared with a swarm of demonic insects. You cannot escape death, he commanded. Self-destruct Soul March. The insects rushed at Sang Yun, ready to explode. Skill Counter Shield activated. Counter Scarecrow. Sang Yun summoned a red baseball bat. He swung the bat, sending all the charging insects flying, and small explosions occurred in the air. The wizard flew far away, attempting to maintain distance, and Sang Yun frowned. Was he trying to drag out this fight? This sphere might be quite vast, but ultimately everything was a trap. The staff in his hand transformed into a flaming red sword, and though it might be a crude method, he raised the sword high. Let's sweep away everything in here. His eyes became resolute, and the counter shield skill released all the accumulated damage in a single attack. True Heavenly Blood Magic Swords engraved skill Unholy Reinforcement B has been activated. First Hybrid Magic Sword's unique effect Twin Slash has been activated. A red energy blast engulfed all the space inside the sphere. Outside, the black sphere could be seen abnormally swelling before exploding. All space was destroyed and everything turned white. When the smoke cleared, Sang Yun stood and the wizard lay on the ground covered in wounds. He tried to get up, his voice trembling with astonishment. Why is there a monster like you in this dimension? Now get rid of that black sphere, Sang Yun commanded. The black sphere? You mean scatter this void space? The wizard cried out in despair. Impossible. Do you know what I did to create this space? Skill Blood Cry activated. Sang Yun said no more, simply activating the skill. Skill Pain Amplification activated. The target of your attack now feels double the pain. Wizard screamed and fainted as the physical and mental pain doubled. Sang Yun looked directly into the wizard's eyes and spoke in an icy voice. "Scatter it," the wizard growled with his remaining arrogance. "Damn it, you cursed bastard, do you know who I am? How dare you do this to someone who will become the Grand Mage of the future empire?" Without a word, Sang Yun simply broke the wizard's arm and destructive black energy spewed from his hand. He let out a terrible scream. "Scatter it," Sang Yun repeated his command, standing over his struggling enemy. "Wait," the wizard gasped. He wailed in pain and despair. "Damn it, I can't scatter it. It's not something I can do, really." Skill Fire Dragon Eye shows that the target is speaking the truth. Sang Yun's eyes gleamed blue. He changed his question. "Tell me the name of your home dimension, your name, and why you came to Earth." The wizard tried to negotiate. "Can we negotiate first? It will definitely be useful." Sang Yun impatiently stepped on him, gritting his teeth, and answered the question. "I'm from Ares and my name is Sando. The reason I came to this small dimension, I mean Earth, is to gain faith." "What do you mean by gaining faith?" Sang Yun asked. Sando was dumbfounded. "Don't tell me you came all this way without even knowing that. Didn't I tell you not to speak useless words?" As Sang Yun pressed harder with his foot, Sando screamed in pain. "I'll wait, I'll talk, please take your foot off me." Sando gritted his teeth and continued. "According to ancient records found in ancient ruins, excellent mages or knights can transcend their limits through faith. Through the faith of the people, divinity will accumulate on your mana circle heart. And with that, you can reach the 6th stage, that is for becoming a grand mage with a higher level of magic. Then wouldn't it be better to gain faith by helping people?" Sang Yun asked. Sando lay on the ground, answering nonchalantly. "Absolute fear is also a kind of faith, so I judged that massacring many people was the fastest way to accumulate faith." "Why did you choose Earth?" According to ancient records, it was written that a mage's rank could not be raised with divinity that bore traces of other gods. "So I came to this small dimension where no gods exist." "So you committed mass murder to obtain divinity in the end?" Sang Yun asked again in a disgusted voice. "Yes, you crazy bastard." Sang Yun couldn't suppress his anger and kicked Sando. Roaring, he calmed down again, and his eyes grew cold. "Next question. Do you know the divine proof giver or the god of war?" Sando was terrified. "I didn't even know such gods existed." Skill Fire Dragon Eye shows that the target is lying, Sang Yun mumbled. "I asked just in case, but Sando clearly knows both gods." He grabbed Sando by the hair and lifted him up. "All right, I understand. You definitely don't want to say anything, especially when the information is important." Skill Torture Technique activated. From now on you can use more cruel torture techniques. It becomes easier to instill fear in the target, and the efficiency of all torture techniques increases by 10. Sando screamed in astonishment as a terrifying black aura enveloped Sang Yun. Sang Yun's eyes shone in the darkness. "Now let's see how long you can last." A desperate scream echoed in the empty space. "Kill me. Stop healing me," Sando pleaded in extreme despair. Sang Yun merely replied coldly. "Why are you making everything harder when you're going to tell me anyway?" After a long time, Sang Yun finally got the information he needed. "I've learned a lot from Sando. Divinity, magic, the divine proof giver, the god of war, and even a little information about the Ares dimension." He looked down at the unconscious Sando at his feet. "It feels like I've been here for about 7 hours. Torturing him for so long really isn't good for my mental health." However, a realization flashed in his mind. "Now I know what divinity is. First, possessing divinity doesn't make one a god, however. To accumulate divinity, Murim warriors must open their dantian, and Ares mages must have something called a mana circle heart. It is a purer energy than anything else, and it resonates most easily with any will. Thus, the most basic form of mana is divinity. Another important fact is that accumulating divinity allows one to quickly become stronger and reach higher stages. Because it can easily respond to any kind of will, it can demonstrate a higher proficiency than the user's original ability. The problem is that he still doesn't know how to use it properly, but I understand sword energy alone won't work." Sang Yun thought deeply. "There are 2 ways to accumulate divinity. One is to gradually break down and refine mana. This is very difficult and time-consuming. The other is through faith. As long as there is enough faith, whether worship or fear, the recipient will accumulate divinity in their heart." This was all the information he learned from Sando. During the torture, Sando screamed. "There was a prophecy that must never be revealed. A priest worshipping the god of war came and gave me a prophecy. It's true. According to the prophecy, I must find information related to divinity in ancient records in ancient ruins. The god of war." I didn't expect him to intervene so directly. Sang Yun gripped his sword hilt tightly. He recalled the divine proof giver's warning. "Do not trust other gods. They will now consider you an enemy." As the divine proof giver said, "I don't know why the god mentioned only in messages is hostile to me, but the god of war's hostility was confirmed by the things he did on Earth." He gritted his teeth, and the image of a monster's teeth appeared in his mind. If this continues, the image of London engulfed in flames reappeared. "The god of war is definitely my enemy." Sang Yun's eyes became even more resolute and cold. He ended Sando with a clean sword stroke. "You have absorbed Sando's soul. Proficiency has increased by 4.4. True Heavenly Blood Magic Sword's unique effect, blood consumption, has been activated. Absorbing Challenger Sando's blood, the item's grade has increased from A to A 1400. Absorbing Challenger Sando's soul engraved skill Soul Imbuement B has been engraved into Blood Consumption's unique slot. If I want to fight against a god, at least what I have to do is. Sang Yun stood in the middle of the destroyed space, his sword shining brightly in his hand, strengthening his divinity. He made up his mind and returned to the waiting room. Sang Yun lay stretched out on the sofa, resting after the fierce battle. He got up and drank some tea, saying, "I've rested for 2 days, so now it's time for some precious messages to appear." He recalled Hai Yin's words, "This spatial bag is very precious, so you must handle it carefully." He opened the bag, and with some rewards from this raid, countless items appeared: skill proficiency potions, physical ability enhancement potions, and random skill books. I received a truly enormous amount of items. Although they won't be of much help to me now, from Britain's perspective, it's by no means a loss. He looked out the window. The black sphere had disappeared, and a massive metal structure was being built. Anyway, once they investigate this, it will be a great asset to Britain, so they gain something. Should I have claimed ownership? He looked at his hunter license. Hunter Han Sang-Yun, A rank, type melee, registration date 206 to 21 HM. A rank hunter, he smiled as if reminiscing. Becoming an A-rank hunter was once a dream, but why not S rank? This narrow-minded hunter association, he muttered discontentedly. After the raid, the British Hunter Association requested a press conference asking if I planned to naturalize in Britain and created other troublesome matters. In addition, Korea also tempted me with tax breaks, employment benefits, and various other lures. But right now, money or Earth's honor doesn't seem that important. No matter how much I earn, if Earth itself disappears, such things would be completely useless. What I really need to aim for is growth and an absolute power that can stop them even if gods come. Sang Yun's eyes shone with unprecedented resolve in Sang Yun's mind. Sando's painful confession echoed. Divinity is the purest form of mana separated. He sat cross-legged on the sofa, hands on his knees, and began to circulate mana as he had just learned. A stream of red mana slowly enveloped his body. The red mana swirled, condensing into a burning sphere in front of his chest, emitting intense heat. Sang Yun opened his eyes and looked at the energy sphere in his hand, sighing. As expected, no matter how many times I try again, the result is the same. As the red energy disappeared, he mumbled with a slight disappointment. I can refine mana to some extent, but I can't refine it into divinity. It's really difficult. Just then, an even more dazzling golden energy flow erupted from his body. If I hadn't had the authority grace of hero, I wouldn't have even felt it like this. Fortunately, I already have divinity, so I shouldn't be too disappointed. But he focused on the golden divinity flow, trying to form it. I managed a little in the realm of the void, but no matter how much consciousness I pour into divinity, I can't create sword energy or magic. He tried again, but the result was the same. No matter how much consciousness I pour into divinity, I can't create sword energy or magic. Sang Yun stopped his training and let out a long breath. He thought deeply. Faith, belief, it can be moved by will alone. Can the faith generated by trial warrior and vampire exterminator supply energy to it? A confident smile spread across his lips. As expected, I won't be able to use divinity properly right now. He got up, pulled up his hoodie, and covered his face. Just then, a system window appeared before his eyes. Time expired. Return to the Tower of Trials, Sang Yun said casually. Well, I'll find out once I complete the tower. A blue light enveloped him, and a series of new notifications appeared. You have entered the 15th floor of the Tower of Trials. Difficulty, hard. The current trials theme is combat. Expect good results after your training. The surroundings changed. Sang Yun stood in the middle of a battle, and a group of people dressed like cultists were shouting madly, "Kill all the cursed heretics who deny our dark god." 2 mercenaries nearby looked at the scene with disgusted expressions. A bearded man grumbled, "Annoying. I've been a mercenary for years, but I can never get used to this sight." The other agreed. "Those cultists look more like heretics. Why did Lady Renal take on this mission?" Suddenly, the red-haired mercenary turned and shouted with an angry expression. "You idiot!" He grabbed the collar of Yun's hoodie, who was lying on a pile of luggage, and pulled him up. "Wake up!" Yun opened his eyes with a blank expression. What was it like this from the start? Is that guy an orc or a human? The mercenary looked at Yun's modern attire with a puzzled expression. "What is your strange clothing? The holy war is about to begin. Where are your weapons?" Yun remained silent in his hood, quickly analyzing the situation. "Holy war? Am I in the middle of a religious war?" The scene unfolded and a massive battlefield was covered in dust. A gigantic trial notification appeared. 15th floor trial has begun. Time remaining 17 days. Clearance condition. Successfully lead the holy war within the given time. Trial failure condition. Challenger's death or time over. Clearance reward, unknown god's protection bracelet S grade. Penalty for failure, death. Yun glanced at the enemy forces. Looks like there are thousands of enemies. A commander is shouting loudly to boost the soldiers' morale. "Soldiers, if you win this holy war, you will all gain glory. Support Lady Renal at all costs," Yun asked the red-haired mercenary. "Renal?" He smiled, proudly showing his teeth. "Yes, she is the commander of our mercenary group. Lady Renal is an aura user." Suddenly, a soldier on the watchtower shouted, "Damn heretics are here. Everyone, prepare for battle." From the opposite side, a voice echoed across the entire battlefield. "The time has come to judge the fanatics who worship the god of war." Yun's eyes flashed under his hood. He quickly connected everything. "All right, So in this situation, I'm a member of a mercenary group hired by those annoying guys who serve the Dark God. And we're caught in a war between the Dark God and the God of War. A pleasant smile spread across Yoon's face. The necklace on his chest glowed red. Suddenly, I feel motivated. Special mission Patriotic Commander has begun. Prove your leadership and gain the mercenaries' recognition. Additional rewards will be granted to the 15th floor trial reward upon completing the special mission. Renal had an intense yearning for the sword. She was the commander of a regular mercenary corps. She wasn't from a noble family. And the battlefield was the only place she could grow. Having gone through countless battlefields, she experienced numerous life and death situations, and as a result she was able to reach the stage of an aura user, a level officially recognized only by knights. However, since she hadn't formally learned aura from her seniors, her options were limited. Therefore she had no choice but to constantly go to the battlefield and risk her life to seek enlightenment. With her blonde hair flowing, Renal charged into the heart of the enemy lines on horseback. Her sword glowed with a golden light. She swung her sword, creating sharp aura streaks, easily cutting down numerous enemies. In the midst of the fierce battle, she thought to herself with an uneasy expression, "No matter how many I cut down, it never ends." Renal gritted her teeth, watching the red-robed enemies rush in like a tide. The enemies' numbers are estimated to be in the thousands. She glanced at her own army. There are grotesque orc mercenaries and annoying undead summoned by black mages, but we only have 700. She analyzed the situation as she fought. This is completely different from what the black mages said. If things go wrong, it could be dangerous. The mercenaries struggled to clear a path for her. "Support Lady Renal, just a moment." Their shout suddenly turned to chaos as the ground began to shake violently. A colossal stone golem rose from beneath the earth. Its eyes glowed a deadly red, and panic spread among the mercenaries. "It's a siege golem." A soldier rushed to the red-haired subcommander and shouted urgently, "Subcommander, Lady Renal is isolated." The subcommander shouted, "What?" He gritted his teeth, helplessly watching their commander surrounded by enemies. "Damn it." Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the golem, the enemy army attacked with full force, separating Renal from her troops. "TCH, Renal's power is running out," she panted. "I don't have the strength to lift a finger now." A red-eyed fanatic charged, his sword glinting with a deadly light. Renal was gripped by a bitter despair as she watched the approaching blade. "Am I going to die so absurdly? I haven't even reached the top yet." A tear trickled down her soiled cheek. "How foolish! If I had known this, I wouldn't have participated in this holy war." Just as the blade was about to reach her, a massive blue energy wave suddenly exploded, sending all surrounding enemies flying. Renal turned in surprise, her eyes wide with disbelief. Yoon stood before her in different attire, speaking in an unusually calm voice. "I'll hold them off for a moment. It would be best for you to retreat in the meantime." She stared blankly at the young man's back. How can he speak so calmly in the middle of this crazy battlefield? Am I dreaming? "No," Renal replied, and Yoon charged into the enemy lines. His body transformed into a blur of blue light and shadow. Renal's eyes widened further at the energy enveloping his sword. Sword flame. The enemy army was thrown into complete chaos by Yoon's appearance. "Cough, who is this damn bastard? Everyone be careful, he's dangerous." He moved like a dancer. His sword lines were a perfect harmony of blue and red energy, beautiful yet deadly. Renal watched, mesmerized and completely captivated. Strength, agility and sharpness all at once. It's like watching a work of art. Her cheeks flushed and a strange emotion bloomed in her heart. "Beautiful." The blue light surrounding Yoon disappeared, replaced by dark crimson energy. He sneered with satisfaction. "Melee combat is my specialty. If I absorb souls and blood while fighting, I can recover stamina and mana indefinitely." Small red souls were extracted from the bodies of fallen enemies and flew towards Yoon. "I'm not particularly happy that the proficiency of engraved skill soul imbuement increases by 0.001 per person." However, a series of system windows appeared before his eyes. "You have absorbed use skill. You have absorbed use skill. You have absorbed use skill. You have absorbed use skill." Yoon grinned widely. Blue lightning flashed around him. Absorbing skills is quite beneficial. He unleashed another destructive energy wave, sweeping away many enemies. An enemy commander shouted in terror, "Our retreat!" He commanded his army in a panic. "Don't face that crazy monster head-on. Bring the siege golems forward." Yoon calmly faced the colossal siege golems. His sword was ready for battle, and he took a stance, concentrating energy into his blade. White sword, 7 skills. A dazzling light erupted from the sword, and his eyes shone brightly. White sword piercing heaven. With a single slash, he created a massive crescent-shaped energy wave, sweeping away everything in its path. The mercenaries screamed in utter astonishment. "He destroyed that colossal golem with one blow. Is he truly human?" "Again," Renal whispered. She stared intently at Yoon, her heart pounding. "That's the skill he used when he saved me. I wasn't mistaken." She opened her eyes wide, trying to comprehend what she had just witnessed. He seems to be distorting and compressing space itself. It no longer even belongs to the realm of swordsmanship. Fragments of the colossal golem rained down on the panicked enemy forces. An enemy commander shouted in disbelief. He took down a siege golem summoned with the essence of magic in one attack. "That's impossible. I've never heard of such a thing." Suddenly, a man who appeared to be of higher rank emerged, silencing the surrounding soldiers. A soldier stammered, That person." A bald man with a scar over his eye spoke in a low, authoritative voice. "Don't be so noisy. There's only one enemy. The fanatics immediately snapped to attention and shouted, "Combat Priest Mir prepares the heretic's secret weapon group weakening spell." A colossal red magic circle began to form around the priests. Power that could temporarily bind even dragons once the magic was complete. If we catch that damned bastard, victory in this holy war is ours. Purple-black magic energy flew towards Yun. He merely scoffed and swung his sword, easily cutting the black magic energy. The priests performing the ritual froze. Combat Priest Mir shouted in astonishment, "He blocked our group magic so easily. Is there a priest here?" Giving them no time to collect themselves, Yun charged like lightning. He lunged and delivered a powerful elbow strike to his stomach. Mir spat out blood. Cough, I couldn't even see him. Yun swung his sword, finishing off Mir. Unexpectedly, numerous streams of blood erupted from Mir's body and pierced the surrounding fanatics, who screamed in pain. Cough, AR, what is this? Everyone, what's attacking us? Yun stood there. A blood-red aura surrounded him. I came up with this idea because using blood energy manipulation publicly would cause problems. He smiled demonically, using small blood spheres like claymore mines. Mir lay on the ground, riddled with holes. A fanatic shouted in despair, "Priest Mir is dead." Panic spread throughout the enemy army. "We need to call the supervisor. We can't fight such a monster. All troops retreat." As the enemy forces fled, a system window appeared before Yun's eyes. As the mercenaries cheered for victory, everyone on the battlefield felt your presence to their bones. Congratulations. Special mission Path of the Commander completed. Additional rewards will be added to the 15th floor trial reward. You have achieved the accomplishment Peerless Warrior. All your skill levels have increased by 4 levels. After the battle, a mercenary pointed to a large tent and said in a voice mixed with awe and fear, You can stay there alone." The red-haired sub-commander approached Yun from behind and stammered, Excuse me." Yun turned to him, his eyes filled with curiosity. The sub-commander bowed his head, his voice trembling with awe. "Please forgive my rudeness earlier." Yun sneered with satisfaction and patted his shoulder in a friendly manner. It's all right, Orc friend." The sub-commander froze. "Orc?" Yun turned and walked towards his tent, waving his hand nonchalantly. "I'm tired and want to rest, so go away." The sub-commander quickly saluted. "Rest well." Inside the luxurious tent, Yun took off his outer garment. "After defeating over 1,000 enemies in a single battle, everyone started treating me cautiously, and they immediately upgraded my quarters." He sat down and recalled a special system notification. It was a message that appeared during the battle earlier. "You have ended many lives and harvested their souls. Your talent as a Grim Reaper is slowly beginning to manifest." Soul Extractor A grade, detailed effect. The qualities of a Grim Reaper have been revealed. Yun pondered deeply. Soul Extractor A grade, it says the qualities of a Grim Reaper have been revealed. He mumbled to himself. Grim Reaper, what is a Grim Reaper? What exactly does that mean? The eerie image of a colossal shadowy creature with a massive scythe flashed in his mind. Suddenly his keen sixth sense detected an approaching presence. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun swung his hand, creating a crescent-shaped sword energy that sliced through the air inside the tent. A shadow suddenly darted in through the tent entrance, but failed to evade the attack and cried out in surprise. "R!" The shadow fell flat on the ground. Renal scrambled to her feet, clutching her chest and gasping for breath. Yun recognized her. "You're Renal, what are you doing here?" He looked at her with curious eyes. "Fortunately, there was no murderous intent, but I almost died." Renal's face flushed and she awkwardly stood up. I survived earlier thanks to you." Yun crossed his arms and frowned. "Is it customary in this culture to express gratitude like a thief?" Renal quickly waved her hands. That is?" She regained her composure and looked Yun directly in the eye. "You're not a mercenary, are you?" Yun thought to himself. "This is troublesome. Anyone who already suspects me won't believe me if I say I'm a mercenary. Did I overdo it on the battlefield?" Renal continued. "I could tell just by the divine presence you showed earlier. That's not something an ordinary mercenary can do." She stepped closer, her blue eyes seemingly piercing him, and her voice was serious. "What is your true identity?" Yun paused for a moment. "I am," he decided to lie, "an agent sent by the Dark God, an apostle of God." Meanwhile, he cursed inwardly. "This is really annoying. I need to make something up for now." Renal took a step back, her expression surprised. Are you an apostle?" Yun worried. Did she figure out it was a lie? Unexpectedly, Renal knelt on the ground and bowed her head to the earth. "Greetings, apostle. This humble servant has committed a great sin against you." Yun was completely flustered. "Wait, you don't need to apologize that much." He walked over, helped Renal up, linked arms with her in a friendly manner and smiled brightly. "Just keep it a secret for now. My power shouldn't be revealed to spies." Renal blushed and looked up. "But is it all right to tell such valuable information to someone like me?" Yun replied with a confident voice. "Oh, that's fine," he grinned. "True comrades recognize each other." Renal's eyes widened and her face flushed crimson. "True comrades." A series of system windows appeared before Yun's eyes. Special mission, Object of Admiration has begun. Gain the admiration of the strongest mercenary and strengthen the allied forces. The strongest mercenary is indicated by an arrow visible only to challengers. Upon completing the special mission, the strongest mercenary will lead the forces in your stead, even without your direct command. Upon completing the special mission, you will receive additional rewards when you clear the trial. Renal Asia is the strongest mercenary in the allied faction. A red arrow clearly appeared above Renal's head. Yun thought to himself. "After completing the special mission Path of the Commander earlier, I was wondering how to lead them. And this is truly good. He took Renal's hand and a confident smile spread across his face. This trial seems easier than I expected. He opened his status window. Han Sang-yoon status window. Strength 121, Stamina 117, Agility 115, Magic 114, Endurance 113. Unique trait Soul Extractor A. Unique authority Skill Integration. View detailed info, skill detailed info, he mumbled with satisfaction. All stats have exceeded 3 digits. Good, I absorbed quite a few skills in the last battle. I think it's time to organize my skills. He checked his authorities and skill list. Authority Mistrust Reinforcement D. Sword Flame Dragon A. Steel Blade C. True Heavenly Blood Magic Sword A. Divine Power B. Grace of Hero D. Rapid Mana Charge D. Skill Details. New skills, newly acquired skills. Charm D. Alchemy D. Low Voice D. Ascension E. Gluttony F. Acceleration E. Wolf Step D. Advancement F. Swift Movement D. He thought, I've acquired a lot but not many of them are immediately usable. Yoon stood in the middle of countless blue skill windows. Confident expression on his face. Alright, in this case there's no other choice but skill integration. A notification appeared. Unique authority skill integration activated. Suddenly, Authority Grace of Hero was powerfully activated. His eyes glowed blue and his face was filled with surprise. A dazzling light exploded from the center of both his palms, and his luck temporarily greatly increased. He exclaimed in surprise, "Oh!" The pillar of light emanating from his hands brightly illuminated the interior of the luxurious tent. From the pillar of light 3 new skills formed. Absolute Charm B, Black Wolf Footwork A, Steel Absorption B, he sneered with satisfaction. The Grace of Hero authority was activated when I integrated True Heavenly Blood Magic Sword S last time too. He looked at the True Heavenly Blood Magic Sword in his hand, recalling the skills absorbed from Sando. Come to think of it, there was this too. 3 different engraved skill icons appeared on the blade. Engraved skill Blood Energy Enhancement C, engraved skill Thought Enhancement B, and engraved skill Soul Imbuement B. His finger slid. Stopping at the last skill icon, a system window appeared showing a detailed description. Engraved skill Soul Imbuement B. Engraved skill description. A skill absorbed from Challenger Sando. Can imbue self-souls into various barriers or items formed by magic and sorcery. Engraved skill effect. When a self-soul is imbued, a soul suitable for the item is randomly contained and the skill completely vanishes. Items imbued with a self-soul possess growth potential and provide comprehensive support to the user. Yoon read the information, his eyes resolute. The skill itself disappears after use. I might have to use the blood sword again in this trial. He stood there and 2 swords, 1 blue and 1 red, appeared beside him. True Heavenly Blood Magic Sword's engraved skill Soul Imbuement B has been activated. Designate a barrier or item to imbue a self-soul. He looked at the 2 swords before him, deep in thought. He reached out his hand and said in a calculating voice, imbuing a self-soul means giving a personality to an item that can help me. Since this isn't for just a few days naturally, a red light severed the sword's skill connection. Engraved skill Soul Imbuement B is being cast on True Heavenly Blood Magic Sword A. He nodded. Choosing the blood sword, a growth-type item, was rational. A dazzling red and golden flash erupted fiercely from the sword and Yoon squinted, groaning. The sword floated in the air, radiating a brilliant aura. Self-Soul Jekyll has been imbued into True Heavenly Blood Magic Sword A. A cunning old voice echoed from the sword. He. After long wanderings and pilgrimages, finally, Yoon was dumbfounded. The voice suddenly became arrogant. Ha, worship me, admire me, applaud me. Finally, I, Tongramgu, have returned. Cold sweat trickled down Yoon's temple. He mumbled. Some crazy guy has been imbued into the blood sword. Meanwhile, in another corner of the encampment, a black mage was performing his ritual among skeletons. He combined the skeletons, creating a disgusting hybridized creature. This is the true art of corpse fusion magic. Yoon happened to pass by, glanced at the creature, and offered a sarcastic compliment. Wow, impressive, senior, other black mages began to whisper as they saw him. Hey, isn't that guy the butcher going over there? Such a young kid committed a massacre? Hey, you didn't see it, but on the battlefield, he's an absolute monster. He killed over 1,000 people without a change in expression. A black mage flinched. Crazy. Stay away from that guy, he's ominous. Yoon heard that and thought inwardly with disgust. I don't want to hear that from you guys. He stood alone under the moonlight, enjoying the rare quietness. The voice from the sword echoed again, filled with displeasure and arrogance. This guy, is he mocking me? Why does he ignore everything I say? Back in the iron-blooded cult, people used to die waiting for me to speak. But because of this guy, the voice continued to complain arrogantly. Truly rude, truly rude. This small muddy magic sword offered to converse, but you refused. Yoon grumbled inwardly. Seriously, just mutter to yourself. The sword continued to hum, complaining that it thought it had escaped hell but was now trapped with a boring guy. Yoon retorted in a cold voice. I'm not boring. I just dislike useless talk, the voice said with interest. Oh, you're finally thinking of enjoying a conversation with me. Yoon walked into a secluded forest and said, That's because the eyes watching us have completely disappeared. The voice from the sword echoed, arrogant and displeased. Truly absurd. Don't you know the lesson of Wonder Meme Vine? We're in the same area, so you should know. Yoon ignored him. His eyes remained sharp. Bo Woon I am Vine? I don't know such a thing. He decisively changed the subject. By the way, were you a challenger when you were alive? The sword hummed with anger. Is that what you call a conversation? The voice became arrogant again. The iron-blooded magic sword Tangramgu was a name known to everyone. Yoon seemed indifferent to the reputation. Then how many floors did you climb as a challenger? The sword was silent for a moment before replying. The last climb was the 41st floor. Yun's eyes narrowed in surprise. 41st floor? Realizing the potential of this information, a faint smile spread across his lips. If this is true, the information he has could be very important. This could be a huge advantage. But a question flashed through his mind. Wait, but if you climb to the 41st floor? He stared blankly, and his voice became serious. I heard that challengers who die after the 40th floor can be revived as administrators, so why weren't you revived as an administrator? The sword roared with contempt, emitting a thick red aura. How dare you suggest I live there like a dog of greed? That's worse than death. What's the point of being revived dishonorably? Yun put his hand on his forehead, looking slightly tired. I get it. He looked straight ahead, his eyes growing cold. All right, I know you were great when you were alive, but now you're just a self-soul imbued in my sword. He gripped the sword hilt tightly. The voice was authoritative. Don't forget that. A red energy flow exploded from Yun's position, flattening the surrounding ground. The voice from the sword echoed, slightly conceited. HMPH, I know. Did you think I wouldn't know that? I'm sure to be helpful later, so don't worry. The sword hummed lightly. Are you trying to establish our roles? You seem quite stubborn. While I can't exert power as a soul, I was once a genius of martial arts and a master of sorcery. I can give you whatever you want, the voice continued. A red energy slash flew from thin air, causing a massive explosion. The surrounding trees were shattered. Yun's eyes widened in astonishment at the power he had just witnessed. He stood there, the surrounding forest devastated. He smiled derisively. I seem to have acquired quite a useful helper. The voice from the sword echoed. Helper, is that what you call a tool? Your swordsmanship doesn't seem to be from this dimension. Yun swung his sword, training in energy circles. I'm from a dimension called Earth. You probably haven't heard of it, the voice replied. Earth, a small dimension? It seems a considerable amount of time has passed. A sword in his hand began to glow. With my current reserves, I can maintain this form for a while. And someone else is watching, the voice became serious. This is truly an awkward situation. Call me when the time comes. Yun stopped. He saw an approaching shadow. Renal ran up with her sword. Ah, swordsman, there you are. What's going on at this hour? She panted, her face urgent. I'm sorry to interrupt your training, but it's an emergency attack. The battle priests of the entire religion are approaching with elite troops. A joyful smile spread across Yun's face. Oh, this is getting interesting. Is this what they call the Tower of Trials? It never gives you a dull moment. He put on his coat and covered his face, walking with Renal. Tell me more about the elite troops who launched a surprise attack. He looked at Renal, who was running beside him, and a confident smile spread across his face. I too will participate in the holy war. The battle began. A soldier desperately shouted, Protect the priests. The enemies are killing the priests and dispelling all necromancy. A wounded priest growled in a voice filled with despair and fury. Damn it, those damned heretics. To launch such a cowardly surprise attack again. Yun assessed the situation quickly while running alongside Renal. The enemy numbers were not as large as before, at most around 100. However, Yun sensed a strong energy flow from the enemies. They were clearly of a higher caliber than before. Most importantly, these enemies were definitely using a power similar to divine energy. The battle was chaotic. The battle priests, empowered by divine energy, laughed maniacally and shouted, Ha 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 ha, die die. One of them rushed at Renal and wielded his weapon fiercely. Die, you insect. Renal froze, overwhelmed by the immense power. What is this so powerful? Just then a hand touched her shoulder and pulled her back. Yun stood before her, speaking in an unusually calm voice. Renal, may I ask you a favor? Renal was stunned. Yun looked directly into her eyes, his gaze unwavering. No matter how strong the enemies are, and no matter how desperate the situation, would appreciate it if you showed faith. He gave a warm, confident smile. I believe in you, Renal. Renal's eyes widened and her cheeks flushed slightly at his words and smile. Yun turned and made his voice resolute. Now gather and protect the priests. The holy war can only be completed with the priests. Renal clenched her fist and determination blazed in her eyes. Yes, she ran, her blonde hair flying, and roared fiercely. I will protect them no matter what. A series of system windows appeared before Yun's eyes. Mercenary Renal expresses intense admiration for you. Congratulations. Special mission, object of admiration completed. Our army's morale has now doubled, and due to thorough command the ranks will not break. Additional rewards will be added to the 15th floor trial reward. Renal looked back as she ran and said, Swordsman, good luck. Yun smiled derisively. If we meet again alive, I'll buy you a drink. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Good words indeed. Let's make a good story, Renal. He activated a new skill and a colossal purple wolf shadow appeared behind him. Skill, Black Wolf Footwork activated. Skill, Black Wolf Footwork A, Proficiency 0. Description: a movement technique mimicking the legendary creature Black Wolf. Basic effect: all basic movement abilities become more efficient. When this skill is activated, all types of movement abilities increase by 40 and presence completely vanishes. In dark places, movement ability increases doubled. Yun vanished into the shadows, gliding among the enemies like a ghost. How did something just pass by? Countless purple slashes flashed, felling numerous enemies. He became a whirlwind of death. A hazy afterimage of blood and shadow massacred relentlessly. The enemy commander, a bald man covered in blood, watched the scene with extreme astonishment. Yun appeared in midair, spreading dark wings. He looked down at the commander. He said in a cold voice, You will regret bitterly having attacked at night. Meanwhile, in another area of the battle, the sub-commander was roaring. Everyone hold your positions, damn it, a soldier shouted. The healers in the rear are under attack. The sub-commander was struggling in a one-on-one duel. He roared at the terrified soldiers, "Don't panic, hold the line, scattering will only make you easy prey." As he tried to protect his comrades, he was cut in the abdomen. "Damn it," he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and sweat poured down. "Damn it." Unexpectedly, a foot landed right in front of him. Renal charged in like a storm, her golden sword easily blocking the fatal attack aimed at the sub-commander. The sub-commander looked back at her in surprise. She cut down the enemy and the mercenaries cheered. "Captain Renal?" The sub-commander smiled brightly despite his wound. Renal glanced at him and said, "You're not groaning over just a scratch, are you?" He answered resolutely, "It's just a scratch." Renal took a deep breath and concentrated. She stood among her subordinates and her voice echoed across the entire battlefield. "Everyone assemble, all warriors to the front, the rest to the rear." The warriors obeyed immediately. The warriors planted their shields into the ground, creating a sturdy defensive wall. Renal continued to command, "Archers, concentrate your fire. Melee warriors, protect the healers. Special mission, object of admiration, effect activated." Mercenary Renal has taken command. Allied morale has tripled, and due to resolute leadership, the ranks will not break. Thanks to Renal's skilled command, their army was able to repel the enemy's attack. A battle priest looked contemptuously at the mercenaries' defensive line. "These people, no matter how much they struggle," he roared confidently. "The glory of the holy war will be ours." Countless arrows poured down on the defensive line. An enemy commander sensed a threat. "Damn it, take down the woman in the center first." Magical arrows embedded themselves in the shields, causing small explosions. "Damn it." The warriors shouted, "Captain, we can't hold any longer, let us fight." Renal resolutely commanded, "No, maintain formation." Her eyes gleamed with firm resolve. "Our main objective is to protect the priests. Hold fast and keep your positions," she said with absolute conviction. "He will come to help us." As if in response to her words, a figure shot across the battlefield like the wind, leaving a trail of blue light with every step. Skill Black Wolf Footwork A. Basic movement effect becomes more efficient. When activated, all types of movement abilities increase by 40 and presence completely vanishes. In dark places, movement ability increases doubled. The battle priests were flustered. "How? What is this? How? When did this happen?" Yun's eyes shone in the darkness, cold and murderous. He darted into the heart of the enemy line, swung his sword and created a blue slash of light, easily felling the enemies. Renal watched the scene with bright eyes and a wide smile. Yun stopped and unleashed blood tendril ropes, and the battle priest struggled, bound by the blood tendrils. The sword in his hand hummed and the voice of the self-soul echoed. "Truly absurd, how can they use signal fires in a non-emergency way?" Yun felt a strange energy flow being transmitted to him. "I like the way they ruthlessly deal with enemies," the voice in the sword continued. "If you were from the Murim world, you would probably have become a great warrior or a mage." "Truly a pity." Yun was puzzled. "What is this? Is this thin thread made of magic?" He concentrated and listened. "Ah ha ha," he was surprised. "Is this what they call whispering wind? It's just transmitting voices through magic manipulation." The sword hummed in surprise. "Ha, what is this? You mastered the whispering wind technique in such a short time," Yun replied nonchalantly. "Isn't it something anyone who can manipulate magic can do?" The voice in the sword said irritably, "If that were your logic, half the population of the Murim world would be administrators." "Ha ha ha, tisk." The voice became arrogant again. "Only 7 people could summon my soul in this way. Ha ha ha." Yun looked at a distant watchtower and mumbled, "Ah, I see." A red light flashed from the top of the watchtower. The voice in the sword whispered, "Another commotion is starting. I'll let the signal fire accumulate power for a while," Yun said. "I'll call you if I need you later." As he was about to turn, a voice came from behind. "Swordsman." A young priest with strange tattoos on his face looked at him with a serious expression. "Please come with me," the young priest said resolutely. "The Grand Archbishop has summoned you." Yun entered a large room where the old Grand Archbishop sat in a chair surrounded by other priests. The Grand Archbishop said, "Oh Butcher, thank you for answering this Grand Archbishop's call. Please be seated," Yun replied coldly. "No need for grand titles like Butcher. Just call me Nameless," the Grand Archbishop chuckled. "Ah, Nameless, one without a name. You are an interesting person. Even the Dark God would highly regard someone like you." Yun merely nodded. "Thank you for the kind words." The Grand Archbishop immediately got to the point. "Nameless, do you know that I summoned you here to discuss your reward?" Yun replied. "I heard a little from the deacon on the way." "Good, then let's get straight to the point." The Grand Archbishop's eyes gleamed sharply. "How much reward are you expecting?" Yun was silent for a moment, then a cunning smile spread across his face. "I'll ask you back, Grand Archbishop, how much are you willing to reward?" Yun's eyes shone brightly, and an invisible energy emanated from him. Skill Absolute Charm B, Proficiency 0, Basic Effect. All intelligent beings, regardless of race, develop a favorable impression of the user. All forms of charm are enhanced, however. In certain situations, such as with hostile beings, the effect may be nullified. Detailed effect. Occasionally, the user can apply one of the effects of fear, charm, or awe to create special effects. Fear and awe can be activated or deactivated with a notification, but charm does not display a notification. Skill Absolute Charm activated. The Grand Archbishop has been affected by the fear effect. Due to the fear status effect, his judgment has been impaired and he vividly perceives your presence. The Grand Archbishop trembled and sweat poured down. He stammered in terror. With the highest reward the Grand Archbishop can bestow upon you," he cried out as if in pain. I have decided to reward you with the highest grade holy relics of the dark cult. The surrounding young priests cried out in astonishment. Grand Archbishop, isn't it forbidden to give holy relics to outsiders? The Grand Archbishop cried out, tears and snot streaming down his face. Silence, he pointed at Yun. He said in a resolute voice, this person alone can lead us to victory in this war. The Grand Archbishop recalled the sensation of facing Yun. In that man's eyes I clearly felt it for a moment. An overwhelming primal aura. It was like facing a dragon possessing the power of a dragon. With that man's power. A few minutes later, the priest brought 2 boxes. Holy relics are magical items close to the power of a god, the Grand Archbishop said in a reverent voice. These are the highest grade holy relics of the dark cult. Handle them with care. Yun's eyes shone with blue light and he used his skill. Skill Fire Dragon Eye activated. Sealed Offering SS. A black seal bestowed by the dark god upon the Pope who dedicated everything to him. When inscribed on the back of the hand, the special effect offering can be inscribed. When this special effect is inscribed on the back of the hand, the item is absorbed into the seal and then vanishes. However, this item will disappear after challenger Han Sang-Yun completes the 15th floor individual trial. Veil of Night SS. A sacred veil that once imprisoned primordial fire and darkness. Upon the owner's death, the special effect Veil of Night is activated without exception. When Veil of Night is activated, it consumes all the user's divine power to resurrect the owner. Upon resurrection, the apostle status is activated. When Veil of Night is activated, the item immediately vanishes. However, this item will disappear after challenger Han Sang-Yun completes the 15th floor individual trial. Yun stared at the 2 items in astonishment. This is crazy. SS grade, he thought inwardly, reading the hidden description with Fire Dragon Eye. It seems these can't be taken outside the 15th floor, but I can't just be happy about that. There are no coincidences in the Tower of Trials. The fact that I received 2 items of a level I've never seen before means his eyes became serious. It means I'll have to face a truly difficult trial ahead. A joyous smile spread across his face. This is getting interesting. He received the 2 items from the Grand Archbishop. The Grand Archbishop warned, Nameless, the holy war has only just begun. I hope you will display power befitting the reward you received. Just in case, if you run away, the dark god will punish you. Yun turned, a confident smile on his lips. Why would someone who received holy relics from a human run away? Yun turned and said to the Grand Archbishop. Then I'll be going now. The Grand Archbishop nodded. Good, I understand. After Yun left, the Archbishop slumped in his chair, clutching his face and groaning. The holy relics, my holy relics. Yun walked off under the night sky, seemingly pleased. Suddenly a voice called out, Ah, swordsman. Renal approached with a bright smile. Have you finished your unofficial dinner with the Grand Archbishop? Yun replied with a smile. Thanks to you it ended well. He looked at her with playful eyes. Were you perhaps waiting for me? Renal was startled, her face flushing red. Well, she stammered. Actually, as I said before, I wanted to treat you to a drink. As she continued, her face turned even redder. And I have a favor to ask, Yun frowned. A favor? A few minutes later, Renal chugged a large mug of beer. She slammed the mug on the table, exclaiming, Phew. Yun took a sip and said, This tastes pretty good. He looked at his beer mug and thought to himself, But is this barley wine? It's probably barley wine. The only alcohol in this world that could intoxicate me would have to be poison level. He glanced at Renal, who had collapsed onto the table unconscious, and thought, My body is no longer human level. A passing soldier asked in surprise, Swordsman, you're not even drunk? Renal, her face flushed from the alcohol, lifted her head and mumbled, He's truly a monster. Yun casually said, It tastes good, so it goes down easily. But you said you had a favor to ask earlier? Is it? Renal lowered her head, a determined expression on her face. A painful memory surfaced in her mind, nights harassing her family. If you take all that, what will we eat? A knight kicked her father. How dare you? Young Renal rushed at the knight. Why are you hitting my dad? Why are you hitting my dad just because you're a knight? Her father called out to Renal. Stop it, the knight snarled. This brat is crazy. He swung his arm, sending young Renal flying. She fell to the ground, spitting blood. Ah, the knight looked at her with contempt. If you're so jealous, become a knight yourself. These pathetic wretches are really annoying. Renal clenched her fists. The pain and helplessness of the past were clearly visible on her face. She lifted her head, her eyes burning like flames. Please become my master. Please teach me swordsmanship. Yun was about to take another sip, but was startled and spat out his beer. He slammed the mug hard on the table. He thought to himself, I had a faint idea of what her favor might be, but I didn't expect it to be such a simple personal request. The special mission, Object of Admiration, is already complete, and there's nothing more to gain from her. Continuing to invest in a figure created by the tower in this world would just be a waste of time. He looked at her with cold eyes. I refuse. He stood up and turned his back. The battle will continue tomorrow, so it would be best for you to rest well. Renal looked at his retreating back with a desperate expression. I'll go now. Yun paused. Renal clenched her fists. Renal gritted her teeth. Her eyes were filled with burning resolve. I will become stronger no matter what. She stomped her foot into Yun's surprise, knelt on the ground and bowed her head. Yun looked at her, unable to understand. She lifted her head and pleaded in an earnest voice. Please. She maintained her posture and continued in an earnest voice. Please help me with this. A faint smile spread across Yun's lips and he changed his mind. Well, it wouldn't hurt to enjoy myself a little longer. Renal immediately stood up, drew her sword and took a ready stance. Yun chuckled and patted her shoulder in a friendly manner. Ha ha, you don't need to be so serious. He looked her directly in the eye and said in a serious voice, "Your effort is commendable, but if you push yourself too hard, you'll become rigid and lose flexibility. That applies not just to swordsmanship, but to everything. Besides, Renal, what you need right now isn't combat experience. You need to strengthen your mana network. Perhaps practice your aura." Yoon extended both hands forward, concentrating a bright blue energy sphere. His eyes flashed and small energy spheres appeared around Renal, startling her. She felt the flow of mana. He's showing me the path of magic. It's like he's telling me to follow him. Fundamentally the same as my method, but with subtle differences. Minor but much more refined. She looked at Yoon with an expression full of wonder and awe. "He's truly amazing," Yoon explained. "This is a customized mana circulation method, created by analyzing your mana usage habits. Try to practice your aura with this method every day." After the training, Yoon returned to his tent. He sat down and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, finally time to sort things out. He pulled out his spatial bag. He poured out countless weapons, books, and other items. "Is this the reward I received from the Hunter Association after killing Sando?" He looked at the pile of items with a slight disappointment. "There's really a lot. Yes, no matter how many there are, none of them will be of much help to me." He looked at the 3 skill icons he had just integrated. Black Wolf Footwork A, Absolute Charm B, Steel Absorption B. It's time to use them. Skill Steel Absorption B activated. A metal mask with sharp jaws flew at him and attached itself to his face. He was slightly surprised. Skill Steel Absorption B, Proficiency 0. Basic effect: absorb steel to strengthen the body after the absorption time. Detailed effect: when an item is absorbed, a random stat increases after the absorption time. He picked up a staff. "This mask just flew at me, how eerie." First, the mask opened wide and bit the staff, breaking it. Once the staff was completely broken, a notification appeared. Absorbed steel staff 0 to 9. 50 seconds remaining until complete absorption. 10 minutes later, the absorption process was complete. Absorption complete. Magic has increased by 1. Yoon was startled. He looked at the notification, his eyes gleaming with joy. Stats increase so quickly, then let's try it again. He threw another item into the mask. Absorbed celestial steel gem. 50 seconds remaining until complete absorption. Absorption complete. Body is being strengthened through steel absorption. He spat out black blood. 0.8 of accumulated impure energy has been discharged from the body. He looked at the black blood on his palm. Impure energy, what is this? He now felt much lighter. "Oh, my body is much lighter. Is this what body strengthening means?" His eyes glinted under the mask. "Though its appearance is gigantic, I have no reason to dislike these insane results." He began to greedily absorb other items. "I never thought I'd eat items this deliciously in my life." Absorbed more than 8 steel items. Cannot maintain item absorption state anymore. 1 minute 19 seconds 47 seconds remaining until complete absorption. He looked at the remaining pile of items with regret. "So I can only absorb 8 at a time? That's a shame." The mask disappeared. But compared to the growth rate using steel absorption, this isn't even a disadvantage. Skill Steel Absorption deactivated. He felt light and full of vitality. He also picked up a black seal. "I've been curious about this for a while." Sealed Offering SS. A black seal bestowed by the Dark God upon the Pope who dedicated everything to him. When inscribed on the back of the hand, the special effect offering can be inscribed. When this special effect is inscribed on the back of the hand, the item is absorbed into the seal and then vanishes. However, this item will disappear after challenger Han Sang-yoon completes the 15th floor individual trial. He thought to himself. To think of it another way, if I inscribe this sulfur monosulfide grade item onto my body, there's a possibility it will become mine even after leaving the 15th floor. But the idea of inscribing it onto my body feels a bit unsettling. It's worth a try though. He raised the seal, ready to inscribe it onto the back of his hand. Sealed Offering SS's unique effect offering has been inscribed on the back of your hand. The seal melted into black liquid and was absorbed into his skin. Item has been absorbed into the seal and completely vanishes. A purple flash erupted from the back of his hand. A black wolf tattoo appeared. The seal on the back of your hand will never disappear. Suddenly, numerous blue system windows surrounded him. He exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, administrators!" Administrator Dragon Slayer Fear, born of a millennium, screams upon seeing the offering seal. Administrator Warrior of the Fallen World shouts, "How dare you use the offering seal!" Administrator Seeker of Divinity says to the tower, "It was too much to give him the seal." He looked at the tattoo on his hand. They were silent until now, but as soon as I inscribed the seal, messages exploded. Administrator Ruler of Heaven shouts nonsense, vehemently opposing the tower. Administrator Cleric of the Seven Gods exclaims in shock, "What in the world are you thinking doing this?" Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch says, "There's still time to retrieve the seal." He was bewildered. A joyful smile spread across his lips. Could it be that this item can't be used? The administrators are reacting strangely. As if the tower gave me something it should never have. Illegal information leakage detected. Administrator messages temporarily blocked. The Tower of Trials warns administrators, further illegal information leakage will result in administrators being forbidden from observing all of Sang-yoon's trials. He clenched his tattooed fist. The secret hidden in this holy relic might be greater than I imagined. Yoon smirked, his eyes filled with resolve. He raised his tattooed fist. Light emanated from his fist. Once I use it, I'll know how great it is. The offering seal's unique effect offering has been activated. You can offer your talent, skills, or treasures to a god. His eyes widened, processing the information he had just received. Offer to a god, but we might become enemies, so what's the point of offering a sacrifice? He was silent. Anyway, I'll have to see it myself. What it is? He took an item out of his spatial bag. Among the items absorbed by steel absorption, I have selected a treasure to offer to a god. Please select the desired treasure to offer to a god. He placed an old staff on a stone altar. Let's offer the most shabby item here. Selected small witch's staff D grade. Another notification appeared. Please select the god to whom this item will be offered. He was confused. His eyes widened further. His face was filled with perplexity. Oh, what is this? Something seems wrong. Error. Traces of a god cannot be found in your divine power. His shadow fell over a pile of skeletons. He stood before a glowing golden altar, and a new notification appeared. You have been recognized as a personal possessor of divinity, and the offering will now be made to you. The staff on the stone altar disappeared into the light. Small witch's staff D grade has been offered to yourself. A warm golden energy enveloped him. This item can be converted into divine power and stored in your heart. He watched the light gather in front of his chest. What is this? Now I can offer sacrifices to myself? I'm a little confused about what's happening, but one thing is certain. I can now increase the divine power I couldn't cultivate on my own. Of course, the only problem is that I still don't know how to use divine power properly. Well, as more myths accumulate, divine power will also gradually have more uses, so for now I just have to slowly collect divine power. You never know when or where I might need it. He pulled out the Veil of Night and another achievement. This is, he wrapped it around his sword hilt. I'll keep this by my side. He looked up at the star-studded night sky. The tower wouldn't give this to me for no reason. The moment to use this will definitely come. Time passed, a day, 2 days, 3 days, and the battles continued. He won quite a few battles, and the allied mercenaries and priests also gained confidence. The enemies now looked at him with fear in their eyes. Run. It's that butcher, these damn necromancers. They even summoned a demon in the end, he thought to himself. Honestly, if it weren't for me, they would still be quite dangerous. He charged into the middle of the battle, his twin swords carving deadly trajectories. He glanced at the Veil of Night wrapped around his sword hilt. Was I worried for nothing? At this rate, the trial seems like it will end smoothly. Suddenly, a soldier pointed to the sky and shouted, "What's wrong with the sky? Look, the sky has turned red." Black clouds rose ominously. He sensed a familiar energy flow, and a gigantic red energy sphere began to form in the sky. He looked up, his face serious. This feeling, his eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be? The power of divine retribution was descending. A colossal destructive beam of light poured down from the sky. He squinted at the deadly threat. This is dangerous. He raised his hand and roared, "Counter shield, scale shield." A faint colossal energy shield formed, blocking the beam of light. The collision caused a massive explosion, destroying everything around it. The ground shook violently as Sang Yun's shield blocked the divine attack. He stood firm in the red smoke, sword in hand, ready for battle. His eyes narrowed with vigilance and anger. As the smoke cleared, a massive crater and numerous corpses on both sides were revealed. He clicked his tongue in displeasure. Tisk, a white-winged shadow slowly descended from the red sky. O dogs who serve the dark god. The angel folded its hands in front of its chest and offered a benevolent but arrogant smile. I bring you good news. It spread its wings wide and red energy enveloped its body. The merciful god of war, its smile turned manic and its eyes blazed, has decided to bring divine retribution upon you directly. Sang Yun gritted his teeth, feeling a terribly familiar energy flow. As expected, this feeling has been there since then. A series of system windows appeared. The god of war has performed an incomplete descent using immense divine power. The god cannot use their myths or authorities in the descent state. As it has descended into a challenger's body, divine power cannot be fully utilized. Challenger Han Sang Yun's 15th floor individual trial difficulty has greatly increased. Cold sweat trickled down Sang Yun's temples. The Tower of Trials God of War has deemed this difficulty to be sufficiently manageable for challenger Han Sang Yun. The trial will not be interrupted. Sang Yun roared in annoyance. Ha, can't you at least ask for my opinion before making such a judgment? The descended god floated in the air, looking down at Sang Yun with eyes of absolute contempt. So that I can personally kill this impertinent dog today. There was no emotion in its red eyes except cruelty. Die while you regret daring to challenge a god's status. Sang Yun knew he couldn't underestimate this enemy. If he didn't go all out immediately, he would be in real danger. He activated a series of skills. Skill Instant Acceleration activated. Skill Grace of Wind activated. All speed increased by 70. Current skill stack progress 77. Skill Combat Focus activated. User's concentration increased by 20 times. Authority Heavenly Blood Training Method activated. His eyes turned red and a powerful aura enveloped his body. Good, this should end it quickly. He lunged like lightning, the sword in his hand ready to deliver a fatal blow. Expectedly, a hand blocked his charge, firmly gripping his face. The impact caused a powerful shockwave. The descended god easily blocked Sang Yun's attack and summoned a colossal sword of light. It swung the sword, a simple yet unimaginably powerful slash. Sang Yun cried out in pain as the slash struck him. Blood spurted and a cold notification appeared. You have died. His body fell into the black void. He lay motionless in the dark space. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the empty space. Yes, I was killed by the descended god of war. I'm dead. Memories of his past journey climbing the tower replayed in slow motion, memories of battles, the people he met, the power he gained, everything rushed back like a flood. He muttered that too much had happened. He remembered the times he suffered extreme pain, his voice filled with disappointment. I had been doing so well until now. The faces of his companions flashed in his mind. Sadness welled up in his heart. And all these connections, will they end like this? His eyes became serene, resigned. It's a real shame, but winning and losing are part of life. He looked down at the empty space in his chest where his heart had beaten. A cold certainty enveloped him. Yes, this is the end. A rare peaceful smile spread across his lips. He closed his eyes. Accept it. Death. As he floated in the empty space, a strange tranquility enveloped him. Perhaps it's because I've made my decision. Even this endless darkness feels comfortable. Suddenly, he sensed another presence. His eyes snapped open in astonishment. A black-robed shadow stood before him and a small light flickered at its fingertips. A woman's voice, ancient and imbued with captivating authority, echoed, "You don't need to worry, child. I am not your enemy." Sang Yun squinted. Although already dead, a sense of vigilance arose. "Who are you?" The woman sighed lightly. Her voice was slightly reproachful, mixed with a distant sadness. "It's truly disheartening that you don't recognize me after I waged a holy war for you. Even with this situation recreated," Sang Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. An unimaginable possibility flashed through his mind. "Could it be you are the dark god?" The woman chuckled softly, gently stroking his chin with a slender finger. "Ho ho, exactly. You figured it out faster than I thought. Yes, truly clever." She took his hand, but Sang Yun immediately recoiled. He took a step back, his eyes resolute and cold. "Don't touch my body." The woman withdrew her hand with a knowing smile. "Yes, the time is not yet right, but soon you will understand that I am not your enemy." She spread her arms wide and the surrounding darkness swirled. "Now this tower has become meaningless. Continue, child, and entertain me as much as you borrow my power. From the moment you open your eyes, everything around you will change." A dazzling light exploded from Sang Yun's chest. He felt himself soaring through the sky, filled with red sword energy. He opened his eyes, his mind still in turmoil. 2 system notifications appeared as a shining sword formed in his hand. "The Dark God smiles upon you. The Dark God allows you to use the Apostle Transformation blessing bestowed upon you." Back on the battlefield, the God of War stood over Sang Yun's motionless body. Its sword of light was still deeply embedded in his chest. It looked down contemptuously. "This is the price for a pathetic human daring to challenge a god's status." The soldiers below cried out in despair. "Ah, the butcher is dead. We're finished now." The God of War half closed its eyes and glanced at the panicked crowd. Miserable and useless beings. It recalled the previous situation where Sang Yun had deployed a magic shield, greatly reducing its attack power. "But now there's no one to protect you. This time I will completely annihilate you." It soared into the sky, spreading its wings wide, preparing for a final destructive blow. The blonde female warrior screamed in astonishment. "Ah, swordsman!" Unexpectedly, the veil of night wrapped around Sang Yun's sword hilt began to move on its own, flying into the air. Renal screamed in astonishment. A colossal dark veil covered the battlefield, and a jet-black shroud swallowed Sang Yun's motionless body, which lay on the ground in the air. The God of War descended into Zan's body, seemed to flicker and become unstable with divine light. It looked down at its crumbling hands, muttering in annoyance. As expected, the body of a potential apostle could no longer withstand the descent. A red flash gleamed in its eyes, and its voice was filled with contempt. "A weak body." The God of War ended its descent, and its soul soared into the sky, leaving Zan's body. Zan fell to the ground, screaming in extreme pain, his body convulsing violently. He gasped for breath, but a wicked smile spread across his lips. "Yes, is this the last remaining power of the God of War? If the descent had lasted a little longer, my heart would surely have exploded and killed me." However, he spread his white wings wide and stood up, feeling a new power. "Now I have been blessed by a god, and my divine power is much stronger than before." Zan threw his head back and laughed maniacally. "Now under this sky I am the strongest." The God of War's voice seemed to echo in his mind. The God of War tells the potential apostle Zan to stop spouting nonsense and quickly prepare divine retribution. Zan replied, full of hubris. "There's no need to worry, even the human called the Butcher has been dealt with. So these wicked dark heretics are nothing now." Suddenly, black dark energy erupted from the ground, startling him. A colossal black-purple pillar of light soared into the sky from where Sang Yun had fallen. Zan looked down at the chaotic energy vortex below, his face filled with astonishment and confusion. What in the world is happening on this land? Amidst the swirling night, a series of blue system windows appeared. SS-grade Veil of Night's unique effect activated. Night swallows night. You will soon be fully resurrected. Night swallows night. You are entering the apostle transformation state. A shadow rose from the darkness. You have been resurrected. You have successfully transformed into an apostle. Enveloped in dark armor and red stripes, Sang Yun's body transformed. A series of new notifications appeared. The qualities of a Grim Reaper have been powerfully disturbed, revealing their presence. Now release the divine power and essence of death etched in your heart. All traces of gods etched in Challenger Sang Yun have been completely removed. Challenger Sang Yun is recognized as a demigod during the apostle transformation. The use of authority according to temporary divine keywords is possible. Divine keywords are death, darkness, immortality. Zan's face turned pale, and he screamed in extreme panic, "Impossible! Ah, the Dark God has descended here. Weren't there supposed to be no apostles here?" A black helmet with red flames forming around Sang Yun's head, his eyes glowed eerily. Zan was still muttering arrogantly, "I will completely obliterate you." Then a black armored leg stomped on his face. A colossal barbed scythe was summoned from the sky. The scythe flew towards Sang Yun at a terrifying speed, almost impaling him. He stood motionless. A system window appeared before Sang Yun. There was only one word: swallow. A wave of darkness exploded from his body, easily swallowing the colossal scythe. The dark smoke transformed it into a flexible black ribbon wrapping around his body. Zan stammered in extreme astonishment, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Sang Yun's blue eyes gleamed under the dark armor. "Ah, you." His eyes sharpened and memories resurfaced. "Yes, now I remember. You were my enemy, damn it." Zan screamed and tried desperately to escape. Sang Yun, in his new apostle form, raised his blood-stained sword. A notification appeared as Zan flew about 70 meters. Sang Yun activated a new power. Using the divinity of death, the qualities of a Grim Reaper respond, strengthening the essence of death etched in the divine power. Die. Black-purple death energy struck Zan, splitting his body precisely in two. Zan let out a final scream and completely vanished. Sang Yun coldly muttered, looking at the black dark energy. "This is far better than Namgang Wayok's clumsy sword energy." He stood firm, his body slowly stabilizing after the transformation. Mirror Lake Mind Authority is powerfully activated. Phew. Finally it's a bit stable. He looked down at Zan's remaining wings on the ground, deep in thought. The problem is that if the God of War's descent was truly a guy like Zan, I could have killed him even without the apostle transformation. He turned and said in a confident voice, "Well, since I cut his body in two anyway, I don't need to worry now." He looked at the devastated battlefield. Both sides seemed to have retreated, probably afraid of being caught in the higher-tier battle. Sang Yun looked around the empty battlefield, his resolve hardening. "I need to find and rally the people quickly. If the remaining forces fully retreat, the next battle could be really troublesome." Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. He looked back, and behind him, Zan's two halves began to merge again. He cried out in astonishment. Zan's body quickly reassembled completely, and a furious voice echoed from it. "Damn it now." The god who had fully possessed his body squinted dangerously. Though his body had regenerated, he was still my potential apostle, whom I had chosen not to kill. A red flash gleamed in its eyes. Its face twisted with intense fury, and it roared a wicked vow. "From now on I will truly kill you." Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and a system window appeared, showing 12 minutes and 47 seconds remaining until the apostle transformation ended. The god repeated its threat, emphasizing each word. "This time I will truly kill you." He glared at his enemy. He knew time was running out. Time remaining until apostle transformation ends. 0 hours, 12 minutes, 47 seconds. As soon as it finished speaking, the god of war raised its hand, summoning dozens of red spears of light into the sky, ready to unleash destruction. He looked up, his eyes widening as he realized this deadly attack was familiar. Weren't these dozens of spears the very ones that had killed him before? Without a moment's hesitation, he activated all his power. System notifications appeared ceaselessly. Skill Indomitable Will activated. Myth Trial Warrior activated. All stats increased by 18. Unique effect Indomitable Will activated. All stats increased by 18. The god of war swung its hand, unleashing a torrent of destructive spears of light. He roared and swung his sword, confronting the storm of attacks, and a dazzling explosion of light erupted. He gritted his teeth and endured, his entire body enveloped in the light of the explosion. Though the attacks rained down, he dodged them to the side with immense speed. He glided across the cracked ground, leaving a trail behind him. At the same time, the god of war seized his sword-wielding arm. It grasped both his hands, and their powers clashed, creating an overwhelming surge of energy. A cold command resonated from the god of war. Its red eyes gleamed, and it crushed him. He gritted his teeth, struggling to resist the divine power pressing down on him. The god of war's wings transformed into gigantic sharp claws. The claws flew towards him. Black energy erupted from his body, shattering the god of war's wing claws. A scream of astonishment burst from the god. The god of war's eyes narrowed, and its silence was more terrifying than a roar. The sword in his hand suddenly hummed, and a maniacal laughter echoed from it. "Ha ha ha, finally it's my time to shine." Ha! Blood began to pour from the god's wings. The voice from the sword suddenly cried out in extreme bewilderment. "What is this? This is a god, isn't it? What madman descended upon a 10th floor trial? Why did the trial difficulty suddenly become hellish?" The sword continued to cry out in bewilderment. Ignoring the weapon's confusion, he turned his head. "Since this is taking too long, let's get straight to the point." He raised his sword, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. "Please use all your auxiliary skills on me." The sword was now truly bewildered. "This isn't something that can be solved with skills." "Wait, did you undergo apostle transformation? Hurry." He cut off the sword, roaring. "Now is not the time for small talk." He swung his sword, deflecting the orange energy flows flying from all directions. Sweat trickled down his forehead, but his blue eyes shone brightly with intense concentration. The god of war spread its forearms, condensing a colossal, destructive, brightly glowing energy orb. It compressed the energy orb into a destructive beam of light and fired it at him with immense speed. He dodged the attacks with difficulty. The sword said urgently, "All right, I'll give you all the power I can," and the Heavenly Blood Fiend skill was activated. A series of system notifications appeared, bestowing unimaginable power upon him. Heavenly Blood Fiend Shadow Self activated. Physical magic stats increased. Heavenly Blood Fiend Thought Acceleration A1 activated. Thought accelerated. Heavenly Blood Fiend Mini Heart Skill B1 activated. A virtual magic core has been created to assist magic calculation. Heavenly Blood Fiend 0.4 recovery per second. Heavenly Blood Fiend Shadow Self can be destroyed. Overwhelmed by the new power, he couldn't hide his surprise. What is this? He thought inwardly, feeling the power surging through his body with a confident smile. I thought he was just good at talking, but the quality of these auxiliary effects is quite excellent. He flew into the air, thinking to himself, but confronting him head-on is still too much for me. Numerous beams of light clashed from their attacks, creating a chaotic scene. The god of war appeared utterly indifferent. The sword said, you know how to use your head. You'll be able to buy a little more time." Ignoring those words, he landed on another spear and shouted at the sword, "God Descent, tell me something helpful in this situation. Summarize quickly." The sword trembled, its voice bewildered and urgent. "Quickly, wait, I need time to think." The sword muttered to itself, desperately trying to devise a plan. Let's see, yes, this won't work because of that. And that won't work because of this." Meanwhile, he called out nervously, "Hey, old man." He suddenly looked up cautiously at the god of war. He realized a much more terrifying energy flow was forming. The god of war, annoyed by his persistence, frowned and fired 2 energy flows from its hands. "Are you still resorting to such petty tricks?" it roared, its patience completely exhausted. "This time I will evaporate you so you can never regenerate." He screamed desperately, feeling death approach. "I'm going to go mad." Just then, the sword suddenly vibrated triumphantly. "I've got it, based on the analysis of my genius brain," he shouted. "Who doesn't know that?" the sword calmly replied. "The current, you cannot defeat that monster. I'm just saying the current, you cannot defeat that monster. Use the power of the gods." He listened to the sword's explanation with resolute eyes. "Use divine power. It's limited, but in the apostle transformation state, you can use that power." The god of war charged again, launching another attack, and the sword instructed, "I'll give you the signal at the exact right moment. For now, use your space manipulation swordsmanship to confuse him." The god of war paused slightly as if it had sensed something. The sword emphasized its last words. "Remember that." A system window appeared indicating the remaining time. "Time remaining until apostle transformation ends, 0 hours 53 seconds. The sword cried out, "There's only one chance." He charged and swung his sword, drawing blue and red sword lines, fighting fiercely with the god of war. They rushed at each other, their powers clashing, creating a chaotic energy flow. He gritted his teeth, putting all his strength into every attack, his face etched with extreme tension. The god of war laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha ha," as their sword lines danced a deadly ballet on the battlefield, easily dodged one of his sword lines and mocked him. "Did you think petty swordsmanship like yours would work against me?" His eyes gleamed blue and he shouted, the skill white sword flash C. The god of war was surprised by his sudden change in swordsmanship. Numerous blue slashes enveloped the god, and it cried out in astonishment. What is this?" it roared, struggling to block the storm of sword energy surrounding it. Ultimately, the god of war used its wings to completely block the attack. He stared coldly at his opponent with an emotionless expression. After destroying the attack, the god of war began to summon a much more complex and powerful magic circle. A wicked smile spread across the god's face. It whispered with interest, "Interesting." He stood blankly, and the sword cried out a warning. "Prepare. It's coming," the sword cried out as the god of war charged with immense speed. He hurriedly raised his sword, blocking the red energy flow fired by the god. After blocking the attack, he was pushed back slightly. Suddenly, he felt immense pressure from above. A colossal shadowy hand was descending. He immediately counterattacked, unleashing a powerful slash towards the sky. But he was astonished to see his 2 swords strangely twisting and stopping in midair. "My swords are caught in space? This damned bastard!" He mimicked the principle of the white sword technique after seeing it just once. He gritted his teeth and fury welled up. He thought inwardly, "Does he think I'd easily accept this if I release this with white sword void? I could escape, but the sword suddenly commanded, "No, don't dodge his attack, just take it." He stood blankly, his eyes wide. He cried out inwardly, "What is this? What in the world are you doing?" The sword trembled, delivering its final message of trust. "Trust me." He gritted his teeth, struggling to resist the immense pressure bearing down, and the sword cried out its final command. "Just stand there." He cursed inwardly. Damn it. A colossal pillar of blood-red energy slowly formed, blocking the god of war's attack. The attack struck the ground with destructive force. The god of war said contemptuously, "HMPH, did you think such an ability could block that?" As the dust cleared, he emerged surrounded by shattered crystal fragments, and the sword cried out. "Now?" Sweat trickled down his forehead, and a destructive beam of light was mere inches from him. The sword commanded resolutely, "While taking the attack, use your divine power." Instead of being destroyed, he did the unimaginable. He charged straight through the attack. The sword in his hand was pointed directly at the astonished god of war. The god of war's red eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe what was happening. As a system notification appeared, a black power of darkness surged around his body. Using the divinity of immortality, nullifying indomitable judgment and instant death effects, the blood-stained sword hummed, and the sword explained its plan. The goal wasn't to block the blood energy. Suddenly, the god of war was bound by countless red crystal threads that erupted from the ground. The sword continued. The goal was to confuse and temporarily bind him. The god was completely trapped inside a colossal blood-red crystal sphere, desperately struggling. It tensed its body, struggling to break the crystal prison, its face etched with astonishment. The sword hummed urgently, "It won't last long. Quickly kill that mad god, he panted, sweat pouring down like rain. He thought inwardly, in the apostle transformation state, divine power consumption is immense. I can only use divine power 1 or 2 more times. Cracks began to appear in the crystal sphere and the god of war exerted force trying to escape. He raised his sword, preparing for the finishing blow. A series of system notifications appeared. Using the divinity of death, inevitable absolute death has been carved into your sword. A deadly blue energy sword line slashed across the blood-red crystal sphere that was trapping the god. The sword tip pierced through the solid crystal barrier and plunged directly into the god of war's body. Fresh blood spurted and the sword cried out one last time. Now, the god of war's hand trembled, touching the wound. It looked down in disbelief. The god of war's body exploded into countless blood-red crystal fragments with a final roar. However, from within the red dust, the god's body began to regenerate again. The sword cried out in alarm. Wait, what? The god of war stood there fully intact and roared. Although this is but a fraction of my divine power, did you think the limits of a god-possessed body would be the same as a human's? He calmly whispered the skill's name. Time delay, // Immediately, a second blue sword line appeared in the air, flying directly towards the triumphant god. First hybrid magic sword's unique effect / activated. The god of war only had time to cry out, "What?" The god staggered backward, revealing true fear for the first time. Wait, what? The second sword line pierced the god's body, giving it no chance to react. In its final moments, the god's thoughts echoed through the system. I've never seen anything like this on the 13th floor. The god's body shattered completely, blood splattering to form a cruel cross shape before vanishing forever. A series of system windows appeared. Victory notifications rang out. Congratulations, you have completed the 13th floor of the Tower of Trials. As a reward, unknown god's protection has been deposited into your inventory. You have acquired 100,000 points as a reward. You have acquired 5,000 products as a reward. You have acquired 5,000 products as an additional reward. As an additional reward, 3 unknown gods' divine stones have been deposited into your inventory. Moving to the waiting room, he let out a sigh of relief. His entire body swayed. It's truly over, while the system continued to echo the god's final laughter. Ha ha ha! He flew through the crumbling trial space. He landed on the parched ground, falling to one knee in exhaustion. A series of achievement notifications followed. Your extraordinary deeds are recorded. You have achieved the reincarnation achievement, and all stats increase by 4. You have achieved the rival achievement, and all stats increase by 4. Your apostle transformation state ends. All self-soul skills of the true heavenly blood magic sword have been deactivated. The durability of the true heavenly blood magic sword has decreased by 9.4. In the desolate landscape, the sword asked, "Are you all right?" Sang-Yun was silent. He just looked up and suddenly a figure appeared before him. It was a woman with long black hair and red eyes. Sang-Yun snarled, "Damn it, do I look all right? I had to face a god who descended unexpectedly." The woman replied in a calm voice, "It's fortunate that it wasn't a full descent. Otherwise both of us would have died." Sang-Yun froze, realizing it was Jamchungu. He stammered, his face aghast. "You were a woman? Your voice sounded like a man's." Jamchungu glared at him sharply. "Do not judge someone like me by trivialities like gender. To me, who has reached the pinnacle of the blood cult, such things are unimportant." Sang-Yun awkwardly turned away. "Ah yes." Then he suddenly realized the absurdity. "Wait, but you could reveal yourself like this before?" Jamchungu replied, "Of course not. I don't know how this happened either, but I suspect it's due to your influence and the absence of any trace of a god in your divine power," she explained, looking directly at Sang-Yun. "Well, that's just my guess." She suddenly changed the subject. "Anyway," Jamchungu extended her hand and blood-red energy began to emanate. "I can't maintain this form for long, so let's get this done quickly." Sang-Yun asked cautiously, "What is it?" Jamchungu smirked, a dangerous glint in her red eyes. "Blood absorption." She waved her hand to manipulate the remaining blood in Zan's corpse, creating a macabre ritual. System notifications explained her actions. The unique effect of the true heavenly blood magic sword. Blood absorption A has been activated. Absorbing the blood of potential apostle Zan Nevia, the item grade has increased to A28014800. Absorbing the blood of potential apostle Zan Nevia, engraved skill Divine Amplification B, has been inscribed into blood absorption's unique slot. Sang-Yun could only stare in astonishment. Jamchungu, standing in the middle of the desolate landscape, explained to the dumbfounded Sang-Yun, "This is my primal form of blood absorption." Jamchungu added, "The effect of this skill is 1 stage higher." Then she changed the subject. "Anyway, why did you have to fight a god? You'll have to explain it to me." She yawned widely, a clear sign of fatigue on her face. "I'm sleepy now that I've used a few skills." Jamchungu's body dissipated into red light particles and returned to the sword. Her voice faded. "Let's talk later." Sang-Yun stood alone in the middle of the desolate battlefield. The black energy wings on his back disappeared. He looked down at Zan's lifeless body, a relic of the terrible battle. Suddenly the corpse's hooked talons twitched and clenched tightly. Sang-Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. An ominous premonition filled his mind and the system notified him. He immediately took a defensive stance, roaring in confusion, "He's not dead yet." "What? But I clearly saw the trial complete notification." A brilliant orb of light slowly rose from Zan's dead body. The orb transformed into a colossal burning eye glaring at Sang-Yun with pure hatred. The eye struggled to maintain its form, as if it had reached its limit. Sang-Yun heard a faint curse and assessed the situation. "Damn it." Again, a system window suddenly appeared, clarifying everything. Successfully lead the holy war to an appropriate victory within the time limit, Sang Yun finally understood and muttered. Since this damn guy was in a state where he couldn't do anything, the tower judged this as a completed trial, he recalled. I remember seeing a notification that a massive divine power had been paid since the god of war tried to meet me personally. And the god of war also had to pay a considerable amount of divine power to descend. Certainly an unbearable amount, the colossal eye blazed, and a vow of vengeance echoed through the system. I will definitely kill you. Sang Yun faced the remnants of the god, and the system continued to deliver the threat. Don't think this is the end, he thought inwardly. One thing I learned instinctively after the apostle transformation is, he continued to think, those who have obtained divine power without the trace of a god. A magnificent vision unfolded in his mind. He floated among the stars and earth was below him. As he gained the opportunity to advance to the stage of gods, he realized an important truth. So the reason the god of war is so hostile to me is because he fears the birth of a new god. Cold determination settled in Sang Yun's eyes as he gripped his sword tightly. Now everything finally makes sense. He pointed his sword at the dying eye and said, the god of war descended to kill me, the eye replied contemptuously. You are just a dog of the tower, Sang Yun cut it off. I am just then. The eye desperately unleashed a final attack. I will make you regret disregarding divinity. He resolutely finished his sentence. And I always kill those who consider me an enemy. His sword easily shattered the eye's attack. The system notified him. Sword Heaven borrowing A has increased in grade by destroying something difficult to destroy. 87001000. The god's final curse echoed. I will surely tear you to pieces next time. With a cold expression, Sang Yun raised Sword Heaven borrowing. His eyes glowed with a blue flash as he commanded, swallow. A whirlwind of darkness erupted from his body, rushing towards the eye, using the divinity of darkness. Darkness swallows the designated target. The eye could only let out a silent scream. The darkness completely swallowed and absorbed the divine remnants of the god of war. The dark energy swirled and was sucked into Sang Yun's body. Absorbed the soul of potential apostle Zen Nevia. Proficiency increased by 7.7. He pondered calmly, as expected. It has been revealed that a human soul was used as a medium for the descent. Unlike the dead god of war, the dark energy still swirled around his body even after absorbing the soul. A system notification suddenly appeared. As you have absorbed a soul stronger than yourself, authority extraction judgment is beginning. A series of notifications explained the process unfolding within his body. Judgment successful. The existence of authority has been confirmed in the soul of potential apostle Zen Nevia, extracting authority from the soul. Sang Yun's gaze was fixed on the result. A dazzling light exploded from his chest and energy spread throughout his body. The system confirmed the result. Authority Swift Step B has been engraved into Han Sang Yun's soul. The system provided a detailed explanation for the new authority. You can instantly move to any location within your sight, Sang Yun exclaimed in astonishment. Oh, the new power continued to be engraved into his soul. Authority Swift Step B has been engraved into Han Sang Yun's soul. The system provided additional information about the usage conditions. You can instantly move to any location within your sight by consuming divine power. He was astonished once more. Oh, he stood alone in the middle of the desolate landscape, realizing the immense potential of this skill, and thought, to be able to teleport anywhere I want. His body transformed, and darkness swirled, covering even his head. He thought, ready to test it. Let's see. Just as he was about to act, a final notification appeared, counting down to 0. Time remaining until apostle transformation ends. 0 hours 0 minutes 0 seconds. The darkness enveloping his body suddenly fiercely disintegrated. He groaned in pain. The system notified him. Time has expired and apostle transformation has been released. He stumbled forward, his body returning to its normal attire. The energy wings also finally vanished into the air. Divine keywords death, darkness, immortality disappear. Painful memories suddenly flooded back. He recalled himself running around the playground. He saw himself as an ordinary student among friends. A friend turned back with a bright smile and shouted, "Hey Han Sang Yun, hurry up." He looked back at his past self. The young boy with blue eyes watched a ball soar into the goal with a joyful cheer. His friends cheered, celebrating their victory. All yours. But then a terrible sound echoed and the school wall shattered. He turned blankly. And a colossal monster's hand crushed the playground, trampling his friends. Sang Yun's eyes widened in horror. In the memory, student Han Sang Yun screamed in terror and fled. A colossal monster enveloped in a red aura rose from the rubble. Its gaze fell upon him, and extreme fear was clearly visible in young Han Sang Yun's blue eyes. The monster's hand descended, and the boy could only let out a scream. Help me! He let out a final scream of pain and despair. He awoke. Sang Yun shot up in bed, gasping for breath. Cold sweat drenched his body. He panted, trying to escape the terrible nightmare. He sat on the bed and mumbled, that was a really unpleasant dream. Was I asleep? A system notification appeared, calming him. Due to authority, pure mind, all unstable emotions have disappeared. He got out of bed and opened the window curtains. Light poured in. Sang Yun squinted and looked outside. His comrades were waiting there. Upon seeing him, the crowd erupted in cheers. A blonde woman shouted, "Our hero, savior of the Dark Crusade." A bearded man who had previously treated him rudely now bowed politely. "Please forgive my rudeness until now. Commander Renal told me everything." Everyone looked at him with worshipful eyes, calling him an apostle. A soldier knelt with a trembling voice. Is this man truly the savior of the Dark Crusade? The old Grand Archbishop prostrated himself on the ground and rebuked in a weeping voice. Apostle of the Dark God, why did you not help us when we were persecuted all this time? Sang Yun was silent, showing no emotion on his face. He walked over and placed his hand on the Archbishop's shoulder, saying in a dignified voice, everything has its time. I simply had no other choice but to draw out the Apostle of the God of War. He looked down at the weeping Archbishop, offering an authoritative and empathetic smile. Now that the glory of the Holy War has been bestowed upon us, Dark Crusade, wipe away your tears. A brilliant golden aura erupted from Sang Yun, and the system notified him. Skill absolute charm activated. He said in a dignified voice, everything is according to the Dark God's plan. Merely faithfully followed that plan. The crowd was completely convinced by him. They looked at him with worshipful eyes, the system explained. The crowd has fallen into an abnormal state of worship. Due to the abnormal state of worship, their judgment has been greatly impaired, and they vividly perceive your presence. They shouted in unison, O Apostle! Notifications from other gods appeared, confirming the success of his act. Administrator Divine Proofgiver says impressed that your illusion magic technique is quite refined. Administrator Dark God smiles, satisfied with you. A golden beam of light flew towards him from the crowd. Authority Faith Harvest is strongly activated. The crowd was enveloped in golden light and their faith was harvested. Harvesting faith directed towards you in the area. Sufficient faith has been accumulated to form a myth. He gave a confident smile, and the system continued to notify him, calculating an appropriate myth based on the believer's faith and actual results. He thought inwardly, myth formation message. Golden light enveloped Sang Yun, lifting him into the air as a new myth was created. Myth first savior completed. Myth ultimate savior is accumulating in your divine power. The system detailed his new power. Challenger Han Sang Yun has activated the next myth. The effect of salvation follows. When you save a weak group by interfering with their actions, all stats slightly increase. Challenger Han Sang Yun has activated the next myth. The effect of Truth Seeker follows. When worshipped in a religion, your divine power increases according to the number of believers. He bid farewell to the worshipful crowd. Well then, everyone, take care. Renal and everyone watched him fly into the sky. From Renal to the old Grand Archbishop, the crowd looked up at him with a mix of hope and regret, thinking inwardly, Apostle. He summoned wings of light and soared into the sky. He told himself, let's go to where I fell asleep. He floated in the air, quickly finding it. He let out a joyful cry. There it is, a familiar blue spatial portal was swirling above the ground. He rushed directly into the portal without a moment's hesitation. As he passed through the gate, he mumbled, this is the first trial that's taken so long. I'm actually getting attached to it. He entered another space. You have entered the 16th floor waiting room. Administrator message restrictions have been lifted. Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch expresses great relief that her contractor is safe. Administrator White Crane Swordsman sheds a tear, saying her contractor has worked hard. Immediately, familiar invitation messages appeared. Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch invites the contractor to her abode. Administrator White Crane Swordsman invites the contractor to her abode. He plopped down on the waiting room bed and spoke to the empty air. I'm sorry to have worried everyone. See you next time. He sat quietly, pondering the changes in his body. Divine power. The divine power accumulated in my heart is merely a cost-based concept that can be used for myths or authorities. Red and black energy swirled above a black hole that appeared on his chest armor, symbolizing a profound change. Much had changed. He remembered through the apostle transformation. I experienced a demigod state and became capable of perfectly utilizing divine power. Blood-red black energy surged from his fingertips. My divine power also turned black over time. It was related to the qualities of a Grim Reaper, wasn't it? He clenched his fist and black energy swirled violently. To test his new power, he punched the waiting room wall, causing a small explosion. He watched the result and mumbled, the waiting room walls should regenerate instantly from any damage. He observed the broken wall. It wasn't regenerating. No, its regeneration speed had significantly slowed. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Interesting. He decided to check his rewards. 15th floor trial reward, Unknown God's Protection Bracelet S. A bracelet the unknown god used to protect himself during his lifetime. When the user receives an unblockable attack, the unique effect Preemptive Defense is activated. When the unique effect Preemptive Defense is activated, the bracelet nullifies the impact of the unblockable attack. However, this unique effect has a limited number of uses. Current uses remaining 4. Unknown God's Divine Stone S. A stone into which the unknown god infused his divine power during his lifetime. When a target is designated and divine power is infused, the unique effect Absolute Seal is activated. When the unique effect Absolute Seal is activated, the opponent's most powerful ability can be sealed. However, this unique effect can only be used once, and the seal does not last long. He exclaimed in admiration. Oh, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Both S-grade, quite good. Black energy of the recently absorbed soul swirled around Sang Yun, granting him new power. The system notified. You have absorbed the soul of potential apostle Zurhan Nevia, permanently increasing your stats. Strength 4, Agility 6, Stamina 4, Magic 7, Endurance 3. He continued to check what he had received. You have absorbed Strongman's Roar B, one of potential apostle Zurhan Nevia's skills. He mumbled to himself, This isn't that great considering how much I struggled. I'll have to offer it as a sacrifice for divine power at the altar later. Another process began, extracting divine power from the soul of potential apostle Zir Nevia. The conditions for authority divine power have been met and activated. Extracting divine power. As the notification of successful divine power extraction appeared, he exclaimed in surprise. Oh, dazzling red energy erupted from his chest. Feeling the new power surging through his body, he smiled contentedly. My divine power has increased quite a bit. After finishing checking his rewards, he decided to check for new quests. Quests, the system responded immediately. Challenger Han Sang-yoon is checking quests. Countless quest windows appeared before his eyes. You have received quests from a total of 8 administrators. Administrator Ruler of Heaven has assigned the quest Ruler of Heaven's Island. Administrator Divine Proofgiver has assigned the quest Seeker's Path. Administrator Darkblade Monarch has assigned the quest Darkblade Monarch's Calamity. He looked at the myriad quests, a slightly overwhelmed expression on his face. Many have assigned quests. Well, that's not bad, it means I have more options. He scrolled through the sea of quests, checking them one by one. Suddenly, a particular quest caught his eye. The quest window expanded. Administrator Warrior of the Fallen World has assigned the quest Savior of the Apocalypse. Success reward. You can bestow the absolute indestructibility attribute upon an item. Maximum 2 success conditions. Make a choice you will not regret. He couldn't hide his surprise. Oh, he looked at the faintly glowing true heavenly blood magic sword and thought, I was wondering how I could quickly repair the durability of the true heavenly blood magic sword, which I overused with the self-soul this time. He smiled. My decision is clear. He placed his hand on the quest window. You have selected the quest Savior of the Apocalypse. The 16th floor individual trial has been replaced by Savior of the Apocalypse. Observation of trials by other administrators is restricted. Only a few authorized administrators can view the trial. New notifications poured out. Details for the upcoming trial appear. Starting 16th floor trial. Time remaining 48 days. Current trial theme Warrior. Trial clearance condition. Make a choice you will not regret within the remaining time. Trial failure condition. Challenger's death or time over. Trial clearance reward. You can bestow the absolute indestructibility attribute upon 2 items. Trial failure penalty none. Suddenly a strange sensation washed over him. He found himself lying on a shabby bed. My body. Intense pain pierced through his body and he gritted his teeth. He cried out in bewilderment. It hurts so much. The system explained his current state. Starting quest Savior of the Apocalypse. Equipable gear has been restricted and some items have been moved to your inventory. Challenger Han Sang-yoon possesses abilities that do not match the quest's difficulty. All stats have been fixed at 50 and will not fluctuate until the end of the trial. However, stat growth gained within the game will be recalculated after the trial ends. He painfully got to his feet, his entire body aching and weak. Nausea surged up his throat. He quickly covered his mouth. He stumbled out of the tent and vomited onto the ground. As he looked up, a voice came from behind him. You've finally woken up. A woman stood there. He was still dizzy. He looked around the unfamiliar forest, trying to grasp the situation. What's happening? Another intense pain washed over him, and his eyes flashed. An elven woman with silver gray hair and pointed ears looked at him with a slightly mocking expression. Don't overexert yourself. I'll call the others. They'll be here soon, so just wait. Then she called him by his name for this trial. Noi. He crawled to a puddle and looked down at himself. His reflection was that of a young man with brown hair and green eyes. The system notified. Administrator Warrior of the Fallen World is looking at you emptily. He put a hand to his forehead and finally understood. In this trial, in the Savior of the Apocalypse quest, I am a character named Noi. He checked his body again. My physical condition is terrible, and the true heavenly blood magic sword, my main equipment and all my armor items are sealed and unusable. Images of swords and familiar items appeared with clear red X marks confirming they were deactivated. He stood up. A decision was made in my mind. It might hurt a little, but rather than hastily recovering my body with blood essence, it's better to act dedicatedly as Noi. He pulled out some equipment from his inventory. Fortunately, I had bought these as backups. The system showed their information. Enemy detection goggles B92,000P can detect targets with malicious intent. Adventurer's work gloves B85,000P helps adapt to unfamiliar situations. He put on the advanced goggles. These enemy detection goggles will be especially useful since they have a function to detect enemies. Just then, a group of people emerged from the forest. A blonde warrior in golden armor exclaimed, Lord Noi, good heavens, you've awakened. The old man who came with her also said, overjoyed. It's truly a miracle. What a relief, as expected of the dragon god's chosen apostle. Sang-yoon, playing Noi, awkwardly waved his hand and forced a smile. He thought to himself, I need to act as naturally as possible. Suddenly, a red light flashed from the goggles. A system notification appeared. Multiple enemies have been detected approaching the user. He was startled. He touched the goggles and they were activating. He immediately turned to look for the threat. Where are the enemies? The blonde warrior asked. What's wrong? Meanwhile, Sang-yoon's vision turned red and the system explained. Enemy detection goggles unique effect has been activated. Automatic enemy detector activated. Enemies will be highlighted in red in your vision. His companions looked at him with worried eyes. The warrior asked, "Are you still not feeling well? Perhaps you should rest a little more and not overexert yourself." Through the goggles, Sang Yun witnessed a terrible truth. Everyone standing before him, all those claiming to be Nai's companions, were covered in a red aura. He froze. What? All of Nai's companions are enemies? Cold sweat trickled down his temples, and he realized the complexity of this quest. Now I understand why this quest was set with a mental difficulty. Afterward, the group returned to the tent. Sang Yun remained silent, thinking, "I don't think they'll do anything inside the tent for now." He continued to ponder. "Fortunately, most of my skills seem to be functioning normally, so this is what it's come to?" The old man broke the silence. "Have you lost your memory?" Sang Yun, playing Noi, decided to continue his act and replied in a weak voice, "I think so. I don't remember anything about who I am or why I was lying here." The elven woman looked at him with a complex expression. "The side effects are more severe than anticipated, so this happened," she continued. "There's no time, so I'll summarize. Noi, you are a warrior, the sole apostle of the Dragon God sect, and your mission is to save this world." She explained the background. "You, or rather we, are on an adventure to defeat the Demon King." The image of Noi fighting a colossal monster flashed through his mind. She continued, "You sustained severe injuries while fighting him." Sang Yun mumbled, "So that's why I lost my memory." The elven woman nodded. "Ah." The eerie image of an even more sinister demonic being appeared. "The Demon King serves a demon god. He plans to manifest the demon god in this world. If that happens, it will herald the end of our world." Sang Yun summarized the situation in his mind. "To sum up, the only being who can kill the Demon King in this world is a warrior blessed by a god," he continued to deduce. "And because of that, I, in my poor physical condition, have been forced to participate in this adventure. In other words, I, the warrior, must face all sorts of enemies until I reach the Demon King and fully recover my abilities." Meanwhile, the group began to travel by carriage. The warrior said, "Now that you're awake and I've told you the important details, I'll tell you the rest on the way to the demon realm." The carriage rolled through a lush forest. Inside the carriage, the warrior asked, "You said you lost your memory, Lord Noi?" Sang Yun replied, "Yes." The warrior pointed to himself. "And you don't remember my name either?" Sang Yun nodded. "No, due to the side effects of the battle I don't even remember who you were." The warrior sighed deeply. "Ha," he smiled brightly. "I'm Alan Nick, just call me Alan, and since the way you're speaking to me is a bit uncomfortable, please speak informally." Sang Yun remained silent, his sharp eyes observing Alan. The old man spoke. "It seems you've become much calmer than before, though it might be due to your memory loss." Sang Yun asked the old man. The old man introduced himself as Denia. "You can also call me Jeppa. It doesn't really matter what you call this mage." Alan nodded in understanding. Suddenly a rumbling sound came from Alan's stomach. He laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, even with the world on the brink of destruction, my stomach clock is still perfectly accurate." He poked his head out of the carriage and called to the elven woman, "Hey Daisy, let's hunt for some food before we keep going." The group stopped by the roadside. Alan said, "We've lost all our provisions, so if we don't go hunting, there'll be nothing to eat. Rest a bit, Noi. We'll get some food." A moment later, a dead rat was thrown in front of Sang Yun. "This is your share." That night the group sat around a campfire roasting rats. A voice whispered, unheard by Sang Yun, "If he's too broken to be a warrior of salvation anymore. Others may criticize our decision as cowardly, but as the rat meat sizzled over the fire, we're not wrong. Even if it's cowardly, this is the only way to save this world." The speaker chewed on a tough piece of meat. "Let him out at an appropriate time without letting him die, and then take him to that person." An evil smile spread across his lips. "Yes, that's enough. That's our role." The whispering voice concluded coldly. "Yes, he's not a warrior anymore. He's just a tool to save this world from behind a nearby tree." Sang Yun heard it all, his face cold with rage. He gritted his teeth, and a murderous thought flashed through his mind. "Should I just kill all these damn bastards?" He shook his head, suppressing his anger. No, his eyes sharpened, assessing the situation. "The completion condition for this quest prevents me from doing that. If I act rashly, there might be problems later." He glanced at the 3 traitors sitting around the campfire. "If there are only 3 of them, I'm confident I can kill them even in this state. There's plenty of time, so let's just observe for now." After that night, the journey continued, and the companions kept hunting while on the move. Sang Yun sat in the carriage watching them leave. "They don't even give me proper food for this injured body, but they go hunting a lot." As soon as they disappeared from sight, he acted. Thanks to that," he quietly jumped out of the carriage. "I have plenty of time to escape this carriage prison." He landed silently on the ground and headed deep into the forest. "Good, this way my companions won't find out." He found a suitable clearing. "I can train here." Suddenly, a strange sound made him turn. A colossal furry monster with horns and sharp teeth emerged from the darkness, snarling ferociously. Sang Yun muttered, "I've gone too deep into the forest." He entered combat with the monster without any fear, and his power, though limited, was still immense. A moment later, he was comfortably enjoying a large piece of meat from the monster he had just defeated. "Oh, it tastes like chicken." He looked at the dried rat meat with disgust. "Even if I don't eat or sleep right now, there's no problem with my body moving, but eating rat meat for days is disgusting even by my standards." He recalled their unpleasant actions. And not just eating, even banging pots at night. Alan's noisy figure came to mind. "My so-called companions are acting too foolishly. I can't tolerate it anymore." He stood up. "It's time to change the situation." His eyes hardened. Now I need to take the initiative. Blue energy enveloped him, and he activated a skill. Skill Blood Cry has been activated. The recovery ability of your injured body has increased. Fully recovered, he leisurely returned to the camp. He arrived just as the other three returned. He said casually, "I went for a short walk. It seems you all finished hunting earlier than usual today." Daisy turned. Her eyes narrowed suspiciously. The enemy detection goggles flashed again. Multiple enemies detected approaching the user. Enemy detection goggles B unique effect automatic enemy detector activated. Daisy said, "Even though you're not well, it's not good to wander around alone like this." He waved his hand. What's bothering you is probably the fact that I've gone beyond your control," he said. "I was just so bored lying in bed for a few days." Suddenly, Jeppa grabbed his hand. "Wait, your body." He stared at him in extreme astonishment. "How did you recover so quickly?" After resting for a few days, my body suddenly felt better." Jeppa looked at him with an exploratory gaze, and an unreadable smile spread across his lips. "But how interesting," Sang Yun scoffed. "Counterattack. I thought you weren't a healer-type mage, Ms. Daisy. How did you know about the changes in my body so quickly and accurately?" The old man flinched, sweating. Did I look like a healer?" Just then Alan stood up. "Cut off the confrontation. Stop the useless talk. We're approaching the Demon King's territory, so we need to hurry." The group got back into the carriage. Jeppa looked at him with an exploratory gaze, and his voice was full of suspicion. Has your memory returned?" Sang Yun replied casually. "Not yet." He thought coldly to himself, "What memory? I never had one to begin with." Suddenly, the carriage shook violently, and both Alan and Jeppa flinched in surprise. The horses panicked, rearing on their hind legs, and the group was forced out of the carriage onto a wasteland covered in sharp rocks. A system notification appeared, warning of a new danger. "You have been exposed to an environment full of demonic energy near the demon realm. The longer you are exposed to demonic energy, the more your mental strength will be depleted." Jeppa said solemnly, "We are entering the demon realm." Daisy looked back at him, her voice devoid of its previous warmth. "We can't go by carriage anymore." "Noi, I'm sorry, but we can no longer look after you." Sang Yun scoffed, and his blue eyes beneath the goggles gleamed with a challenging light. "No, this way suits my style better." The scene shifted, introducing the demon realm. The demon realm was filled with demonic energy, driving most creatures insane just by breathing it, and teeming with countless monsters capable of easily slaughtering hundreds of people. That was the demon realm. Even warriors who had fought through all sorts of adversities agreed, no matter how strong you are, you cannot survive in the demon realm. The four stood on the threshold of the land of death, preparing for what was to come. Sang Yun looked around the desolate landscape, asking as if seeing it for the first time, "Is this the demon realm?" Alan looked at him with a mix of pity and contempt. "Do you really not even remember the demon realm?" "He's definitely lost all his memories." Jeppa approached, holding an object covered in cloth. He handed it to Sang Yun. "All right, take this." As the cloth was removed, a magnificent sword radiating blue and gold light was revealed. Jeppa explained, "You probably don't remember, but this is the weapon you once cherished more than your life." "The holy sword." Sang Yun took the sword, his eyes cold and devoid of emotion. A hand with sharp talons shredded a tree trunk. Suddenly, countless monsters poured out of the darkness. The figures of numerous monsters were reflected in a water orb. Administrator Warrior of the Fallen World seemed to recall a painful memory. His own fighting figure was reflected in the water orb. He gasped, I thought I'd be okay after so much time, but..." He gritted his teeth, sweat streaming down his face with a pained expression. "But just thinking about that time again is unbearably painful," the memory continued. "Back then, I, weaker than anyone, despaired despite the trust and support of my companions. But how did they possibly?" He screamed in the memory of being betrayed and attacked by his companions. The administrator's golden eyes flashed. The image of that betrayal repeated, and the blade of his most trusted companion plunged into him, Sang Yun. As Noi stood surrounded by monsters, a confident smile on his face. "All right, shall we begin?" He gripped the hilt of the holy sword tightly. A system notification appeared. Adventurer's Work Gloves B unique effect situational adaptation has been activated. Your mental strength will not be depleted by demonic energy. As you are in an area of high demonic energy density, your magic has increased by 2. He charged directly at a colossal monster from behind. One of his companions muttered contemptuously. "Even with his memory loss, his rashness remains," Alan observed with cold eyes, thinking to himself. "But Noi will find it difficult to face those monsters alone right now." The three watched from a distance. Alan said to the others, "We'll pretend to support him and let him exhaust himself as he wishes." Sang Yun swung the holy sword, creating a glowing arc. The malicious intent of his companions was revealed, and Noi was meant to feel even greater despair. The glowing blade easily cut the monster in half. The three companions stood there, mouths agape, frozen in astonishment at his incredible power. Extreme shock was clearly visible on Alan, Jeppa, and Daisy's faces. "What?" Countless other monsters poured out of the darkness, snarling ferociously. Sang Yun raised his sword to the sky and shouted, "Holy light!" A glowing orb formed at the sword's tip, and light erupted, shining like a black sun. He shouted, "Taste this!" He charged into the midst of the monsters, and holy light emanated from his sword, driving back the darkness. He moved like a whirlwind, continuously cutting down enemies. A colossal explosion of holy light spread across the entire battlefield, incinerating everything in its range. The surviving monsters screamed in agony, burning in the holy light. He stood in the middle of a pile of monster corpses holding the glowing holy sword and muttered, "This is insanely strong." A confident, sly smile spread across his lips. "I'll probably gain unexpected abilities through this trial." That night, around the campfire, his companions whispered again, "If Noi has completely forgotten who we are, he probably lost some of his combat experience too." Daisy gritted her teeth, her eyes gleaming with cruel resolve. "So our choice was unavoidable," Alan said in a voice filled with anger. "Is this even possible? But we already offered his memories and power as a sacrifice to the dragon god." Jeppa stroked his beard, deep in thought. "Even if he hadn't lost his memory, it would be strange. It's as if he's been fighting on battlefields for decades." Alan's face was shrouded in darkness. Anger and bewilderment were clearly visible. "Damn it, why? Noi, why are you even stronger now?" The four sat around the campfire in stifling silence. They had a humble dinner, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Sang Yun ate silently, his blue eyes beneath the goggles observing their every move. He sensed the atmosphere. An awkward silence. A lazy soldier got stronger and defeated monsters, but none of his companions are happy. No, rather. He looked at Jeppa's face and detected his emotions. Disgust, tension, guilt, worry, he concluded. "I can only sense negative emotions." After dinner, Alan and Daisy returned to their respective tents. Sang Yun lay on the bed pretending to be asleep. Once everything was quiet, his eyes suddenly opened. He quietly stepped out of the tent and looked towards a distant corner. He stroked his chin, a thought forming in his mind. "Is being here what I should be doing?" He looked at a distant high mountain. "Should I go?" He decided to test his new power. Blue energy enveloped him. Authority Swift Step activated. Divine power consumed. Instantly moves to a location within your sight. This authority has a 10-minute cooldown. He vanished in a blue flash. He reappeared in the night sky. Wings of light lifted his body just in front of the mountain. He exclaimed in surprise. "Oh!" He landed on a rocky cliff, still staggering slightly from the speed. "It seemed about 50 kilometers, but I can go that far in a single leap." Authority Swift Step. A bright smile spread across his lips. "This ability is also insanely good." He looked back, recalling the sensation of power. Authority Swift Step. Divine power consumed. Instantly moves to a location within your sight. He looked at the distant campfire lights. "It seemed about 50 kilometers, but I can go that far in a single leap." He pondered the limitations of his new skill. As the name suggests, within sight. "I probably can't cross obstacles like walls." He imagined its use in combat. "But in combat I can buy time for a counterattack. And in dangerous situations, it can be used for emergency escape." A satisfied smile spread across his lips. "I've gained an authority with immense ability." He floated in the air. They activated another skill to check the item they had given him. Skill Fire Dragon Eye activated. His blue eyes flashed. A system window appeared, showing detailed information about the Holy Sword. Holy Sword Dragon's Heart S Cutting Power 40, Might 40, Magic Control 40. A holy sword personally blessed by the Dragon God to a hero. Dragon God's sword can only be wielded completely when one judges what is wrong. He continued to analyze the sword's unique effects. When divine power is infused, the unique effect Holy Light can be activated. When Holy Light is activated, starlight with the power of the dragon can be formed through the sword. When there is a desperate prayer, the wish effect can be activated. When hope is activated, a temporary power can be granted by offering sacrifices to the dragon god. Against demons or monsters, the unique effect punishment can be activated. When punishment is activated, all stats increase by 7 against all wrong beings. When punishment is activated, you can use the power of the dragon against wrong beings. When punishment is activated, your magic power will not decrease. An important warning appears, however. Related items will be destroyed after challenger Han Sang-yoon leaves the 16th floor individual trial and cannot be used for any purpose other than their designated use, he thought to himself. The Holy Sword suddenly has amazing abilities, but he looked at the sword in his hand. A bold plan came to mind. Basically, it's a limited time item that can only be used for the 16th floor quest. I need to absorb the Holy Sword's abilities in advance using Sword Insight. He immediately acted. Delving deep into the forest to find subjects for his experiment, he activated one of his skills. Skill Truth's Bloodseeker activated. A red energy flow was released, searching for enemies. The energy flow, spreading throughout the forest, startled nearby groups of orcs and goblins. Blood energy exploded, mercilessly seizing the groups of monsters. The goblins screamed, impaled by blood arrows, and dragged away. He stood before the bound group of monsters and said with a cold expression, "I've got my lab rats." He plunged the holy sword into a rock, preparing for the absorption process. He summoned the borrowed sword Heaven Borrowing. The system showed the skill information. Skill Sword Insight A, Proficiency 11xx. Effect, can absorb unique effects from sword category items as skills. He quickly analyzed. This holy sword has 3 unique effects. Sword Insight can absorb 2 skills. Choosing the best abilities is self-evident. He activated the skill and Sword Heaven Borrowing began to vibrate, emitting a blue aura. Skill Sword Insight activated. Unique effects from sword category items can be absorbed as skills. The process began. Selection complete. Skill Holy Light S has been fully absorbed. Sword Insight usage count remaining 1-2. He continued the second absorption process. Selection complete. Skill Punishment S has been fully absorbed. Sword Insight usage count remaining 0-2. All usage counts for skill Sword Insight have been consumed. Skill sword insight is completely destroyed. He looked at sword heaven borrowing, which had returned to its original state, and thought to himself, it's a shame to have rashly used such a valuable ability as sword insight, but it's not as regrettable as missing out on the holy sword's abilities. He was particularly satisfied with one of the new skills, Holy Light. He recalled the advantages of Holy Light. The power of Holy Light can create something even stronger than a fully charged energy shield. And most importantly, it can be used instantly, unlike Counter Shield, which takes a long time. Holy Light. He tested his new power. Skill Holy Light activated, he thought to himself. Since I absorbed it as a skill, I should be able to use it without the Holy Sword. He raised his hand and a brilliant sphere of light formed in his palm, but the sphere of light suddenly exploded, blasting him backward. The explosion also made the nearby bound goblins scream. He staggered to his feet, feeling bewildered. Oh, what was that? He quickly activated his recovery ability. Skill Blood Cry activated. He wondered why he couldn't control its direction, and why it exploded immediately. The surviving goblins snarled, surrounding him menacingly. He gritted his teeth, his eyes turning cold. These damn bastards! This time he grabbed the holy sword and shouted, "Holy Light!" A brilliant golden light erupted from the sword, easily felling the screaming monsters. He looked at the sword, then at his hand, confused. It works fine when I use the holy sword, but why? Suddenly, a flash went through his mind. He tried to create another energy sphere, but this time it was a red mana sphere. What if I don't use mana? He focused, trying to control the energy using another source of power, divine power. Holy Light, a burning sphere of red light compressed in his hand, becoming stable and powerful. A satisfied smile spread across his lips. Right, it was divine power. He threw the burning energy sphere at the group of monsters. A red explosion completely destroyed the enemies, who screamed in pain. He stood in the middle of a pile of corpses, a satisfied expression on his face. Now I can use it quite freely. Ha ha ha. He raised both hands, concentrating an immense amount of energy. Holy Light, full power, a colossal burning star formed above his head, ready to unleash destruction. Elsewhere in the forest, Alan was relieving himself. He suddenly sensed an immense energy flow and turned in surprise. He saw a gigantic pillar of red light rising into the sky in the distance. Alan's face twisted with astonishment and disbelief. The explosion created a massive crater in the distant mountain. Alan couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Sang-Yun stood at the top of the crater, looking down at his creation, holding a blue crystal fragment. This ability is insane. System notifications ceaselessly recorded his achievements. Achievement Successor of the Dragon God bestowed. Unique Authority Dragon Transformation bestowed as a special trial penalty. Current authority bestowal is restricted. Authority bestowal will normalize upon trial completion. He wondered about Dragon Transformation. The system continued to notify, as if speaking directly to him. The Dragon God has detected Challenger Han Sang-Yun's presence. The Dragon God is observing Challenger Han Sang-Yun's achievements. The Dragon God finds Challenger Han Sang-Yun quite interesting. An unexpected offer appeared. The Dragon God offers Challenger Han Sang-Yun a position as a disciple. He replied without hesitation. Refuse. The offer continued to appear, but he firmly refused. The Dragon God offers Challenger Han Sang-Yun a position as a disciple. Refuse. The Dragon God offers Challenger Han Sang-Yun a position as a disciple. Refuse. He sighed with annoyance. I feel like I've met an annoying god. Back at the camp, he sat down to eat the humble dinner Daisy had prepared. He calmly ate, thinking about the annoying god watching him. Based on the 16th floor's backstory, the Dragon God must be the guardian deity of this world. Memories of the god of war resurfaced, but I have memories of a god who once threatened my life. I have no positive impressions whatsoever. He walked through a thorny thicket. The image of a lone hero. I don't like how they obtain a hero to save the world yet don't grant them enough power. That's probably why this world is heading for apocalypse. He cleaned his holy sword, thinking to himself. That's why I didn't use the holy sword's unique effect wish. I tried to avoid drawing their attention and restrained any actions that might make me stand out, but despite his efforts, the annoying invitation messages kept appearing. The Dragon God offers Challenger Han Sang-Yun a position as a disciple. The Dragon God offers Challenger Han Sang-Yun a position as a disciple. The Dragon God offers Challenger Han Sang-Yun a position as a disciple. He sighed. But I'm entangled with another god. Still not tired, the system conveyed the god's displeasure. The Dragon God asked why an insignificant being dares to refuse a disciple position. Sang-Yun scoffed inwardly. Is this god a salesperson? I'm not buying, the system continued. The Dragon God calls it a foolish decision. The Dragon God says that someday you will realize his greatness and become his disciple. Other gods also chimed in. Administrator Divine Proofgiver scoffs, saying the Dragon God's persistent efforts are pathetic. Administrator Dark God says if rejected, one should disappear instead of pathetically clinging. Finally, the god gave up. The Dragon God tells Challenger Han Sang-Yun to reconsider and hides its presence. Familiar administrator messages appeared. Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch praises her contractor's unwavering faith and breathes a sigh of relief. Another expressed support. Administrator White Crane Swordsman respects her contractor's will and expresses pride. And there was also the one who assigned him this quest. Administrator Warrior of the Fallen World finds your decision interesting. Back at the campfire, Alan suddenly said, I think a high-ranking demon is training nearby, he continued. I saw a flash from the distant mountain last night. Sang Yun firmly cut him off. "You're mistaken," Alan countered. "No, I really saw it," Sang Yun repeated. "You're mistaken." Alan fell silent. Jeppa interjected. "I once saw a record in the magic tower that many strange phenomena occur near the demon realm due to magic power. It's best to just think of it as a natural phenomenon caused by magic power," Daisy also agreed. "Besides, a high-ranking demon wouldn't train in such a humble place." Alan also conceded. "Ah, right." Their journey continued, and Sang Yun easily dealt with the roadside monsters. He swung his sword, and a familiar feeling washed over him. "Repeatedly fighting feels tedious at times, but I can use a few abilities in this process." He activated his myth. Myth Savior of the Apocalypse activated. Effect Salvation activated. All stats permanently increase by 0.07. Currently, all stats are reduced due to the special trial penalty. Permanent stat increase will not apply. Stat increase will apply normally upon trial completion, he thought to himself. What is the scope of the salvation effect of Myth Savior of the Apocalypse? Effect Truth Seeker activated. Divine power is not enhanced as no believers were found, he continued to think. I can learn a lot from the newly acquired myth, and also the believers mentioned in the Truth Seeker ability. He easily cut down the monsters. Salvation seems to activate when saving weaker groups, and Truth Seeker doesn't activate at all unless they worship me. The group finally arrived at the Demon King's castle. Everything went smoothly, and his companions didn't interfere in the battles. Probably because he swept away the enemies, he went ahead, leaving the others behind. He stood before the castle's massive gate. "Why isn't anyone coming?" he walked. "Now the Demon King's gatekeeper is gone, something must have changed so I can enter. As I show more and more power, their faces grow more rigid." He pushed open the heavy gate alone, and the three followed him into the castle. Alan suddenly asked with a suspicious voice, "Noi, you didn't really lose your memory, did you?" Sang Yun turned with a mysterious smile. "Who knows, what do you think?" Alan fell silent. Sang Yun said, "All right, let's focus on the battle ahead." Jeppa approached and handed him a purple potion bottle. "Drink this." He looked at the potion bottle. "This is a rare grade enhancement potion," Jeppa urged. "We're about to face the Demon King in a final battle, so why aren't you drinking it?" Sang Yun held the potion bottle and remained silent. He gave an awkward laugh. "This potion isn't poisoned, is it? Haha." All three of them wore displeased expressions. Daisy shouted, "Noi, are you suspecting us now?" Pretended to regret. "No, it's just that I haven't received any help until now, so receiving something like this makes me sad. No, I'm truly touched to receive such a precious item." He opened the lid and drank the potion in one gulp. He immediately spat out blood and fell to his knees. The system announced terrible news. "You have been infected with Demon Realm-starved demon poison. The poison will spread throughout your body for 5 minutes and you will be unable to use magic power." His companions surrounded him, now his true enemies. Goggles, unique effect, enemy detection B, automatic enemy detector activated. Multiple enemies detected approaching the user. Alan said in a cold voice, "Noi, don't hate us. We had no other choice." He looked up at the traitors. Sweat trickled down his temples, but a cold smile spread across his lips. Alan and Daisy stared at him, unable to understand why he was so calm. He gave a bitter laugh. "It's truly interesting that the hero's companions are all traitors." The three companions stood there. He knelt on the floor covered in blood. Jeppa began to chant a spell. The holy sword glowed golden and was bound by chains. He reached out his hand towards the sealed sword. Golden light enveloped his face. "I have sealed the dragon god sword, so now no one can use it." Sang Yun, still kneeling, asked in a calm voice, "Since when and how did you come up with the idea of betraying the hero?" Daisy shouted in a bitter voice, "Do you think we wanted to betray you? We had no other choice." Yun wiped the blood from his lips, repeating their words mockingly. "No other choice." He lifted his head, his gaze as sharp as a dagger. "Fools." Another authoritative and sinister voice echoed, "Nothing will change even if you ask them, hero." The winged demon king in royal attire emerged from the shadows. He grinned wickedly. "They merely fulfilled their contract with me." Yun looked up at the newcomer. "So you're the demon king?" The demon king replied, "Indeed, we never met even when you defeated the archdemon." He walked closer, adding that the fight with the archdemon had exhausted the hero. "And in the meantime you approached the hero's companions." The demon king looked puzzled. "I don't know why you're asking as if it's someone else's story, but you're right so far." Yun seemed to understand the whole story and stood up. "Yes, now I understand everything." He manipulated magical strings, revealing that the three companions were merely puppets. "You took advantage of the hero's exhaustion after his battle with the archdemon to turn the remaining companions into traitors," he asked. "But why didn't you kill the hero immediately then?" The demon king replied. He grinned, baring his demonic teeth. "Because it's fun." Yun's fire dragon eye confirmed his words. "Skill fire dragon eye detects that the target is not lying," he muttered. "What a sickening hobby." The demon king narrowed his eyes. "But that's not all, is it?" He burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, how wise," he explained. "Honestly, this situation is an offering I'll present to the demon god," he continued. "Just as you suffered countless hardships to be recognized as a hero by the dragon god, I too am suffering to become a true apostle." He looked down at Yun with pity. "Like your companions, you must have faced all sorts of difficulties to get here, such as hunger and loneliness, and now that all that's left is for you to become the dragon god's savior. My penance will be complete," he asked with amusement. "I wonder how you're feeling right now," he mocked. "Are you in despair or just angry? You should have watched your companions more closely." Yun gritted his teeth and endured. The faces of Daisy, Alan and Jeppa flashed in his mind. He looked straight at those who were once his companions, a bitter smile on his face. I trusted them so much, but I still can't understand your decision. He gritted his teeth and his suppressed anger erupted. But I will kill that demon king behind all this. The demon king's wicked smile flashed in his mind. In the water orb, the image of the administrator warrior of the fallen world appeared. He thought to himself, I'm too excited. No matter how I look at it, that scene makes my blood boil. The system notified, Administrator Warrior of the Fallen World awaits your decision. He mumbled to himself, All right, Han Sang-yoon. What's your choice? Sweat trickled down his forehead. A difficult decision lay before him. As the Demon King spread his wings, dark energy swirled around him. That dark energy flew towards Yoon and bound him tightly. He was pulled into the air, heading towards a colossal metal jaw-shaped torture machine. The Demon King said, This is the final chapter of my romance, he laughed maniacally, to offer the hero to the demon god's altar and become a true apostle. He stepped on a lever to activate it, and a gigantic trap with countless sharp spikes began to fall. Sang-yoon lay motionless as the trap slowly descended upon him. Just before he was crushed, his blue eyes flashed. The trap completely crushed him. The Demon King and the three former companions were all astonished. The Demon King turned and began to activate a magic circle. He shouted, Demon God, as per your request, I have offered the hero's blood. Please quickly make me a true apostle. But the system delivered unexpected news. The Demon God looks with contempt at the tainted blood offered by the Demon King. Demon King's face changed. Yoon stood there, a red light emanating from his hand. I vomited poisoned blood and you actually offered that to him. The demon god seems a little angry. He concentrated energy in his hand, and the skill Holy Light was activated. He thought to himself, normally I would have made the best choice, but no matter how I think about it, this world is too despairing to be saved. All three former companions were terrified. Daisy shouted, Holy Light. Even though we sealed the Holy Sword, Jeppa was equally astonished. How can he use the Holy Sword's abilities? The Demon King gritted his teeth, trying to reassure them. Holy Light isn't always that bright. Is he really the hero I know? It's best not to resist. As long as you die, the demon god won't destroy this world. He revealed his bargain. I made a deal with them. If I kill the dragon god's apostle, the world won't be destroyed. Yoon laughed derisively. Damn it, you're really annoying. Let me tell you 3 things you've got wrong. The water orb reappeared, and the administrator warrior of the fallen world watched everything. He unleashed a red energy flow more intense than ever before. He said, First, I am not Noi. All 3 former companions were speechless. He continued, Second, I am not a hero. The Demon King also looked surprised. He declared, looking straight at the Demon King, Third, I don't care if this world is destroyed or not. He hurled a red holy light orb at him. The Demon King screamed in terror, Stop, if you don't stop, this world will. He cut him off coldly. Yes, if you wanted to kill the hero, you should have done it sooner. He resolutely threw the energy orb at them. A pillar of red light descended from the sky, causing a massive explosion. The castle shook and fragments flew everywhere. The Demon King flew out of the rubble, his clothes in tatters, spitting blood. Cough, cough. You damn bastard, he roared in anger. What are you thinking? I already told you I made a promise with your companions, that if I kill you, the world will be saved. Yoon stood in the middle of the rubble, casually spreading his arms. Wouldn't it be the same if the Demon King died? The Demon King shouted. Do you think I don't have a backup plan? If I die here, the Demon God will descend. There will always be apostles of the Demon God in this world. Yoon's Fire Dragon Eye checked again. Skill Fire Dragon Eye detects that the target is not lying, he thought to himself. The backstory of this trial is truly dark. If this weren't an actual trial, how bleak would it be? The Demon King continued to shout. The world will collapse. There's enough causality for the Demon God to descend. A world like this could basically be annihilated, Yoon replied indifferently. So? The Demon King froze. What? Yoon said. Whether this world collapses or not, what does that have to do with me? Demon King trembled with rage. You damn bastard, are you really not a hero? I already told you, he shouted. How can you use such abilities without being the Dragon God's apostle? What exactly is your identity? Yoon retorted. Anything else? Dark energy began to erupt from his body. He concentrated the energy, and his body began to transform. Black armor enveloped him, wreathed in the hellfire of red flames. He activated the absorbed skill. Skill Punishment activated. While this skill is active, all stats increase by 7. While this skill is active, magic power is not consumed. The power of the dragon fills you, increasing all magical abilities by 100. He declared his true identity. I am a challenger. He charged at the Demon King, and blood thorns formed around him, rushing towards the Demon King. The Demon King screamed in terror, raising his hands. Wait, I think there's been a misunderstanding. Blood tendrils pierced his body, blood spurted, and he screamed in pain. The Demon King realized the terrible truth. I might actually die. He hurriedly flew into the air. I need to retreat first, but Yoon pursued. Where do you think you're going? Suddenly his body stiffened. He looked down, and Jeppa suddenly appeared, casting a binding spell. Please die nobly, he shouted. If you survive, this world is doomed. From a distance, Daisy unleashed a barrage of arrows. She shouted, Noi, you're a hero. Think rationally. Hundreds of arrows flew towards Yoon. He scoffed, activating blue wings to block all incoming arrows. Alan slowly lunged from above, his halberd ready to strike. He shouted, Selfish bastard, it doesn't change the fact that if you survive we'll all die. He swung his halberd with full force. Yoon used a skill. Combat focus activated. He looked straight into Alan's eyes. Alan realized he had made a fatal mistake. Yoon was completely disappearing from his sight. He looked directly into Alan's eyes and said in a cold voice, "How dare you sacrifice others when you can't even sacrifice yourself?" His gaze swept over all three traitors. "You're not even worth dealing with." He glanced at the Demon King who was struggling to escape. He activated his authority, and blue energy enveloped his body. Swift step. The Demon King laughed maniacally, thinking he had escaped. "Ha ha ha, I'm alive." But Yoon suddenly appeared directly above his head. He clenched his hand tightly around his head. The Demon King turned, his face filled with extreme terror. "What?" Yoon swung the holy sword, beheading the Demon King. He descended with a frozen expression. The administrator's water orb reappeared, watching the entire process. "Is this your choice?" Watched by the administrator in Nai's form, the administrator's memory went back to the past. "Back then I suffered fatal injuries, but I ultimately escaped and the world collapsed, and when the tower called me,